Hello everyone, I'm hoping you're having an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are guys. So we are back, and it's Tuesday, and we got an amazing packed week coming up. We are going to be co-streaming for the EWC. I got the honor of being able to co-stream this, and this is actually the first time that I got an invite for this tournament, so thank you very much for trusting me with that. I am super honored and super pumped to see how the matches is going to be. So yeah, so we are going to be watching the first game of today. There's two games that is going to be coming to play at the same time. So that's going to be on the B stream on Rainbow Six Siege, and that's Rainbow Six Bravo. If you're curious, it's going to be with Laos versus what was the name? I'm sorry, that was really bad of me. Like I can't pronounce the name. Might be butchering it. uh King Zero Esports is the name. And for the A stream, it's going to be on A stream or Rainbow Six Siege official site. Is going to be Fnatic versus CAG, and we are going to be watching that game because it's going to be a surprise on how it's going to be looking. Hello, not oh my god, I can't pronounce name today, guys. I'm sorry. How you doing? Hello, not some master. It's my favorite streamer. Oh, thank you for saying that. I really appreciate that. So we are going to be watching that game. If you have any questions about like why they're doing this or why did I do that or anything at all, that was my husband. Calling. Bad timing. So, and I will do commentary in between as well to talk like a little bit on my prediction, my thoughts and everything as well. Yeah, just overall vibing. I'm going to be eating some dinner as well in front of the camera, so going to be a little bit of a mukbang. Speaking of that, I'm going to grab some drink because I am thirsty and I bought a Red Bull that I'm like really dying to get my hands on right now. So we are going to be watching that.
It's a turning point for the region. If they can start actually competing at international events like we know they can, Nick.
Let's hear if the volume is good for you guys, by the way.
I don't think there's any reason why they shouldn't. You look at the roster, you look at the players, you look at someone like Chibisu that has just gone absolutely mental over the last 12 months.
Good
They've got the
Onion.
ingredients for this.
They do.
Also, guys, by just watching for 3 hours or less, you will be able to get some Twitch drop from me as well. It should be on.
Their opponents, maybe too much respect, maybe too much pride on their own side.
Not sure if the co-stream button is on as well.
When they played Salt Lake City, for example, you mentioned 0 victories, right? Sparky said that they went into that thinking they're gonna win the whole thing. They're gonna go to the grand finals. They're gonna beat Falcon, Secret. They don't care anybody, right? The best teams in the world. Well, not to be. This tournament, they've shifted their mentality. They're going and thinking, we're gonna do the best that we can do, but we're probably not gonna win the whole event. So they have a different mindset, maybe more risk-taking and higher pace.
I do feel like there's an element to the underdog teams. We're gonna call both these teams underdogs.
Yeah.
Okay. I think there's an element that there hasn't been before, which is like there is an opportunity. There's a feeling that these teams can start to do something different. They can start to write a different legacy. And right now at EWC, this is the perfect time to start. It is time for us to head to Bank for the opening match.
Bank! Oh, I love that. I love that.
And a big moment for both of these teams to prove themselves. CAG might have strode through.
Let me just grab my drink
fairly
and I'll be
unscathed,
right back.
But it's a whole different kettle of fish once you get into the big leagues. You're playing at the Esports World Cup on the international stage when they haven't won a map in over a year on that international stage. And for Fnatic, of course, they are underdogs in their own right. 7th place in Europe just 3 months ago, and now they're back into it. They're back on stage. And it's a chance for them to show that they can play at the top level, not just domestically, but here on the world stage as well.
And of course, big surprise here. We see a shield ban right off the rip here. And I think that's going to be the big focus point for me between CT Bavarial and Fnatic. For both teams' attacking side, we have to look at Anderton and DD playing the shield. And of course, Smith playing them from the side of Fnatic. I think it's going to be instrumental. So right here, Fnatic depending out the Monty and the Grim, targeting a lot of execution and information gathering from CG by Barrel. And you might be thinking, why would they need information? They're a team from Japan. They're just gonna go in there and just take on fights. No, CG by Barrel these days, like we keep saying, a bit of a new look on them. They're much more calculated, much more strategic. And when you're playing that sort of playstyle, you need information to make the decisions accurately. And it's why they love playing operators like your Grim, like your Monty that's been banned away. But they also love to play the disruption game. That's the second side of them, where they get the solid snake, they get the sense, they get more aggressive in the server. They have energy in here on the blitz. This is them trying to make a statement, opening up this tournament for them.
For me, all eyes are on CAG. On a map like Bank, which is very much attacker-sided, I look at what Anaton can achieve on that blitz. I look at a lineup like this with so much tactical potential, with the Sens to create these prevented lines of sight, with the Ying to go for a flash exclusive play. Anaton actually gets deep into Printer very early. He's into open area. He wants to try and clear out a lot of this roam from Fnatic, but he receives a lot of damage for it. FNC now peel back the layers of their defense, but they have not given up on this roam.
We see Tachanka from the basement shooting up the Molotovs through the hatch, trying to support the roam game for as long as possible. Fnatic don't want to surrender too much for free. It's about holding on for as long as you possibly can, kill as many drones, do a little bit of damage towards Anaton if it's a half, for example, and then fall on back. That's the first decision for Fnatic. When is that timer gonna be? About 2 minutes. The second big question is, are they gonna fight on the server staircase? Are they gonna fall back and surrender server as well? Because that's the other area in which you can fight for time. And if you look at the defense, there's Scoria canisters, Smoke, and Tachanka. So I believe that Deepak can comfortably stay on the server staircase and just play for his life. With the hatch not being open, he has made that decision. He's gonna stick around.
It's a challenge for Deepak now.
Why is he so low?
Takes a lot of damage. Already receiving a few shots early on the roam clear. Makes him extra vulnerable to the gas. As the Candela rings on out, Deepak manages to dodge the flash. Looks for a peek, finds a second kill. Goodbye to DD. Chibisu will trade eventually, but the damage has been done by Fnatic.
Still got the tools though, and 3 attackers left alive. They got one more set of Heart Breach, of course, on Chibisu. They got the sense and the influence of Solid Snake. Then we see those Scoria fires burning 20 seconds each. And a Rooney lasers on the hatch as well means that Fnatic, they have a very good idea of where that attack will be coming from, forcing CG Barrel, spending that final piece of util to burn the lasers. It's a must-do in this situation. They take a lot of damage, injured from the hatch below. That is not the way you want this to go if you're CAG.
Yeah, Shuri does have time to get recollected here. However, there are 2 Nitro, or rather 1 Nitro cell still available here for Fnatic on Wizard, the Wamai, one of the most powerful operators in the game
what
right
did
now
I
with
miss?
the recent
Like,
buffs that have
seriously,
come
what did I
through.
miss? Come on.
Fnatic can sit back. They have plenty
Be
of
honest with
plant
me.
denial.
Yeah.
They
I had to
have
take the
strong
call from
positions
Aslan as
and
well.
the numbers
I do
advantage to boot.
apologize.
As I say that, Chibisu suddenly changes things. It flips on its head. That's the C4 goes down. Chibisu now has to look for the plant. The fire from the Tachanka cannot find its mark. Chibisu trying to force it down. Sharip and Zaka both find kills. It's up to
No
Smith.
way! Fnatic is throwing that
But he has
shit?
been able to deny the plant. Certainly not able
Whoa!
to deny the
I know
rounds.
Sharip is really
An
good.
eruption
He's
from the
really good player.
Japanese As they steal the first round.
What did I say? They want to make a statement. How about that? 3v4. They lost the win condition, lost the shield. They can't go for a default plant. They are down numbers. They get injured on the hatch. And yet, it's a round victory from CAG by Barrel.
Holy moly.
We had the last player, Smith, Tachanka, stuck between 2 different attackers.
Yo, they did not do that. Guys, have you seen the Twitter on EWC put out Rise or Fall, and it put fucking Stumpen on the Stumpen's point on the front row?
That should have been their round.
That is hilarious. What is this?
We've already talked about this, but this is an attacker-sided
guys,
map. You
wouldn't
don't
that be
expect the
like
defense to get more than 2 to 3
a
rounds
little bit of a
on
like
their half. And
cringe?
for Fnatic already looking so good in the first round, it's a very good sign for them. But the fact that Fnatic fumbled at the end of it, the fact that KAG grabbed that round by the horns and took it at the end of it.
That is like
it's
a
missed
little bit
opportunity
cringy. You
for
gotta
Fnatic
admit,
that
a
they
little
may
bit
regret later
cringy.
on. And that's the thing we know about CAG, of course, for the longest time. They have been known to be the hyper-aggressive, the risk-takers, the innovators. They're going to really play a lot of cheesy strats that a lot of other teams won't do as much. They really lean into the shields. They love the Ying. They love shotguns on attack. And we've seen a maturity from them recently.
That
They
is
can still play
so
that play
fun.
style, but they do it with
That was
another
funny.
level of understanding of the win conditions of the game. and that's what has made them so deadly, not just within the APAC
let's
region,
see, I need to put
but
in
the potential for what they can do on the international stage has very much been
image
talked
for you
about.
guys.
They just haven't been able to prove it.
Another thing is, if you play, of course, domestically up against CG in scrims,
This
and
is
practice and whatnot,
what you can
know
get.
kind of how they play the game, but Fnatic, they play in Europe. They haven't played these guys in ages. As a matter of fact, went back and checked the organizations of CAG and Fnatic, and the last time that the organization played each other was 2023, when Fnatic had a team in the Japanese league.
Yeah.
So there's no inside knowledge here. There's no player on the server that goes, you know what, I know how CAG they play. I've played them before. That's just not a thing. And they also don't just have, like you said, the fast or the slow, the new look, the old look. They have so much more depth, and you cannot underestimate them. When you're up against a team where you gotta look online for the vaults to get some information, well, guess what? They play in APL. We do a bit of trolling sometimes in APL. People play Kavera on Bank for no reason. So you look at CAG and go, oh, what was the last 2 games that they had on Bank? Okay, against Scars, they won. Scars played Kavera twice. CAG played Tasha. Okay. That's not a real VOD. What do you learn from that? You go into this completely blind if you're Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I think, the danger of going up against a team that perhaps you underestimate. And I have to admit, like, as a guy who's been following the APAC scene specifically, because I am from the APAC region,
That you are.
for the entirety of APAC's history in this game, like, we've always been the little brother region. And in fact, until recently when the CNL got added, APAC was always regarded as the worst region. And people just didn't, like, respect is not given, it's earned. And nothing is granted. Everything is earned, as we love to say here at the Esports World Cup. But it's very much true for the respect of different regions. I mean, Brazil didn't have a lot of respect until they earned it by making it to grand finals and taking championships. APAC has never earned that same level of respect because no team from the Asia Pacific has ever won an international event. Now, we've had upsets here and there, but
wow,
over the
is
last,
that so bad?
It's been, 10 years almost, you would have expected to see a little bit more fruit born out of these APAC teams.
Wait, why
And
is that picture
sometimes
so
does lead
fucking
teams
bad?
From other regions, even, you know, 4th seed out of Europe, Fnatic,
Are you kidding
to
me?
look at APAC teams and think, I mean, you know, we'll probably win that one. Obviously, we'll try hard, but it's going to be a very different story to when we start playing.
Why is that so bad?
North American teams. And I think that does. Can
I'm
be the
sorry,
enemy
guys.
of
I'm trying
many
to fix that
rosters and many
picture
teams'
for you.
expectations going into it. You got to make sure you curb your enthusiasm. Don't let your understanding of a CAG from 5 years ago tarnish the opponent that you're playing against today.
Yeah, and just
Like
speaking to the history of APAC teams, right? I mean, Norango, they had a moment. D+, they had a moment. Fnatic had a moment back in the day.
I mean, CAG have had 2 really notable moments as well. Yeah. But, I mean, people often forget, yes, technically CAG were grouped at the event I'm speaking about, but the Mexico Major in 2021,
Oh my god.
even though they were grouped, it's the only time in Rainbow Six history we've ever had a tiebreaker so tight we actually had to play an entire tiebreaker match just to determine which of the 2 teams should progress into the playoffs from the groups. It was CAG and
That is
Team
weird.
1 featuring Alamau, of course.
Before the G2 days.
Yeah, before he was on G2. And Team 1 with Alamau went on to win that entire major.
Yeah.
And that team almost lost
That is
because of
weird,
CAG.
guys.
It was only
I couldn't
just
even
one
put-
tiebreaker match that allowed Team 1 to go
So
through
literally
that.
1 round difference there. Had CG won by 1 round more, or lost
That
1 round less,
rewrites
that would
history. Team 1 never won that match.
Exactly. And then maybe Alama doesn't go G2, but a lot of implications all of a sudden, right?
Of course.
So, no, they've been here for a long time, the boys from CAG, and they've stocked most of the roster also very consistently. It's not often that you see a team go to event after event, fall short technically, and then stick the roster and get better and better and better, but they truly have. And if you're curious about the whole like Saka name here from Dokkaebi, it's Arcoli.
Yes.
Arcoli, same player, but different name. That happened in stage 1 in kickoff, maybe, I think.
Yes.
So earlier this year.
The only player that's really changed for Kagbai Varel for quite some time is Didi moving in from that coaching position to be on the starting roster, which happened after they made it to the grand finals at Reload. It was
Okay, I would
halfway
just
through
let
the
it be.
following stage
Okay.
that he jumped in.
That was not good.
And of course, I mean, it's just been like a dream. It's been far better than anyone could have expected. Notably, if we do get to see some shield play later, Didi is a very different kind of shield player to Anaton. Let's focus up on Fnatic. They're the ones that have a shield at the moment. It's Smith, the young gun, with the shield in front of his face, trying to hold on to a very undefensible bomb site here on the top floor.
Yeah. almost unplayable. I mean, with the Asami band here from CG in particular, almost nothing is playable. And there's not even like a castle or a mirror in play right now from Fnatic. They're playing a much more, I'm going to say, proactive defense right now. They got DMR swing from Deadshot. They got the shield from Smith for information. They got Solar to give you a bit of verticality and plant now later on, which is why we see Saka downstairs in Archives constantly holding on to the downstairs area beneath the site itself, because they can't go for a plant if Solar is going to be beneath them. So this is actually CG being tested now and problem solving at many different areas at the same time. And doing a great job so far. They get the walls popped, using Adela for a bit of coverage. And he's on the Thermite this time around, so a bit more free in the server. Can become the entry, can become the planter. A lot of options here for CAG.
I like the way that Kag used that Dockerby as well to deal a little bit of damage to the Clash of Smiths. Every tiny bit of tick damage you can get onto a Clash is highly valuable. The execute will likely come in the form of the Candelas from the Ying and some smoke grenades, but it is very finicky, very challenging to get done. As Shuri makes his way inside, gets picked by Citizen, takes him down, and finally Anaton will finish off the clash. The gates are open here. The CAG, Fnatic, have to have a response.
Come on, come on.
How do they do it? They lost so many bodies already. Another injury, not confirmed as well. Leaving just 2 members against 3 from CAG.
The Deepak is held on from the elevators.
The candy. I'm ready.
Now the top of Banana. It's him and Deadshot to try and clutch up the round for Fnatic. Good shot with DMR from Deadshot. DD now repels inside, finds his kill. All up to Deepak now. As the Dutchman looks to find a 3rd and 4th kill in this round. Can he revive his dead teammates? I very much doubt it. Now the plan confirmed. DD and Chibisu need to do their best to get outside the building. That is the safest place for them to be right now, but not so safe to get there. Caught in the crossfire, and it's a swift finish for CAG.
Beautiful crossfire, yeah. I mean, again, they baited so well that
I would be so surprised if Fnatic loses this, because they should win against CAG.
And there was only one person on the window repel from CAG. Something that we often see from this team in particular, from Japanese teams in general, is they play very heavily on the window repels. And they play like your Capital, your Ying, your Sense. They rebel in the windows. That's the execute. They just had DD with the Ying. And then they were pushing stock, they're pushing in for Skylight, they're attacking from lobby with a backstab, they're everywhere. And I think it caught Fnatic by surprise. When you don't have your Asami, you don't have your castle, like I said, you only have the Clash that can give you information.
Cheers, guys.
That only sees one teeny tiny area. So CAG, from attacking from so many different angles at once, there's a bunch of blind spots. And you just win their individual gunfights up against Fnatic. Great in the entries and a great in the execute, to be honest.
And this is the final round.
Yeah,
now,
they did it really,
before
really
we get
well.
the additional operator bans for the half to come on through, which to me means it's even more important to win this round for Fnatic. Don't go 0-3 down. Win this, because you're about to lose another tool in your arsenal on the defensive side. Another one of these power-ups, whether it's the Mirror, or the Smoke, or the Tachanka, or the Goyo, or a number of other things.
I think you hit it right there, one of those 4.
And I will admit, like, Fnatic are actually probably on one of the best bomb sites to pick here. I mean, this tertiary bomb site here of Star from open area, in theory, it's a very challenging defense, but in reality, you actually can play a lot of map control, and there are a lot of ways to try and stall out this attack. On the flip side of that, I think CAG are probably not going to have the Ying available after this round, so they need to make sure they make the most of this chance here, as Fnatic attempt a 3rd different bomb site, desperately trying to clutch around a defense.
Seems sure on 0, by the way. That is like a 0.something% pick rate operator. Never
like
they
are,
play, and then that's because it's a poor
like
operator.
the mirror window. Like I have played that as well on ranked, and it's such a good window to deny like the window. For them to just jump in. You have the C4 as a cover as well.
Right now. It's about that map control.
It's a good,
I think for CT by good right now, we gotta figure out what's the first step gonna be.
Counter for
a little bit, get
CAG,
hold, and then move
but
on
the
from
CAG is doing the same thing again, literally.
The waifu buff is activated by
it is kind of usual to see that you have the mirror window on the top like that because of...
Tried to melee it. Didn't quite connect. He's a fair bit of damage, stays alive.
Yeah, the problem is here, he's not going to be able to be as aggressive now. Big C4 from Citizen does finish off the blitz.
Oh, where you swinging that Deadshot?
He's traded back from the repel of DD. Look, this has been a rough start for CAG, particularly with the double C4s.
Hi, Toxic.
Taking
How
down
you
the
doing?
shield. even though FNC have lost top floor control,
It's kind of like I said, it's unusual to see a mirror window set up like that on the top floor when the site is in open area.
Similar position.
We are, but there's less ways in throughout the side, right? There's a single hatch, and there's pretty much
This is
3
going to be
doors:
rough
kitchen,
for,
small office,
for them.
and the main staircase. And they got Goyo canisters. They got a mirror window, maybe still somewhere looking over, and they got a bulletproof camera as well. So a ton of intel here.
Is he trying to
from
do
the
a
defense.
backstab right now?
I think CG, they have to get a pick somehow. But how they're gonna find it, I'm not certain. They have such limited tools right now. There's no easy grenade kill, no capital, no blind angle towards the bomb site. It feels like Fnatic, they have to be the ones to make a mistake to give CG a fighting chance.
Yeah, the lack of a Ying here means that the flashes will
Really?
not protect DD.
Okay.
They cannot land into the deep corner.
I'm
on the
still
Citizen. And
playing
now
and
it's all done
coaching.
and dusted. Big couple of kills there from
Nicely
Fnatic.
done.
They found their advantage early, and they
Yeah,
sat
like,
back and waited for
Cat
CAG
didn't know
to
what
walk
to
into
do
their
because
open
they
arms.
literally did not have the
Finally, first round
utility
on
to
the
stop
board for the Europeans.
to go and
Big question
plant.
for me is, you mentioned the Ying. What about Capital? If you've been watching CG like a fair bit, I feel like there could be a Capital in the backup
No,
plans
they're
here.
going for Ying, I
betting
think.
another shield is not going to be worth it because any can play them all. And from CT themselves,
I don't feel
as you said, like
the shield has
Glory,
not
the
been an
smoke, the
issue. It's
mirror,
going
the
to be
shine
the
gap, very
Ying.
plant-oriented, stall-oriented.
Told you.
Bandit ban. So you're right with the Ying, completely on the money. But a bandit ban. The only scenario where the bandit gives you
That
any
is
sort
kinda
of real
interesting.
value is top floor and CEO, because now you can't deny the elevator wall whatsoever and guarantee.
That feels like a
open it up.
stupid ban. If
But that's
if
really one
anything, they
bomb
should
set being
maybe have
affected out
taken
of
away the
4.
Goyo.
Oh, let's say 3.
Because the Goyo canister
So
is
it's
like
archives, I don't know.
more in the way than bandit. Because
Oh boy.
when it comes to bandit, you just have so many
I do think the
options
Ying ban is huge, though.
to open up
And
either way.
Fnatic might, now that they've found a round on the board, be able
They still
to
have
start
the
building
Patron,
a
they
little
still
bit of
have the
momentum. We go
EMPs.
back down to the basement.
For
This
those
is
that
the
do not
strongest
know,
bomb site
there was an
on the map,
update,
and now
patch
with no
update
Ying
today.
to deal with.
So the EMPs that you have
How
in the
does
pocket
CAG
as a
intend to
secondary,
execute when there is so
they got
much
a longer
time delay
range now,
neutral
so
at the
you don't need
latter
to
end
hit
of
it
the round
as
here for
precisely
Fnatic
as
between
you
the
did
Goyo
before.
and the smoke. Every single
So-
Goyo canister delays 20 seconds. Every single smoke.
So
10
that is also
seconds.
quite interesting. Another note is
That's the
that
need for Fnatic. They actually are leaning quite
the
heavily
mute
into the
jammer
drone game.
is having
We've
a
got the
longer range
Solus,
as well.
Very good for Arome at hunting drones and finding out where that blitz is coming from, among other operators like the Solid Snake and the Nook. And Smith's great for holding on as long as possible on Arome as well, with the boss Gino less. I'm interested to see if we get any interactions between the Solid Snake and then the Solus and the Vigil, because
So
the
it's going
Vigil's
to be
one of the only
interesting.
ways to hide from a Solid Snake.
So one in
The
front,
tricky time to be a defender
that
right
is
now.
that
and
shot getting
you see
tagged
Deadshot
out.
playing inside a quad window room. This is very common. You have one player playing those nasty spots because all about the angles and the timings, knowing how to get the most out of it.
By the way,
Meanwhile, Shuri
Nook has
right
been
beneath
played a
Deadshot
lot
was in a
more
pivotal position, looking for a gap somewhere
on
else.
Pro
Archives
League
tell us
scene
he's
and
a
also
player
like
who's gonna be above him.
competitive wise.
It's all about timing.
Why?
If CG
It's
Barrera can
because
get in the middle of
her
the building and
gadget
get one of those
makes sure
picks,
that
it's
you
gonna
can't see
cause
through
a
the
lot of
camera,
panic on
but
Fnatic's
still
side.
it's
Interesting that Shurip hasn't been engaging his gadget. It actually allows
so
him
stupid
to get
that they
past the
didn't hear
Solus
that.
scanner and find the kill, finishing off Citizen. That's the danger of Citizen letting his phone explode. He's now lower HP, and one shot from the DMR will down him. Deadshot tries to get some
No.
revenge, but Shurip shuts down a second. Fnatic dropping like flies. And now, if they are to drop back to the bomb site, would be leaving their anchors in such an unenviable
This is
position.
bad.
Smith feels the need to lash out for a kill before he falls back to the rest of his team.
Bit of desperation, but rightfully so. You cannot hold the side 3-5 against the Monty, the Doga,
Yes,
the Solid Snake. There's too much information.
in this
So the
position
course
right
they
now,
gotta stick
they
around,
need to get a
try
kill
and play
to
for that
turn
one
the
pick,
table
and then drop the
around, because if
hatches.
they don't,
But we're
they will
seeing
lose the
Wizard
round.
stuck in the corner. Doesn't
So-
look very comfortable. He's hoping somebody drops down this hatch as a freebie.
Good
Nate
nade.
goes out, forces him back, and now you can take back control in a smart manner. So
Yeah.
common. Wait, hold up. Smith is still around, actually, going
Good
for a
shot.
backstab.
Doesn't manage to finish off
Yo,
Citizen before
that
he gets
is
taken
so
down.
stupid!
And that'll be a free revive there for Cag by Varel. Deepek tried to contest that hatch. He's taken a hell of a lot of damage for it. The round is almost irredeemable from Fnatic. It would take a miracle to come back here.
It would. And here's the thing that's new for CAG. They don't just rush into the building and make mistakes in a very strong position. They use the grenade to force back the player, then they take open air
Oh, and the
control.
call.
They're
Deepek
there
has
for the
to
trade.
answer
They
it.
call. Deepek is completely in the gutter if he doesn't go for it. They should know that as well. So now with 35 seconds to go, they can wait for the fire to go away here from the Goyo. And when that happens, drop the lobby hatch, push from server. They know there are only 2 defenders. They can't watch all the angles.
That's right.
Yeah, it should be KAG's win here,
Time
to
is
be
ticking
honest.
away though, and you look at that clock, it is very dire now for CAG. Deepak has to answer his phone, otherwise he will die to the explosion. Wizard gets revealed by the Solid Snake. He will take down Zaka as Deepak actually denies the plan successfully.
Where's the push?
CAG have had such an advantage, but now things get desperate. DD starts to force that plant down. Anderson and Shimizu to claim both final kills.
Damn. That is nicely done.
A 3rd round on the board for the Japanese as they start to run away with this half.
If I'm Sparky watching that round in the final seconds, I am stressed. They started planting with no coverage whatsoever. Andy looking for a kill, Chibi looking for a kill. They find them a little bit too close though for comfort. But
yeah, KAG was a little bit too close for comfort there.
A very good round for them. Shri walks on in, gets 2 kills.
But
no one's watching the cameras, and like you said,
KAG played it very calm and collective, but a little bit too late to do the push.
So there are many small things again from CG.
So right now there's a timeout between the teams because it's the second half, I'm guessing, or
you can take a risk
did I
until
miss
this
that?
moment. At that point, we gotta play together, and that was open area. Nobody's gonna walk in together into Wizard and just take a bad gunfight and lose the round. No, we use a grenade, we use a drone, we force him back, then we take it for free. Smart siege, good siege, simple siege.
However, the advantage for CAG has prompted Fnatic to use their 1 tactical timeout right now. So they've had 60 seconds to discuss with their team. You can see Sathis, Tristan, their coach behind them, getting in the ear of his players. He's got 2 more chances to get a round victory before we swap sides. You need 2 rounds in this half. Yeah. 3 rounds
Absolutely.
in this. If you win 2 rounds from here and it ends up a 3-3 half, that is a huge dub for FNC. Like, that is favored to win the map if they're on out. But,
now this is interesting, guys. On the B stream, it's Lost versus King. King Zero, who is a Chinese team, and they're currently in the lead with 4-2. That is crazy, guys.
Qualifying for the EWC.
That is crazy.
It's a good thing, it's a bad thing. When you can crutch something to success and win, beautiful. But when you have to crutch something and it's also not working, what's your plan B?
By the way, is it too loud for you guys?
And clash, and then something else. He hasn't been super instrumental. Like, last time on CEO, he died before they execute. On Tashanga, on the very first round, he was last alive in a 1v2. CG, they're not really bothered by Smiths whatsoever, whereas a lot of European enemies, they're saying, oh dude, the shields are too good, let's ban them away, let's deal with it, whatever. They didn't even ban the Clash, they banned the Bandit.
Loading new mag. Cam in position.
Located a
You know, the Bandit ban tells you that CAG are more than happy to play against the Wamai, more than happy to play against the Clash, more than happy to play against the Mira. And I really like the way that they're countering the Wamai here with Zaka down below with the IQ. And he can very easily destroy these magnets 1 by 1, which would have caught that Selma. So very clever.
That is
work there by
very
Darryl.
nicely
And
done
now
by
the air
KAG.
jab as well to prevent Smiths from retaking.
I'm very
And it's
impressed
smart
that
because
KAG
they're
has
doubling down.
improved
Last time they
this
had to
much.
build
I
it
didn't think
downstairs,
they
also on the
improved
Saka. And again, he's
that
watching the C4
hard.
downstairs. There was a Solus previously, actually, for the plant denial. When you're the IQ below, you're both destroying their utility and getting information, while also gaining map control beneath the bomb site, meaning that there couldn't be a guy below with a C4, and nobody's flanking server stairs up into square. So all of a sudden, against CG, they're gaining many things from a single player position. No one's wasting their time, no one's in a bad position. Now they have, as you said, the air tip on stock, that's stopping the Clash from pushing forward. If they do, they're gonna die. They got a lot of pressure being applied, the flashbangs going through. All they're missing for CG is an opening, and that could be Anaton, because he's in top lobby.
Yeah, he's in, and the Clash, which would counter him, is the only operator not in a position to actually fight him. Thankfully, though, Wizard is able to backstab. Anaton a little
I don't know
disconnected from
what
the rest of his
Anaton was
team,
doing,
but
to be
now
honest,
he gets
but
desperate. Zaka goes deep, misses his chance to find one, can't even backstab the Clash. And all
okay,
goes down
what
the
is
toilet for CAG by
KAG
Darryl.
do? That
Fnatic
had good
will have a reprisal with a
push in the
flawless
beginning.
round. DD on the window repel in a 1 versus 5. He's dreaming. This ain't happening. There's no universe.
Here they come.
They can go lobby and peek him from the windows. They can toss a C4 out his direction. He cannot fight the players from the rappel inside of ATMs. As they jump outside, the clash will surely finish him off. It's a taunting move from Fnatic as they finally make a statement. Get into the game.
Beautiful. And nobody had any fear. They recognized, okay, Annie's in top left with the Blackbeard. We can't just fight in 1 versus 1. I need you guys to just sprint to the bomb side, pass the guy on the repels, and try and get this kill. And they do. They win the bomb side top lobby, or the gunfight rather. They win the gunfight on main staircase, outside a stock window. And it all came down to CHG.
They did that really well.
Opening the top elevator wall. Despite banning the bandit.
I feel like the strat that they had on CAG was a little bit lackluster. So the IQ underneath was brilliant, nicely done, and they opened it up. But after that, they kind of lost like what they were doing.
That's a great point.
All I know is that they were playing on the wall, so...
You're right. Yeah, no, I did see the ace actually toss that Selma onto the Kanto wall. I noticed Shurif doing that earlier in the round, but...
It's interesting.
For whatever reason, Selma didn't detonate, whether it was missed, whether it was shots, perhaps. Yeah, I actually have no idea how
it is
that was
so
played
interesting.
by Fnatic, but you're right. The Citizen in that position at top elevator was one of the core reasons why CAG were unable to win that round. Now we move into the final round of the half here before we go to our halftime vibe check, and the teams will get a little tactical timeout. Fnatic, if they are, I mean, they're out of the woods, that's for sure. Finding a second round.
Last round on the
find a second round. That's not
on the
just out
attacker
of
side
woods,
for
that's
CAG.
into
Right now,
Candyland.
CAG is having a very nice, good control of the match. I'm actually very surprised how good they are actually playing.
Oh, now they're good. And it's just how Bank works. It's so attacker favorite, generally speaking. You need that second defensive round to have a realistic chance at
Yeah,
winning.
it is attacker favorite in one way, but like you can play it very good on the defensive side as well. I feel like Bank is more or less 50-50, close to 50-50.
That can define the whole
It will come down to what strat you have, of
Hey,
course.
do I dare to make this ballsy play that super high risk, super high reward? Not every player has that gene in them, because that one round is oh so important.
I do have confirmation that the Kanto breach was actually open that last round, but
just in the far
Yeah, it was.
left
exactly,
from
it
looking
must
at it.
have been on the far opposite side, which allowed
Yeah.
a little bit more freedom from Citizen. And also, it's possible that nobody from CAG was actually watching the angle. Oh, that's unfortunate from Sharif. He just nades his own drone. Not sure what happened there.
Maybe he's a.
I feel like they
striker
fucked
player.
this up now, CAG.
Because that, you know, if you played the recruit before, guys, you know, you got an EMP in one hand and breach in the other, and the order could be very easily messed up.
I mean, we've already seen people.
That
bring
is
out
such a
the
nasty
Tinker
angle.
openers instead of throwing their flashes and grenades a few times in this game so far.
It's an honest mistake to make.
Where
Look,
the
I
hell
do feel like
is
this
that
is a big
angle?
round for both teams. Potentially the most important round we've had so far. Also a very quiet round. I mean, it's almost 2/3 done, and Fnatic are just sitting back. I feel like they've rattled CAG by Varel a little bit with what happened last round by winning it so flawlessly. Now the Japanese are extremely slow.
Yeah. I mean, if you're Fnatic right now, you gotta say, guys, don't give them any openings. Like, if you're Deathshot, don't peek. Like, he's a good shot. He likes to play that high-risk playstyle. Right now, there's 50 seconds. They don't have a way in the map.
This is kind of too slow. I'm actually surprised by CAG that they're so slow right now.
Which matters. But will they bite off a little bit more
No,
than
no,
they
no.
can chew? Never mind. He comes back around at the exact same time as his teammate takes down one. Zaka will claim the first of the round for CAG, but the
This
diffuser
is
down,
interesting.
and Fnatic have really found their footing. It doesn't matter that all the walls have been breached open, because Fnatic have the numbers advantage that now favors them. And they know exactly
now
where Zaka
the
is
mental
to
game
find
is getting
the
to
first
CAG.
kill.
They're
Citizen
getting
feeds a
stressed.
little
They're
bit
making
too
a lot of
much.
mistakes. They're being
Spot
slowed
Deadshot's
down
elbow
in
for
the
a
game
brief
side
moment.
because they know that
Info on that position, gets
right
straight
now
through
that
the
they
smoke,
would not
caught
be
in the,
over peaking
camera,
right now.
And, I mean, the round is over. It doesn't matter if he takes down Deadshot. He will not find both of these players, surely. Goes deep into the smoke. Breathes a little bit too deep. And Fnatic find 3.
Yeah.
It's a massive half.
Right
from the
now-
Europeans. Redemption. And now a chance to get
Now
one
it's
back
they are
over
changing
CAG
sides right
by
now, so
Varel.
we will see how
Such
it's
an
going to be
important moment from the
looking.
rookies of that young Fnatic roster, right? You go to your first land in a long time international ground, CG, unknown territory, and you start off on the wrong foot. You lose the first round in a way that you should never have lost in a 4
gonna
versus
be
3.
interesting.
You bottle that one, despite Deepik's heroics in the very first round. They slowly, step by step, they figure out they get more comfortable in the server and no one's over swinging and over committing to things that are unnecessary. Because the last 2 round victories, it's Fnatic doing exactly what they should be. Not too much. Don't be too eager to start the round off. You're defending. And CAG, you're awfully slow.
By the way, does anyone
Of course, Rainbow
get
Six
it off
is a
this song?
shooter, right?
Never
It's
mind.
about your mechanics,
But
but
end
it's
of the thing.
also so tactical.
Oh,
And that was a bit of BM. It's so much about playing your utility, and more importantly these days, not just playing the
Just
utility, but
double-checking.
playing off your teammates.
yeah.
Sometimes people will focus too much on the utility and forget that, you know, sometimes it's not as simple as if you bring this operator and you put this gadget in this position, you're going to win.
Yeah, so now they
Lucky
changed the
Cat wasn't
sides
so
and
lucky
it's
for D at the
looking
end of that
better
half,
for Fnatic.
No, it's
They had
actually
a
been
rough
Eniton
start
having a hard
in the
time.
beginning, made a
He's,
lot of mistakes.
statistically 1 and 5.
And now,
He is now
when
playing
they
a
have
role where he's on
gained
the
a
shield
little
from
bit of
those rounds. He's like walking
momentum,
the building,
CAG
getting
is starting
double
to
C4, getting
lose
shot down very early here. Good
a little bit
counterplay
of their
from Fnatic.
confidence, in my
But
opinion.
one of the things
They're
about
playing way
CAG
too
Barbera is
slow.
that
They
have those two
are,
different styles of attacking.
by the looks
They're
of it,
very-
they are not doing
very
their strats
slow,
properly
execute heavy, going for
either.
plants,
So
and they got the map control. Let's go for fighting. Eniton is very required when it comes to taking map space because he is one of those entry players. And when he's having a hard time, often CAG, as a result, will also have a hard time. And I do think that's how they've been struggling in some of those moments where no one's the one to make the first play and open up the round. Like that very final in the half, right? There's like 50 seconds left. It's a 5v5. Most of the CG members are outside the building. No one's taking that initiative because Eniton was on Capital. He couldn't do it himself.
Yeah.
oh wait.
As the teams start to load back up onto the second half, now Fnatic on the favored side of
Is it
attack,
this
and
one?
it's time to
Yeah.
get into these operator bans. For Fnatic, of course, when CAG were attacking, you had to get rid of the shields. It looks like CAG will return the favor.
As they should. I think that was the first note I made prepping for this match. Was like, they're both gonna ban the Monty. I was like, they have to. There is a world where they ban 2 shields on towards Fnatic, but I think on Bang
Yeah,
it's
it's going to
excessive,
be,
so probably not for this particular map, but future-wise,
Yeah.
if they were to rematch or just watching Fnatic in the future, that could definitely be a case for them.
Interesting,
Quite a few
interesting.
mirror bans. I mean, the Grim and the
I'm not
Monty being the
surprised
same
by
bans we saw
Fnatic
from
banning
Fnatic
DKE
as
and Mira
well,
because
now
they are
taken by
very strong on this
CAG.
map. If you
And the
want to
KE
save
as well was
time
also
opening up the
banned,
hatch
by
on
Tag
this
by
map,
Barrel,
you
they're
kinda
attacking
need to ban the Kaid.
So we get
Now
back into
you
it,
will,
Fnatic,
for
of course,
example,
have
now they
really
did
made
buff
a big statement. The
Maverick a
latter
little
end
bit
of
so
that
he will have
defensive
more
half
on
has
his
shown they're gonna
canister, so
play.
you can actually go
The first
him
time they have been here to play
as well
in
to
quite
open
a
up.
long
Still, it's
time.
going to take a lot of
For a
time.
player like Deepak, it's a long time between
as
drinks.
well,
I mean, he
but,
remembers back in the Rogue and Koi days, making it to those majors, making it to the 6
Hey,
Invitational.
Trust Gaming. Wait,
Trust.
before that even. Tier 2. Benelux League. Deepak has more trophies than I do, by the way. Have you seen his... so
Do you count the Benelux League trophies, man?
Benelux is the place, okay? Great players are forged in the shadows of that tournament. And if so, he doesn't have his background anymore in his home. But I think about a year or 2 ago, he had his trophies displayed on a shelf behind him. That guy's stacked.
Yeah.
Okay, Deepak has trophies.
One of which was a major, of course, in
One of which is
Berlin.
major.
Not too far from here.
No?
Just 4 years ago. Huge moment for him.
Great grand final.
Yeah, one of the best grand finals we've had. 5 maps. I think it was
That is
overtime on the
very
final map as well
fast-paced
against
for,
FaZe.
Final round. Clubhouse. Bar bomb site. They're going to defense. Crazy.
And Deepak clutches it with the Yokai drone
Chirip
as well.
on the
It's been,
visual
yeah,
with
a
the
long
boss
time
screen.
since his
Now,
former
you need to hit
glory,
your
but he's
shots.
looking to
If
reforge
you
it now with this new roster
If you're
and
having
under a
2
new organization
bullets,
to boot.
then you need to definitely hit it.
Now onto the
I
attacking
know it's a
side,
great gun,
CAG looking to
but
bring a
if
bit of
you're
fire on their defense of their
still
own.
okay,
That was unfortunate there from Deadshot. But he gets in the building regardless. The big thing to worry about here for Fnatic is Shuri,
Yeah.
the Grim Reaper on the
It's found a
vigil
gap.
with this boss G.
He snuck past
Yeah.
the drone and can play the sound key on the window repels, the skylight, and of course on the outside balcony. And if anybody walks in top square, there should be a
Oh.
good
Yo!
shield that's a
Yo!
carry. Oh, he gets the kill.
yo,
Thankfully, does the fuse shield remove from action a 1-for-1 trade, super worth it for CAG. And you saw Fnatic.
yo, are you
What is
for
Shuri
real?
doing
That
there?
was stupid.
Well, I think they're certainly Gonna be thinking twice.
This is what I
about
tell to my
taking
team. You
ground
need to
without
drone.
thoroughly
Like, if
droning
there's a
in
vigil, you
future.
need to make
Perhaps
sure
they
that
didn't even know that the
you
vigil
can
was on
cover the
board.
area on knowing where
Losing
it
that
is
fuse a lot
with the
of util,
gadget.
and most importantly the shield, but they still have all of the utility to get the breaches done that they need to when it comes to executing down below. But the roam is still at large as Zaka
I'm
falls
surprised
back
that
after taking a
hatch
little bit of
is
damage.
open,
Dini
though.
has to keep answering his phone if he
You
wants to
usually
keep his
want to
Yokais
reinforce
alive
that
in
hatch
the late
because,
round.
like, that
Now
hatch is
Shibisu,
such
the
a
final
stronghold
roamer,
versus the
decides to
hatch that
fall
he
back
dropped
for
here
Cag by Varel,
from Chibisu.
as Fnatic are given complete map control.
But the timer is low enough, 60 seconds, and there's no Goyo and whatnot in this round, but there is going to be a C4 and the Yokai drone, so they
Yeah,
have
this
plan
is
denial.
not good for...
Thatcher, though,
Thatcher's
changes everything. You can find the Yokai as a mini IQ scanner, EMP them, shoot them, and you can catch a C4 mid-air. Fnatic, yes, they've lost the shield, so planning on a default angle might not be possible, but if they can get into a safe position, or just get into a smoke grenade, a plant is very possible.
Very popular angle these days taken by Zaka here. We already saw one of the CAG players die to this angle
Oh,
previously, but
nicely
you can see how
done.
aware of the angle Deadshot is. Gets a lot of damage on, but might not be able to finish off. Zaka, 20 seconds to play doesn't mean there's much time here for CAG to get that
Oh,
revival.
the backstab.
Instead, there's a flank here from Chibisu, top frag
don't know.
from CAG, and he has found his moment. He's found his gap.
No!
One kill on the Citizen. Can he go deep and deny the plant? Doesn't matter. Anaton's done it for him. A team killed a boot, but it does not matter. Wizard has
No
chance
way. Where
to
the
get
fuck
into
was the
bomb
flank
site, nor
drone?
Get that diffuser planted.
Yo!
CAG will take the lead.
Really big risk they're going for a flank, because if you just walk into a drone, they know
Yeah.
it's around, you're free meat. Like, you're gonna die, and that's
Yeah,
the point
high
of the
risk,
round.
high
But I was
reward,
watching
like-
the players in the bottom layer. Smith was dead already.
Like,
of course.
s-
He was watching a drone inside the
Fnatic did
circle
a lot of
right
mistakes.
now
They had
when
to
the plant is
drop
going
onto
down,
the
and
balcony
only
above,
other,
like
drones
not
upstairs
droning that properly
were
to get some
not
information.
mainstays.
Then they
were
didn't have any
admin
flank
officers by
drone.
lobby. They were somewhere else on the first floor, but they
Uh,
didn't
they-
have
it took
actual
too-
vision of that
it
flank
just
itself
took
until it was too late.
It just took
And I
them
don't think
too
they
long
predicted
to
that.
be able to
You know,
clear
when
out
you're there watching
everything.
the cameras, it's very important
Nicely
to say
done
it,
by
and I'm not sure if
Fnatic, but
Fnatic had that happen, but
you
guys, there's
still
no flank cam.
need
All
to
I
win
see is
this.
server. I can see what
By
you
the way,
guys do,
this
but
is
that's
the
it.
best of
Because
one.
at least
It's
then you're
not
making
going to
your
be
teammates
free
aware
maps.
that the flank is
So
open.
Fnatic
So that
needs
means
to
when
win
you go
this
for that
one.
plant in that 7-second gap of like we're very vulnerable, maybe the guy in open area has to turn around to watch his flank for 7 seconds in case it happens.
Once you lose that player on the hatch and the defenders have
I'm kind of
retaken
surprised
that
that
control,
they
you can
actually
no
lost
longer
that
safely
because, like,
plant
it
in
generally
the
should be,
position.
like-
That's right. Technically, you can continue planting in the deep position, which was where they were planting, like on the single wall facing server. But in the end, if you're planting in that position without a shield on your back, you're vulnerable to getting peeked from the red hallway, which is what happened in the end.
Exactly.
I didn't manage to see how Anaton team killed, but I saw
Oh, I didn't see
Shuri.
it either.
Yeah, he team killed. But Shuri was having a laugh about it in the post-round cameras, so no sweat off his back.
I mean, that's one thing that we know about CAG. No sweat. They will lose a tournament and usually go out laughing and smiling. Not because they're happy with the result, but because, like, you can either be upset about it or you can have a good time with your friends.
Bunch of jovial lads they
Yeah.
are. But of course, Sparky is quite the
Opposite,
opposite.
yeah.
He's a very serious man.
He is. It's maybe a good mixture of he'll ease another bit and they'll tighten up a bit and they're gonna meet in the middle somewhere.
Yeah, that tug of war. I
Yeah.
think it's good for CAG. You need a balance. Now Fnatic on the attack as CAG go to that top floor bomb site. We saw this from Fnatic with the Clash playing in the hallway. Anaton, a very infamous Clash player. Oh, I like this. There's a Fear down below. CAG got to be careful with the new Zephyr buff. We're seeing a little triple tap becoming extremely popular. If you know where an attack or
That's not what
defender
we call
is,
it.
what do you call it?
The three big booms.
The three big booms.
Damn.
I mean, if he knows where someone is standing, you're going to see three big booms and a free kill.
That's it. Thank you very much. But now, though, I think it's going to be more about Citizen on the glass. A classic pick of his. Can watch over the bomb site, grant a bit of protection.
Nice.
A bit of pre-fire going through, damage back and forth. Saka injured and Smith's very low on HP. Fnatic still looking for their way in. Here comes the plant with that smoke cover. C4 ripped.
Faked out, it does. Bait out that C4, I believe, successfully. Shurip does miss. Zaka and Anaton both go down. The Clash eliminated. Now coverage from Citizen looking
Damn,
very
nicely
pretty
done.
here.
No.
And a second from Shurip.
Not nicely done. What the fuck?
Damage on a dead shot. But got to be
What
careful.
are
He
they
falls
doing?
on back. This will need to be a 1 versus 5. If CAG are to win it, it will be solely on the back of Shurip. Deadshot and Smith, both low HP, and Troop knows exactly where that defuse is. The flash has come out. Does he know he's being flanked from the top of Elevator? I'm not sure he
Nicely
does.
done.
Doesn't
A
matter.
little bit of a sloppy work because, like, seriously, they should
For Fnatic again.
be able to plant there.
Good effort there from CAG though, but doesn't have the right ways to disrupt the plant from going down. It becomes a deep swing with gunfights. It doesn't go in their favor. Despite having C4 in pocket, it was in the wrong location to be utilized. And I think just well done for Fnatic. They're very quick to the punch, right? The smoke grenade goes out, they breach the walls, and they just start planting immediately. They're not wasting any time. They're not letting CG figure out what they're trying to achieve themselves. And it's also the beauty of a glass is until you fire your primary weapon, no one knows what that smoke grenade is for. It could be cover, it could be a glass behind it, it could be nothing. And also, of course, with the sound being very good on LAN, because it is on the LAN build, it's amazing, you gotta try and disrupt the sounds as well. So you're shooting a bit, throwing a smoke grenade, throwing a flash grenade. Odds are CG had no idea the plan was going down until it was too late.
Yeah. I think the first rip of the plan prompted the C4 from Shuri, but you can see
after that,
quickly Deepak was away. He was baiting out that plan. Time was not a factor. He could afford to go for a fake plan and then go again and let that time whittle down. CAG were the ones under pressure. And so they remain. Where even again, and CAG decide to go to staff room open area, I think this is a better bomb site than that top floor. It was
Okay, this Nori setup is very interesting.
CAG can do the same.
is it a comeback if you used to be in the lead?
Yo,
But
that
now you're
is
tied up
sure
again.
up, sure up. Honey, honey.
I don't know. We can
Big
argue
super
semantics
fucking
all
Nori
day.
traps. They were not
I'm
even
just curious,
connected.
you know?
This is sloppy
I love
work.
your comeback story though.
So sloppy.
And right now, I'm supporting Anderton's comeback story because he is still yet to find his individual performance here against Fnatic. And it's not many players that I would point my finger and go, this guy just needs to get activated, but Anderton is that guy for CAG. We talk about how phenomenal Shub has been, how good Saka can be, how good Chibi has been so far today, but usually in that middle pool of consistency, we find Annie, because so many of the plays in both attack and defense, it's built around him. He plays the shield, his team helps him. He plays a anchor position, his team plays around him. And when he's having a hard time, I do believe that it impacts the rest of his team. Oh,
Yo,
Good
Shirip.
pre-fire from Citizen. Good read. And now
I
repelling
told
into
you,
upstairs.
this is
Fnatic
what I
have
said.
taken a
Like,
lot of
this
map
is
control.
sloppy
Should've
here
seen
from
forced
Shirip.
back. Zaka the same, and
And
Annie
down.
will fall. He continues his rough goal of it today with another death and no impact in the round. I think Zaka might be about to get betrayed by his hollow housing here. Citizen, if he can check his gadget, he'll know exactly where Zaka is. Out goes a nade. As the Wamai looks to try and find another chance to look for a pick. Wizard is watching his retreat, however.
That is a
It comes very
nasty
slow around
angle.
the main staircase, but Saka's found that tiny bit of gap towards the lobby double door, and the big question now is, do you stay in this corner? Do you try and flank in throughout lobby? Do you retake
That is
main
nasty.
staircase?
We love that.
Because you're in this 3v5, you have to feel a little bit desperate, but the round is not over yet. If you make the wrong choice now as Saka and you go down to a 2v5, then the round will be over.
Yeah, CAG just have to be patient here.
I like this flank though.
I think that DD and Chibisu have to just be so patient and wait for Fnatic
Yeah,
to
so
make
it's
the
a
move.
it's a
Wait for Zaka to
3v5 guys, so
rotate into
CAG
position.
needs to get
Problem
a
is,
kill
He's got a long way to go, and I
to
believe they're
be able
watching
to
his
have some
hallway.
form of
It is
chances to
Citizen.
win the round
As he
or
moves
put
away,
more
Citizen
pressure
does go to the hatch. He's not checking his
onto
gadget right now, which
to
means they don't
Fnatic.
know that Zaka is upstairs with him. Patience will be the virtue here for CAG, but Chibisu starts to feel the pressure. Big kill from Zaka, but now he's left all alone in a 1 versus 3. 20 seconds to play.
Yeah.
And Fnatic still have that Blackbeard up and alive from Smith. Rounded by the corner.
Yeah,
it's Wizard to conjure up another round for Fnatic.
Come on,
And they're in the
Fnatic,
lead
win
once
this.
again.
Beautiful. Again, very simple kind of half take there from Fnatic. They take top floor, they force back the roamers. They don't really hold the roam.
It's kind of like a
flank that
default
effectively, right?
attack
We saw Saka
actually on
go
open
back on
area.
top floor and
You
get
take
it
the
towards
top floor,
Solid
then you
Snake.
move down.
It doesn't matter
And you
because
have
now
a
they're by the
backstab,
bomb
which
site.
was,
So this Fnatic being good at surrendering
Citizen-
map control when they
Citizen,
no
and
longer
you
need
had,
it, but still take it
Nuke
initially
as well.
to make CAG feel that pressure and get a couple of kills. It's a good way of simplifying what can be a very difficult map to navigate in Bangalore. A staircase, on a window repels, etc. CAG by Veryl now call their own tactical timeout. We get to see Sparky get into action. And I guess if people back home are curious, how does that work? Sparky's Italian, he speaks English. you know, CG are from Japan. How do
You
they do
can
it?
you
Well,
can learn
Spargo
Japanese.
will say what he has to say in the way that he does. And then both Didi and Saka can translate if anyone else doesn't understand it.
Yeah.
So it happens in English, and then the players will figure out if they need to translate a bit of that. Right now, it's Didi he's talking to a lot.
Yeah. I had a little moment where I found Anaton yesterday, and we spoke. But when I say we spoke, like, it was like hi, how are you? Yes, good, hi. You having fun? Yes, fun. Like, my Japanese is non-existent. His English is only slightly better.
But he tries.
Oh, he does, and he's got the biggest smile on his dial.
Yeah. I mean, I've seen the catering here. CAG, they are notoriously good at flaming the catering and international
Are
events.
they?
They are.
I didn't know
They
that.
pack a second suitcase with food from back home to consume while they're
Have you
at
seen the
events.
ramen shelf here in the catering area?
First thing I saw was Annie in line for the ramen when I arrived yesterday. And he was so happy. And the whole team just had ramen together.
Yeah.
And so did you and I.
Yeah, yeah, good times. Look, that'll keep them very, very happy here.
Food's important.
Oh,
You travel away from home and everything's different. The bed, the table that you're playing at, the food that you're consuming, the weather.
That's the thing that people don't realize. You know, if you're used to playing even esports at home, maybe even if it's just ranked or whatever it is that you're playing, like, you're in your comfort zone. Your setup.
You've built it for you.
Yeah, exactly. You know, your favorite monitor, mouse, keyboard, everything set up, the height of your desk, the chair that you're using.
Yeah.
You get to bring your own mouse and keyboard and in-ear monitors. But aside from that, you know, you're at the mercy of what we have here. And look, I'll be real. Like, we have
good
the
stuff.
best equipment you could possibly buy. We have the best stuff you could buy, but it's still like we're in a
But it's
massive,
different still.
we're in a massive expo hall right now. Like, I don't know if people get the scale of the Esports World Cup from watching on the stream right now, but this is a huge hall with so many events happening, so many people walking around, and you have to lock in. Shuri has struggled to do so, and while he did get a free kill before being traded back last time he roamed on the Vigil, he will not do so for a
Has
second
not
time.
worked well for him.
Deathshot has just been
At all.
unleashed right now with those DMRs. I mean, he's there on the entry, on the attack. He's holding down air as a defender, and he has now found his
Yikes.
stride 9 to 6 rather, being quite positive. With Smith being up in the fuse shield once again, can pressure open area, force back one member, but
Oh,
Chibisu sticks out for too
wow.
long. Smith just right-clicks him,
Damn.
gets another freebie. So Saka does take down Citizen on the Deimos,
Are we
but let's be honest
kidding
here,
me?
the roam game is no longer relevant. It's just any
Yeah,
service there,
like-
so losing Deimos is probably the best person that could have died for the attacker Fnatic.
Yeah, but
That
here's
said,
the
I mean,
thing.
Smith
The
was
problem
one who
is
was
that
killed last
they
time on the roam
going
game
to be
by
probably losing
Shuri.
this
The fact that
fight,
he
CAG, because
survived means that there are a lot more options in the late round for Fnatic.
they
as
have the
France,
utility
because you'll
to
have
clear
that
out
shield on the
everything.
back.
This is going to be the mini game that wins you or loses you the round passively. If Fnatic wants to try and
You
attempt
still
it,
have
it's gonna be
Dokkaebi,
clearing
you still
server stairs.
you have Sense, you have the Capital, you have the Fuse.
Interesting.
Wow,
It's
the Nitro Cell actually destroyed the breaching charge.
Did he throw it from? Yeah, okay.
Interesting. Oh, he threw it from the other hat.
Yeah. I was going to say, how else would you? That must be it.
Very clever there. I like the tech from Zaka.
They're going to rotate though. The droning server stairs, they're watching the hatches, and no enemies down there. Goyo fire
If
pop,
anything,
so
they
that's
should
gonna-
be winning
once
this
that's
round,
inside, then you make a
Fnatic,
push
to be
forward.
honest,
The
because they
C4
have
climb
the
off the doorway is gonna limit
they
how
have
aggressive
the
Smith can be on the
utility to
shield,
make it happen.
and it might make it a little bit tricky
That
to deal
C4 is
anything.
very interesting.
A
Oh,
shot
are you
from
fucking
Annie.
stupid?
Now he's at the mercy of this.
Now
Fuse
they're
up
just
in
giving
close
it
range.
away.
He brings
Now
out
it's
the
going to be
shotgun.
looking
The Fuse
towards
should have the
win or
advantage
lose.
if supported
it's
by
looking
another
going
teammate.
to be in the
This
favor of
engagement
CAG because
here
they have free smokes
could
now.
very well mean the difference between winning
You
and
don't-
losing the round for
Yeah.
CAG. Can't go for a headshot when he's got the shotgun in hand. But Deepek bought enough time by the bait from Smith, is allowed to get into position. Now Smith with low HP will be a very vulnerable planter. So Deepek has the diffuser for now. The gas babes will make short work of Smith if they are to land. There are 2 left in pocket
Yeah.
and only 15 seconds for DD.
Might as well go
This
for
is
kills
not
here,
good.
honestly, because if you take 1 ticket damage here on Smith, you're gonna get injured and die shortly after. Only 10 seconds, last smoke popped.
And so they need to go deep here. No C4 for Zaka.
Yo,
Deepek is taking a hell of a lot of damage, but he finds his
Oh
mark.
fucking
And
god.
Zaka now in the 1v3. to
No
prevent
fucking
Fnatic
way. It
from
should have
claiming
been
match point.
it should have been
They are
CAG's win there. They had the
So clutch,
opportunity.
so close, and yet
Wow.
so precise.
They lost the
Battle where with
gunfights.
Annie on the server staircase,
They
taking Smith
literally
down
lost
to
the
just 1
gunfights.
point of HP. not to be for
That
him. Again,
is-
his individual struggles continue. A great first
Like, this was a turnaround for CAG because they, as soon as they got that kill, they were in a good position to win because they had 3 canisters left. Could have smoked off a little bit better to make sure that they couldn't go and plant.
In the process.
Like, that was...
Fnatic are looking so inspired. So much
Damn.
better than what we saw from them for the
I'm
majority
surprised.
of
I'm
the EML.
literally
I mean,
surprised
you
by
and I
that.
casted a few of their games, Pengu. If I'm not wrong, we cast them getting absolutely thwacked. I can't remember who by.
It was a rough
They
showing.
got 7-0'd by... Is it 7-0 or 7-1? I'm going to have to go through the...
I think we saw a 7-1, yeah, if I recall correctly, but...
7-1 by VP, I believe that was the one that we casted.
On Clubhouse,
they got
the map?
Yeah, they got destroyed on Clubhouse by Virtus.pro.
We saw that.
They got destroyed by Rebels on Chalet 7-2. They also, of course, in the playoffs, got dumpstered by GK 7-0 on Chalet. We've seen a Fnatic that has seriously high highs. I'm talking, knocking out G2. I'm talking about wins over Twisted Minds. And then we've
Falcons, I think, as well. Is did a little bit of Falcons?
I do have them losing to Falcons.
I need to know. I thought they picked them.
But some pretty low lows as well. And it looks like it comes down to whether Fnatic is on their game. And they are looking so ready today. This is a Fnatic that is very much inspired and looking like the better team in the server. CAG staring down 2 match points if they are not able to push overtime. That will mean going down to play an elimination bracket later today.
I want to see a wake-up call, but nobody wants a wake-up call first day of EWC. You wanna just win, do your thing, go forward.
I mean, what have we said?
Exactly.
CAG has failed to win a map in the last year on the international stage. We thought this was their moment to change things. They're up against the lowest-seeded team out of EML. CAG need this so badly, but Wizard is looming. He's cooking something up. Makes his way forward.
All the timing.
Waits for his teammate.
Oh.
Finds the headshot. Goodbye to Shurip, and now
No!
the gates are open. It's a
Are you kidding me, CAG?
Tibisu finds one, but traded back.
You gotta be
Wizards
knowing
make
that
this
he
round
was
his own,
there.
Finally traded by Zaka, as DD decides to get aggressive as
Yo,
well. It's a retake here
Chibisu, you
from
should have...
CAG.
Oh my
An
god.
overheat there from Wizard, maybe. Teammates still outside window where
No, so evenly,
so far away from him. And with him going down,
It's a 3 versus 3, but
still
still,
control as well. A lot of pressure
still-
applied towards the defenders of CAG.
you still have smokes left,
The round to the beginning
and you
again.
have
Everyone's
glass.
downstairs if you're the attacker, everyone's upstairs if you're the defender, and they have smokes to work with.
It
here
should
from
be on
Fnatic.
CAG's,
They have to enable Citizen. They got Cappy smokes, 2 in pocket on the arrow of Smith, and 1
Yeah,
in his own
CAG
pocket
should
of
be
Citizen.
winning this.
If
They
he
have,
can find that
they
first kill, find their
have,
way in, that can change it all. There's 60
they have
seconds and a
glass, or
crash in
should
that
be,
half.
yeah.
But the util here from the Capital could be everything. The smoke comes through. It opens the gates for Citizen to peek through with the glass. How do CAG stop this? Fnatic desperately fishing for a
Glass
kill.
smoke.
The CAG aren't giving them anything. He goes
E
deep.
free!
Realized
Like
DD
he
is
was
still
looking
tucked away.
there!
Out comes the shotgun. Tries to escape, but Smith will take him down into the 2v2. Fnatic want to get it done here and now. Gun up for Anakin.
Yo, you're
As he
literally
wants to go
shooting
for
at
a
him.
peek, brings out the shield again. Info galore. The CAG by Varel as Deepak and Smith desperately look for that second player, but out comes the
Wait,
SMG.
what are you doing?
The guns come to life.
Oh
the
my
CAG
god.
by Varel, and they stay alive.
A beautiful dance back and forth there, and he puts down the shield, hits the barricade wall bang, and gets that
Yeah, a
kill,
lot of
puts the team
mistakes
into
there.
a 2 versus 1 position. And again, they countered the glass, they stayed in the corners, had a good crossfire, but it's a rough start to these rounds for CAG. It's more clutch than calculated, but that's the thing about them. They do have that clutch team when it matters the most. I love this pick here from Fnatic. They used a capital fire in the elevator to clear Wizard's right-hand side. Used a grenade into one of those 4 single windows to clear his left-hand side as well, giving him individual gunfights, not worrying about too many angles at the same time, and he could win his individual ones. So a lot of support went into Wizard. Then he got the adrenaline. I got 1 kill, I got 2, I'm gonna peek the 3rd, I'm dead. And that's where you overcook. And that's where you're a little lesser experienced maybe, and you make that play. Instincts take over.
Too
where
much,
maybe
too
statistically on
much.
paper, if it was Deepak or Citizen, a more experienced player, even Deathshot, you get the 2 kills, now you hold the passive angle, you wait for backup to arrive so that you don't lose that ground. On the other side though, if you knew that Clash was coming, you're better off trying to go for a gunfight 50-50 than to get peeked by a Clash behind the shield while you got the other guys fighting it back as well.
Yeah. I mean, if you talk about Wizard, I mean, he is a relatively new player. I mean, he's only been in the professional scene for about a year.
Yeah. And how many lands?
I mean, what, 0 lands up
Exactly.
until today? I mean, it wasn't very much of a known player before joining Fnatic. I mean, just a young gunner from the UK.
I think a console player originally, if I'm not mistaken, actually. Lot of current tier 1
By the way,
talents
guys,
actually former console
just
players.
let me know if you
Of
think
course. I mean,
the
11 kills in
casters
his
are
debut
being a
on
little bit
LAN
too
is
loud.
incredible.
I do
Top
have
flagging in the
a
server,
where
Jibison chasing him.
you cannot hear them, but
like
like
we
I
said,
like
for
hearing what
Impact by
their
Farrell,
thoughts
it's
are
been
as
players like
well.
Anderson that need to step up. Now, he had a big round there on the Clash. Even though he only found, what, 1 or 2 kills, they were monumental. They were instrumental.
So
CAT
they're
on their
using-
defensive now, and you can see how much more passively they're playing, Nick. They
And they're
do
using
not want to
this-
give away an early
that
numbers
is
advantage
almost
like
the
they
same
have
strat
done
as
so
I
time and
do.
time again.
Okay.
I love the Smiths on the Fuse right now. It's a very underappreciated operator. You get hard destruction or soft destruction, smoke grenades. You get the primary gadget declares a bit of utility, which is great for banking for the Goyo canisters, for example. Even the Echo drone
Is he
sometimes
going
if
to
you're
be
lucky.
able to get him?
And you get a shield in front of your face for good planting opportunities.
It's calling
Now,
into
though, I play an
the-
elevator on the pressure. Saka drops down. C4 rip. They peek the hashman back out. It doesn't connect. But that could have been the moment there when CET found their opening.
Nicely
Instead,
done
Saka
to
will
push him
tank
off.
before the
Now
damage
he
from
doesn't
this
have
wall
any
going
C4.
off. It's
So there's
still
only
a
one
5v5.
C4 in the pocket now.
It's been 4
And they
rounds
have
in
the
a row that
Goyo.
Fnatic have found the opening kill.
So they are going to
CAT
rely
do not
on
wanna let that
Aiden
happen.
with the
They
C4
play
and DD
to
on
fight at
the
right
Echo,
time. A
which
C4
is,
tossed out
in
by
my
Zaka
opinion, is
and
not going to be
Chibisu early
enough
in
to
the
stop the
rounds.
planting fight
They don't
happening.
want to overcook this. Big thing here for Anaton holding the blue stairs is he has DD's support, and there is no Thatcher this time
Yeah.
from Fnatic to carry
Yeah,
the
this
Echo.
might be
There
a
isn't.
little bit.
So it's a play now supported by DD. They gotta work together. If the shield just gets too close to the door, you can 3, 2, 1, say stun it, go for a swing pre-fire, maybe get the kill right off the rip. It's all about synchronization.
Falls back, does find the kill. No, he doesn't.
Yeah,
A lot of damage, but not
knew it.
enough. And Citizen with a shotgun on the Deimos. Fights Anaton's fire
Now
with
50
fire.
seconds left. They need to
First
go
kill found by
and
Fnatic for a
make
fifth
sure that
round
they
in a row.
go for the
Now
plan.
it's time to shape up for a plant.
We've seen this one before, exact same story. Fuse canister on the wall to clear some of util, breach both of the reinforced walls shortly after, and then set up for a plant. We know that there's gonna be Goyo on the board, but so does Fnatic. They're ready for it. They got Doki Pickles as well. Time that correctly, and Echo will be completely ineffective. Because they got a 5v4, they're also backstepping Garage.
This is it for Fnatic, surely. There's a backstab here from
Yeah,
Wizard. He
that's
lands
it.
his shot
Yo.
against Shurip. DD and Chibisu up against the wall, and Fnatic
Yo,
are
come
hungry
on, Fnatic.
for their first win on LAN in years.
Let's
The
go.
underdogs from Europe are here to make a
I
statement.
knew it would be,
Through into
but
the
the
upper
CAG
bracket
were
of the
playing
players.
very
They're
impressive.
gunning for so much more than an appearance
They
here
are
on their
getting
international
better.
stage.
Like,
And look at what it means
when we go to the
this
major
roster.
on
Just a few
Osaka,
months with
I
2 new
swear
players,
to
and
God,
they've taken down the best
CAG is
team
going to
from
be
Japan.
performing
They
very
say for a
well.
couple of
So if
years,
they
for
keep it up,
6
they got
years
better
since
by
last
year by
international team
year.
that they
Like, got
qualified
it better,
for.
better,
I
better.
don't recall what
Like,
happened
it's-
in Rio. They probably had one victory there, right? So,
Not great.
but what if it didn't? But a great showcase here from Fnatic.
But
and
it's like,
a
it's
slow start.
such
They
a
came
good,
last in the Euro, by the way.
good
But
team.
They won a
They are
single
so
Oh,
good,
they won a single-
CAG.
okay.
They
So
are
then it's not
going to
too
get
crazy stat
better.
line then, but they've
It's
done
still a
it.
pretty
When it
crazy
comes to like the
stat line.
best
Wow.
APAC
Still
team,
very big for Fnatic
WEU,
to
yeah.
get this win
I'm
today.
hoping EU is going to be winning.
I think
So,
first
if we're talking about the history of EWC, so which teams have had, or which region has won the most? So for those that do not know, when it comes to EWC, the region that has won EWC the most has been the EU. No team outside of EU has won so far in the EWC, has always gone to the EU teams. Versus when you have Sixth Invitational, most of that has gone to, like, last couple of years has gone to Latin America. So, and then you have a little bit of a mix with NA for like the major side, and EU, like, mostly NA has won the majors. So it's like every region has their own set of win in different tournaments. So it's like it's kind of funny. So I'm hoping that EU is. My problem is though, it's right now it is only Fnatic and Falcons in the EU side, which kind of scares me a little bit.
Reload at the grand final for the last year. They have not
My
won a
question
single
is who
map on the
won.
international
Okay,
stage.
spoiler on the other match. This is surprising though. So King Sarah versus Loss. So King Sarah is a Chinese team, Loss is a Latin team. 7-6-2 lows. Like, King Zero is surprising. That might be the underdog because I played really well against Loss. And it like
I guess right now, like
so surprising. So surprising. So that might be the underdog for now because
I think they did it
yeah,
all micro details,
a lot of
right?
players
Very
that we
small
don't
decisions,
recognize
gunfight
in
going that way,
the
bit of timing, bit
in
of
that
whatever,
team.
bit, a little bit less sharp in the server. It's a great way to lose.
Um,
because it's very fixable. It's small things.
but yeah,
But it hurts a lot
it's
because
so
you
interesting.
figure out where those small details are.
We said this nearly a year ago in Munich.
So the next game is going to be, I guess, Shopify Rebellion versus Iola Club, and that is a Dubai team. So that I'm sorry, I don't expect much from that team because we're talking about Shopify Rebellion, but we also know that Shopify Rebellion can play really bad sometimes. But still, I do believe Shopify Rebellion will win, so I don't see anything to change that. Best of 3. Now they're changing that. Okay, it's best of 3 today. Holy fuck. Best of 3 there.
And I think you can particularly see that with 5 opening picks in a row. That is very unusual.
After that, it's going to be Sheaf versus Tai Lu.
What needs to be talked about is the format. 2 wins and you're through, 2 losses and you're
That
done.
is going to be
That's it. And if you look at it on the Fnatic point of view, I mean,
very interesting. I wonder which map it would be. So if we're talking about Shopify Rebellion, if they can get the map that they want, it's going to be either Lair or Fortress. So like, I think Night Haven is also one of the best, better maps, but I think they are just not going to go for Night Haven right now. So I do think that we go for either Lair or Fortress. To see. Otherwise, if they want to surprise us, I would probably say Clubhouse would be interesting. Yeah, I did as well, Cry, I did that as well, so I do expect Shopify to win no matter what, and then Fnatic. I did think Loss would also be, like, I was debating between Loss and Fnatic, so I think in the end, game would be, like, between Fnatic versus Loss will probably face each other. I don't know the bracket that well.
Thank you very much for that, Lax. Obviously a big performance, but I obviously have no idea what happened.
Okay, so in the group A, that is going to be Shopify Rebellion. So on the group A, it's Shopify, Iola Club, Chiefs, and Tai Lu is in the group A. Shopify is going to be winning that hands down. So in the final on that group, it's going to be Shopify versus Chief, in my opinion. On the group B, it's like you have CAG versus Fnatic, and you have King Zero versus Loss. So in the next map, which is going to be today, it's going to be between the match is going to be between Fnatic versus Loss. So I do think Fnatic is going to be winning that one. Then you have CAG and King Zero is going to be put down on the lower bracket. And they're going to be playing against each other, and whoever wins that is going to be facing whoever is losing on the final between Fnatic and Loss. So it might be a rematch again between King Zero and in Loss. So we will see. This bracket is like really interesting. Like I can like show you guys. I reckon Wildcard got a decent chance of winning the whole thing. Yeah, they do actually. So like this is how it's looking like the bracket. So you have here So now these two are going to be playing in the final here today. So Lost versus Fnatic. Now CAG versus King Sarah here, and whoever wins is going to be here, and whoever loses this is going to be facing here. So that is how the bracket is. I don't know like how they do this bracket is so weird for me.
Honestly, pretty decent matchup. They're not up against,
And the same here. Whoever wins here is going to be there. So.
And Lowe's, they're not bad whatsoever, but they've also been on a rough edge as of recently.
Yeah, I think that if you just look at the head-to-head between like what happened in the
It's going to be very interesting.
I would probably put Fnatic. But that's
so we'll see. Like I said, I reckon that Fnatic is going to be winning against Lost, but I feel like also that Fnatic might be losing because they may, like, they need to fix their mistakes that I have done on this match, because if they don't, they're going to lose against Lost. Because Lost right now are not bad. Of course, Lost did a lot of mistakes against King Zero, but King Zero played it really, really well. I'm surprised. I'm very surprised on how King Zero has played. That might be the underdog of this tournament, hands down. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Let's turn up the volume here. Just going to go in.
Right, best of 3 is different landscape. You can make more risk, make more worse decisions, and still kind of recuperate from it.
Yep.
Again, small things like today, like I look at the highlight package right now, I'm thinking, okay, CHG they're on the attacking side, they banned the Bandit and the Kite, like the Bandit was the ban after the 3rd round. I'm thinking, there are many bigger problems. It could be the class, it could be the Mira, it could be a target ban. They go with a Bandit, which only affects one bomb site, top 4 CEO. I just don't feel like that's enough up against Fnatic, up against EML teams.
Yeah, honestly, if I was CAG here, I'd probably be avoiding Bank for a bit, because I just don't think that
Take a breather.
Yeah, I don't think their Bank was looking perfect. I know that CAG are really good on maps like Lair. I would really like to see them play that. I mean, I've seen some phenomenal showings from them within the APL, but there's also the game of, do you play something where there's a lot of footage out there, a lot of material for your opponents to study up on? Do you play something fresh?
Consulate.
Ooh. Oh man, I would be
people
very
better
scared.
against them in APL.
I'd be scared of anyone playing Constant in a BO1 because it's our most defensive side of map. And if you pick the map and you get the last ban, then usually the opposition is the one that gets to choose the defense starting side. And yeah, I don't know. I'd be pretty scared for CAG going on a map like that. But you never know, right? And the one thing that I do know for sure is that like it's been way too long that CAG have struggled on the international stage without winning a map.
I don't know what this means.
It's the best looking roster we've seen from them in a very long time, in the best looking form. They need to get not just a map win here, like take down King Zero, stay in the tournament. That's step 1. Then you need to continue fighting through that lower bracket. You have to beat the loser of Fnatic versus MIBR Lows to then qualify for phase 2 of the play-ins, which will be a single elimination match in a BO3.
So I'm just checking something here.
First seed team from the other group. It's going to be bloody hard. They're probably going up against Shopify Rebellion in all likelihood.
Yeah,
well, and they're setting up at the moment, and I think that is going to set a very big tone for what we can expect in the play-ins, because I think it's fair to say, Nick, that a team like Shopify, they should be coming into this with like they should be looking.
Why are they here? Why are they in play-ins, by the way?
Of the last stage.
I agree, and I think that when you look at the team that they are, the individuals that they are, going up
like, do we think that AOL Club will win the first round? Like, what do we think?
I think that if you're Shopify Rebellion, you're looking at this tournament as an opportunity to not only make a grand final again, but to also take it.
You say last time we got so close, why don't we just finish the job this time? It happens to be EWC. But which would, of course,
thank you.
Directly to Invitational.
We haven't even
totally forgot about it.
It's like just such a huge point to touch on.
I have to.
The fact that the winner for this, they get an auto slot. It is like a major. It
First team to qual.
It is so important that this no longer is about money, pride, glory, club championship.
Although it's pretty nice.
It is pretty nice.
I can't write the entire thing like their names. So like,
damn sure. But I think when you look at it now, when you've got that SI qualifying spot, teams like Shopify Rebellion, they sit in a completely different discussion to any of the teams I look at.
Ooh, I accidentally spilled.
No, I wouldn't either. I really
I
wouldn't. I mean,
accidentally
you
spilled
know,
my
about the
candy.
experience of a veteran intra Canadian with the
Yep.
fragging power of people like your Spartan, your Ambi, your Serv, etc. They should be taking this very comfortably. But can they get it done? That's the big question because they too can fumble.
Do you know what the best part is?
What is that?
We don't have to wait. We're going to go to a break, and on the other side, this is the matchup. You know
Break.
what it is.
Yeah, I just wrote. Wait. It's going to be. I need to change that again. It's written like this. Now that is correct.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Let's do this.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go! Tyler won. You're done.
Let's do this. How many more minutes is there? PS5. Like, how many have heard about, like, what they are going to do, Sonny, with all the games now? Like, have you guys heard it? It is so messed up. $10? Okay. Okay. Let's do. Let's do. I know. Let's play a little bit of a game here. So let's do. Let's see if I can find it. Automated. There. Guys. Okay, what the... okay. Okay. Let's do a little bit of a wordle before the match is starting. By the way, yes, it's... Okay, this is what I hate. Sometimes it would just freeze. Google will fucking freeze sometimes. It doesn't make any sense. It will just fucking freeze. It's so stupid. Just saying. Let me just go and take this. Have this in the background. Okay, let's do some Wordle. Not Wordle. Ranked Rankdle. I can't even speak. So we have Rainbow Six Siege. Okay. Play the daily game. So how you play this? So you get a free Rainbow Six Siege clip. You go by like the rank you guess and so forth, and you earn like stars. So that's how it's working. Okay. Let's check this out. Wait. Yo. Chill. Chill bit. Buddy. Oh, this is a high. Okay. Let's see what rank he has, guys. Let's guess while we're waiting. So, by the looks of it, okay, it's Oregon. This is reinforced. Now, you guys know there's been a talk about having this reinforced or not. I say it's going to be depending on how you defend everything, because you can reinforce that, no worries. It's just going to be more of a bottleneck for the enemy to even go. It's going to be hard for you guys to be getting a kill towards that side. But fair play. Good aim with the SMG. Good aim. Wait. How did it get? Who's? Wait a minute. Yo, we need to double check this shit. What the fuck? So you got the first kill. Like that is good. Now the second kill. What? It got 2. It was stacking up. They were stacking up. Okay, I would say this is stupid by the enemy. So this is questioning like and free. This is an old clip, by the looks of it. Yo, what is this monstrosity? Like... One, two, three. Okay. This is not champ. This is not diamond. This is not emerald. At all. I would call it. Because normally, you don't go 4 people into trophy. That is so stupid. I'm guessing this guy is on a Smurf account, in my opinion, because his aim is really good. This can't be emerald and up. Like, it can't be. It's so fucked up of them to, like, be aiming at this area. Like, it would be, like, gold or plat. Like, you still have decent aim, like he has, so you kind of, like, aim-wise on the SMG, like, from that distance is hard, so he's got to be, like, high up. But the enemy is so stupid. I'm going to go with plat. What do you think, chat? What do you think? Plat? Okay, let's go with that. Let's go with that. Yeah. But it's gotta be plat. It can't be. It's not diamond and up. Like it. That is. I would get pissed. I feel like it's going to be gold or something. Yeah, plat. Woohoo! We got it. We got it, guys. We got the first match. 27% thought it was emerald. Like, damn. Okay. So 5% thought it was champ. Dude, no way. Yeah. Let me just do this. Okay, so they are stacking. I can hear that. They are talking, so.
Aspetta, ce l'ho io. Oh, c'è Frost, attenti! Ci siamo messi a fianco
Oh,
alla
this is
trappola.
console.
Ori. C'era la trappola.
Nice, good aim. You know. Oh.
Oddio! No, ok.
Da blu era. Ma fatemi fa full team,
You're
vi
saying
prego.
that he's in blue.
Fatto full
Okay.
team.
Console is so hard to guess, guys. It's really, really hard. It's really hard to guess. Because the reason why it's so hard is because the rank is not the same as it is in PC lobbies. Yeah, I know, like, here's the thing. If we base on him, so it's proning to clear out. I'm guessing it was trying to clear out the guy behind the bomb. He's still cooking. Got the kill. So he knows how to do the angles.
Ci siamo messi a fianco alla trappola.
He got the kill.
C'era la trappola.
Then you have him. Good aim.
Ma cazzo mi hai fatto a me? Oddio! No,
Enemy is a
ok.
little bit. It's like pre-firing as well, and the call is in blue.
vi prego.
Yeah, it's got it.
Fatto full team.
So he has 6 kills. So he got then 3 kill each round, by the looks of it. Nah, it's definitely not plat. It's not plat. You just saying a rag? Damn. His aim is too good to be plat, in my opinion, because if he could get this shot, onto this guy, it's getting him very precise. Like he's like jiggle peeking. So that tells me that he is higher than plat, because you usually don't jiggle peek if you don't know. And he's just getting that kill right now. And he knows the angle as well to toss the nades. He's pre-firing. He's not afraid to go and take a fight. I would say diamond. At this point, I would say diamond. Yeah, but here's the thing. This is console, and usually when you have that aim, you usually are higher up on console. Even if there is a lot of bots, because you can't compare PC lobbies, because PC lobbies is not going to be playing like this, then they would be like very low, as you said. But I'll go based on console now. I'm just going to go with my gut feeling. I have to go against you, Cry. Sorry. Pray to God that I'm right, otherwise I'm going to be eating my words. Emerald. They were emerald. A lot of people said gold. I said diamond. Yeah, so I was right that they are. I was kind of right. They were high ranked. Was it really aimed more across? Yeah, but like if you are high enough, you know the crosshair placements. That's the thing. And kind of like, otherwise I've seen a lot of players I think gold and lower. They don't even aim at the head level. Like they aim for the body a lot. Okay, last one, guys. Last one before we go in because they have started. So. First off, trolling is the first thing that I see right now. Only 7. You have Warden on site, which is total dog poo to be. You don't want to be Warden on site because he has a gadget. He's well more suited for being out like on the rafters, electrical, even blue stairs. Not the site. That's a bad choice. This again, console. Now, you can see the difference in the aiming, so... Way too late on activating a gadget.
You need to disable their diffuser. One op 4 remaining.
Yeah, this is definitely low. Like, this is way different. Now I would say this is low.
Diffuser located. Protect the bombs, disable the diffuser.
Yeah, this is not above gold. This is not. No. I would say silver, this one. One, the guy doesn't have recoil control. He doesn't have recoil control. And the enemy don't know jack shit what they're doing. Literally. They are so new. Where they don't know the angles, they don't know where they're holding. So I would say silver as highest. You need to know it is console. This is console. So I'm going for silver on this one. This is fucking bronze? Are you kidding me? Holy fuck, I'm with me. That was way off by base. Okay. I had one right. Yeah, kind of, but still this is shitty. I would accept the silver because like it was like this was very interesting. Okay. We're done this. Let's go back. They are starting here, so
Get off to a hot start, and that's going to be their goal in a best of 1 against a team like Shopify Rebellion.
holy fuck, that was interesting.
Yeah, we're looking at the stats pre-game, and well, we have all of the stats for Shopify Rebellion. There's nothing for LUL.
You can be a silver player, still playing the Emerald, the yellow cost of. Yeah. That's the most important, most annoying thing. It's the same now. You can still be a silver player with the Emerald today because of the 10 rank, 15 rank difference. But if you get to Diamond, then it's going to be 10 rank difference, I think. Or was it Emerald? It was.
You'll blink and you'll miss a type action. I do think that the content
So it's going to be
around a little club that
very interesting. Yeah. But I do feel like when it comes to the rank system now.
Whereas on the flip side of the coin, you lose this as Shopify Rebellion, and the whole
what the
conversation
fuck is this?
I don't think
Pretty.
it's too far-fetched to say that this team on screen now, Shopify Rebellion, are the favorite team to make it out of this play-in phase. I don't think you can make
Shopify
an argument
favorite.
as a stronger team than them on paper heading into this particular event. But with that comes pressure and expectation. And if that pressure and expectation that we saw sort of back half of last year, for instance, rear its ugly
Why does
head,
Canadian
they
look
didn't
so
perform as well as they
sad?
would've liked. They really started to go through a bad patch.
No,
It seems
poor
like they've been able to turn
Canadian.
that
Don't
around,
look
though. So heading
sad,
into this
sweetie.
event,
Don't look
obviously not the
sad.
greatest of seeding pending their NAL result in stage 1. They're still
Okay.
in a good position here to have impact.
Answer me this honestly, guys. When you're doing these type of photos, like they're doing, why isn't there anyone smiling? How hard is to smile to a fucking photo? Why do you need to look so depressed and sad when you're taking those photos? I don't understand it. I know that you're supposed to be looking serious and stuff like that, but like, it is so, like, oh my god, I just feel so sad when they do that shit.
And maybe even APAC teams that we don't typically see
They lock in.
all that often. is that
You can lock
get
in and
to
still
see some
smile.
different
Like it's a
different
photo.
and
I get it
hopefully
if
what we
it's
get from
like
this game.
you sitting in
If
front
the-
of the camera. I would get it, but like, like seriously, on those photos, like Valentino, he's kind of smiley. He looks better. He doesn't look angry. You see, like crazy. He's looking like crazy, like literally. Then you have, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but GW, like Gigish.
But they also have really good form. Looking at how they qualified their road to qualification.
Yeah, but that's an ID photo. I get that, but like this is just a photo for show.
A single map. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's 3 best of 3s into a best of 5 where they went 3-0. So they're clearly a strong team regionally within MENA. And this is just a free shot for them to have a bit of fun here at EWC.
It certainly is, but more importantly, where do we go? What map are we heading to? Let's have a look at the video.
Okay, let's see if I'm right. I said lair and fortress. Maybe if they want to do like a weirdo, it would be cafe. Okay.
It is cafe in
Fuck.
the end there, Jake. What are your thoughts on this one?
Well, so looking at some of the numbers that we've got over the last...
Shopify should be winning against
since
Cafe.
February. So basically the start of the year, if you will. Shopify Rebellion, 4-4 record, 3rd preference map. So it's not the kind of map that for Shopify Rebellion we're going to look to and say, well, this is their strongest map, or this is the map that they'd be looking to often.
Yeah, but like if you don't like it, then I understand that. But like we have a lot of players that like smiling in general. Like they like smiling. So why is it so hard to smile? I know that, for example, Spoit likes smiling. Canadian likes smiling. I don't know why they're looking so sad. It's like you have also Doki on G2. Like he likes smiling. Hannibal likes smiling, and none of them are smiling on the photos, and it looks so sad. It's like, come on.
And that's probably why they're in this position, right? Where they struggled a little bit in NAL, still qualify for EWC, but now they need to make the quote-unquote gauntlet run. So, yeah, Cafe, structure, going to be a fun map. Alula Club, trying to find win conditions for them. It's
I think play the Vert.
Yeah, Vert, get hyperactive, abuse the repel mechanics, just try to be a menace on repel. Bans are also going to be super critical, right? Do they go for...
This is so interesting.
Info, utility, etc. Can they try and play the game on their terms?
I take shields away from Canadian.
Yeah.
And try and limit his ability to get into the
So
map. And then
the ban against Shopify, if Iola wants to have a chance in anything, so they should ban Monty slash Blackbeard, either one of those, and Snake. That should be the ban.
Normal as you possibly can. Yeah.
Now I don't have any like numbers on the Alula team. I don't know.
Maybe Valentino, but
no, it would be Valentino, and maybe even then you don't even know if they did. Who knows? But I think the fact.
But if they keep on the meta.
No matter how
So
it goes,
if Shopify would ban something on defense,
Cafe, as we well know, can be a very chaotic map for the defense and the attacks. However,
it would probably be Asami.
Because Alula Club have the opportunity to kind of wipe the slate clean here. Like you said, if they can cause chaos, if they can play the game on terms of
Asami and what?
Even Shopify, this could completely change the conversation, guys.
Yeah, it's likely, and I think the game plan will be, let's play it differently to NAL. If we play it in a fashion that Shopify are comfortable with, that they've seen time and time again.
I would love to say like Asami F1, but I don't think it's going to be that.
So it doesn't necessarily have to be chaos. chaos, but I think it's just about having
Like,
a
I'm just gonna say
diversion from the
Wamai
typical
because
plan
he's
that we
been
see
really, really
in the
good. Like,
NAL.
you kind of
What
want to
that may
ban
look like,
him
again, I think
more
it's gonna be
now
heavily
because he's
directed by
such a
fans.
good
Is it
operator.
info? Is it shields? Like, what kind of direction both teams want to play it?
Otherwise, like
Lulu need to try and get it on their terms.
a
as
standard
early
ban,
as possible, I
ban
think,
like
given this matchup.
Asami
If Shop might
Kaid
get off to that
is
early lead, as
like
you
you don't
mentioned
have to
earlier,
bother
they
with the
just have
hatch, you don't have to
potential
bother
for a
with
blowout result, so
Yeah.
they
in
need
general.
to apply pressure early.
I was looking back some of the numbers for NAL Stage 1. Spoyd actually leading the way for Shopify Rebellion. He currently entered the stage in the top 3. That's pretty good. Only behind Newers and Ashen, who Ashen had the stage of his life for M80. I'd like to see Ambi take the reins in this game. Just go and just... if I'm Shopify Rebellion, I'm saying Ambi, go do whatever you want. Run around the map and frag out and try and get some confidence early in the tournament, because clearly for a player that has proven he can be a top 5, top 3 in North America, look at his stage for the stage 13th, so that's a little drop off, but we know what quality he has.
For sure.
I think at his very best, he can be considered one of the best in the world.
I want to
Just has
see.
find
I
that
want
ability
Shopify to
again, and
put
maybe just
Spoyd
give it
in a
to
more
him. So
aggressive
I'd say to
position.
him,
I
you've got
want
the
him
license
to
do
be
what you want in this
like
game.
the entry fragger now. I want him to go in first and not be on the support flex role. I want him to be more on the aggressive side. Of course, you do have Ambi and you have Surf on that role as well. It's kind of hard,
as we get to groups,
but like
you should see that confidence transfer into groups. They should be getting through groups, not with relative ease, because we've got some unbelievable teams here, but I do think that this has to start here. I don't think they can afford to get off to a slow start. I think that that is then when we get that little spite of doubt that just starts to fester in the minds, not just of the team, but also of us here, the viewers at home. We start to get a little bit more worried, a little bit more cautious, I guess, around what we expect from Shopify Rebellion, but there is no two ways about it. Let's keep this as clean. Let's keep this as easy as we can make it, Jake. Shopify Rebellion have all
I
the
like
pressure
how
in the
this
world on them.
stage,
They are coming off the back
they-
of
they-
Salt
they-
Lake City Major Grand Final.
this is
They
what I
must
want to
perform
see
here. They must get
when
off
we
to a
do
good
the
start.
have the majors and stuff like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I
This
agree.
is
I think
way
it's
better
Shopify
quality to
Rebellion,
look
if they
at
were to
than
lose
them
this
being in a
best of
hotel
one,
room
honestly,
like on Salt Lake.
regardless of the opponent role,
Like, I get it
would
was
still
like
be
faster
a
pace to
better
get
game. I
into
agree.
the game
It's
and
not so
understanding
much
the game, but
the
I
way you're
like
framing
this
it's
better.
not a
It
negative
looks
to the
like
fact
you
that it's
put
Al Ghul
effort
Club.
into
no,
the
that's
tournament
way
instead
bigger.
of
Now,
just
that needs
filming in
to
a
be
hotel
done.
room
Like
because
Keith and
it
Sarah,
kind of like
for Shopify Rebellion, and we said this on the podcast, guys. I think in North America,
it
we're
kind of
now
is a little bit
you look at the top 4
insulting
or
for the
5
viewers
teams,
in a way.
It is a very competitive region.
I have the same
to
mouse
point
as
where it's
me.
almost looking
Look
like
at that.
the
I have the
region.
same mouse.
Shopify
Haha.
Rebellion, yeah, they may be in play-ins, but they
Look at
are
this, the
quite
pros are using
literally
the same
one of the top
mouse.
teams at this event overall.
This is a,
Absolutely.
I'm
Expecting
telling you,
them to
this
win
is
the
a
best of one.
good
You are
fucking mouse.
expecting
I'm
them
just
to be
saying,
able to
this
go and
is,
beat
I'm not
a meta
regretting,
team that we don't
regretting
see
a
at the global
single
level, that
second
hasn't
of buying
got
that
this
one.
experience at this land. Now, I kind of feel a little bit hard done by for Al Ghul Club, because we can't maybe give them as much analysis as Shopify Rebellion, because we just don't see them, Rob. But that's their story. That's the story that we're going to go with, is we don't really get to see these guys. Now they get an opportunity to show on the big stage what they're capable of. And I'm curious to see what that's going to be.
I think that, you know, like when we do look at these kind of matchups, I think you've got to take that approach. I think you have to look at the approach of saying, yeah, sure, like we don't have the expectations for Alula Club. But that also means that it's a good thing. I think that we look at Alula Club right now as the same as we looked at KZ earlier against MIBR. I actually think that both of those have very similar kind of tangent
I like the
points.
background music, actually.
First international
That's what I'm
event,
saying.
historically, that's the way that you want to kind of look at this matchup. And so, and also, by the way, if you wanted to frame this in a different
Now,
way,
look
guys,
at
is
that.
for Shopify
They're
Rebellion, they
smiling.
come into this
How
also
hard is
with
that?
unknown quantities to their opponent. Like there's a little tiny little bit of nerves. There's like, well, what are we going to get? What do these guys like to do? Hard to find as much vision on them. They might surprise us with a couple of
I don't
things.
like the
In
mini
best of
cameras
one,
that are sitting
can get
next
tricky,
to
and kind
their
of what Rob
desk.
was alluding to before,
Like,
you
if it
lose
was me,
this
I
at
would
point,
probably
the
hit it
fallback
by
is gonna
accident
be
when I'm
massive.
playing.
I hesitate to say that they'd be worried or scared or have too much of a negative mindset heading into this.
But they know they can't
I would
lose.
probably hit that
But they
shit
know
when
that
I'm
if they
playing
lose,
because my
cool.
arm can go
Could
so
you
far.
imagine? Again, they'll
The
then go
Reddit threads are going to go off.
They'll then go into a BO3 format. Naturally, I think they'll be stronger there, but you just don't want to be put in that kind of awkward position, right? So for Shopify, this should be, it needs to be a dominant win for them. Alula Club, they get a free punch.
You know what?
Why do
think
I
that
recognize the coach in the background?
Of all the teams that could be going up against Alula Club,
Who
to
is
start
that guy?
with,
I
think
recognize
Shopify
him.
Rebellion is the best possible team.
Why do I recognize
They've
him?
got experience. They've got gunners. They've been here, done
Play,
this
play,
before
play,
100
play it.
times.
Yo, I need
If-
to see the
I
coach.
think
Come
if
on.
Alula Club goes up against a Fnatic, if they go up against MIBR Los,
they joined August 4th.
I maybe feel a little bit more worried. But I think I look in the server, I look at these individuals on Shopify Rebellion, and at international events anyway.
Don't see the name of the coach. That is not good.
They look like they're on the ball at every given moment, and I feel as though this is a very difficult game to sell to the audience.
But I'm trying to find the positive angle on this, Rob. You're trying to.
No. I'm just kind of. I need to be honest.
Okay.
This is the problem.
You said this is the best matchup they could get, and I'm struggling how to.
No, that's a good thing for Shopify Rebellion. That's what I'm saying.
I think it's a good thing for Al.
No. Let me clarify that. It is horrendously bad for Alula Club that they're going up against Shopify Rebellion, because I think of all the teams right now, they do have a fair amount of eyes on them. And they're fully aware they have to perform. It wouldn't matter who Shopify Rebellion goes up against, like you were alluding to before, Guz. It doesn't matter who they go up against. Play-ins, groups, I don't care. the context for this roster, for this team is...
Can I, like, start?
Well, yeah, and group stage minimum. So you think about the form that we've got, for those unfamiliar, maybe missed the pre-show, 8 teams for play-ins, 2 get out. Like, that's brutal. And it's across today and tomorrow.
That is brutal.
Yeah. So, and there's not really much room to slip up. Realistically, this is the only game I believe you can slip up.
Yes, you can't lose 2. 2 when you're done.
And following on from that, right, if you come into this event and you have a bit of a slow start, well, you're done. 2 days. I don't know if that's really enough of a window to be able to recover, find form, scrim their quick turnarounds, like being able to resolve any issues that may arise at the very beginning of this event here on day 1. You don't really get much of an opportunity to recover that. And that's, again, not really specific necessarily to this matchup, but it's relevant to all 8 teams that are battling. And with only 2 making it through, with Shopify probably a very safe bet, it leaves maybe just the 1 slot remaining, right, which is very, very tricky.
I think what we can do, because I don't know how much
if we've
more
got a
we
little
can...
bit more feel, I did actually do some...
Can we, start?
I did some content yesterday with Shopify Rebellion. Now, it hasn't gone out yet, but you saw the one with Fnatic.
Are they, sitting and having technical issues, or what is going on?
Did the same thing. I did it with Canadian and Spoit. I'm hoping at some point we'll get to see it, but...
I don't.
Canadian was not a big fan of me, let's just say. Troy and I had a bit of a beat.
Teachers are not teaching.
Last time we were in Paris, we had a good day. We walked around, we went to the Louvre, had a great time. Now, the second time in Paris, I actually swatted him.
Do you call... No context. No context. No context.
Technical pause. Okay, so there is a technical thing happening.
I can kind of see Jake being like a Shaq-esque swat, just straight over the top.
I didn't know he had any element of athleticism about him.
I did. I also took part in the fitness test as well. Yes, I did.
What did you get on the grip strength?
The lowest
of all the players.
32.
That doesn't surprise me.
Which by getting that 32 was
almost broke your hand.
It was the highest. So the highest, by the way, I can spoil it.
Well, it's up to you, mate. I'm not.
It's your content.
I'm merely a host.
I filmed it. So Spoit actually got the highest.
No.
47. 47.
He does
hit the gym.
He is a unit.
And as we saw in the content piece, Citizen was the second highest with 44. The lowest out of the players was Canadian, but he was still higher than me.
Yeah, but Canadians
obviously.
He's also a pro player. He's fit.
Well.
You meant tech. Okay.
Player as an elite athlete
yeah, I don't know how there is a tech issue before the match.
Maybe the end of his career.
I think Fast Twitch 5 is wise. These are the
it is so
athletes
interesting
on the planet. But I think in terms of strength.
Now this is the thing, right? If we were back in the APL studios right now, we'd be carting out the ramen.
Yes, we would.
Get the board out.
We're trying to get onto production, and we'll see if we can get some ramen in.
You should maybe explain what you were saying earlier about him having some ramen yesterday.
Yeah, it didn't really go too well, did it? So
no,
I guess
yesterday
the viewers,
was fine. Today wasn't as fine.
I'll give context for the viewers.
I don't think the viewers.
No. So if you haven't watched the APL shows,
which you should,
you absolutely should. We run a ramen ranking segment, and on this ramen ranking segment, we try ramen.
Yeah, watch that ramen segment. It's actually pretty funny.
Korea, Thailand, wherever it may be, we go ahead and try it. And there's a specific one from Korea that is quite interesting. It's a little bit problematic. It's a little bit spicy. Jake Xenox and Diddy, the hero he is, decides when we're doing the run ranking, yeah, sure, I'll smash 2 of these. It didn't go too well.
No.
However, that's here at EWC. You did it again, and how did it end for you?
Perfect.
Perfectly.
And we've also ended the Phil segment perfectly, Rob, haven't we? Do you want to go? Are you done? He's done. Rob's done. Oh, we did well. No.
Okay,
no
let's
we got through that technical pause.
let's see if I'm right.
And now
Grim,
that we're in the game, guys,
I
get a
was
little more
right.
energy.
I was
Yeah.
right about Wamai.
Ben's
I
all through.
50%. So I said Monty or Blackbeard would be bad, and I said Wamai on the other side. The other two I got
on the flip side of
wrong.
Lulu Club, they deal with the Canadian
That, like,
Monty.
Wamai
They
was
also
probably
take
the
the
hardest
Grim
one to
out
guess
of play. So it
versus
does
like
leave quite a
the
bit of
shield,
info
because
still
we all
up.
know that
Snake,
Shopify loves going
Huckabee,
shield.
etc., going to be available alongside the Deimos as well. I mean, tracking back to the castle on the Wamai ban as well. Wamai,
Let me know if the volume is too high, guys, as well.
Go, and in combination with the castle as well, it's going to make a significant portion of the map defensively a lot tougher to hold. When you think about top floor, especially against repels and some of the power positions that typically are facilitated by those two operators, it's just going to open up the match a little bit more.
Yeah, and again, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because teams have bans that they just ban regardless of their opponent. To me, this has got to be the Monty ban is towards Canadian. It's his most played attacking operator, stage 1. The 3 most played attacking operators for Canadian. Monty 20 times, Capital 11 times, Blitz 9 times, and Bazooka will be the opening death. Ambi does get that license to begin with. Opening kill straight away for Shopify Rebellion. The Grim Band, by the way, Rexon will typically play that, so he will obviously have to flex over to the Nomad, which is his 3rd most played operator. And no surprise to see, well, actually, somewhat of a surprise. This is interesting. Surf is playing the Solid Snake. The Spoint and Ambi, their most played operator is Solid Snake. Surf, it's not even in the top 3, so that's a big change-up for Shopify Rebellion.
That is
So
interesting.
a tough start then for Alula Club. They'll be looking to fight back into the round.
Coaching goes so
space and time to work with, player up.
the coaching goes actual. So if we hit the goal on like the subs, I will do a stream where I will like do like coaching you guys into getting better in Siege. So it could be like clip reaction, any questions, anything you want to help you get better. Also showing like a little bit of clips from scrims and stuff where you can like learn certain things. Stuff like that, like everything that is going to be available for you to get better at the game.
Because of the numbers disadvantage, good clear from Valentino, at least Cocktail to keep that in
Oh,
control.
damn.
Got rid of Ambi. Canadian the trade though very quickly, and unfortunately Rexon then
That went fast.
It's the worst start possible. They get clean swept really on
that
the
was
opening round of
fast.
That is
Holy.
the dream start though for Shopify Rebellion. No funny business, no upsets. They just get straight to work.
Yeah, clinical opening round there from the North American roster. I think they'll be pretty pleased from really beginning to end how it played out. Opening kill going the way, of course, of Ambi. And then the transition into the map was just completely perfect from Shopify Rebellion. The vibes seem good. Post round 1, Alula Club now looking to respond. They'll head us over to Kitchen for the follow-up as they try and find some ground in this matchup. Now, as you said earlier, there is a little bit of precedent so far already here on day 1 of the underdog maybe getting off to a strong start and then being caught later in the matchup.
Yeah.
We haven't quite seen the scenario where the underdog's gotten off to a slow start and what that may entail.
It could be the opposite. Maybe Shopify Rebellion get out to the hot start, then they think it's done and maybe just cool off a little bit and give Alula Club a way back in. But remains to be seen. The best thing, though, for Shopify Rebellion is the way that, Ambi gets the opening kill. Okay?
Yeah, so it's a sub
Rated
goal
player, NAL stage 1,
type of thing.
but so talented, continuing to impress, still as a young player.
Like, is this that
Straight
bad?
away expecting Alula Club to go for these peaks, be aggressive, wanting to bring that chaos.
Why does it say 100 euros?
Shopify
Whoa,
Rebellion
okay,
were
that is
very
not
much
what it's
switched on,
supposed to be
ready
saying.
for
It's
it.
a sub goal, like 10 subs.
And what that
Why
does
does it
then
say
is for
100 euro?
Alula
I'm
Club,
using an AI
then
thing,
they second guess
Falcon,
themselves.
without...
Do we want to pick the windows? Do we want to be aggressive?
Okay,
We just
it's
didn't
not
know.
100 euro, I'm
And then
telling
they
you
end up
that
going
much.
into
It's
their shells,
not
and
a
that's
freaking
exactly
100
what
euros.
Shopify Rebellion will
Ha!
do.
That is not correct.
Some good early drone work here from Shopify Rebellion. It's Joza caught over towards Cocktail Lounge. They go for the double swing, and Spoit catches him in the back. Clean headshot.
That is such a nicely done.
For this second round, so resuming normality.
I have intel on the enemy.
It's another strong start for North America.
Like, I was thinking of what goals would be good for you guys. Like, what would you get out of, like, having, like, if me putting up a sub goal, like, you should be getting something out of it. So, like, and I thought, like, a cookie scream would be interesting if I did, like, a cooking, but I thought, like, nah, you guys are here to watch, like, Rainbow Six, and I thought, like, what would be good, and, like, I'm coaching a team now, so I thought, like, that could be cool.
They do lose Canadian, by the way, knifed. Maga then gets the second kill onto Rexon. And Alula Club now make this second round quite interesting. No Blackbeard, and you lose the ROU, so you've lost the ability to maybe get into the site with a little bit more ease, and then the actual execution too. From the sense, Crazy catches out Ambi, wanting to get in towards Train and play with the Boogie Auto breaches. Good control from Alula Club around the map, both second floor and first
they are
floor.
losing this
Boy
round.
Himself in the 1 versus 4. Alula Club are going to strike back in this second round.
That is crazy.
Yeah, structure from Shopify getting disrupted.
Okay.
Okay, they're wonderful. I give them that. Nicely done.
Not a bad little response in the second round. I mean, it was courtesy of a massive hero play over towards Garage, disrupted the Rexon and Canadian double stack outside on that dining rappel position. And then the rest of the team was able to play clean up. Here's a replay package of that round. It's a great start for Shopify. Then Haga then ran out and got that 2K in the meantime. And that's a nice little confidence builder. 2K in the meantime. Like where if an individual can have a moment, the rest of the team can then feed into that confidence.
And you didn't win the round just simply, you know, a 1v1, close, clutch, or Shopify Rebellion made errors. You dominated them that round. You had 4 players left alive. He had a big, crazy play as well mid-round to get the double kill from Mhaga, and well, in just the second round, if you're Shopify Rebellion, round 1, perfect. Round 2, disaster. Now it's all tied up, 1 apiece. And that's all you need, I think, if you're a Alula Club in this sort of match, is you need the first couple of rounds. So as I said, you need to start well because you want that confidence, that belief that we can actually do some damage against a high-quality outfit in Shopify Rebellion. Well, there is the evidence for Alula Club. That second round. Now the follow-on we shall see going into the third.
Swapping mags.
Keep our position.
Deploying heartbeat sensor.
Reload! The floor?
We'll see if there is more aggression to come then from the defense, particularly mid-round going forward. The Nomad brought once again from Shopify Rebellion to try and suppress some of that aggression, but can be limited in its impact. And you can see in response the pulse in the hands of Crazy, already feeding some valuable information to the rest of this defensive unit. The attack looking to shape up for top down as Surf goes exploring below, and by clearing that barbed wire over towards Brown Stairs, then has a route maybe for a pinch lake and split the attack and hit a back stab. And will actually drone for himself, so pretty self-sufficient currently. Spots
like,
out.
it feels like Rexon or Ambi is going to be doing the backstab.
And just monitoring that staircase at the moment, maybe trying to catch a timing as we flip back over towards the top down clear here. Spearheaded by Spoit. Some utility has been invested over towards this lounge corner of the map. Alula, though, not electing to overextend. They'll peel back over towards Cocktail. Space now taken by Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi finds the opening kill onto Valentino. Second one as well onto Bazooka from Ambi on the slightly inclined angle. Surf got rid of Mhaga as well, and this time the defense of Alula Club
Spoiled. What the fuck?
Shopify Rebellion. Joza with a big play into washrooms, clears out Spoit, had one as well on the rappel window, needed to beat Ambi, cannot. Ambi's got 3 in the round, and Shopify Rebellion answered back here in the third round with a dominant fashion themselves. 4 versus 1. Crazy by himself. Plant to go down, and we're going to get a tech after this round. Shopify Rebellion will lead 2-1 as the Nitro Cell does not connect. The plant will be successful as Crazy is surrounded. It's Surf who finds the final kill.
To be honest, Shopify should win this match. Easy. It should be like 7-1 or 7-2.
It's a return to normality. as you alluded to, tech was called in the chat, and so hopefully we can get that resolved in a moment's time.
Snake is going to be the ban.
Final ban as well to be introduced. An interesting
And on
talking point
defense,
is
I'm not sure.
I think from the
to be
angle of
honest. Did
Shopify,
it
what do they
even
try
have
and take out
anything?
here that is aiding Alula,
Goyo?
particularly through mid-round
Asami?
progression? Is it maybe some of the info gathering?
Aruni.
No,
So
Aruni,
Snake
so
was
they'll
the correct
continue to
choice.
triple down in terms of the utility game. Aruni picked on 2 of the 3 rounds played thus far. Solid Snake, though, in response. I love that ban as well. We've seen it used on several occasions from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, it's a big operator that they really lean on.
Yeah.
Gets a lot of information. Canadians more of a, at least at the moment, this stage, Monty player first versus Shield player, where you see some Shield players will just play them all. Doesn't matter if it's Monty, Blitz, Blackbeard. He is predominantly dominant on the Monty. So I don't think that if you're a Lula club, you need to worry as much about banning the Blackbeard or banning the Blitz. Canadians choosing to also prioritize things like the Ying, help facilitate the entries. And I think getting rid of the Solid Snake is definitely the right play if you're a Lula club. Well, what they need to make sure that this game develops into is a bit of back and forth. Keep it close all the way through. You can't allow Shopify Rebellion to go on a run. If that even happens once, I don't know if they then have the ability themselves to then go on a run and pick up 3-4 rounds straight against the quality of Shopify Rebellion. So they need this to be kind of back and forth.
The reality is, for Lula Club and their campaign here at EWC 26, is this has never been pitched or viewed as a must-win game. And in fact, even if they were to go on and into that lower bracket, depending on how the seeding actually does eventuate, I really don't think they will have major issues in potentially being able to make that run. So this is an opportunity for them to test out a couple of ideas, see what the synergy is like, get familiar to the land environment, etc., 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 and then that can carry them forward in terms of the knowledge and the confidence for the remainder of the event.
Well, I mean, I think that right now, if you were to look at the first 3 rounds in isolation, first round, not great if you're a Lula club. Yeah, just losing players too early in the round, didn't really get a chance to fight it out. Second round was perfect, maybe a little too perfect. And then the third round, again, similar to the opening round, where it's like you're just losing too many too quickly. You can't really fight. You can't really get the game on your terms. And especially when you're defending here on Cafe, you want to be able to hold the positions, make it difficult for the attacking team pushing into the building. And they haven't really done that so far in this first half, except for that second round over towards Kitchen. We've been in a tech pause, by the way, since the bans, reiterating the round 3 bans, the Aruni banned away, along with the Solid Snake banned away. Just a little bit of a lean back time here for Spoit and Shopify Rebellion in this technical pause. Hopefully won't be a lengthy one.
Getting the guns out. He did have the best grip score.
He did. And
as you mentioned previously,
I think when you have the best grip score, you can get the guns out.
Sure, I'm talking to my teammates, so that's the reason why I'm like
just an audio issue on the side of Alula.
A little bit quiet. So we are entering a tournament,
issues,
so
should be resolved in a moment's time.
try to fix the last couple of things.
Been an intriguing map of Cafe so far, a map that can, well, historically was a grind fest and has opened up a lot more in the info meta that we find ourselves in at the moment, and we've seen that develop over the course of this first half. It's going to be intriguing with the Solid Snake taken out, and then the ability for Shopify Rebellion to backstab and split pushes with maybe a little bit more confidence and a little bit more ease. It's going to be interesting to observe that change in playstyle and approach. May mean that drones are a little more valuable as well going forward for the remainder of this first half. And Cafe is a map
I'm actually the coach in the team,
their pre-play
so
have been quite good, but typically the kind of map where actually setting those up can be really challenging.
I like surf to with this.
And don't forget, Shopify Rebellion haven't played Cafe this stage.
Yeah, so I do coach. I did play competitive before, so I was mainly on support slash flex.
Stage. First portion of the year back in May
was what I was doing.
So for them to have not played it since May,
but looks of it, I might have to jump in as a sub on the tournament on this Saturday, so that would mean that it's my first tournament in years that I'm actually entering. So
put it in the workshop.
That's also going to be interesting.
We're not going to play it in the officials, but we are going to keep working on it. Now, I don't know which way they've actually gone in that regard, but clearly happy to play it against our Yula club to start Esports World Cup for a map they have not played for, well, 80 days. I mean, 80 days is near on 3 months. It's almost 3 months.
In esports terms, that's about 3 years.
But so far, so good. I think we're going to be getting a full-blown rehost looking at the fact some of the Alula club members have left the lobby, or might be hopefully a case of just them two leaving. I don't know. But such is the case on land. We sometimes have the pause in the action.
Yeah, I'm hearing a couple of noises, some shouting from the opposing side
Well,
of
don't
our
forget,
arena here.
technical pause here on the A stream, but on the B stream right now is Chiefs versus Tyloo. That is actively happening. So if you do want to make your way over to the B stream as well, or watch both,
might actually tune in and see what the score is.
You can give us an update. I almost don't want to know the score. I'm a little nervous for the boys.
Just waiting for the score to pop up here.
Well, there's also a delay, I believe.
It'll be close enough. A weird matchup. One where I think Tyler have an opportunity to get a result, but Chiefs are clearly favourites in that much.
I believe
it's taking so fucking long. Are you kidding me?
Just starting as well, or having just started. I don't think it's too far into the game.
Oh, it looks like last round.
By the way, spoiler is 2-2 against Chiefs versus Tyloo.
Close one over on the B stream currently.
At the moment. What's ahead of you? Haha, what's faster than you, Caster?
Playing over on Fortress, the newest map in the comp pool. Over here, though, on the H-Stream OG map of Cafe, currently paused. A couple of technical gremlins to be ironed out.
It seems
like
2-1.
Yeah, it seems like some audio issues for Alula Club, unfortunately. And unfortunately as well, when you get issues such as that, they're the more tricky ones to find where the gremlins are. You know, for the...
Like, the tech bus is also bad in general because
issues, things like FPS bugs,
the momentum you had in the game is kind of disappearing. That's the thing.
We're waiting patiently. And I think if you're Shopify Rebellion right now, you're just sitting here thinking, we just want to get on with this, get this one done over and done with as soon as possible. Yeah. And we're here a little longer than we would have liked.
Yeah, they're just sitting there in silence, as is typical. Not really allowed to communicate or discuss, and so you just got to kind of enter a mode of relaxation and patience. Very much will be eager to jump back into the server, just like you and I are, but when it's outside of your control, you kind of just have to put up with it for now.
Yeah, it is so fucking boring.
Probably the benefit of this team having so much experience. It's not like this is the first technical pause on land that they've ever had to...
Yeah, there's a technical pause on the other stream as well. Are you fucking kidding me?
Too uncomfortable for them, or certainly not unfamiliar territory. That would be an interesting fact. How many minutes of technical
Is the org something you can join, or is it mostly a group of friends? It's an organization, Craig. It's a genuine organization. It's called the Artist Esports, and they are Welsh organization that I joined.
I'm sure you could probably find the law of averages.
Yeah, you could find a ballpark figure,
and then multiply and pull something out in a bit of a range.
Yeah.
So that
definitely hours upon hours. So you know, 10 plus, 20 plus, 100 plus. I don't know. Unfortunately, this is taking a little longer.
So
than
Wales,
so we will be heading to a short break, but when we do return, it will be round 4 of Shopify Rebellion versus Alula Club.
Canadian just waving bye bye. Yeah, so this is unlucky. This is going to be hard on them, like momentum-wise. Energy, okay. Energy. What? Where is energy there? That's interesting. Energy is a Swedish-based radio station. That was interesting. Okay. There is also tech pass over at the other stream. I don't know what is happening, guys, with that. Okay. 5 minutes. Like 5 minutes, okay. So, but it looks of it at least. So when it comes to the match up here. So, whoever wins here is going to be facing the one that is winning here. Right now it's 2-2 against Chiefs versus Tyloo. I did not expect Tyloo to be that good against Chiefs, so that is going to be interesting. I do predict that Chiefs is going to be winning against Tyloo in the end, just because they are more experienced than Tyloo, but who knows, everything can happen. And they're going to be facing off Shopify. Now, based on those rounds that has been happening, there's no chance of Alula to be winning against Shopify. I'm sorry, but like that might get up like 2 more rounds in, but they will not win. They will not win. I'm sorry. So that is going to be more or less interesting. Let's see, did I update on this side? No. Like, they are not fast in updating here. Okay, let's see if it is, if they fix this. But no. This is not. This is not what I wanted either. Is it this? Let's see here. Is it not in here? Huh. Interesting. It's not in here? Huh. Okay, I can't use this. I'm sorry. That is interesting, at least. In my opinion, Ambi is what everyone believed Spoit to be. Ambi is way more consistent. Yeah, but like, yeah, as I have said multiple times, I think Spoit's been playing in a role that is not his comfort zone, so either he needs more time to grow on that role, or he needs to change that role. It would be the same if you put like Canadian on enter fragging all the time. He's not that type of player. And it's the same with Spoit. Spoit is an enter fragger. That's how he succeeded in Rogue. And then he was put off of that role as well. So that's the thing. So something is not right when it comes to his role in general. Okay. That is an interesting picture.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine
superpower
being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there.
Joey won the major with Rogue, but like he has always played. No, he's not. He has not always played entry.
Now,
when he was in M80, he was on support, flex support. So he got taken away the role. And on Shopify, he still got more. He was more or less set on flex support again, but with being a little bit more aggressive. Now this year, they've changed a little bit so he can be more aggressive, but Ambient Surfer still like the entry fragger. Yeah, but he's been more supporting towards Canadian as well. It's kind of like he takes the space, then he holds the space. He's not going for any other kills. Like what he did now on Cafe on the second floor, for example, is that he did push into bar by himself. That is kind of like aggressive role, not an entry fragger. So this is what I'm saying. Like he is still a flex, but more towards the aggressive side this year. He was not like that yet last year. PlayStation tournament. But everything comes down to which role you have on the strat as well. Like, I put my entry fragger sometimes to be a more supported side as well, like, or be a lurker, for instance. So we'll see how... Okay. I mean, even though he plays entry at times, mostly from what I have seen, I am not always sure that he will get the entry. Ambi is so close. Yeah, that's the thing. So so you have Ambi Surf, they are the entry most of the time. And then you have Spoit that used to be an entry, but then got forced back to flex / supporting role in a way. But it's like, he needs to develop to be on that role, because like if you have seen when he was playing like 1 versus 1 and stuff like that, he is like very mechanically good. Like he's a god on that. So Abby's good at getting the kills and everything. Like when there's multiple players around, he can get those kills. Versus Spoit is really good on the isolated fights, like the 1 versus 1. He's like slightly better than Ambi on those things, but that is only when he knows where they are, that he can more or less win those fights when it comes to Spoits. Because he actually whiffed on the bar when he was playing Gridlock. So we will see how it's going to be looking. So far there's a lot of interesting mistakes that he's making. No, like, I would be like this. Sometimes these kind of like intros are so cringy sometimes. Okay, we will do this. I don't care right now. Let's change. There is actually a match going on the other side. Their tech pass has been fixed. Let's look at that instead for now.
Fast getting outside too, getting active.
Yeah. You'll love to see it coming out. Now, we'll be seeing in our 6th and final round here, the final defense for Ty Lue at the very least. Of course, the bomb site has to change up, and they choose to go downstairs. They could have gone back to office and bathroom, but they choose to play this tertiary site instead. You already said you like this bomb site. Do you agree with this choice from Ty Lue?
Yes, of course. I just think their strat was a little bit weak. You know, the top floor. The main good thing about this strat is being able to layer and play horizontal. And you kind of have like a 4-man horizontal scheme. You have a med hard zone, you have a floater in between, you have a dining hard zone, and you have a hammam hard zone. And you usually have like maybe a soulless solo roamer above who can create that pressure if they don't clear him. But then if they do clear him, can create a problem and get out and make kind of get that ghost effect to not know, is there someone up top or not? You know, it creates that level of deception that we love about Siege.
Doha, 2 castle barricades in his pocket. He will put 1 there on the laundry door after starting with the top floor roam and then falling off of it quite early. I kind of like that, right? You're able to layer this and make your way down the hatch, and once you put that castle barricade back up, you know nobody's following you down that hatch because there's a castle barricade right in front of them, even if they do. So kind of a nice play from Doha.
Been seeing a lot of pro teams experiment with that too in NA and scrims with double castles, like you clear
Yeah,
castle,
people are hyping him
you
up
go away,
because
you have the
he
castle
is
in
a
the
content creator.
Okay.
He was a content creator before he
Well,
was
use that
a pro
second
player.
castle
That's why
barricade as
people are
well, so there
hyping
won't
it
be any
up.
way to try to
Plus,
pressure
he
him out of
did
that
play
position. This is
exceptionally
Ratty from
well
Jackie Wu.
on the
The
major
most
in
experienced
Berlin
player
when
on
he was
Ty
in
Lue,
Rogue.
he will
That's
just
why
sit
the hype
inside the bathtub.
got
They have
really
no
high
idea
up.
that he's taken this position.
And it's
a
not
great
a
pick.
wolf.
Did they just see him? Yes, they did. Relay
kidding
spots
me?
him on the timing. Unlucky for Jackie Wu. He was sitting on the mute jammer too.
Oh my god.
But gets hard punished by relays, and that's a man advantage coming through for the Chiefs.
Going for a top take, the sins.
But yeah, so like also we gotta remind us as well, like for Spoit, he has a lot of responsibility on his shoulder because it cannot be easy to have expectation from fans on when they are streaming and stuff, and also in the game. Most of the pro players don't have to worry about streaming in general. They usually focus on the game and nothing else. They don't need to worry about performance.
So going for a plant here could find success from the Chiefs.
Looks like they want to just go walk down laundry and plant on the door with those senses, not doing med clear. That can get a little weak because you're kind of giving yourself not too much space to work with.
Sure.
I feel like right now, with the hatch control, you can just flash the guy in med, do a little reverse clear from med with a few shot hopping the window. But let's see how they want to end this.
Neptune with the defuse kit, going to want to make his way in towards the site. Still going for some breaches.
Lunchbox.
These castle barricades have been so annoying for them.
Central walk's very good right now.
30 seconds. Here it's the
This
push
is
coming
going to be
through from the Chiefs,
tight.
trying to make their way in towards the site. In now, past the fire. They're surviving through it. The chunk of fire doesn't deal a lot of damage, so they just power their way in. But Abe takes down Jay. Gets Songler with another one. They deny that plant to go for the verticality not working.
This was
out for
not
the
smart
Chiefs, and
by
they've now lost their most
Chiefs
important
at all.
asset, the defuse kit, hits the ground. 10 seconds to go here. Songler holding the door. They're trying to make their way in through Medbay, but it's still being held by Doha. They each get one
this
piece.
was not good.
Lunchbox in the 1v3, a difficult position, and Doha finds the final frag with a super shorty. A beautiful defense to end the half from Ty Lue.
Yeah, very good, very clean. I feel like it was just, again, a weak execute from Chiefs. They didn't use their map control to the best of their ability.
Right.
Even the Sens too, because what's strong about the med player is
I agree if it's weird to say that he feels pressure because of it. Well, like he made the choices, but it doesn't mean that you still don't feel the pressure. It's the same for every team as well. They get pressured that they need to perform, otherwise they might lose their spot as well.
Or you can plant where they try
But
to plant. But instead,
for Spoit, he might have a different pressure.
put him there right.
Because there's been people like arguing that he should not be playing pro because he's streaming and he needs to focus on the game more than streaming. And
know exactly what they want to do.
like the thing when they are not practicing together, they have their individual practice, which is going in and playing ranked, for example.
Really low time rounds,
mostly solo queuing.
This could be a 5-1 if we didn't see that
So
massive
that
clutch from
there,
Neptune.
that's the
So,
individual
scary spot to
practice,
be in.
and
The silver
what
lining
better way
here,
to
Chiefs
do that
will move on
is
to the defense side, and they can
not
be a quite
like
formidable defensive
is to
team.
go in a stream,
Ty Lue
for
struggled with
example.
just a 45% offensive win rate in CNL
So I
this
kinda
stage,
don't
so it
get
has
why
been the
people,
weaker
like,
side for them, but here in a map like Fortress,
harassing him
you
on
have to
that
imagine,
point,
I mean,
and that
3
can
attacks,
actually
that's
create more
doable against a
pressure
CNL squad.
that he needs to perform, because now he's getting a lot of heat for that as well. That is like the latest thing that I heard about Spoit, by the way.
You kind of let
So
them simmer. You can take the space, and then it becomes very strong at the end of the round because you have it's a very lane heavy. You know, if you get one cut you can kind of cut a bunch of people being able to rotate and help stop the plant. So it's just very important on the attack.
People say there's been a debate that Spike needs to stop being pro league and focus on streaming, or he needs to stop streaming and focus on the pro play instead.
And then you're creating the gaps in the middle.
So he had to write, he did tweet saying, like explaining himself.
So it's just making sure.
Yes, it got so much where he needed to explain why he's streaming and stuff like that, which he does not have any responsibility to do.
This is the halftime timeout, of course, between the two halves, where teams get 2 minutes to talk with their coaches about how they want to play this second half coming through to things. It's good to see Abe as well, kind of stepping up as the main fragger for Ty Lue. I believe he was 9-4 after that first half. It doesn't feel like he's been the only player popping off and single-handedly carrying. Like, there's been a real team effort from Ty Lue to come through and win a lot of these rounds, but
there's always going to be idiots out there saying whatever. So
Operator Man's coming through. We've got the Kaid and the Ying to start things off. Are we gonna see Kaid bandits?
Clash?
No. How do you feel about these
Yeah, I knew it. I knew the Clash would come.
It's a good op. I feel like if you want to play a lot of shields, it helps.
Clash is so annoying on this map.
And also, too, Clash is one of the best defenders at just having to make sure if they're hiding it, you know. And then if you don't know, you kind of sometimes have to make sure you have utility just to deal with it.
Right.
And also, too, it's just a big stall. It really eats up a lot of time having to clear through that, and you can rotate the Clash around so much easier now because it's so mobile. You can plant your shield, you can sprint, you can plant your shield again. You can be everywhere at once really with the Clash. You can be very fluid. Denari, Mira, Mew, Azami. Nice line coming out.
Denari not running the Scorpion. I don't know if you see that there.
Yeah, so like, here's the thing. A lot of people would just comment that don't know the entirety. They're just saying what they want instead of getting the facts straight.
He's a very experienced
because if it was like, if Mbappe was that selfish, the teammates would not want him to be there. They would actually have talked to the deleting and stuff like that, and they would not be able to produce a result where Mbappe would have gold, because he's not the only player in the field that can score, and he needs the other teammates to be able to score as well. So if they really didn't want him, then like they would not have produced any results at all, not any good results in a way. So the people would just be ignorant and just comment whatever instead of understanding. It's the same stupid comments we have today when it comes to female like players in esports, for example. Like people say, oh, we can't work with women because they are so dramatic and everything. And you have so many good pro players in the female area that can produce the same result.
What's looking for with that Denari tripwire. That one will, so it takes off the one angle, but even still, the other part of this L-shaped hallway is going to be still trapped up with those Denari wires, so you've got to be careful about what map control you're really able to take here on the side of Ty Lue. You mentioned it. I mean, this pressure has been kind of coming into the old tower side on the south, but now there's got a lot of players kind of focusing on this main north side too, so a lot of different pressure.
Great attack start. They're really putting pressure all around the map, clearing util. But you still don't know where they're going to end. They gave this side. They're taking this map space.
Great Flores drone. They just get the timing on that with Jake not watching at the last moments. Here comes a nade as well. Might try to clear out some more of these Kiba barriers. He could go for the reinforcements here. They still have one left in pocket, but he's wasting so much time before he does. And now I think with those flashes, it's just too dangerous, so Jake's going to have to back off. 75 seconds on the clock and all 10 still alive.
One thing they did, though, is they had him run away with the Deimos, and they refilled the position with a new player, no track. So
Yo!
Here comes player on a difficult angle. He's got too many things to look at.
That is insane. Did I just
down the player on Chiefs.
do
It's
that?
been so devastating so far through this stage. Now Jake hoping to get one back, playing behind his teammate on this mirror window. The smoke makes it awkward. Jackie Wu here with the glass, hoping to find a free pick as they get in through Horse, but the Magnets have caught it, and Jackie just gets slammed by Jake. So that's going to put us back down to the 4v4. hoping to find some success. Doaz walks his way in through horses. He knows the player's close. Neptune just around the corner. I don't think they have information
That is not
on
good,
this.
Chiefs.
They might not even need it as Jake is frying. There's the info they don't have. Neptune takes down Songla in a 2v4. This is so much to ask for.
That is
back
too
on
much,
Neptune
yeah.
with 20 seconds, and Yovakur's gone down. Leaves it all into Bay. He's been so good today,
okay.
but not quite enough in round 7. Chiefs take the first round of the second half.
Okay, so the match is back on, so we are going to go back and check that. I just find, like, guys, you know that we do have drops as well. If you're like watching the stream, you will get drops and stuff. So there's been people asking why some of the streamers are not getting drops, and they just posted. Even I didn't know this, and I'm like super honored. It says, like, thank you so much for being part of the EWC for the group stage. Drops are only available to limited numbers of pre-selected streamers based on their past performance. And I'm like, yo, I'm one of them. I'm like, no way. That is such an honor, guys. Thank you so much. And starting from the playoffs, drops will be available for all of you. And I'm like, yo, that is a high honor. Just saying. I did not feel like it's because of you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Like that is such a high honor.
Fight in them for the remainder of this first.
Like
half.
first time I'm like co-streaming for the EWC and I hear this. Like thank you so much, guys. Only you made it possible.
From the defense.
So thank you so much.
Still one in the pocket of the pulse. Crazy once again resuming that operator for the third time over the course of this first half. Bit of a switch up here in terms of the comp from Rebellion. With the finger in play.
That is close.
Yeah, Rexon had to be careful there. Ambi, another opening kill. Well, I said pre-show, give him the license to run around, and so far he's followed through nicely. 3 of the 4 opening kills for Shopify Rebellion.
Also, guys, when I went to the LAN event in Sweden, Jönköping, I got like this below.
Canadian still with 2 adrenal surges remaining.
So like.
It's a reading
and this is actually from this
a lot
company.
Of it on the pulse. Valentino losing his life. Nitrocell, a little bit of damage onto Ambi towards Cocktail. Damage onto Canadian. He just walked up to the doorway. Wasn't expecting maybe the double stack as Joza gets the kill. Again, equals things up. 3 versus 3.
Yeah, very intriguing round developing here for the 4th. Signs of life for Alula Club. Can Shopify Rebellion, though, on attack. Shows some good initiative here. Final minute of the round. Diffuser still needing to be collected. Vert established by Rexon, exposing into sight. Can he pluck a kill? Feet spotted, but the kill doesn't follow. An opportunity to
he's running around
for the defense.
Well, I think if you're Alula Club, you're happy with this. Now 3v3, 40 seconds left. Yes, Shopify Rebellion get a bit of top floor power play with the Rexon sledge.
Deploying sensor.
Crazy though, can get quite a lot of information still remaining in this round on the pulse. Couple that with Bazooka too on the Solar, so intel's not going to be terribly difficult to gather here for Alula Club, but they do lose Bazooka. Rexon from above. But the floorboards opened up, the pressure mounting, he finds the kill. Ambi pushing in through mining can go for the plant. Wanted to maybe think about enabling that window and will do so. Pushing closer left side mining. Where's the follow-up from Alula Club? They're not going to be able to deny this plant. Crazy losing his life to Spoit and Shopify Rebellion.
Now Spoit is getting the kills.
Arguably the closest round that we've seen between these 2 teams and go 3-1 up.
Yeah, a really good way in which they've been able to problem solve and break down the remainder of that round. Some good discipline from Shopify Rebellion. I think credit to Rexon in particular, the amount of value that he got individually from the sledge late, from the Verdin, flushing out the defense, clearing, reading, plucked a kill, and then gave his team the advantage.
Yeah, that was a good reading on to good pressure from Sledge to open up the floorboard like that, and
will extend that lead.
That kind of made them leave the space so they could take the area.
One of the more close rounds. Shopify Rebellion still just having
kind of forced them to be in a corner.
Experience.
I would say maybe Pulse would have been playing a little bit better from Alula.
Well played. North American club. 4 straight rounds though. Opening kills. That's been quite the concern if you're Alula Club on Cafe defense, where you're just never really in an advantageous position early. Ambi is just doing whatever he wants.
They've been fighting from behind over the course of every single round so far. And while they were able to pluck a singular back in the second round, thanks to a really nice multi courtesy of Mhago, outside of that, it hasn't really been all that promising for them, with Shopify Rebellion being able to flex their muscles largely over the course of this opening map of their
Why would even
EWC 26 campaign.
What's funny, I say that round that we just played was the closest we've had so far. 4 alive, 4 alive, and 4 alive, then 3 alive. So indeed I was correct, but it highlights we haven't really seen closeness within the rounds at the moment, which is a big benefit for Shopify Rebellion. They're dominating in the opening kills. 2 plants as well within the 4 rounds played, so going at a 50% rate, that's incredibly high. Double multi.
So they're doing, looks like they're just doing a horizontal take because they have nothing for,
dominated by Shopify Rebellion.
they don't have anything for vert play, like hard vert play, and we might be able to open something from above, but like, it looks like it's going to be a very horizontal take.
Between these 2 clubs, as expected, Rexon taking the damage towards Bakery on the Capital, but not only will he takes the damage, he takes the space.
Yeah, that is bad from Ula, just giving the space, but like, if Shopify is not careful,
he's just straight away into the site, got the free kill onto
that is not good for Ula.
Doesn't connect.
If we had the bomb, that would be able to put planting now.
Just so much pressure. Mhaga never getting out of there alive, whether it was going to be from the flames or the bullets. In the end, it will be a combination of both. Joe's to push down from red stairs.
Canadian down. No, the bomb is down. That is not good.
Does eventually fall to Crazy. Big battle to be won. Surfer finds a way to hit the headshot. The spray.
Yeah, he's going to die here.
Ended up getting rid of the Fenrir. Allows Spoit now the entry through Small Bake and leaves Crazy by himself. Again, another very one-sided round, and this again in favor of Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, this is the easiest match so far for Shopify.
So the plan will be successful.
I'm sorry, Ola. Sorry, you like it.
Now looks incredibly likely.
It's just, it looks like they're not. They don't have anything to counter against Shopify at this moment because they're giving them the free space, a lot of the free space. Because if Shopify can tag this horizontally against them without taking top floor, Aola is not in a space to contest against Shopify.
That's now adding to a collection of rounds where
they got invited. It's because it's a Saudi Arabia team, so they like got. So every region gets an invite. So this is the MENA region.
And the brains of this team, they're firing.
So they have been, so they are the top contender on their region. So you have NA, you have SAL, you have EU, then you have MENA, you have APAC, you have the CL. So that is like the reason why. Because this is the World Cup, so every region will get an invite based on their top performance, ending up on the first place on each region. If that was not a thing, G2, everyone that was like in 4th place on the other region would actually been qualified instead, so...
I think so far it's fair to say that this is playing along the script that we expected.
Yeah, I would say the script that we expected for this matchup has been thoroughly met.
Not to say that that may change in the second half.
Yeah, 5th place, sorry, 5th.
Be that where it's a little more attacker-sided, pending ban.
There's just no statistic that I look at, though, and say... Yeah, I mean, this is where it can change.
It's certainly a glass half full perspective.
This has been very, very dominant from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and so like in general, like it would be like... Never gonna
say 100%
7-1 win here, like in general. Like I said, if Shopify feels comfortable taking the horizontal push on Kitchen, then you're in for a very hard ride, to be honest.
So good. Now it's just about closing this sort of match out. Again, reminder, this is a best of 1 here for the play-ins. Earlier today, Fnatic won their game over CAG.
Oh, you literally saw him.
And what was the other game as well? Because they were both
King Zero looked competitive against MIBR. That's Lowe's, but then unfortunately that result flips.
Another opening kill for Shopify Rebellion. They'll be flawless in that regard to close out the first half. Crazy with a very important kill onto Rexon because it was a 5 versus 3.
Oh, holy shit!
That's good though for Shopify
That
have
was-
the advantage. Emhaga and
that was
Crazy,
funny.
the remaining duo for Lula Club on defense. A little bit
That
more
was actually
fast
pretty
pace in this
funny.
round from Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, they lose the blitz, but they retain advantage, and that's going to be critical for a portion of the round. 3 can
At least it's not really. Yeah, this is not rigged. It has nothing
Good
to do with
position
this.
here.
So like
Potentially good info
the
for
thing is
defense,
the
both the
World
Valk
Cup
and Mozzie in play,
on
but
this
tricky
on esports
to make
is actually
players caught
done
out
by
again.
Saudi
Crazy.
Arabia, like Dubai.
Last man standing.
And he's the ace.
So they are holding
already got
this.
3 kills
So
this
it's going to
round,
be used
2
with their
remaining in
money
Surf and Spoit.
to
Now, the
host this
unfortunate
type
thing
of
is there's still a minute.
event.
If there was only 20 or 30
US
seconds
has
left, I actually
no
wouldn't mind
control
his
of it.
position here in the 1 versus 2, but with so much time, for
It's
Shopify
very
Rebellion
nice for
to just work their way through this.
for
You've
us
still got a
to
frag grenade,
even
you've still got 2
say yes to
Candelas,
hold
so
this
you've got
event
some
in
utility.
Paris.
You may even have drones that are potentially playable. Drone in pillar at the moment, so they know they can safely drop. Information though from Crazy.
Spike, chill.
So he knows this is a double drop.
You
Don't like the
Candela.
Yeah.
Then you didn't like Norway then.
He's going to need to look for a reposition. I honestly would maybe expected him to go for the full sweep around. Surf though, expecting him to just watch.
You don't like Norway?
One half in favor
Yo,
of
yo, yo.
Shopify Rebellion.
Here's a
very
good
dominant.
story when it comes to Norway.
And that is exactly
Norway,
what we were
with
seeing.
their
Their attack
oil,
way too
was
good. Flawless
willing
from the open
to
kill
share
department. 6
their
rounds
oil
straight, they got the first pick.
money, like share the profits and everything
And
to
you can say
Sweden.
three
They
of the
were
6
willing
rounds
to
they got
give
planned.
50%
Technically
of
would have
the
been
shit
4 of the
to
6
Sweden.
if that kill didn't
And we
eventuate
were stupid
at
enough
that
to say
point, 'cause the
no
plan
to
was
that
going
shit.
be successful. They got all of the multi-kill rounds.
That is
were
so
won for
stupid.
Alula Club until the very last round. Not a lot really to look back on and find.
Like, I
positive
don't know how
angles
Sweden said
for
no to that
Alula
shit.
Club. They got taught a lesson here, and maybe that is the overarching storyline from this match. If you're going to get taught a lesson, this is the game. Then it's either Chiefs or Tyloo after this, and you can take some learnings from this match against Shopify Rebellion.
Again, though, as we discussed, given the nature of this format, you don't have a huge turnaround. You really don't have a turnaround.
Yeah.
If it's not your day, it's not your day. You could be sent packing, right? So, certainly a rough introduction for them here at EWC 26.
Well, yeah, they play again today.
Yep.
So you're going to have to learn pretty quickly. It's not like you get a chance to really
Damn.
go back, VOD review this game either. So it's more of a what do you take from it, from the game directly afterwards.
Yeah.
The first-hand experience.
Oh yeah, forgot quite
By
that
the way,
you're
we're in
Swede
the
as well.
halftime break.
As is
Wait, you're
customary to
yeah,
the
you're
customary
Swede as
was
well,
an
right?
opportunity for both teams to kind of rehash
I don't think my
gameplay
memory is
heading
that bad.
to the second half.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're Shopify Rebel, you look at these numbers. Surf with 6, Rex and Ambi with 7, Spoit's got 5. They're all going positive. No one's really giving their life away. Canadians won 4, but of course, as we know with Canadian, that his job is to throw in Candelas, put the shield up.
My memory
and
is not
heal
that
people with
bad.
adrenal
I
surge.
could
Maybe throw out some RUs every
not
now
at
and
least
then.
now, it's not that bad.
Oh, I thought you said kill. I was like, that's some new tech. Nah, he's doing his usual stuff. It's been a good team effort from the NA squad thus far.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, right, when you think about the hard support. You know, back in the day, Canadians' role was almost.
I swear to God,
expected
if
get
there's
negative
another
kills.
tech
You
pass,
think
I'm going to
about
get
that.
And it was
pissed.
also not,
Yeah,
and
thought
it was
so.
also not a case of being a
Holy.
today in modern Siege as a standout. Back then, it was an
Yes.
expectation for there to be that
Exactly.
dedicated player, right? But they're still making
But
it work.
the new age is, well, if you want to be the best, you almost need all 5 to have that capability to frag out. But Canadian is so just, I'm going to enable the rest of my team. I'm not just support player, I am enabling, I'm helping.
Yeah,
and
not
I'm
surprised
doing
by
it
that.
as best as I
Snake,
possibly
Monty,
can, and that's why
Rooney,
Shopify Rebellion
Wamai.
still have a lot of success.
Wamai is getting banned
It's
a
a lot
lot.
easier for, and
But
this is
like
to
that's a
really-
good reason because
when you think
his
about
this
stats,
has got a
Canadian's not gonna
buff.
get the kills. Why?
He has
He's still
the
in the
AUG
Candelas.
right now,
So
and
Andy
he
can
has a
then follow up
C4
and go
and
get the
shield. Like
kills.
he's
He's not
super
gonna get
strong
the
right
kills
now.
because
I
he's
don't
setting
know
up the
what they were
RUs.
thinking by
So
giving him both the
people like
C4
Rex
and the
can take
shield.
space
I
into
would
Baker.
just have been
He's not
happy if
getting
they
the
gave
kills
him
'cause he's
the
got
like the
up and
shield.
pushing and taking space. So that's just the way that the
It's
support role
so
works.
interesting.
But you think about the very top level support players these days, and they can do a bit of both. I don't know if Canadian can do a bit of both, but what he does really well is support.
If they play, if they smart, I would actually like go underneath and take out Canadian. I would send 2 people to go underneath to get him out.
powerful
Because if you get Canadian from underneath, it's going to be hard for them to even deny the plant. So if you get him out quickly enough, you go up, then you clear out top floor.
So an emphasis on catch.
Make sure that they make sure that you can go plant in mining. Like that would be my.
Thus far, again, a testament and a reiteration
that would actually be a good
at the moment.
Good play.
The blitz
so
is available. We're going to see that exchanged here in round.
Because if you're
7.
obviously opening up the floorboard here, and you know Canadian loves playing bolts.
Really emphasizing nothing to lose. Let's just throw our weight.
Funny thing is, Canadian was actually the one that made me fall in love with C4s. I don't like playing poles. That's why I went to play Valk instead. But he was actually the one that got me to like main Valkyrie with.
You need
in
to play
general.
your game back in your system the way that you would typically play this. Don't adjust and change it based on your opposition. And if this is the kind of set play that they're used to employing, then no problems with it. Crazy going all the way up top red stairs, met by Surf. So far, Surf is just kind of letting the utility do the work at keeping the blitz at bay. And Surf will know full well that it's not going to be just a solo blitz. It should be the double stack top red. Now they lose Rexon. Surf now starting to feel the pressure. He's also wary of getting pinched from Lounge with that window position. Spots left side, but he did get some damage onto Crazy. Knows there indeed is the double stack. Bazooka shot through the wall, get through to Surf. Good little pinch from Alula Club here on this top floor.
Yeah, instead of nerfing them, making them a little bit stronger. Just small changes, so nothing too big.
Pinch ever, but they made it work in the end, and it will force aggression out from the rest of this defensive unit. Canadian forced back, courtesy of the Lion scan. His position revealed, so can't actively hold the staircase any longer. Spoit may go searching. Ambi's, of course, second floor. Spoit will look to join him. Well, you mentioned before the Canadian strike power might not be the greatest, but he's keeping Shopify Rebellion in this round.
It's usually the way it goes, doesn't it, as a caster? You say
if ever up is strong, we were a good place
to the top fragger in this 7th round. We'll see
if
that does eventuate. Still a minute remaining.
That's one way of seeing it as well.
As they get inside of mining, we'll go for the plant. Valentino.
Yeah, so he doesn't have
to stick that down. No one outside at the moment. Crazy gets rid of Andy with a pistol and a blitz. It will be a successful plant. Canadian not opting for the swing. Bazooka was holding the angle. That's exactly why. And while Spoit does get the kill onto Valentino, this one's done. Alula Club.
Yeah.
Bit of a statement here to start the second half that this game is not done just yet. Really solid attacking round.
Could we see something special develop over the next few rounds? That's why we said that sort of leading into the halftime break, it is a game of two halves. And whilst the 5-1 comeback, especially on attack, is incredibly challenging, especially when you consider the discrepancy between these two teams, it's not impossible. And some really positive signs in that opening round. Good pinch work early. Opening kills. Surf got caught in an awkward spot. He was dealt with. Rest of the defense forced to try and aggress, but they had the operators to contain that. And in terms of the execution and the ability for them to get the checklist done in that round, it was, pretty good.
There's winning rounds, but then there's where you've won a round and the system
we probably adapt, but they are going downstairs, so...
Pressure clearing out that top
question is Ambi going to be playing on VIP side, or is he going to be holding bakery? Because usually you want to have Warden holding VIP, especially with a shield would be a preferable thing, but you do have
and that's the good sign of your club, is that from
get
the
away, you
system
fucking
that
AI.
they employed, they got the round win. Let's see if they can do it again in the 8th round. And if they can, then it's suddenly 3-5.
Get away.
And then suddenly some pressure onto the North Americans.
Okay, so Ambi's holding VIP, okay.
9 and 5 for Crazy. He's been their best. He's been their best standout. And that was also the first round of the Lake Girls that they got the opening kill. It becomes a little bit more easier when you actually do get the advantage to begin with.
So they have buck for the verticality.
They were also able to get the plant down too successfully. So what does the follow-up look like?
Well, they bring the blitz again. That was used to spearhead control up through red into shop last round, and they may look to use that as a spearhead for round number 8 as well. Doesn't, again, have to be...
Yes, Ambi on VIP, you have Fawn playing in Whiskey,
operator in how you try
then
and inject it into the lineup.
Mute and Jaeger towards Bakery. There's no roamer per se.
Going to be strong, generally speaking, for...
So they're just giving them the top floor, actually.
Into the mute of Surf. And on the side of that
this
defense,
could be a very...
with Yoko's on Echo.
Now
But
they
intrigued to see
didn't
if
waste
that has
it,
impact
to
towards
just
the tail end of the
opening
round. It
up a
means that
head hole
the
to
longer the
put
round goes on without
pressure.
a Lula club going
So
for plan
it's
or being
like
under pressure at the
it's
start,
a
that's gonna
ghost
play
pressure
further
thing.
into the hands of the defense naturally.
Yeah, I mean, Valentino's going to be the one.
So it's the same when you're opening up here, you're creating a vertical that is going showing downstairs.
Shopify Rebellion are going to largely play that off-site position.
No,
so
maybe he
double-stack
didn't
forward
need
part,
to
they're gonna
use
play
the
VIP.
six
They've got
pallets,
small
but
bacon
like
tank. No one
so
technically
they
right
just
now is
open up to
inside.
create
So as we
the
watch
pressure.
Valentino
And
opening
it's
up
the
these
same with the
floorboards
four
and
pallets
putting
on
the pressure
the
on
wall
anyone. He's
there.
not
It's
gonna get a
just
kill from
creating
this.
a
But
different
it's still
kind of
pressure there
pressure.
for the later part of the round. When eventually, you would hope for the attacking team, you're going to keep someone above. Otherwise, you know, the potential retake's an issue, so someone has to stay.
The round for both teams hinges on this VIP clear.
Yes.
It's critical that a Lula club deal with
and Bar as well, as an extension of that. When you're double stacking Bar, it's not Envy by himself. Typically, VIP, you can be on this island.
3 guys
but
on
he
the bar
has
side.
someone like Surf that can
Jesus.
swing and help out.
And
he's also got
They
the
are
we can see on the pit.
hard
lineup for
holding
Shopify.
bar
Well
side.
protected here.
Shit.
45 seconds too, and
That-
suddenly then also
Yeah, they're
Canadian
reading this
State
threat
were able to
perfectly.
hit
So
from the
here's
double stack as well. Ambi was ready.
Oh.
A 1-for-1 trade. And Surf, though, loses out. There's the clear towards Brown. And nicely done from Bazooka. That's bar control established. Fall back into sight. But again, remember, Valentino had the floorboards. Rexon wins the battle, though, from sight. And suddenly now, 25 seconds, 3v3. The most critical and pivotal round.
Yeah, the vert doesn't matter. Full attack, first floor, and they're going to try and spearhead on this half of the map bar side.
This is
Don't
crunch
forget as
time.
well,
They
we
need
go
to go.
Kai's full
Here's the
Canadian.
thing.
He's
Echo
playing
is still
towards
fucking
Bakery.
alive.
Bazooka
This is
falls to
not
Spoy.
good.
Advantage again for Shopify Rebellion. Down to Joza. Needs to clutch all 3. Does get one onto Rexon. The other 2 will play hide and seek. And he does not have the kit. Therefore, the time will expire as Shopify Rebellion take match point.
Okay. So here's the
Really,
here's
really
the
clean
thing.
work.
Shopify
I really
read
think that
the entire
largest
play
portion of the round was going to
on
hinge
Iola.
VIP, and whilst it
They
certainly did have impact.
went by
didn't
seeing the
ultimately
execution
confirm
from
the round
above.
either
So
way, but
they
I think
knew
Shopify
they were
Rebellion's
going
ability
to
to
get the
respond to
execution,
what happened with this
do a
play
vertical
here.
play, open up hatch, and
to
then
side.
push down
Of course, the
wide.
attack
Because there
will
was
transition
no
first forward, and then
pressure
took the vert
onto
out of play
Bakery
that
side.
was
No pressure at
previously
all.
established.
So they
And
knew
there just
that like
wasn't a ton of
there's
time.
no
But there was
pressure
also
there,
a
so
Nothing
all the
Bakery
pressure is
side.
going to be
Nothing
coming
red
on the other
stairs.
side,
It
which
was
is
a
white
little
stairs.
There was a little
So
white
they moved the
stairs and a little
entire
brown
team
stairs and one side push.
towards that side.
meant
That's why
for
they
players like
stacked up with
Canadian,
3
you can play
people to
Bakery, you can
Whiskey,
play the
like
O-Fights.
VIP and 2 guys on Whiskey,
Love that little
to
tech
put
as well
that
in that
pressure
round,
to
where you
force
only
them to go
really typically will see in the land
anywhere,
environment, right?
to
And
go
this
somewhere
VIP
else.
has Canadian in person
But
sitting next to him. Taking a
Iola
look at
didn't
that Yokai
bite on
information.
that
It's not
and
a case
forced
of where you may be
themselves to
playing
take the
online and getting a verbal
gunfights
call.
and
You could
stack up
physically
with like
see
2
just how
people
close and aggressive that
to make
blitz
sure
was,
that they
but see
could
the
kill
double
like
stack,
Ambi, for
and then he was able
example.
to execute.
And then they got like the control onto the
free,
Whiskey and
which is the most
everything,
important
but they
part of that
couldn't
whole.
get further in
So
because there
really
was
well played
still
for
3
Shopify
people
Rebellion. They
alive
got tested in that round for the Lula Club, but they passed the test.
from
Now
Shopify,
they've
and they
got
still
4
had like
opportunities
Echo as
to get
well, which was
themselves one
not
step closer
ideal
to what
either.
would be
So essentially,
playing
Iola
phase
didn't
2.
have the right
Correct.
utilities
Again, it's a brutal format
to
here. 8 teams, 4
counter
play-ins,
Shopify,
2 to qualify
plus
then into the group stage.
they
So
were
a reminder,
kind
I
of
guess,
obvious
for
with
Shopify
where they were
Rebellion
going to be
fans,
pushing.
Win this, you're into the upper bracket final or play in
as
phase
well,
1 for
so.
Group A. Win that, you qualify for play in phase 2, while you play another team from Group B. Win that, you are into group stage. It's a brutal run.
Yeah, kind of.
But this is also double elimination for this portion of the play-in for the loser, which seemingly at the moment is seeming to be a Lula club. We'll play the loser of Chiefs.
Yeah,
and
I think
Tyloo.
people are
Expenses, if that's
underestimating
still live at the moment on
how
the
he
B-stream.
plays.
Yeah, last I heard, Tyloo
But
was
granted,
actually in the
he
lead
does
and
not
Chiefs
have a
looking
good
to try and
KD record at
push it
all.
overtime. So not
He's
quite sure
not
how that's
doing what he
developing
needs to
currently, but
do.
certainly a bit of a closer affair than
But
what we
like
have on
even
our
guys
hands
like
here,
him
but that was
can
probably
like
a
have
fair
bad
expectation
times for a while.
heading into the day.
Well, I mean, ours is still going because of tech issues, and I know they did have some tech issues as well. Rexon finds the opening kill onto Enhaga. Again, just the way the
Canadians
Canadians
just
able to
give
get
them
this information
live
from the
info,
polls
what the
as
fuck?
Floyd gets rid of Valentino. Need a kill from Crazy. He crosses the threshold of double digits. Decent for him as an
This is
individual, but would rather
crazy.
the team success. But it's Shopify Rebellion, and are now
But
very much
Spike
edging
got a
closer
good
to
kill, and
taking
that
this
was
map
like
of
the
Cafe,
heartbeat.
and
So now it's
therefore
going to be
the game
harder
itself
for
is only a
them to
best of one.
execute to like go down.
Fair play to Crazy, by the way, up to 10 kills.
Because they don't have the verticality now, they don't have the sledge, they don't have the heartbeat.
But Siege, of course, is
like, it is so bad. Oh, what the fuck?
Hang on. Okay, so round not done just yet. Canadian has a little slip up. Bazooka will get the free kill,
that was a
and
big
we're tied.
slip up.
Evened up for numbers heading into the final
No,
minute.
they got a very good pick, and that is Canadian. Like,
for Alula Club and being their best player so far in
that is
Crazy. Push up
stupid
white
by
stairs now
Canadian.
from Bazooka and getting the live drone. So some good information, but also good space that's now been taken for the attack.
Can they problem solve their way through this round? Can they try and get Crazy in a position to break some space and structure here that Shopify Rebellion do have on offer? Keep in mind, double Nitro still up for the North American roster.
And keep in mind, it is mining, so this position towards reading not quite as valuable. Damage onto Crazy, but stays alive. The smoke actually helping out Rexon. Oh, it was shot to Joseph through the smoke. Devastating for Alula Club.
Oh my god, that
And
was
now
such a
the time
nasty.
is their enemy. But Crazy did get the downer to Rexon,
Yeah,
but
I don't know
ultimately
what
forced the surge of
Bazooka was doing at
7
all.
seconds to find this double kill onto MP and Surf, who fall back. And unfortunately, with no kit, no time, it will not matter. Bazooka cannot win it as Shopify Rebellion make it a 7-2 victory.
I knew they
over
would
the
win.
Meta outfit.
I knew they
And
would
move
win.
a little closer to getting out of play-ins. That's step 1 done.
Yeah, one step, still plenty to go though for
That
Shopify
is
Rebellion.
crazy.
They'll walk away pretty happy.
Let's do this. So,
Played by Yoviker. Last time this was
6-6 now between Tyloo and Chiefs. This is going to be interesting.
A little bit differently. The Blitz still an important piece of this execute, but maybe not going to be a.
But yeah,
similar
like I said,
lineup.
I
They'll go a bit
knew
more
they
control before they go
would
for this
win.
one. What do you think?
They're looking to sweep again, and if I'm Chiefs, you need to recognize right now that they're running like not any breaching, only the MAV. So if you're playing these layer walls on briefing, you're going to be burning so much time. Because especially with their bathroom setup, when they have these double walls reinforced, you have to expend MAV torch on that, then you have to expend MAV torch on breaching, and then you have to extend it on the inner briefing wall too. And that all takes mass amounts of time. And most of all too, there's going to be no rotate in those walls, so they have to funnel through doorways. They can execute a lot worse. And I think that's when they can play these late game flanks up central, up con, and play for some real late round deep state win cons.
Well, here's this first map torch that you were talking about again. They're going to have a lot of layering to get through on the side of Tyloo, but they're starting to make this space now. Nobody really up here to contest them early on this roam game. A lot of them have already fallen back. Of course, minute 45 on the clock
right now.
Is there another tub player? Oh, it's Neptune, but he will get out at this point. Didn't go so well for Jackie Wu when he gave it a try, so Neptune will have to fall back as well. His phone ringing a little bit there. He'll let it explode as he doesn't have to worry about those dope calls anymore. That's 90 seconds deep. All players alive and full top floor, this north side extension cleared out by Tyloo. Not a terrible position for either team here.
Yeah. They need to make sure they layer off. They layered off the wall, and now it's about the late flank here.
Right.
Making sure that you're not fully stacked onto the site. They have player below, so it's great. Let's see.
It's gonna be player down there who could.
I
cause some
do
chaos
hope
late into the
that,
round. He's not gonna get in the gunfight early. There's not really vert pressure being played by Tyloo, but even still, if he can find.
I hope the Chiefs will win this match.
For his teammates to be able to get that man count
I do hope.
advantage. Here comes the Maverick from Doha as well. He's going to make it really awkward to play inside both of these sites. They've got good information onto what might be lurking on the other side of this, but you're always worried about a swing out as well. That's what punished them the last time they were trying to push in here with the Monty. Aids go through the map hole, and it's Doha.
Yo, Lunchbox, what the fuck are you doing?
Actually, Jake gets the final finish off regardless, and the Blitz is in the site. Plant is started from a bay. The Blitz will just sit and protect his toes. The Warden doesn't see the plant going down, and he dies midway through the execute.
What the fuck?
The plant goes
Chiefs!
down. This is a disaster for Chiefs.
Oh my
They've got to find some way to
god.
get back into it now in the man disadvantage. They're going to aggressive out the window, hoping for some hop outs, trying to find their plays, but Jackie's holding the
Yeah,
angle.
she's
Neptune
so
only much he
stupid
can
right
do,
now.
and
Are
Jake
you
in the
kidding me?
1v3, desperate to get his team back into things, but this is an impossible situation. They're playing so passive on the side of Tyloo, just holding their angles, protecting this defuse kit as it's down. Jake's got to answer a phone call in the midst of this clutch. I mean, it's so awkward to come through from the Ella. Out with the pistol, but can't find
This
the
is
frag.
so
It'll be
fucking
Tyloo to take
stupid.
the advantage early in overtime.
That
I think
was
it
just
tough
so
on Jackie.
stupid.
He had a great play to down the person, But in the end round, you need to make sure you flank central, because if you flank central, it causes just that chaos, just because they can't deny through the wall and the site push at the same time. So you flank central, you create the pinch, you create the chaos that allows your teammates in the site to actually double up on the person on the breach and through mattress side. So it just creates that different layer of defense.
Well, for the third time this game, Tai Lu will approach match points, 1 round away from sending Chiefs down to the lower bracket. The only difference, this time they get to defend to try to secure this victory. Both times they were on match point previously, it was Chiefs on the defense. They won both of them. Now it's going to be a bit of a different story. We saw how bad Chiefs were at attacking in that first half. They had some moments for sure, but all in all, those executions were not really
the matches after this is going to be so long because it's a best of 3 next match. I don't understand why they have the best of 1 now, and then in the next match they have the best of 3. I don't understand that. That is kind of annoying. Yeah, in my opinion, a little bit.
And use the Monty through there because
just a little bit of annoying.
Right. So you're going to be able to actually push the Monty deep. You're not going to be able to play vending window because one nade from a guy outside the side will displace that guy, so you can play that OPK. And then they're going to be inside congested in B site. You're going to have the buck below. You're going to have a split pressure, probably from the snake. So I would look to do an old tower ISO here. I think it's the strongest take right now.
Well, Old Tower is the call from Iconic. We'll see if it's a call from Chiefs as well, as this push is going to be everything for the team from down under, hoping to find their way in towards this side of the map. We do have a lot of pressure Old Tower side early, but there's a lot of players here on the defense trying to lock things down as well. Doha, the main point of contact here in Old Towers, is going to be trying to lock things down with these Wamai magnets. With the Goyos and the Wamais, I mean, we've seen this from Tai Lu before. They're really good at stalling things out and playing with their utility. And this time, there's no Flores to come through on the side of Chiefs. They don't have a Twitch drone to try to pop some of those Goyo canisters, so they're really just going to have to rely on their nades, rely on their ways to clear out this utility that don't involve standard methods. This might be a little bit awkward trying to get into the site.
Yeah. I think that's why I'm such a big fan of the Striker. It just brings so much utility to help clear through. Because like with the Twitch drone, you're pinning a lot on your Twitch player to get the Goyo flames, but the nades, they just clean them right then and there. And you get just a bunch of utility extra, whether you want smokes, whether you want flashes, whether you want cans, EMPs. It just helps a lot here.
Jake, the only one in the building at the moment. He's just entered the top floor on Old Tower, so he's not really
don't
even in
there. Phone and
like support his teammates. Neptune
you stand there and decide not to answer
trying to work a pick through the hatch, just similar to what we saw him doing in the previous round, with that hatch going both ways, of course, for the attackers and the defenders.
Why aren't they going Damus for the underneath pressure?
He drops for it, but he's going to have to waste some time, give up that position to avoid being blown up by the C4, and they didn't even actually pop it. There it goes. Finally going to be an issue that gets avoided, but this time it's just ticking down, Dave, and I'm really worried about the clock for Chiefs.
But it's okay right now because they have to wait for the stall. Okay. It's a quick execute because all you need to do is make sure you clean the mute in the mirror, and once that's happened, the Monty can cross to the plant spot.
Great flash, forces Doha back. They've got some space here with the Bay being inside the site as well.
I don't know why Chiefs are playing so passive. Like, I just don't understand it. Now you're opening up that spot. I don't understand. That is way late.
But it's actually going to be the reverse. Doha gets that pick and songless straight in the lunchbox. Now things get messy. Here's the hop in from Player, hoping to make some magic. He gets one and relays with another. This goes back towards even. 3v3 looking towards the site. Player with the gun up, but he doesn't find the frag. Yovaker takes him down. Relays and Jake. The Monty goes down. It's just going to be the snake of relays to keep his team alive in this game, but he can't walk into sight.
Tai Lu wins this.
The player that was devastating in that first half, who comes alive again in overtime and ends
that
it
is
for
a surprise fact that Tai Lu actually won this against Chiefs.
8-6 is the final scoreline, favoring our CNL squad, and for the first match that they've ever played against international opponents, Tai Lu will be winners.
I mean, that was a great game, honestly.
Yeah.
You know, I really like the call, but I think I just need more from Jake there with the Monty. You know, I feel like he was a little bit timid. He could have took some more space inside the briefing side for his team. But that was a really good game. Hard fought from Tai Lu, honestly.
No doubt about it. One to go down in the history books. It's
interesting. Yo.
I think they went in the favorites. So I think Tai Lu went in the favorites.
those favorites.
I do. I mean, when you look at the formats and the way that the two different leagues play, I just had always had Tyloo in the books.
Interesting.
Devastated for my own region. But Chiefs, obviously.
I mean, we've got Enterprise.
Correct. We're going to wait for a bit to see them, but that is very true.
I mean, look, we'll focus here, obviously, and I'm sure that there'll be discussion about Tyloo Chiefs later on because it matters. It's in this group. It now means Shopify Rebellion will be playing Tyloo in a best of 3 later today. It also means the Lula Club will be playing Chiefs. And I'll segue into that because it's perfect, Rob. It's the best team you could have if you're a Lula Club. Chiefs haven't played internationally until just then as well. Yep. So they're both equal in that department. They've both got, players that maybe haven't been at this level and players that have, the likes of Valentino, etc.
Yep.
And so ultimately, that is the best follow-up best of 3 series now for them. Is Chiefs to stay alive in an elimination game.
Arguably for Chiefs as well.
The EWC script writers have cooked on day 1 so far. So it's off to a good start.
They have, and to be fair, both games on B stream 8-6, 8-6. So there's no close games in play, at least
not on the B stream.
Not on the B stream. A stream's a little bit of a different script altogether. And I think looking back on this game, it does just go to show the calm, the composure, the confidence that we're seeing from Shopify Rebellion. We really expected that, but to be able to see it kickstart in match 1, that is probably the most important takeaway we can have from this game, Jake.
Yeah, and I think that now moving forward, I think Blacksing and Rexon spoke about it in the interview. The best of 3s now moving forward, that's going to be a big strength for Shopify Rebellion. I think getting away from the best of 1s is going to be, because we kind of said it pre-match. We were like, well, best of 1s, Shopify Rebellion, done. Away from that and away from any kind of weird upset. I think they'll be very comfortable. They'll be very difficult to beat now, but the reality is the way the format works, even though Shopify Rebellion now moving forward will play Tyloo, as we kind of just alluded to, and they'll be favorites for that. Your next game after that is against a top team from the B group, which could be Fnatic, it could be CAG, it could be MIBR Lows. None of those are a given for a team like Shopify Rebellion. They might be the favorites, but it's not a given.
Look, this is where things get tricky. Double elimination bracket, 2 different groups. You are not focusing on that other group. I know you're probably keeping an eye on it, but you're not focusing on it. When it's a big group,
we
if
can't
it's 8
control
teams,
what's happening in that group.
You can't do anything about that. That has to unfold the way it does. And the problem is, with how this schedule works, they can't even watch those games.
And all you can do is focus on yourself. Now, Shopify Rebellion would love to be the top seed from this group, which would mean they would play the 2nd seed from Group B, but who knows what that team's going to be. Could be Fnatic.
I think I'm really intrigued now that we've seen that result. It was close, which means that Chiefs aren't out of the league completely. But I also think from Tyloo's perspective, how long is it going to take for them to get comfortable on land? How long is it going to get... How long will it take the CNL teams in general, Guz, to get comfortable at these environments away from their LAN environment that they have at CNL?
I think it's 2-pronged, right? It's about being comfortable in the environment, but also against the quality and the meta of opposition, right? Being exposed to North America, who are in really, really good form, just as an entirety of a region. We saw that at SLC. So that's going to be quite dangerous for them. I think the one positive that they have, though, and unfortunately Shopify do as well, it's the exposure to best of 3s and how well-versed they will be in that format. CNL is quite literally the only region that plays such a massive volume of best of 3s. So we'll see if that ends up being a big positive marker for them later today.
Any final thoughts from you, Mr. Jake Xenox and Diddy?
I mean, I think that I'm looking forward to what Tyloo can do in a best of 3.
Yeah.
I mean, I wish they were playing Shopify Rebellion, who I rate as the best team in the play-ins, because I think, as you're alluding to, when it comes to the CNL teams, their ability to play the best of 3s is at a very high level. Great map pools. But you're going against Shopify Rebellion, so it's going to be very difficult ask for Tyloo, but should be a really fun series altogether.
Well, guess what? The best of ones are done and dusted now.
I'll be right back. I need to check on how the dinner is proceeding. I'm kind of the one that is making the dinner, I think.
Back after this.
Be righty back. It's going to be them. So I will leave it on as it is, and be right.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing but oh!
Tyler Wine, you're done.
Yeah, sorry guys, I'm making dinner. Dinner. Making dinner. I'm hungry. Me so hungry. Okay, so the match is starting in 5 minutes then. Let me just double check or something. So I'm making chicken right now, so we'll see how. It says 5 minutes, but like it's probably going to take more than 5 minutes for me to do. I don't understand what this. Interesting. Okay. Let's change the title again. Unfortunately, reality free. Yeah, and that is one of the realities. Yeah. They updated the match info for you guys. Do apologize. I have to step away a little bit. I need to have dinner. Otherwise I will not be able to watch. I will be that tired. It's going to be the best of 3 maps, which is kind of going to be a long run for today. I did not think it would be on the on this particular play, but either way, do hope that you enjoy. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
Things are getting very interesting here at EWC, but the best of ones are done and dusted. Now we move forward with best of threes, which is where true teams show their form and show their class. Speaking of class, speaking of form, two teams that we've got going toe-to-toe right now. MIBR loss. I know, boys, don't just forget about it. And Fnatic go head-to-head. And I think that this one, we've had a lot of conversations about this. However, there's been some interesting performances. I don't know how much you guys got to see the B stream before. 286s.
Yeah.
It's a pretty big way to kickstart EWC, James.
Absolutely. For sure. And like you said, we're into the BO3s now, which means that these could be long, drawn-out games. These could be massive runs for MIBR, Los, and Fnatic, who, like, according to my knowledge, like, I don't think these guys have ever played each other. Certainly not in these current iterations.
Sure.
Obviously, we've seen some pretty significant changes to both of these teams recently. Very notably, Fnatic coming into this stage of the Blast Six ecosystem, they made two very significant roster changes. Citizen joining the team for the first time, and Smith's Young Gunner. On the flip side, in the MRBOs...
It's not just me.
It's going to get me next. Made in Brazil, Los, of course. New combination of two long-standing organizations in the South American region. They made 4 roster changes after failing to qualify for the Six Invitational in February. 4 roster changes.
That's a lot.
Hell yeah. And they really immediately rocketed up. You know, kickoff for them was a top 4 performance. They made it to Salt Lake, and while they didn't do so well at the major, I think they've certainly earned some respect, especially now that they're going back-to-back international events. They knocked out NIP. They earned their spot here. However, we know that Brazil as a region, historically the best region in Rainbow Six, but not so recently. NA has overtaken them. Europe might even be able to do the same.
Hopefully, right?
Well,
okay,
they get a chance to do so today.
I forget who I'm sandwiched by. Okay, 2 Apex shields over here.
Apex and EU sandwich over here.
I mean, I see Hawkswood in the background as well, right? A player, I was going to say, a coach with so much experience as well.
In Apex as well.
Oh, yeah.
With Elevate.
Stint on Elevate. Yeah, that was a short-lived story there. And I think it's very important that when you get these new rosters in Brazil or any region for that matter, that you have a solid foundation. Either your support staff, your management staff, someone who knows the inner workings of a successful team. And I generally think Hawksword, he has a good angle for that. To raising these younger-ish players that are not, you know, star players just yet, and help mold them into that kind of performance.
Yeah. If we look back at their, I guess, both of these teams' opening performances, right, I think that I probably look to the Fnatic, because obviously you fortunately got to cover the Fnatic matchup. CAG by Varel still looked pretty good, James, but I think that ultimately we were saying it's the 1%ers that keep changing that discussion, and I think Fnatic at the moment, they do look pretty good, pretty comfortable going into this one.
100%. I mean, Fnatic have a good big picture idea of how to play the game. They have so much experience. I think they finally got a handle of playing in the current meta, which is a little bit more chaotic than, for example, when the previous iterations of this roster were in power. When Deepak won the major, the meta was
very different.
Yeah, a lot less chaotic back in 2022. They've got new talent. They've got solid players, very fiery players like Citizen on their team. They're looking like they have a much more decent handle on how to play the big picture of the game. And when it comes down to the micro, as you said, also Deadshot finding kills, like 5 opening kills in a row to close out that bank game against CAG, one of the most aggressive and mechanically talented teams in the world. That really speaks volumes about what this Fnatic team is capable of. I think they came to this tournament modest expectations, but high understanding, high belief that they can really deal some damage.
If we flip the conversation around a little bit here and look into the opening match against KZ for MIBR Los, I feel as though there was an element to the start of that match. Now, there's obviously discussions that go on in the green room, and we always try to keep it as friendly as we can. But one of the big questions was, why are you taking KZ to Nighthaven Labs when they have played it 12 times in the past, 2 months? It was a very well-known entity, and I think the first 4 or 5 rounds, I was talking to both of you about this, but Nick, they started, KZ, the CNL team, started out on fire. There was 3 flawless rounds. They looked really good. But then once MIBR kind of got their claws into that matchup, they just took over and took control of the match.
And that's probably the one weakness that I think that CNL will have over any other region, is that they don't have as much depth just yet, right? If you look at them domestically, they play a freak ton of Nighthaven and a freak ton of Clubhouse. They have a lot of maps where they haven't played a lot domestically. And secondly, the strategy they do have, probably a bit more linear because they're newer to the region.
The thing about Siege these days, right? You've got Attacker Repick. We have
Yeah.
So many operators. We have so many maps in the pool at the moment. You can have a really good strat. You can have a really good setup. You can be really good at one specific thing. Doesn't matter how good it is. You cannot win it 7 times for 7 rounds in one game. Like, this game just doesn't work like that. Now we're into the best of 3s, which means it's even more so the case. We've had our opening games. Now we're into the winners matches here. Of course, here in Group A, this is going to be not what we're casting today here on the A stream.
This is what's happening across on the other. Yeah, this is the B stream matchup that we're looking at in the upper bracket that we were kind of alluding to, the fact that there are still 4 best of 3s left in today, 2 on the A, 2 on the B.
Well, yes. So we're watching them. Okay, we're watching backstage like 5 minutes ago, and we were fighting. You know, we're like, dude, they can do it overtime against Ty Lue. Maybe the Chiefs, they got it. APAC, O's. No. CNL is better. CNL is what APAC could never be, apparently, James. That's what everyone is saying backstage.
There's still time. Both APAC teams here in the play-ins are down in the lower bracket. And these matches in Group B, this is what's going to be playing out right now.
That's it.
So we're doing Fnatic MIBR lows. Over on the B stream, CAG by Varel on their last legs against KZ. That is going to be a big moment because KZ already made a bit of a statement by going overtime against MIBR loss. And CAG, I think, have a lot of expectations on their shoulders coming into the EWC.
I think if you looked at KZ at the moment with where they're at and what they did against MIBR, again, it's really difficult because a lot of the APAC teams start in the first half really strong, and then they slowly dwindle out. And I hope we don't see that for the CNL team, but I do feel as though in that matchup in particular, I do favor KZ. I think that CAG by Varel. Yeah, look, I think, Nick, I understand that. I also had Ty Lue beating Chiefs as well. I feel as though it's a slippery slope right now in APAC, and they need to, as we were saying before, they need to get their claws into this matchup.
So, mate, when did you become a trader? At what point in your career did you become an APAC hater?
You love Chiefs.
Well, been running all of the APL stuff. We've been doing the broadcast from back home in Australia. You
for months on end. I came out from Denmark.
We've been seeing Chiefs. They made an upset in the APL over the EP.
They earned that second spot to
Come
be here.
on, bro.
They did. And
when did you decide to sell out?
I will sell out for CNL every day of the week. I will 100% do it. I think right now, the unknown entity that is CNL, the fact they're on LAN, the fact it's continuous best of 3s, that for me excites me because it's going to give us something, James, that we have wished for my entire career in Siege. A LAN in APAC that is consistent. And that's what I'm excited for CNL. What can these teams do? How can they continue to snowball forward? But keeping it more relevant, keeping it more topical, this matchup right now, Fnatic, MIBR lows, upper bracket, right? The winner of this, though, they qualify through to what is phase 2 of the play-ins, right? So this is a massive, massive game for both of these teams. I think what I'll do is I'm going to throw this up in the air. I'm just going to say, what side are you going for? Who do you actually think has the better chance?
I grabbed him.
Resident Europe shill over here.
I'm going to go Fnatic. My boy Ben, Citizen. I call that because we're close like that, right? And you have to take lows, of course. That's how it goes.
Look,
you gotta go one or the other.
We've been talking about this for a while on our broadcast, but eu aprender português. Eu falo pouco de português. I'm doing my best to learn. We have some Brazilian staff here who have been helping me practice, but admittedly, I have a very, very long way to go.
We were watching and commentating Brazil dominate for so long, and we kept saying, I wish we understood what they were saying in the tactical timeouts. And you took it upon yourself to learn a bit of it, to be our inside man.
I'm working on it.
What is FaZe talking about? What is MIBR Lows talking about? How do they find the success time and time again from this region, James?
We'll see. We will see. But it is early days in this best of 3, Nick. Of course, we're getting into Fortress, which is our first map here in the BO3. Cafe up next. Clubhouse, should we need it to cap things off. Fnatic starting on that attacking side. We saw them looking pretty comfortable on the attack of Bank earlier today, but Fortress is a whole nother ball game.
Another respectful multi-ban as well from MIBR. CT did the same thing. There's a target ban on towards Smith, who will find the Blitz, or the Black Pit, this time Blitz instead. Blitz and Fuse on Bank, of course, as well. I am a little bit curious, though, actually, if playing Fortress is going to favor MIBR lows in the bigger picture, because I'm just thinking here, right? Citizen Ben, pretty verbal player. He's also, you know, juggling ideas, trying to IGL, helping his team forward. This is the newest map in the pool. Citizen is far less experienced on this map so far. It's going to give him a little bit less, I guess, knowledge to have his team forward. So I'm actually going to be looking even more right now on players like Smith on the Blitz, on the shields that help them take map control in space. And also players like Deadshot who can be super lethal on the entries, or even Wizard for that matter, because they were sharp earlier up against CAG.
Very much. Now, MIBR Los, a relatively new team in that they had that massive reconstruction where they brought in 4 new players after failing to qualify for the 6 Invitational in February. But they still have a lot of talent. Players like Perez have really made a name for themselves. Of course, Dash had quite a campaign on Wildcard back the day before returning to Brazil. But have a look at that. I mentioned their names, and immediately 2 players will fall for MIBR Los. Fnatic have come to play today. Big kill from Smith. It's a flawless start for Fnatic. Europeans flying into the server on their map pick of Fortress. They've made a statement.
We do a bit of gap finding, we do a bit of split theory, attack from all different avenues. Smith on the Blitz, solo injury, backstab finds on the final 2 kills. Deepik as the building finds a kill as well. Just really good stuff right there from Fnatic. Not showing their cards early, doing like, oh guys, full map clear, we're gonna drop towers, slowly work towards games, clear the shield, step by step. No, they just simply work the middle of the building from many different angles and just get the kills instead. And that's honestly also why I love Fortress. It is a map that has a middle of the building. If you're thinking of maps like your Clubhouse, it can be hard to be in the middle of it all. Cafe, hard to be in the middle of it all as well. Skyscraper, back with Dows in the mid pool, so hard to be in the middle of the map, so you're often ending up doing an overclear from one side, and it's very predictable sort of where you're going to be attacking from, what kind of ops you're going to be bringing. Fortress feels very open to me, almost like a chalet in some ways, and I love that. Fnatic showing that perhaps they do know what they could do on this map because they picked it.
Yeah. Very much so. Fnatic decided to go with this map, though. Admittedly, in recent history,
I'm here. Sorry.
Against G2 and
Took
VP,
a couple minutes to fix my dinner.
That was in kickoff. They lost both.
How you guys doing, Jasper?
7-0 to G2, 7-3.
Now
VP.
I'm back.
Recently, we haven't seen much Fortress out of them. As for Los, we've seen a little bit more. They did play it at the Salt Lake City Major against Weibo, and however, they did lose it. Nothing so recent. The most recent result for them was just a month ago. They played INTZ, they won, and they lost to FaZe Clan over in the South America League. We'll see, of course, early days, not just in the map, but also in the BO3.
Yeah, I saw that, JT. I saw that.
Dorms.
I saw what you wrote on the Discord. I even replied. So.
Struggling on the primary bomb site, they mix things up.
I think I prefer this bomb site personally. I know, like in pro play, even ranked, like this is the second choice for most people. I don't know. I just feel
for
nice.
Like
playing lobby, playing commando, master bedroom. I feel like there's just so many angles you get pressured from, and like it's a very open bomb site. Kid Storms, you can close off a lot of those walls mid-round if you need be. You can start in bathroom, fall back.
Are you kidding me? Now the co-streaming is working?
Reinforce again and just play the layers. Something we saw a lot of actually APAC from CHG in particular just a few weeks ago.
I think it's a lot easier to roam on the command and master side of the map than it is to roam on the dorm side of the map. So when you anchor dorms, you can actually waste more time on that roam game.
I like that.
Wait. I need to reshuffle.
We've seen in just that first round gone by.
Yeah, co-streaming. Okay.
A slow and methodical roam clear. Sometimes it's about looking for a gap and pouncing. Not a single body has fallen for Fnatic in that first round. This time,
like
however,
PC better
MIBR
Xbox.
changed
Yeah,
things up.
it's way different. It's way different. Okay, guys. So my dinner. I'm going to put my mic further back.
Oh, hello, Daffo. Look at this.
Okay.
Nitro Cell. As he jumps outside, tosses it
out. That is crazy. Doesn't
find its mark, but.
So my dinner right now today is going to be a cucumber and some chicken.
I quite like this. Fnatic early on the roof, opening windows, applying that phantom fake pressure. And then
with some sesame and soy mayo.
The reason
That
why
is
this
my
is so
dinner
free
today.
is
My
when they're
stomach
applying
is
their
not
pressure early around the building.
on my side
All the
today.
rumors of MIBR lows kind of fell back, playing much closer to the bomb side, probably fearing a direct attack. So then they say, okay guys, they give up the roam game, let's take it for free, nice and quickly, spare the drones, keep the shield alive. C4 went down, takes a little bit of damage off Smith, but he's doing his job right now. He's just gone behind him, Citizen finds both players. That's not just a bait play, that is a double injury.
That's your mate with the AK-12.
I was going to be putting my money on Fnatic winning.
And not a single kill found for MIBR lost. Could it be back-to-back flawless? This is looking better than ever for Fnatic. 2 in a row. The Europeans doing away.
I'm not even hungry, to be honest.
With MIBR lows, it's all up here, says Citizen.
Oh, yeah.
I'm living rent-free in their heads.
I mean, I don't think MIBR have any idea what's going on the server, because I think it was Dash who swung out and was the first casualty in bathroom. He saw there was a soul blitz, C4 went down, did a bit of damage. I'm gonna swing him again. They have no idea how many bodies they're expecting on that roam clear. They thought, okay, it's gonna be a solo blitz like in the very first round, but it wasn't this time. And meanwhile, they also had pressure from outside the building, opening windows, applying pressure on the bomb side and the external wall as well. Again, Fnatic doing a great job of just doing many different things at the same time, keeping MIBR guessing. Despite having a pulse, they had a bit of information to work with, but it didn't look like they knew what was going on. Again, the beauty of a map that actually has external access to important areas of the building. You could do so much, jumping in a window, walking a door towards the bomb site. So much freedom Fortress has to offer.
Let's see now. Third round in, MIBR haven't found a single defense as of yet. Haven't found a single defense on this defensive side. It's where most teams are more comfortable on Fortress. Both of the top 4 bomb sites bear no fruit for MIBR. So they go downstairs. An opportunity found by Deepek. He saw Perez's head for a brief moment. Pengu, you and I have talked about this at length. Roam clearing the ground floor is very hard from Hammam, but it looks like a quick pace move here from Fnatic. Smith gets active, his flash does not land, he goes straight into the crossfire. However, the trades come through. Fnatic deal a little bit of damage, though they meet massive resistance here from MIBR. Only Dark is found, and the Brazilians can recompose now. Deadshot is inside the bomb site, and now he is left all alone. R4C in hand, the Swiss find nothing. And the Brazilians finally have their first round on the board.
Honestly, very small thing there for Fnatic. If the smoke grenade from Blitz goes out to disrupt that crossfire from the left and the right-hand side, Smith is in there. That could be a freebie. That could be bomb site control. That could be panic for MIBR lows, but he missed the flashbang because, well, I should say, MIBR's, they juked it. They turned down very quickly that 180 flake, so they avoid the flashbang. The smoke grenade was not successful. Crossfire was good. Now it's going to be a lows being ready for something quickly. Had they not been in medbay, had they not peeked out the bomb site door, they don't know that Blitz is pushing in until like a couple seconds later, and that could determine everything in that round. Clashbang going out to further enable Smiths. A Demo spam to target Deadshot, who's been on that in the previous round. Again, the information, the entry, the early kill advantage there on those kinds of operators. What did Citizen say in the interview? Fear Smiths? Something like that? Yeah,
he did.
You should be fearful of Smiths.
I love to hear players gassing up their teammates like that, especially when they're not statistically the top-rated players. Smith actually has the worst stats of any Fnatic player, but it doesn't matter because of his role on the team. He plays these shields. He's played Blitz this game. He played Fuse earlier today to great effect. It's plays like that that really enable this gap finding and forcing the issue, looking for plants, looking for ways into it. Smith's actually going to change off as we, for the first time, see no blitz brought by Fnatic, no shields at all. Interestingly, no snake either, so not a lot of free info. Usually shields or the solid snake, Dokkaebi, Deimos are kind of these operators that at the moment in the current meta look to expedite these roam clears and look to enable these executes by getting free information, low-risk information. At the moment, the only low-risk information to be gained by Fnatic will be through drones. However, they have a few extras of those thanks to the Twitch and the Brava pick. This will be a much slower round from Fnatic, a lot of measuring twice and cut once mentality as MIBR return to the top floor.
A big fan of this. choice in general, right? You go for a fast push with the blitz twice, you play some demos, you play for the roam clear, you play for killing. Now, as you said, they play for anti-utility, anti-intel. Measure twice, caught once, to your words. And it's just keeping Lows guessing once again of what's the game plan gonna be. Are they gonna watch the bomb site? Are they gonna go for a roam clear? Should we be afraid of, you know, this area or that area? Okay, let's get some traps active, right? Let's get a Fenrir mine in there. Twitch drone clears it. So they feel like their layers are just being peeled back piece by piece, second by second. There's a more phantom pressure. That shot inside our old tower could just toss in some Candela, say, hey guys, I'm over here, and they have to respect it. Because if they don't respect the fact that he's there, he could drop, maybe go for a quick kill. So they have to have one or two people constantly looking in his direction.
Distraction game there.
Yeah. You see, Wizard, he can walk into this courtyard, walk into Walt's bedroom door, right by the site itself, at any moment.
That barbed wire, though, is going to make things harder. Oh, no
Oh,
way, you're kidding me,
holy
Dash. How do you lose that
shit.
fight? Wizard
Shit,
should surely be dead right
Dash.
now, but thanks to his quick reactions and that F2,
I feel sorry for
he's
Dash.
given an early advantage here for Fnatic. MIBLOS will be kicking themselves at that one.
I don't know what
Look to
team
edge
you
closer
should
to that
join.
bomb site. Notice how this Aruni
Gucci,
game
I'm
has
not
actually
that
been hacked. It
versed
works
in
in favors of the
NA
attackers now.
teams.
Deepek can
on,
shoot his gadget through it
T4.
if he stands close enough to get it to disappear.
If you're looking for a team, I would recommend you jumping into Discord like RCS Discord or Official Rainbow Six Siege Discord.
4 people working together, maybe one guy backstepping later on. That's going to be Citizen playing his best role as the lurker.
Perez is going to meet that Grim B. Oh, and also the Twitch drone to punish that mirror window position. Now he's fighting unfavored fights, and Deepek will shut him down. It looks to be a third round on the board here for Fnatic, unless Nux and Dark can pull the rabbit out of the hat. In the 2v4, make that a 1v4. The plant looks to go down from Fnatic. They know exactly where Nux is. Bit of a pre-fire from Citizen with the DMR of Brava. And it's Bravo for Fnatic. 3-1 in the advantage. They are looking so tight-knit on this attacking side.
And you see big smiles from Citizen. He knew that he cooked that plan pretty well. So yeah, they fished for their first opening pick because they want the 5v4 going into execute because they're going to leave a lurker of Citizen. If you have a 5v5 and you have a guy backstabbing, you're effectively playing 4 versus 5 unless Citizen happens to get a kill. So now they put themselves in the best position possible to enable everyone to be successful. And they do it well. They attack Horror Store at the same moment. Citizen they attack Horror Store lobby and took main staircase control. Now they have a good crossfire. They got the hallway together and they're applying pressure once again towards the bombs and towards those anchor players from more than just one single angle. It's why it's so successful. And they did this most importantly without the shield. And that's been a big conversation, right? Are they crutching the shield? Is that what's enabling them to play the game very well? Or can they be a good team without the shields? Well, a round like that shows me that they can actually play not off just miss, but as a full team, just with guns up.
Yeah.
How about this at the side?
One thing in particular that I'm seeing Fnatic be so good at today is opening kills. They've got 3 out of the 4 opening kills so far. And, of course, we talked about it in the CAG game as well. Fnatic dominated the opening engagements. They won the 5 last opening engagements while they were on their attacking side on Bank and won the game because of it. If they can keep that up, other teams are going to find it really hard to fight back from these 5v4s all of the time.
Let's see what is going to be happening.
There's been big praise to Wizard. The young gunner had a great game earlier against CAG, having a great game so far against MIBRLOS. 6-2, playing always like your Solid Snake. High fire rate weapon. With that FAMAS. I like the pulse here, practically scanning on where the attackers are, but the issue is you can only scan where the pulse is existing from Dafo. So what's happening on the rest of the map? Well, they don't know. So they have one area where MIBRLOS feel like they have full knowledge, then they have another area where they have no clue at all. So there will be a gap.
Oh,
almost.
Frag grenade out.
It's a good attempt from Wizard. Again, just fishing for opening pick. If they find it, they find it. If they don't, they're still making progress elsewhere. Smith is top lobby right here with that shot. So while we're watching one guy go fishing, we're seeing 2 other people.
I might not be talking as much because I'm eating, but
we're not waiting for Wizard to get that kill. But if he does,
I can understand why.
Yep. And as soon as Fnatic find an opening kill, they decide to pounce on that moment. Dark, though, hadn't been spotted. He was hiding the whole time inside a bedroom.
Right?
Yeah, I think you might be right. Finds one kill. Somehow, the dodge there, as he doesn't land enough damage to get the kill. And he is forced on back. MIBR consolidate what was an okay roam. Thankfully, they went 1 for 1 by the end of it. Now, it's up to FNC to try and regroup. Notably, FNC got another opening kill. But this isn't the story of what happened in the EML. They were the second worst team for opening kills during stage 1 of the league. And now, today, they're looking so much better.
Big blow up. This pulse though, if Davil finds a C4 kill, that's going to give them a huge way to win the round. But even if he doesn't, he knows exactly where that push will be happening from. D-Pick is successful with a double in the round. I think Perez overswing with that DMR, feeling a little bit too comfortable in long-range engagements and goes down early. And so does Nox, the smoke. And last guy's pulse downstairs. This round was fine until it wasn't.
Yeah, pulse downstairs below the bomb site is great and all when you're not in a 1v4. And that's the problem there.
Why are we thinking that?
I mean, MIBR Los are looking quite MIBR Lost at the moment. Fnatic are running circles around them. 4-1 in the lead on their attacking half. This could be a very quick fortress if the Brazilians do not wake up.
That's gotta just be discipline or lack of comms. They have pulse downstairs seeing all 4 attacking players. Who else has a C4? Showing, guys, I'm gonna go off the scan, I'm gonna flank main staircase. Wait for me. And I'm gonna go off the scan, I'm gonna flank main staircase. Both the smoke and the Aruni dies on the side by peeking out, seeking the fight. I'm like, guys, are you flanking or you're not flanking? You have a guy stuck downstairs, he can't help you, you're playing 3v4.
Fnatic have to make the first move. It's up to FNC to get into the building, get into the site, and start planting.
And they were tossing a smoke grenade while Rooney's peeking the door. It's like, are you fighting or are you smoking it?
Yeah.
Like, that's a small blunder. And I mean, we didn't get to see the previous game from MBLOs earlier because we had our own game, Fnatic CIG. But the fact that they had a tough time, on Nighthave against CNL team, that's a question mark.
Yeah.
But if these are the counter rounds they're throwing into it, I can see why they would be struggling. Because you're underestimating your opponent, respecting them enough.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I mean, MIBR Los right now have 7 kills over 5 rounds. That is barely above an average of 1 kill per round. It's certainly not good enough to be competing here at the Esports World Cup. They have really struggled against Fnatic today. But for the Europeans, on the flip side, for the first time in years, we're seeing a Fnatic that can actually contend on the world stage. We wondered for quite a while whether they could even contend with an EML. They had such trials and tribulations for years. Even playing locally within their region. 7th place in EML kickoff. Failing in the SILCQs for Europe. Not making it to Paris for the 6th Invitational, nor for Salt Lake City for the Major. And then to kick things off in the group stage of stage 1, they got 7-1 slapped about by VP. And now the glow up from them with Citizen and Smiths bringing a new dimension to this roster. They are looking like they are ready to make a mark here at the Esports World Cup.
Slow and steady for this round. I am curious what they're thinking of here with Citizen playing the IQ. There's not a ton of counter ability, but he can find the
I do think that Loss is going to be winning this round, to be honest.
What's safe and what's not. Other than that, Citizen has a very free role, and I do think that he succeeds the most, and he's able to just say, guys, I'm not needing to execute right. I'm not a Cabot, I'm not a Blitz. I can go backstab, sure, right? It gives Fnatic this other way of playing the game, an other way of finding openings by enabling Citizen more on the server. So he's done his vert, he's teched the scanner, he's now gone for hire. The other 4 people, your Flourish, your Gridlock, your Blitz, your Capital, that's gonna be bombs that execute. They gotta choose where that push is coming from. Do they attack medbay? Do they drop the hatch? Do they go for the bomb side door? They want medbay, but D-Pack, bit of a misstep, falls down with Dark watching the angle, and Capital gone way too early.
Yeah, one of the first times that MIBR Los have been the ones that dictate the start of these rounds.
They can smoke and go.
Indeed they can. Fnatic start to toss out those smoke grenades, but Citizen will fall as he tries to get deep inside of the bomb site. Looks to try and take Infirmary. Dark, Perez, and Daffo together. Lash out for MIBR Los. And a second round is found on their defense before we say goodbye to the half.
Tertiary victories, huh? that kitchen bomb site may be pretty good.
Yeah.
You can play so much map with it. You can bonk down by the bomb site. And we saw Fnatic try and win the round almost the same time twice, going for a very simplistic attack. A little bit of mid bait, a little bit of bomb site. Neither successful rounds. I am very keen to see Fnatic on defense, though, because it does feel like from the eye test, they are an attacking team. Now, they played Fortress, they've played Bank, they are arguably attacker-favorite maps, I would say. But there's just something about their ability to play the map itself and find those moments and find the space in the server where they are so consistent here at this event. Until they meet that bomb site. Because that's the issue, there aren't a ton of gaps here.
Yeah, you're right.
Maybe that could be the counterplay. Like, if you watch Fnatic and you meet them later on, it's like, if you bunker down, play heavy intel, play a bit of plant denial, make them work for executes, that could be the struggle. What happens if Fnatic don't get open and pick?
That's right.
They tend to lose the round.
That's exactly right. I mean, yeah, Fnatic skills are not necessarily in problem solving. They're in capitalizing on advantages. If you prevent them from ever getting that advantage to begin with, it's going to be hard.
Yeah. I could see it. Now on the halftime vibe check, you get to talk to your coach for a good 2 minutes, and sometimes there's not much to say because you're swimming, you're doing just fine. Sometimes you wish you had more than 2 minutes because, guys, what the are we doing?
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the catch-22, right?
Yeah.
I often think about this. Like, if you're a coach in Siege, do you really want to be the person who's throwing out 10 million ideas to think about? Because this is such a complicated game. There is a lot to think about, but there's also the other dimension of it, which is sometimes you just need to encourage your players to be chill. They know how to play this game. You don't need to overstimulate them with extra information. Just make sure that vibes are good. That's why we call it the halftime vibe check, because often that's just as valuable as coming into strategy. I mean, for Fnatic right now, they've been attacking. They're moving on to defense. What value are they getting? Like, you're not making a new strat right now. You have nothing.
Unless.
I'd be very surprised if you're coming up with a new strat mid-game just because you swapped to the defense. You've already done your dry runs. You've already got your little workbooks on the table with all your strats. You already probably know what operator bands are going for.
I think for Fnatic right now, in the last 2 minutes, is talk about the high contest
One thing I would
areas,
love,
right? We're talking about a horse,
just talking from
the
nowhere
horse
here.
door that goes from inside the horse to the outside.
You know that a
Super
lot of players
important.
will have
If you don't
stack
hold
of
that
papers on
walk-in,
strats.
your bomb set play commando
Imagine
button,
if
which
you
is out
could
right now,
bring a
instantly
tablet
under
instead
pressure.
and
It's
just
almost like when you
angle
play
it so you
Clubhouse,
can just
gym, bomb
swipe.
site, office.
Like that
It's
would
the
be better than
backbone that
like
gives you access to
having
everything.
a stack of paper with
Horse
you.
works in a similar fashion. So thinking Fnatic, guys, when we're playing this bomb site, who's the dedicated horse player? Who's the guy that plays there every single time, and what do you need to thrive? You start off with your baseline, and then maybe if he gets like, I don't know, Yin Candela spammed or Green Beat or something like that, you go, guys, okay, I need Wamai or Jaeger for next time we play this bomb site. Those small adaptations. And you read into MIPR Lawson saying, what were they doing on the defenses that might actually bleed into their attacks?
Yeah.
Well, they were always swinging a bit. They were very too happy to take a gunfight. So we have two choices now for Fnatic. Either you meet them in that danger zone of the fighting, or you say, don't give them any fights. Let them peek and let's wait for them to get to the bomb site doors, where we have a crossfire, we have utility, where we know what's going to be happening. And that's the thing, when you have a player like Deadshot, and you have a backline that's Smith and Deepak, the complete opposite kind of player, you can play both styles of the coin, but you have to agree which one you're going to be going for.
Yeah.
Because if they're just going to fight the whole world, while 3 people play hide and seek on the bomb site, that's not going to go well. So I want to see them be aligned in the game plan.
Yeah. Lowe's don't actually have any players who are primary shield players, funnily enough. I mean, Dash obviously played a lot of shield back on the wildcard days. But I'm noticing, no shield picks here, no shield bans from Fnatic. All of the shields are very powerful on Fortress. But the fact that MIBR just don't seem to favor that, they have a little bit of Blackbeard in their history from Nux, but just the fact that that's not their preferred playstyle does expose some potential weaknesses in terms of if this doesn't work, right? Twitch and Flores to try and U-tool clear before executing, then they don't have that next idea. However, the Twitch has been helpful for countering those mirror windows.
That's
We've
unlucky.
already seen one destroyed. The Twitch will also be very useful for countering Thorn and Fenrir. Fnatic really leaning into the traps.
Just been back and checked up against King Zero earlier, that 8-6 victory they had. Dash played 1 round of Blitz. That was it.
Interesting.
So it really hasn't been a shield time for this team.
Might be the first engagement here. Daff Let's try and find Citizen, who quickly peeks him. DMR doesn't find the shot. Worried that he's going to get peeked, though, from behind him. His spidey sense is tingling.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he crossed.
Yeah, it's actually two players about to peek him. He's looking at the wrong side of the doorway. Dead shot. Goes for a retake. Very unusual. Perez looks to try and trade. He takes down Deepak, but looks the wrong way. Gets baited by his own teammate. Deadshot finds two before finally traded back by Dark into the 3 versus 3.
He got baited by his teammate.
In the latter half of this round,
bad.
Pengu, MIBR Los, they've got a lot of ground, but look at the way Fnatic continue fighting. That is a trap and a half there from Citizen. It does damage, and it does force Dash to limp for a brief moment as the Brit makes his way back towards that bomb site. He has bought MIBR Los, or rather Fnatic, precious time.
But it answers the question that I had, right? Will they fight together or will they play hide and seek? They had two people, Deepak and Deadshot, going for the offensive play together or supporting each other while they had a strong backline just watching that bomb site. We saw Citizen hesitating there. Do I go for the kill? Do I fall back? Okay, I would rather play 3v3 with the ward, with the race up booms to defend rear than risking dying or getting a kill. Because time is on their side, position on their side, utility, same exact story. C4 goes out, does a little bit of damage, that's it.
Smith's in position with the SMG-12, does get the injure, however, his teammate on the bomb site, Wizard, has fallen. It's just up to the new 2 kids on the block from Fnatic. Smith. He does it all himself!
Shit!
The SMG-12 on the bomb site holds firm for Fnatic. And MIBR Los continue trailing further behind.
Like, it doesn't look like he's hitting. That's the problem. It doesn't look like he's not hitting the shit.
Smith will be there, but it's all because the early aggression here, trading 2 for 2, getting into an awkward position there. If you attack with 3 operators, you have less utility, less angles to, attack from, and just not a lot to offer in the round. You see it here, Citizen? Oh my god. And he did say it. It might be our lows. You need to fear Smiths. Worst rated player for Fnatic going into this?
I mean, historically, yes.
Love the game.
Yeah, and look, you think about the history of Smiths. I mean, Fnatic is his first foray into Tier 1. He's only 22 years old, and his first appearance on an esports team, that at least as far as what's on Wikipedia, was only a year ago. He's played for 2 teams, below the Tier 1 level, joins Fnatic, immediately has the responsibility of being the primary shield player for this roster, and while also, in a moment like that, being able to clutch up.
I am not hungry by enemies, guys. Really I hate when I get those days where I'm not hungry.
I don't know if it's too early to say it, but have we finally seen Fnatic break that curse that has been born with them ever since the days of Koi, of now just not being able to be up to snuff? Ever since they won that major championship in Berlin 4 years ago, and then Spoit immediately took that fame and left, they haven't been able to be a top contending team. No. They've been doomed to mediocrity for such a long time. They haven't been able to attract good talent from other teams.
Constant roster changes every single season.
Yeah. And finally they get Citizen, someone with a lot of experience, who's been through a little bit of turmoil, especially what happened with Team Secret. Yeah. And it's like something has finally clicked for Fnatic.
United playstyle perhaps, and same vision for the game. Either way, it's looking pretty damn good so far. Now, this is their map pick. It's what they wanted to play. It might be a lows. They are no slouch. They're a good team. They're a good opponent. They are being outskilled at the current present time. We see there Sam in the silhouette. It's Deadshot, always eager for a swing, but this is the thing. We gotta talk about the pacing. Right now, Fnatic don't need to be the playmakers. MIBR Lows are stuck outside the building, not doing a whole lot. They're applying a little pressure, sure. They're reaching some of those walls, sure, but nothing's really happening. The Deimos track, that's a bit of danger. Don't gotta be on that soft corner longer. They've spotted all 5 defending operators, so any track can go through. But look at the time. 1 minute 20 to work. There is still a flank open for inside a bathroom. There's still full bombsite control for Fnatic.
Fnatic like to play a very active defense. Wizard is just poised, ready to go for his flank, but Perez is the first one to find a kill. Deepak manages to thread the shot between the smoke and take down that glass. Big kill for him. But MIBR Los have recomposed. They shut down the flank from Wizard. Now Deepak is exposed to the breach outside, but more so to the door, to the bomb site itself. 4v2 advantage now for MIBR Los. The Brazilians have their best chance of trying to get around in what seems like forever. Smith clutched up big last time. Now he needs to do the same. The first of 4. Klein with the SMG-11 as his final gas spade is tossed on out to try and consolidate his position and allow for the reposition. Goyo pops. He knows that the Deimos will try and hunt him down from behind. Dark actually decides to sprint on through the fire as Dash opens the gates on the bomb site. MIBR Los looking finally like they can handle this defensive side from Fnatic.
If they wanted to fight, they had the smoke baits for plant denial, they had decent positions in the side, but they said, you know what, let's fight by the breach, fight by the bomb side door, try and go for a couple of rat plays. I like this push up that happened to Deepak. Talks a big man on the door, covering it off, he sneaks up close, but then the flourish drone spots him, and that made the round super awkward, dying by the breach shortly after. From an angle on the door.
That sucks.
Fnatic had every option to just say, let's play far back. We have the smoke for plant denial. We can take the fights later. But no, they wanted to disrupt MIBR. That was their game plan. This time it goes punished.
Yeah. Thing is, after such a stellar first half with 4 rounds of the attack, you don't need to go too crazy on your defense.
I mean,
unlucky I lost that.
When you're taking those swings and those fights and it's working, you want to keep doing it.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, right? You're up against Brazil. They know a thing or two about taking those kinds of fights.
They do.
Oh, is it time for a blitz? It's gonna be Nox on it too, not even Dash.
Yeah, well, like I was saying before, the stats tell me that Nux has played a bit of Blackbeard, and that's the only shield that's in a top-picked operator from any of the MIBR Los players in the last couple of months. The great drone, by the way, at the start of that round, I believe it should spot out Deadshot there on the Solus. But then vice versa, Deadshot takes down the drone itself. Solus is a curious pick for me.
It just gives you that freedom to roam, right? Like, you know, if there's no drones and there's nothing you can track, then you're probably going to be fine.
And you might be able to see the blitz as well if he's walking around with his shield out.
It's worth noting that Nox did put the shield on his back immediately in
Hi,
spawn.
Showboat. How you doing?
Front anyway, but there we go.
Oh, he has on his back now.
Yeah. So it could be the same reasoning. You can't get C4 or run out on or whatever, depending on where you are from or where you're in the building. But yeah, when you're playing the Solus, kind of like the same as a Scopus. Scopus can be back towards the bomb site, but that's your entire gadget.
Oh,
so
that's
you can
good to
always
hear.
escape. With the Solus, you don't have an escape.
Sorry, I'm like
necessarily,
eating
but you
right
get to
now,
map
so
the
I'm on the
layout
last
of
bite.
attack based on where the drones are, whatever else you can kind of scan around for. He's gonna see a blitz later on. He sees the diffuser carrier. He sees where the drones are and the air taps potentially. And it gives him a bit more staying power because once you TP away with the Scopos, they just take the shell, destroy it, and you can't get back. Deadshot is playing for his own life, with the other 4 members probably playing for themselves. But as I say that, I did see a silhouette behind Citizen. They're waiting to play again.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Of course, this is
in
a
live
tertiary
for 4
bomb site
hours.
choice here
Kind of
from
doesn't
Fnatic
feel like it though.
downstairs, So how much time
Which
can
is
they delay
kinda
on that top
interesting.
floor is the question here for Fnatic.
But I'm
They
like
decided
already
to just
eating,
peel on back,
like
give
I
up
have
the
like
ground above the bomb site to MIBR
prepping,
Los,
like
allow
it's going
Dash
to be
start
like
tearing up the
fruits and
floor.
stuff
In the
like
late
that.
round, they
I'm
will
going
look
to
for
have
flanks. Citizen
make
has
sure
an
that I'm
impact.
eating dinner on
He
right
could open
time
up
and
a wall
everything.
right
So
next to Dark, but he has no idea and walks straight into his waiting arms. Now the Dokkaebi call will ring on out onto Smith.
That is
and
not
a
good.
second. No, indeed, it's the ability to hack
I
the
would
cameras.
I would just
from
put
Dark.
away
A lot of
my
info now for
plate.
MIBR Los as Fnatic
Be back
find
in
themselves on the back foot.
like
yeah, the issue
2
is they
seconds.
know that Deadshot's also wrong because they killed Citizen, Melusi. It was Solus that they were looking for earlier, so they know there's a second creep upstairs somewhere. But he's actually kind of snuck past, and Deadshot, if he finds the good timing, could be good for one. The issue is, MIBR Los are not working the hacks, not working the verticality, so he's kind of chasing his own tail upstairs. Meanwhile, below, a lot of pressure on side.
Nice.
Finds onto Dark, the Dokkaebi, but the damage is up here. Doesn't find the second.
Great shot from Dash.
They're all so
Deadshot
low.
thought he had the gap, but hang on a second. Wizard has snuck into the corner, denied the plant now. MIBR Los are cornered and now eliminated. Wizard has conjured up a storm. 2 big kills after denying the plant. Now it's Perez up against 2. He's got 11 seconds. He knows where that diffuser is, but Deepak has the crossfire from Infirmary. Fnatic again out of nowhere. A reprisal, and for them, it's map point on Fortress.
Oh, they're planning outside the sense wall, outside the smoke grenade, exposed to just the angle on the bomb side doors. It's a way too easy kill for Fnatic that stops the entire plant in the push. And I feel like that's might be all those maybe rushing that decision a little bit, thinking, hey, Deadshot is upstairs, he's got the Dokkaebi, side should be vulnerable. But then they deal with Deadshot seconds later with Ram getting that kill out of nowhere. And then I'm thinking, now he can restabilize. Now he can get Ram into the action, watch the verticality, try and get a plan down legitimately, not just hold F and pray for the best.
Yeah. They had time.
They did have time.
The saddest part is that MIBLOs had time to play that slowly. They had the numbers advantage as well.
Oh, timeout.
That is a round that they're really going to kick themselves for losing. Now they take their tactical timeout, and we can really break down
35 seconds.
Crucial moments here. Obviously, Deadshot one up above, but it's a 4v3 plan.
Look at this.
4v2 plans.
What's that plan spot? His back is turned to the bomb site door, and they just die.
By the way, that's a 2 versus 4 for Fnatic, where they didn't even drop a single body.
You actually made me lose some money today.
I mean, Wizard did hit a nasty shot onto Blitz, to be fair. He's having a great time. He's getting the praise for it right there. And I think that's very important to see that the more experienced players, Deadshot, Citizen, DPEG, they are very quick to really praise when Smith clutch, when Wizard hit a nasty shot, and be like, because it means so much more to those players, right? They need that encouragement and be like, oh my god, guys, you guys are crazy. Confidence is everything. I think in the current meta especially, I was backstage with talking to Laxing, and we looked at the game that was happening, and Laxing went, Nick, are you happy that you're not playing this current meta? Because it's like Solid Snake, Shield, Deimos, you know, and I was like, you know, Lax, I miss playing Pro League, but I feel like I would struggle in this meta because there's so much uncertainty and so much chaos in the server. And Lax went, yeah, me too, man. My red plays would never work anymore. Because you would always just find an elevator to hide in, right? It's
That's so true. Laxit was a little bit of a rat.
It's a very different game nowadays, and I feel like the fact that we're seeing Wizard thriving so well in this randomness, this chaotic moments, is such a good sign. Because if he can navigate that already, and he's got, you know, a much higher ceiling, you can build this guy into a much better player than he already is.
Yeah, you look at Wizard right now, 9 kills.
Same story against CAG
so far, yeah, and he was very good against CAG. Smith has had his fair share of big moments. It talks about youth. I mean, Wizard is a young player himself as well. What did I say? Smith was 22 years old. Wizard is... I actually don't have his age on Wikipedia.
Oh, he's unknown age. Meanwhile, Paris sees him fighting. Stuck on the staircase. They know it. Oh, the timing is bad.
This is awkward, Smith. Watch out. Perez does a little bit of damage early in the round. Makes his position known. The shotgun with a Deimos from below. It's like a budget buck, but can be even more valuable if he gets that death mark going.
Yeah. But it does stop the initial push there, right? We saw Fnatic play that gap-finding playstyle, and they say, you know what? We can figure that out too. We're playing by the staircases, watching the entries.
Hasn't worked though. It's been shut down.
Yeah. But, I mean, trying is half the battle, right? The fact that you want to go for it at the timeout on 6-3 for lows? That's ballsy, if you will. But the issue is when you got that primary shotgun, you're very limited in where the fighting is good for you. Sure, there's a secondary DMR pistol sort of situation, but it's not an automatic weapon.
What is it
it's not
doing?
Gonna be as easy any longer. Smith could be stuck in this corner. Doesn't have that C4 for fallback. The nade goes way too wide, so he'll be quite
it's
fine in this corner.
best of one. Best of three, sorry. Best of three, Showboat. Best of three.
Perez given space. And Nux tries to take that space.
Yo, that was a mistake from Smiths.
The Fnatic bite back immediately.
That was bad.
Shotgun
good pick.
Brought out by Nux.
That's Perez. That's off the board.
In these longer range fights, the DPEC is looking to take. Worried about that Claymore, poke through the drone hole, but he's been spotted.
There's a reinforcing spare here. You could do something cheeky and, you know, barricade up those walls, fall back, play layup, and look at the timer, 60 seconds.
Shotgun without
the
sight.
Anywhere near.
There's a lot still to be done here for MIBR Lows. They have to get active.
I know, did not.
To try and peek on through Horse. It's Daffo with Wizard finding the kill.
Yeah.
Great entry though from Daffo, finds one. Now assisted by his teammate coming in to support. It's Dash.
Yeah, they have no deny on the defuse. This can be very
felt in the server. 3v2 as Fnatic look to close up Fortress. They have that defuse. Dark brings it back into it.
Enough cover.
Now he is left all alone.
Oh, that was a nasty shot.
As MIBR Lows are out of second
Dead shot, what the fuck?
Fnatic are soaring high today. One map in the books and one step closer to the group stage.
Confidence-inspiring game as well from the individuals of Fnatic on the defense, but on the attack, very much a team effort. Did a bit of gap finding, some fast tech start things off, then kind of went back to the fundamentals, the Brava, the Twitch, clearing the traps, finding opening after opening, and then also a bit of clutchness there. Smith had a moment, Wizard had a moment, Citizen had a moment.
Like, there's not only one playing doing all the work.
Dominating, right? The real star will happen on the second map of this BO3 because that's the question mark. Can they do the same thing on MRBO Losis Playground?
Well, even if Fnatic had modest expectations, they have certainly exceeded them so far. I mean, this team that hasn't qualified for an international event in the last 6 years are now 2 maps deep, looking better and better with every single game that goes on by. Just one more map, and they're through to
just
phase
one
2
more map?
They're looking very confident, very comfortable. I mean, you can even see it on the stage. Watching backstage, you can just see there's a composure about them that is incredibly dangerous. If you are a team like MIBR Los, you are worried going into that second map.
Oh, yeah.
Look, like you said, to be fair, Fortress is Fnatic's map pick. We expect them to be comfortable. But I think it's in the rounds that they were winning that I'm a little bit worried. They looked so confident on those rounds. They were closing things out without a question. There was no doubt that they were rounds for Fnatic. And I think I don't want to shift too quickly into Cafe because we can wrap this up nicely in a little bow. But I think that for me, Fortress sets a tone for Fnatic for the rest of this tournament now. They've started out their first 2 maps really confidently, really comfortable. Moving over to Cafe, I mean, are you a little worried here for the Brazilian roster?
I mean, if I recall correctly, Citizen, he's a cafe merchant, okay? He loves that map. He's popping off on each league and plays aggro peaks. And we saw how well they're working together. We had that shot being on that, I'm going to call it overly aggressive position where I'm thinking, please walk backwards, don't keep walking forward. But then they have Deepak supporting him, Citizen supporting him.
Okay, let's move on to the other match between Chief and King Zero. King Zero is actually surprising. I think they are going to be the underdog so far in this tournament. I said it before, and I do still believe that they are going to be that.
Maybe give up those holds if it's something that King Zero are not playing into, if those opportunities are not going to present themselves, because you don't want Zaka just out for that long. He's not had a kill now for a few rounds either. 5 and 3. He was certainly big to start with, and they need to keep him in there.
Going for a dining kill here. Looks like they're trying to work Chibisu. They have a drone on him, but they're going to flip pressure right now. Again, you just see King Zero always probing right now. They're never putting too much into the map. Keeping CAG on their feet about where they are. Chibisu right now is thinking he's getting clear below, but right now they're flipping most of their bodies towards library side. They're really just milking these rounds. They spot the Cade Claw too, so they can get rid of the Cade Claw. They have good execute tilt too here with the Grim Bees, the Dokkaebi scans, and the Lion scans. Surrounder here on the flank.
Derek just going to be taking the fight on the close angle, but he gets it all wrong, and it's that man again. KZB on the Deimos, manages to find him. Chibisu picks up.
Come on, Kag, you got it. Come on.
The Grim taken away is going to be a big loss of utility for this attack. 4 versus 4, 30 seconds left to go, but King Zero have shown us twice over now that they are capable of getting these rounds won without much time to go on. It's usually on the back. KZB coming in, manages to confirm himself a double, but 2 kills come in for Kag, puts them back in the driving seat. 15 seconds left to go. You can see the Vulcan canister pop. DD manages to pick up Big J, and it is all up to that man, KZB. It's going to be an ace if he manages to close out this round, but with 8 seconds left, he can do no more. Zaka closes it out, and we're going to have a 3-3 split at the half.
That was close for Big J right there. He got on cams. Still see some laughter coming out from CAG. That's good from them.
Interesting.
I mean, honestly, I felt like from the start of that half, I was honestly expecting more of a dominance.
Team play today. It's
doing what they wanted with King Zero. They were getting runouts, they were getting opening kills, but I loved how King Zero found a way to win.
So for today, it's going to be only
put their foot down, slow the tempo down, slow the pace down, and just have rounds that could actually end in their favor.
1, 2, 3, 8 teams today is playing.
Who takes the advantage going into
so it's
kind of
like a group play to enter into the EWC.
Just interject a little bit, maybe give a bit
so
of a Shopify,
I did say that Shopify and Fnatic will make it through the group play.
You know, he needs to really be getting the best out of those.
So the teams that are playing together is like Fnatic, CAG, Lost, King Zero, Shopify, Alula,
point that we see in this second half.
Club,
and Tim, the thing
Chiefs, and Tyloo.
Is being able to start with a quick play.
They need to win their matches in order to enter to the next
zone we're going to go for.
qualify in
do it with pace
the tournament.
To set the tempo against the defense. Say, hey, we're coming at you fully, and that doesn't necessarily have to set your tempo for the rest of the game. But doing that the first round really throws off the team in reading you because they don't know if you're going to play fast, or if you're going to play slow, or if you're going to play in a mix. So it really just adds an extra layer to the dimension of just knowing what pacing you want to go for. Because in that beginning round, you know, they're really trying to read the pressure you're putting and make the reaction. But if you're just going straight for the play, not the gap that you see, but a play that you just know you want to go for, I think that's the best thing CAG can do, especially coming off of a weak series and already having kind of a weak attacking record. Just kind of choosing what space they want to take and going for it is really going to help them out. And then kind of playing from there will be the best case scenario for them.
See if they can bring that decisive play, then getting in, finding those opportunities and taking advantage of them. Again, it was something that they struggled against Fnatic with a little bit. The opportunities presented themselves. They got on their flanks a couple of times, but then they never really managed to get the round over the line. They never really managed to punish those errors, those little gaps that they were able to find. So is that something
I only
that
watched
coming into this one?
you predicted today.
I can take away Azami. The Monte is
yeah, it is like the teams that I did predict.
Taken away. Will it be another shield?
I don't believe that other teams will do it as well.
The smaller options of Blitz, Blackbeard. Yeah, Ying is the one taken away.
Good. Two good bans because it really. The Monte's very good too at clearing the mezzanine position because you can walk up the staircase and it really kind of puts just an immediate thorn into the defense. The Ying ban 2 just gets rid of any of the flashes. The glass is going to be up though. The glass is really strong on this map, blocking the office door. It's amazing. Seeing their lineup right now looks like this would be a bit of a passive hold with the Cade. Master's one of the best sites too because it's a extremely hard site to just ISO. You know, you really have to make sure you have split pressure because a lot of the time the defense is doing an extension into dining and an extension into the top mez side. So you really have to pick who you want to go for because the people from above play heavy roles because you can help the dining extension and you can help the mez extension from Ivy side. I expect to see them do a double reinforce off of Office and Cade the wall here, playing the Smoke Goyo combo to solve. Or actually they reinforce Office. Usually you reinforce it the other way so you can play safely on that. So let's see. Oh, they double reinforce it.
That is interesting. Whoa. Okay.
So they're just faking it for the info. So that's another layer to the game too, trying to deceive that initial info that you're seeing. Because a lot of teams, they'll see certain walls, certain reinforcements put down. They'll be okay. They're doing this type of strategy, this type of win con. Let's do this. But then you get in the game and these walls are reinforced. It completely changes the whole strategy because you need to make sure you have EMPs, you have the breaching to get that wall open.
I love that from King Zero, just showing.
Yeah, so King Zero and CAG are teams from the APAC. So King Zero is a Chinese team, and CAG is a Japanese team.
The course of Chalet so far. So Ingo the drones.
So for King Zero, it's their first time in an international stage right now, and CAG they've been in international stages for years now. So
an oppression here coming in, or there should be from these attackers. It should make it very difficult for King Zero to hold on to any of those power spots that they're trying to play in.
Now, of course, the Dokkaebi is really good, because especially if you time the calls really well with the players you want to clear, it makes it almost impossible to answer the call, and if you do any chip damage to the players, the call can almost finish them, so it's very important just to make sure you're using the Dokkaebi extremely well and in sync with the actual plays you're making. I'm going to go for a nade clear, a hop, the ace.
Need to see better use of these shields, as I said previously, with Soanaton getting caught out in kind
that
of solo
is not a
plays. This has
good
been much better from
spot
them
for
so far. If we're keeping
Momo.
an eye on that as the Blackbeard starts to push through, that is a bad situation that they put Momo in there. I love that from
Yo, you almost, Shirab, you almost whipped that shit. What the fuck?
To pick up Big J as well. 5 versus 2.
Yeah, that could have gone bad for him.
Decisiveness that you were looking for, Dave.
Yes, it was. You know, they had the right ops, they had the util in place. They made sure that they know if we're going to go for this clear, that there's going to be a dining player dropping, going for the extension. So they were layers deep, ready for that. K's off the wall. King's in a bad spot. No C4 anymore. It should be a closeout from Cat.
Damn.
I like this from Kag, though. They're not getting overly aggressive there. They've not just gone streaming into side because they're in a 5v2. They've still been breaching the wall, pushing the window. Wait till we get the Blackbeard up here. We start to take that grind. They've recognised we've got the time. That's another weapon in our arsenal. Let's use it. And they didn't get themselves kind of sucked into one of those little gunfights where you lose a couple and all of a sudden that 5v2 becomes a 3v2 and it's, you know, it becomes very, very losable. But yeah, well played from Kag. A really nice first attacking round from them.
Okay, let's go back to watching
I want to see a
this.
little bit more.
And do you know what the best part is? We do get to see a little bit more because it's time for us to get underway with our second map of Cafe. Of Cafe. You know what? I think I'll just let the professionals do what they do best.
Thank you very much, Rob.
Enjoy the bands, mate.
Beautiful, man.
Thank you, Rob. Look, I'm going to let you take this one because you're getting already very excited about the Wamai band.
Got the Monty.
Got your Monty band, Castle, Capital.
I'm a big fan of this Membrialos, okay? So, normally a Wamai band it deserves a, what are you doing? Why would you do that? Who's their coach?
Didn't you hear? Wamai's the GOAT now, bro.
Oh, that's right.
He's
got
the heckin' GOAT.
That's the thing, right? He got deployable shield, C4, he got one more magnet, recharges faster, bigger pick-up radius, and they pick them up, they charge up faster rather, so when you slam them on the ground to the ceiling, it'll just catch projectiles in 1.4 seconds of activation.
I was in the car, like I was hanging out with Brito this morning to shoot some content. We were hanging out in the car afterwards, and like mics were off and we were just chatting, and I was like, dude, like the meta must be so different for you as a support player right now, because you're used to doing all this droning. These days,
why are you
so
locking
many
that
ops
shit
like,
out?
you know, Snake, Deimos, Dockerbee, like so many crazy powerful ops. Like, what do you think is the most overpowered operator in the game right now? And he's like, it's none of that. It's Wamai.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
well, that's the thing, right? Is Wamai, obviously, like your Wamai, your Asami, your Mira, I'm gonna go like map-changing operators, if you will. They can shape how a position changes, and that affects every operator in the game. Because all of a sudden, they can defend in an area.
But so some of the recent buff, well,
and Clash is similar, which is being played right here. If you play Clash,
a lot of the buff that they did is more likely due to Pro League than it is for us actual mortals in the game. So like the buff onto Maverick is definitely like a Pro League thing. Mute Jammer is mixed.
So I like this
it's like
initial start of Membrialos. I love the Eric Bennett, the Capital, Monty saying Cafe is an execute-oriented map.
Soda Canister is a mix for me as well. The Reaper K is definitely a Pro League thing as well. The X-Gyros, Pro League thing.
We have some C4s.
Fuse, Pro League thing. Oh, damn.
Still upstairs. This guy.
EMP is a mix. Like, it's most of the stuff is like for the Pro League thing.
Just like that 5v3 for Fnatic, just like Fortress.
In my opinion.
They bring the fight to Membrialos.
That's right, active defense, they're all about it, they love their own. Now, it doesn't matter that MIBR have vertical dominance, doesn't matter that they can start opening up the floors. They're not going to find these kills. I mean, even if Fnatic fall back to the bomb site, it doesn't matter. Deadshot tries to get away. No, he doesn't go down brown stairs though. He stays alive.
Mute got
this guy cannot be contained. No. Surely the
so Mute got increased range.
Look at the way
so from it's not big. It's from 2.4 meters to 2.6. So it's not big. And the warning, like the warning that you get from being near the mute jammer is also increased due to that. So it's like
gave it away. He tossed
it's not anything special in general. It's just I just feel like they did that just to have someone to buff with.
Air jab goes out, but there's a clash in the back portion. Gas fire popped as well. Bit of trouble. She will get rid of her with the grenade. But 30 seconds, James. This isn't the site. There's a whole hallway after this.
Five needs to have a big impact here for Nox, but Wizards.
Are you kidding me?
Together. Rip apart MIBR Los. A defense that was chaotic in the start and chaotic through to the end. But textbook for Fnatic. So classic, so on character. MIBR Los on their map pick.
So the range on mute has increased but, by 0.2 meters, and for Fuse, like the
sometimes it will. That's phenomenal.
Like when you're putting your gadget on Fuse onto a hard breach, it takes a long time to activate the clusters. So they have reduced that time, but that is like by 0.3 seconds, so it's like not by much either. So
much time single-handedly.
It's small things that I don't think will matter.
One is that Deadshot is not gonna keep making that kind of play, despite the fact that it's working. The other one is genuinely.
Maverick, they increased the canisters, so he will be able to burn more.
TP back and escape. Because
as well, so
player right now, I'm going, guys, when we go roam clearing, there will be a player Deadshot. He's not gonna fall back. He's always gonna be in the corner, double drone, everything, no mistakes. We kill him, we play 5v4, now we can win the round. So just Fnatic really keep that in the back of their minds right now. They cannot keep leveraging that same way to win the game. It has to change throughout Cafe.
Yeah, look, if I'm MIBR Los right now, I'd consider playing a Solid Snake or something just to try and track down these roamers. One of the great things about Solid Snake on Cafe is if you're on the rappels on the outside of the building, you can quickly sprint around the rappels with your gadget out.
Oh yeah.
And you can quickly go
up and
down, check the different floors. You get so much info so quickly. You combine that with someone entering on the top floor, and these roamers are going to be really under a lot of pressure early. Speaking about pressure, early, Wizard tries to hold on. Impact comes out. A little bit of damage onto Nox. In comes the flash. Crossfire. Deadshot comes to help on out. Traded back by Dash. Damage has been done, though. From Fnatic, they've read into this rush. It might be Arlosa into the bomb site, but they need to find more kills. Perez will do so. The Finker.
Okay, I have to put my like energy onto.
But they need to find the numbers advantage almost to
come on, Ross.
Smith quickly
come on.
it back. This map is so bloody fast. Fnatic continue fighting.
Don't tell me that I predicted wrong on this.
The round is over before it even begins.
Yeah, it's kind of more useful.
A valiant effort from MIBR Los. It is not to be.
Come on,
that should have been the round
Los,
victory.
come on.
They were quickly in there. They got the good trades. They had the bomb site control partially instead of dining, and yet Fnatic, they're all there. Whenever a fight happens, a defender dies, somebody else takes
I did predict that it would Fnatic would win 2-1 in terms of maps, but it is
they're a defending team.
looking very grim for me.
They're outright fighting them.
Yeah.
They bring the fight as quickly as possible. We saw Wizard running away from the shield, but again, Deadshot was above, had the angle, they bait the kill once more. There's never just one defender. MBR Lows, they're kind of running into these rounds very blind. First round, they missed drone Deadshot top floor.
Yeah, kind of surprised how bad they were playing.
They chased Wizard with the blitz flash, thinking that there's going to be no support, but the whole team was there.
It's a three-way crossfire onto the blitz as well. I mean, it's a nice idea, but you kind of need to take that ground and then not hard commit to the rush.
Either you catch Wizard or he escapes.
Yeah.
You can't have him escape and then chase after him into the bomb site. That's too far.
Yeah, I think Fnatic are really good at playing smartly into these crossfires, right? Like, in moments like that, like MIBR Los have taken up like map control. In theory, they could be planting, but Fnatic know they don't have to panic. No, you can just sit back and wait. Oh, I don't hear that plant going down. Okay, let's not go crazy. I think there's a sledge just standing in the bomb site because they're held on in, doing nothing. We can just peek him. We don't need to stress the hell out and peek one by one. Recompose, play it together.
Come on, Los. Come on.
Strength of Fnatic, their ability to just not panic and lock in, just have a very chill attitude.
It's a big praise to Smith. He was the person inside a train who was like, he could have easily just swung the sledge and died. He waited till his teammate got the combat and
yo, that is stupid.
Instead, having a weaker gun, the Reaper.
That is stupid, Wizard.
Wizard was looking
What?
for the air jab for the run out, but Dark was there actually watching with the angle as well. That's the issue about playing the solos. Oh, guys, it's free. You go for it. Well, they're watching with a gun as well. Good counterplay from MLBR lows. This time, they actually just outbrain them, bait them into an offensive play, get the opening pick, and this is the round of theirs. It's tertiary bomb site, right? Technically speaking here, third round, and they got the opening pick. It's not going to get any better on Cafe than this round right here. But can they convert to a round victory? That's the question.
Yeah, so on this map, I'm hoping that. Oh shit! I'm going to root for loss on this one. I'm like, please, so we have a third map. Please, 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 that Fnatic can win.
Perez just hoping there's an overpeak here. No, instead,
why are you being there for so long?
Cigar, and yeah, inside piano, he just peeks on out, takes him down. We're into a 3v3. I mean, this is where Fnatic lives.
There's three guys on the roof. Nox just
what
dropped
the
down
fuck?
the hatch. Like, how have we not entered the building yet?
So disjointed.
They were in Cigar, they were peeking piano, they had a guy on white window repel earlier. That is just, like, not synced up on the plan from MLBR lows right now.
A lot of breakdowns here. Finally, the vert starts to open up here from MIBR lows. Remember, this bomb site is actually
that is not coordination at all.
It's a very loose type of round. In a 3v3, it's very hard to execute onto this bomb site. However, Dark finding that kill on the D-Peck might just give them a chance. Now, there is a Mozzie drone in the bomb site for Deadshot. In the late round, that B bomb site will be more vulnerable.
Definitely actually smart plays.
No C4 though, and just one toxic babe, so the guns have to hit their shots here for Fnatic. They cannot play the plant denial game. They can take the fight as the MLBR are planting the 2v2 though, but Deadshot finds one. So
it's too late to be opening this wall with Hibana. And you just walk straight
Yo.
into Smith. Now it's a 1v1. Nox has the defuse. But surely going for a plant here would be a massive mistake. The peak hole gives the audio cue to Smith. Now he knows that there's no way for Nox to try and go for the kill. Tries to swing him from the other side, but he doesn't land the kill.
Wow, they're stupid.
With the patience of a god and balls of steel, waits it out. And wins
I should have betted on Fnatic.
Keep banning open the walls with
I should have
14
betted on
seconds left,
them.
and they're peak holes, not even entry holes. I'm thinking you have to walk down the hallway regardless at that point. Why not just walk down together, shave off the 5 seconds of breaching, and just get it done? Those Hibana breaches worked against them because now Swiss can peek through them from laundry. Small things again. Hold on. Hold the
Deadshot ban.
We have banned Mossy. Have we lost the plot?
To be fair, there were a lot of moments in that round where they were trying to drone, but the Mozzie stopped them.
Like, it's cafe, single doors, windows, sure, but I'm also just like, Mozzie ban? In 2026?
I think if you're struggling because you can't drone, then you're not playing the meta because you don't need to drone nearly as much
now they
in
play
this
mute,
meta.
which also stops the Demos track, which also stops the Solid Snake, which stops... Don't get me technically if you're in it already.
Let him keep playing Mozzie and just bloody play Solid Snake already. Seriously. You haven't seen a single snake
I
pick.
feel like the mute jammer is going to be just as big of an issue, if not bigger, because you get
I don't
a good
know what
primary
they're
shotgun, you keep the C4 BP. Again, I'm not going to judge it too hard. Maybe it's the fact that MLBR knows they're down 0-3 on their own map. They've had a couple of rough rounds and a questionable ban. But also, you're leaving open Asami, which you haven't seen almost any. Have you seen actually? Oh, we actually have seen it twice.
Yeah, we've seen two Asamis. I think you should be
Asami
banning.
is good for every side.
Ban Asami, or ban Mira, or ban Smoke. I don't care. Like, ban Malusi if you want to go for these rushes. But just don't bother banning the Mozzie. It just feels like such a wasted opportunity when you're not really leveraging the other Intel operators nearly as much. You ban Mozzie, you know what Deadshot's going to do? He's going to play an operator with more utility and roam on that.
With a better gun.
Yeah, he's on Goyo.
That is
He's got a
stupid.
better
He's
gun.
got TCSG ACOG, man. It's over.
No, this is a loss map
even if you
pick.
do kill him on the
Cafe,
roam,
it's
you're gonna be fighting
loss.
against this stack of util on the bomb site.
Like, it's been, yeah, sure, Mossy can be good in general, but they're, like they said, there's so many different operators they get picked from, like, and it's easy to counter, just go snake.
They're still banning bomb site execute operators.
Easy.
Monty Ying. they haven't felt pressured on the roam clear because, like we keep saying, they haven't played the roam clear operators. Where like, if they played Solid Snake or Deimos or Blackbeard every single round and it was working out, they would have to ban it, surely. Not the Ying. But they're like, well, they don't play those operators.
And they're not very good at shield, so let's not bother banning out the Blackbeard or
exactly.
the Blitz.
It's just the Monty, because Monty is that, like, impossible to kill operator and just walk in piano and take map
maybe,
control for free.
like,
That's
I don't know. Yeah.
So I feel like it might be a lows, like I said before this map started, I'm failing to see an identity of why they're different from every other Brazilian team in a positive way. They're not like superstar glass team. They're not all-star entry fraggers. They're not super good at executing. They're like a bit of everything, but I'm lacking like the identity. And I feel like the operator bans almost show it because there's no key operators being utilized the same way as most teams at this event.
Yeah.
Not in the game that we've seen, at least.
Yeah. Fnatic have really been dictating the pace of this game, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. I think this round will be even harder than what Lowe's have
like
faced
they're using
because
like
of the stack
IQ
of
here
bombsite
and
util that Fnatic have
Twitch.
brought to the table. We need to see
Like, it
maximum
feels like
value
it's
here
such
from
a
the
wrong
Twitch and IQ
operator's
combo.
pick.
Oh, Deepak going down early is big though. We need the IQ and Twitch to work together though to find these Electrocores and these Yokai drones.
Thankfully, a decent amount of time though. There's a nice bit of self-destruction. You put the breaching charge crouch level on the wall vertically, and it's like, or horizontally rather, and it's gonna break the floor past the wall as well. You get a very nice and deep angle in towards the side for a bit of pressure. That's the third and final charge there from Dash. Now he's just solely on the scanner, drones or guns up. They got the claw, they got the hatch. It's gonna be a good old backside take with the sense, with the vert. Blackbeard can walk in with the diffuser. There's not gonna be a ton of counterplay here for Fnatic. They shouldn't be able to see forward the plan there ever because you're gonna be playing very far away. And the Ogre drones, like you said, can be found with the IQ Twitch combination. This should just be a relatively free plant.
Yeah, but they got to fuck it up.
However, they are flipping the push and instead going for Bakery. That's very risky. Great play from Deadshot. Quickly traded back. Perez finds a double. Numbers advantage for MIPR Los, a 4v2. But we've seen them let these slip before. Fnatic still have very much a real chance of winning this round with 30 seconds left to play.
They do. Perez very low on HP, and they spent all the util early on the back portions. This frontal attack is very limited. Smoke goes out. Dog is on the bomb side itself. There is 2 C4s. When they stop landing,
damn.
Angle finds the kill. Definitely with the second.
Way better now. Way better. Way better.
I was worried for a second, but they get a round on the board regardless.
Finally, first round on the board for MIBR Los on the attacking side. A second is all they need to hit par for the course of attacking Cafe. But we've seen Fnatic on their attack today so exceptional.
This was like very interesting how they... I kind of got scared for them for a split second when Blackbeard went in their door. Like, did he even clear out the fucking Goyo on the door?
Without even needing overtime.
Like, that is
crazy. There on the player cam, that's good. Very well needed. Now, I'm curious if they're going to stick to Blackbeard once again here and get a shield on the board. It didn't technically match in the previous round because you died to the Goyo flanks or pre-fire, but still, I do think that the shield gives them that pushing power that they're so desperate for. And it's also not a fair gunfight. If Blackbeard walks in a room and the defender is looking at them, not much is going to happen, but they have to respect the existence of the Blackbeard. They do go off it. Last second onto Ram instead. Get a bit of verticality, so this is very clearly a full map control, top floor, air jab stuff off, do the vert, go into our plant position. So once again, it might be our lows, they're saying we need to fight them early in the roam clear and work through the layers of the map. And that is something that they usually don't succeed at. They are working against themselves a little bit, up against the mirror windows, the pulse C4 downstairs. There's a lot of obstacles.
Yeah, I think it's really telling, looking at the MIBR Los lineup, what they do and don't respect out of Fnatic.
Yeah.
The one thing they really respect is flanks. Because that's what both the Nomad and the Grid love.
God, dude, he keeps flanking us.
Yeah, but interestingly, they're not bringing any util to deal with Mira. They're not bringing any util to find players, to execute on players. Obviously, Ying is banned, Capitao is banned, but yeah, Lion, Dockerbee, Solid Snake, Deimos are all left open.
Yeah, what I'm seeing right now in the lineup, just like as a final comment on it, is I'm seeing a lot of things that's great when they have the map control. But how are they gonna get the map control, right? Let's say they clear top floor, Gridlock, Nomad, bit of verticality, what's not to love? But like you said, how do they deal with the mirror windows? How do they clear piano, stock, top floor cocktail? I don't know. But when you look at the attack and lineup, that's what they need to do because they have Ram, they have Sophia, they have flank watchers. They need to take top floor control. You're on the piano repels, half the round burned away, nothing gained, waiting for a run out, waiting for a flank somewhere, hopping on their drones. And guess what Fnatic are doing? Nothing. Because they don't need to do anything right now. They're chilling.
You're right. Fnatic have been so active on their defense, so aggressive and keen to jump out. As I say,
yeah, I'm hoping, but
they do it again. They don't care. There's an air jabs in play. They don't care about the Nomad
the bomb side
or the gridlock. They'll go for these plays anyway. They find one kill. Elsewhere, Smith will fall, but still.
Like, I'm it might sound bad. I'm secretly rooting for Fnatic, but like, I kind of made a bet with a friend here that it would be a 2-1 to Fnatic.
Triple for Deadshot,
so
and now Dark is still on the bomb side.
Yeah, it's not looking.
Gets that defuse back.
Solus is dead.
Still so winnable here for Deepek and Citizen. Dare I say favored for them. Dark has to play this perfectly. Both of these Fnatic players are actually very much separated. They will let this plank go down and look to play it in the retake. They need to bide their time, get the info together. Now the smoke actually helps provide an avenue of safety for Dark.
Why are you backing? Why the fuck are you backing into that?
Down a fourth round of defense on the board.
That is so stupid. Why are you backing into that?
One final chance to conjure up a little bit of valiance before the half will close.
And it's good how they got inside the bomb side and got a couple of kills, but again, from the top
I don't know why he backed into the feet holes there.
I didn't see a game plan happen in the server.
That is so bad.
They never took piano. They never contested cocktail. They're on the window repels. Guess what? Wizard jumps out the window. SMG 11 in hand. Gets a kill. Not supposed to happen, but there's no punishment because guess what? There was no air jab. Nobody's watching it. And there's no pressure anywhere on the map where Fnatic felt, okay, going for jump out is a risky play. There's no one anywhere, it feels like, from the attack of MLBR lows. They're paying the consequences right now, being down 1-4. They've done this to themselves. Fnatic have done the things that they need to do. And that's it. MLBR lows, they have fallen short on these attacks. And if you want to go to a map, I know you gotta start on a harder side. That happens. That's always the case, technically. But you gotta be able to play both sides of the coin. You can't go 1-5 on your attacks and be like, you know, we got defense coming up. It's like, no.
Also, like, listen, you can't be bringing Gridlock and Nomad and getting jumped out on.
No,
you are investing.
And not take top floor control.
You're investing 2 entire operators into preventing one thing.
And the Ram, what did the Ram do that round?
Nothing.
Bugger all. They should have played, and we can keep saying, right, a shield, solid snake, Dokkaebi line, and just stormed the bomb side. That would have had a better chance at working out than what that last round was.
For sure. Look, I'm okay with the Nomad. I just think that doubling down here is such a waste. And yeah, I think there are so many operators that MIBR need to be leveraging here. You just, like, you're irresponsible if you're not trying to play a solid snake or a shield. We do have the Blackbeard here for the final round of attack of MIBR.
That's good. Let's see what the plan is then. I would love a step-by-step. Again, there's no real counter for the mirror. I mean, you can certainly say Ibanez Kairos is a counter, but that can be dealt with relatively easily if you play in piano or have any sort of denial or impact grenades. In this case, they could just Asami off an angle, run in, shoot them, but we'll see what happens later on. C4 downstairs, Fnatic playing the layers, a classic style on Cafe, using the verticality. You say, hey guys, go on piano, C4 below. Go into cocktails, C4 below. And on paper, what Fnatic they want to do in this round is just get 1 kill with any of their 3 C4s, and they're happy. Then they get the 5v4, they play first or they play downstairs, beneath the bomb site instead of mining and dining. And they got the pulse, they know exactly what's going on.
Yeah, Smith is in such a pivotal position here. Sandwiched between the 2 bomb sites on his pulse scan, continuing to just feed info to his team. Missed opportunity there from Dash, trying to cut off Deadshot. He fails to do so. However, Citizen will go down. Good angle on the windows from Daffo. But MIBR lows still do not have full piano control. There's more work to be done.
Piano control. Now they got cigar control. That's the first step. And if they're insecure, they can watch that.
Yeah, I
baseline
called
going
it, but like
towards,
it's looking
Yellow
bad.
itself,
I
and
did
then they
not
can
think
scour off
Fnatic
the
would
mirror
be
window,
playing
and then they
this
can keep
well
progressing. But then
against
we're talking
the
about the timer,
loss.
60 seconds left.
To be
There's
honest.
still those C4s lingering downstairs. Now guess what? Citizen gets permanent cam watching duty, utilizing those Valkyrie cams are great.
Oh,
If C4 goes out,
Idiots.
perfect. That's the 1 C4 kill they needed. That's the pulse downstairs, and they can't get the hatch any
There's no
longer.
more hard breach.
The hatch is reinforced, and it banners them.
That's why you open up the breach before you go anywhere
Yes,
else.
but there's no way into the bomb
It's
site
so
except for the
I
hallways
called
and
it for my
staircases, so they're super late now in
for my
going
players
deeper.
as well. Like
Without
you
breaching
need
the
to get the
hatch
breach
here, not only do they not have a way onto the
first
bomb site, as you said, they also don't have a
before
very
doing the
strong way
ram. Like I
of
don't understand it.
isolating these players that have been playing inside of Train before. Smith has been able to escape into Fireplace, into the other bomb site. Not enough control here from MIBR Los as 15 seconds remain and continue ticking down. A big opportunity now, but Dark misses his shots. Devastated. Now our MIBR as they desperately need to get into a plant position.
Why are you still on the
Inside of
fucking
Mighty
word? Go for the
needs to look
plant.
for the plant, but he has no friends on site. And so now it's up to just Plant and R from Wizard. Gets in a position. The plant is denied. Fnatic dominate. 5-1 on the defensive cafe. Just 2 rounds away from sending MIBR Los into the lower bracket.
It's so convincing as well. Every single round. Nox is solo on the bomb site with the Blackbeard holding F, praying that somehow they don't shut him down, that no C4 gets tossed his way. Then when he walks into the bomb site, there are 2 other attackers upstairs, looking down the vertical angles, almost baiting, trying to get a single kill. You gotta get in the action, guys. Your teammate is by the bomb site, fighting for his dear life. And the highlight pack show will show it all. It's been individual moments by Fnatic, team victories from Fnatic. They have been better every step of the way. And this has been MIBR Los' map pick. This isn't Fortress, this is Cafe. But it's the same result.
Yeah, Fnatic have really leaned into this chaotic play style, and they have used it to run rings around MIBR Los. 5-1 is such a devastating pill to swallow here for MIBR.
I mean, they gotta go crazy on side swap.
I don't think it's gonna happen. Like, I hate to say it, but I
Yeah.
this is a 2-0 in the books for Fnatic.
I
They'll be
lost
our
my
first team to
money.
qualify through to phase 2 of the play-ins, which means that they are just a single best-of-3 series away from the group stage. For a team that hasn't qualified for an international event with this roster at all, not since they had an Australian team 6 years ago. That is everything.
I have to eat
for
my
a player
words.
Like Deadshot, who
My
spent
friend
so
said
much
that
time
they
in
like
the hell that was
like
that
we
Wolves
win
roster,
2-0.
doomed to qualify.
I
in
said
every
2-1
event,
because
and they
Fnatic has
achieved
not
nothing
been
at
playing
every
100%
event.
good.
Every single
So-
time. For a player like Citizen, who has been bouncing around between different teams, drama-filled
Yeah, that's not good.
swaps. For a player like Deepek, who remembers what it was like to lift the major trophy 4 years ago with
Stuck
Rogue.
around all this time.
And he's the only player that remains from that roster, the only one that hasn't decided to leave for greener pastures. What a moment this is for Fnatic, and of course for Sathis as well, who's been coaching this team for an extremely long time.
He's still a fraud.
Thank you, Reddit.
Yeah.
they
I'm
really
pretty
found-
sure they could win this event flawlessly, and they would still hate Tristan on Reddit. Just because of the years of anguishment that they suffered in Fnatic, you know?
Poor guy. What can he
But
do
he's doing good.
to regain public trust?
I spoke to him a couple different times. We speak about the roster situation and like what they need as a team, and he always told me that they needed like a shield player. And I was like, but who are you gonna get? You're a bottom EML team.
Have you heard of this 22-year-old Ukrainian fella called Smith?
Apparently now I do. I have heard about it, right? And then I swear to God, when they qualified for EWC or maybe it was either when they qualified or after we cast them one of the days. It's after we cast them.
Yeah, I remember
He
like,
DM'd
who the
me,
hell is this guy?
And he was like, so Smith on shields, huh? Eye emoji. And I was like, you got your shield player. You got your shield player.
I love that.
So, no, I feel like they have finally, and it took so long, but they finally found the players that they were missing. Not the starter, not the experience necessarily. Yes, they have Deadshot and Citizen, whatever, but the roles in which the individual can fulfill. Whether it's going to be the solo confidence, the backstab lurking, the proper IGL, the shield player. Also, first map we don't see a shield ban here from MIBR Lows. They're leaving the Monty open, every other shield with it, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before that Monty will come into action, because Monty thrives on Cafe, especially top floor attacks.
I mean, Fnatic only need 2 rounds of attack here. They got 4 on Fortress, by the way.
Yeah.
And yes, Cafe is a different kettle of fish, but I do very much think that this is the real deal here from Fnatic. They actually mirror MIBR Los' bans. They get rid of the castle and the Wamai. And funnily enough, MIBR Los actually playing very similar lineup to what we saw out of Fnatic. Azami, Mira, Mozzie, and Aruni, all operators that Fnatic lean into very heavily on their own defensive side. And I think as a result, Fnatic will be very familiar with what it's like to counter them. Yeah. Also funny to see Nomad Gridlock. I talked a lot of smack about that, but it's being brought here as
Either
well.
you gotta keep doing it now, or you gotta back down. What do you choose? Do you fight back on this, or?
Well, like, Fnatic are running it, even though MIBR ran it like every single round.
But they run Solid Snake too, so they skip it, right?
Okay, yeah. And they run a shield as well.
Yeah, that's the difference. They don't just have the flying watch, they have everything else on top of it. And they are containing the aggression pretty well here, opening pick.
I have no problem with them
Probably
running
wager
flank watch,
a month lost, yeah.
On, and there's no air jab there,
not
or
getting in the
Claymore there.
building.
That's the difference.
We didn't say any specific,
phantom pressure from
like
Fnatic
that's
on the
like
windows,
money or
the
something
doors,
like that.
the
We just said it.
hatches,
You
and
just talked about it.
Start for Intel.
But I'm not going to be hearing the end of it.
Dark is moving around, but that's all internal information. There's no post scanner like we saw before. There's no. Well, there's a drone that
he's jumping out. He's gonna jump out.
But if you, there's an air jab.
No, but
So
the air jab is only on the stairs. He knew that there was a drone at the top of White. He actually didn't take down that drone. There's a lot of info here for Fnatic as they sneak their way towards the bomb site. Wizard on the verge of looking for... Oh, hello. That's a nice little grenade. It's going to force Dash out of position, expose him somewhat.
Oh, it broke the cabinet.
The push from Smith. It will also break the cabinet, which exposes him completely. Smith
yeah,
as the nades go out. The plant looking to go down here from Fnatic. MIBR Los
top floor.
look completely lost. 2 versus 4. How do they get back into it? The plan has been confirmed. Fnatic can retake post-plant positions from outside. They still have Smith on the shield. He'll find a second. Daffo up against the world.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck Loss is doing, to be honest.
There is no universe where he's getting it done.
I did not think Fnatic would be playing this well. I would not have said that.
The pressure is really getting there now for MIBR Lows, because they need this to start turning around. I keep seeing the same thing though. When we're on Fortress, I was saying how Fnatic, they need to play together and have 2 people fight one. We're seeing MIBR Lows fighting on the bomb site, the smoke and the mute or whatever.
By the way, spoiler alert on the other stream between King Zero and Kag. King Zero won against Kag on the first map in Chalet, and now they're playing Clubhouse. That is surprising. Gotta remember that for King Zero, it is their first international stage.
And they're paying the consequences massively. And it's not the first, second, or third time this has happened. It's almost every round in Cafe. Somebody from MIBR Lows is watching his teammates suffer. And they could do something about it, but they aren't.
Yeah. MIBR Lows have just been all over the place today. I mean, how are you down 6-1 on your own map pick? Fnatic look like so much more of a refined product today, and they are showing us a taste of the Fnatic that knocked G2 out of contest. They're showing us a taste of the Fnatic that beat Twisted Minds in the group stage of EML.
Yeah.
This is not the same Fnatic that we saw get 7-0'd by GK in EML. Not the same Fnatic that we saw tossed around by Virtus Pro. They have finally refine themselves, develop a bit of consistency. My question is, Pengu, after today, can they keep it up? Because they could well be eliminated tomorrow.
Yeah.
Even if they just lose a single match in Phase 2, that best of 3 will be the end of their tournament.
And right now, they have that parachute, right? Lower bracket right now exists, and maybe that gives you a bit of mental comfort, but once that's gone, once it's do or die, that's the question. Can they stay up above the water in that scenario? Right now, feels like nothing can stop them. Deadshots is dancing middle of the building, 30 seconds of the round, popping the verticality. They got Smith.
Oh, you idiot.
He gets the better goal.
He's the GOAT. What can you say?
I mean, this is what happens when Deadshot has zero respect left for his opponent. He's not watching his flank. He's not worried about anything.
He's popping the
They have one player watch the white stairs for him now. Wizards holding down the red staircase. If anybody walks up,
I don't know what Darker was doing there.
Because they got the opening pick, they're gonna feel desperate for a play.
You're not fucking deaf that you don't hear that shit.
Perez will know of where Solid Snake is, but it works both ways. And just a matter of like pick apart the verticality, break open the hatch, and then Fnatic can go for a backside take down the hatch. They can go for a Baker with the shield later if they want to. They got options and they got time.
Yeah, it's patience here for Fnatic. They don't need to overextend.
Like, they don't even need to use Ram on this shit, to be honest.
Slow game, try and find out where these final positions are. Perez and Nux, both positions revealed by Wizard here on the red stairs, who is in such a deadly position, and that F2 will tear apart anyone that tries to contest him in close range. When it comes down to an execute, Citizens sends walls will be helpful. Smiths as well, ready to drop down this hatch with the blitz, but a C4 is prepped by Dash.
If C4 lands, they can change everything. A smoke goes out as well for a trade-off. Timing is everything. He holds it for now. And he's holding his nerve for as long as possible, waiting for the sound cue perhaps of that thump of hitting the floor. Here it comes.
He hears it. He tosses it out, but he gets shot out of mid-air.
In the smoke.
Massive play from Fnatic. And Dash looks to try and pick. He needs to retake now. The plant is going down. Wizards apart Nux from the red stairs. Smith eventually will confirm that plan, but the post is too strong for Fnatic. It's Dash up against the world. Fnatic, their return to the main stage surely is just a matter of days away. They have returned to the international stage with a massive
I don't understand how bad Lost played. That was bad.
In the play-ins and through to phase 2. They knock MIBR Los down into that lower bracket, and now they will play for elimination tomorrow. Whereas Fnatic now find themselves in such a beautiful position.
I did actually play against D-Pick in the test server. No fun. I can tell you that. No fun.
Finally break through. And a 7-1 domination over MIBR Los is one hell of a way to get the job done.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's a lot of really important moments for them on both the maps of Fortress and Cafe, and I think every single player we spoke of a lot when it came to Fnatic. It wasn't like anybody was falling behind or one person was carrying them. It was very much a team effort, and people taking turns at being successful. Not the biggest celebration when they won. I'm not sure if that's, again, keeping expectations low. Guys, that was good. We go again tomorrow, you know.
Wow, he's looking very rough.
They're just still like that. And I think that right now, honestly, I think
this is what I'm talking about. I love seeing those smiles. Okay, let's go on to the next one. It's not done here, so...
Great flash play. You know, I feel
like the next match that is popping up after this is going to be Shopify Rebellion versus Tyloo.
They need to really find where they want to go for the hard zone, because even on that playthrough, they didn't really have any range breach to get the cash wall open. They kind of just gave them that space without making them take it. Good play with the Clash. Wow, that's a Blackbeard. That's big.
Yeah, really beautiful headshot there. Usually we expect the Clash to be countering shields by using that electricity, but instead just using that secondary. Sharif, however, manages to find Momo. 4 versus 3 Kag. Smell blood in the water, start pushing forward. Chibisu, DD, Zaka get 3 in quick succession.
Waking up?
Take round 2. And this is looking like a different Kag than the one we saw on Chalet. We don't see them play Chalet a lot. It was a good choice from King Zero to take them there. They got themselves the map, but on a map like Clubhouse, where Kag are 5-1 in recent history, they are showing that they are so much more comfortable.
No, it really does look just in their plays, in their ground, and on the execute.
Come on, guys.
They're really making sure that they have pressure points from all over the map. You see Jaeger trying to swing to retake on, but they have a player hopping through Gym. It's just
we'll see how far it goes.
Right now, they look much more confident in their plays they want to make and the plays they can make. And also, too, it's also being aware of the plays the defense can make against you to stop your strategy. Very important.
I don't want to, you know, particularly sound the alarm for King Zero just yet, but I can tell you that if we look at those 6 matches that have been played over the last few months, KAG are actually better on the defense generally. They've got a 63% win rate on the defense. So coming out here so strong, getting a 2-0. If they can take a 3-0 sweep and win every defensive site that King Zero choose, that puts King Zero massively on the back foot, because I would say the same thing for them. Their best side is the defense. So right now, KAG are loving what they are seeing.
Yes, I think right now Kings are going to look to just plant their feet, actually play for the fights, and just try to shut down this Blackbeard. They need to bring some traps for it, shut it down, and I feel like that'll clear a lot of the spearheading away. Bringing out the Maestro, we don't see that a lot.
Not on a CCTV hold. I mean, we used to see it once upon a day. Maybe the bubble up on the catwalk to try and help up there, or maybe make it difficult for that shield if they're going to be getting zapped. Or but ever since the years and years ago that we had the Maestro changes that make them easier to deal with, we stopped seeing a lot of that. Shuriik does manage to pick up Fiber. I think that's going to be on the back of a little bit more of that Soliton radar intel as well, just making that F2 sing right now. Absolutely flying. 4-0. KAG playing with confidence. There you go. And that, I said coming into it, Shuriik needed to start backing himself, needed to play in that same way that he did on Chalet, under the stairs. I'm not moving. I'm going to take this ground, and that is what he is doing. Chibisu taken down. Sunset just managing to find something from Garage, but nearly halfway through the round here, and KAG, they're making good progress.
Yes, KAG really working well together. It's a great spot of the gap by Shuriik and not being afraid to take it. I think Kings are going to bring out more traps right now. They're kind of getting walked on, not really a clue where the gaps are. Sunset making a play outside garage right now. DD on the cam. He's going to rotate. Flipping the rappel. Oh, good shot by Sunset. That's bomb down outside of stock. That's going to slow down.
Absolutely beautiful stuff there to take down DD, but I think a lot of the work there from the Thermite that they wanted in terms of utility has already been done, but taking a gun off the board is never a bad thing. We're going to see more of the bees going in, and there's the sting in the tail.
Mistake by KAG.
To find one, gets aggressive, pushes through, does find the down onto Sunset, 2 versus 1. He's got Anaton as support, but he doesn't need him. Manages to find the third, and that is going to be another round closed out by KAG. Beautiful stuff from them. And they found themselves now 3-0 and absolutely cruising. This could be a speed run of Clubhouse.
KAG are heating up right now. Again, Kings just look a little bit lost right now, especially in the early round. I feel like if they bring some, maybe drop some of this utility and bring some more of these gadget traps, it'll just give them better chances to be taking gunfights accordingly. Because right now, you saw Shuriik walking in. They had no idea he was in tub. And then again, KZB playing alone on the gym side, no one helping to come rotate, just taking, again, 1v1s. We need to see King Zero try to link up and play this trade game, because again, on Clubhouse, if you're allowing them to 5-man clear you slowly, it's always going to be attacker sided. You need to try to throw a wrench, make sure it's like 4v4, 4v3, give them a weak execute so you can make those plays late round.
You feel sometimes that that's a little bit more difficult on the defense, because if you team up, you put 2 players in one position, you're automatically leaving yourself maybe a little bit short somewhere else, whereas on the attack, it kind of feels like a little bit more you can work in those micro teams.
I think you really have to be conscious, because in the defensive side, if you know you're giving up a gap and you're aware of it, you just have to make sure whenever you're powering something else with 2, you're doing it decisively and you're making it happen, and then you're flipping your attention back. You're not completely figuring out the gap, but you're making sure you have that aware, you make the play you need to make, and then you worry about that later on, because there's only so many gaps you can take, usually the main wall, usually the con wall, so you can kind of give that up a little bit and then let that player in, and you can kind of squeeze back with your control, with your site player walking up, and then the players who are layering back from the roam, and then you might even get 2 kills off of that. And honestly, 2, a lot of the times the teams on Clubhouse want to play a little bit slower on clear, so kind of making them speed up and take those gaps will sometimes play into your favor too.
See if that's maybe something that King Zero can implement then as we come into round 4. We're going to have the extra bands coming on in. It's going to be Grim. It's going to be Azami taken away. We've spoken about the power of Azami, particularly on that catwalk. But
that
as I said, by going with the double electricity ban, when that time comes and the defending
that was such a waste.
You're still going to be dealing with Wamai. You're still going to be dealing with these other tricky operators like the Clash. Not on side here. I'm interested to see KZB here on the Scorpos. Huge player for King Zero, particularly particularly in that last map on Chalet, has kind of been a little bit invisible on Clubhouse so far. This could be a big moment for him to get involved in the game.
No, it truly is. And right now they look like they're doing a little bit of a dirt split. They have Shureep on the lurk. I don't think Momo knows he's here. Oh, now he does.
There was still two out on the roam. It was KZB and Sunset who were out on the roam. Sunset has dropped back down to oil pit now, so he's going to be heading back to
Yo, shoot
it! Manages to get an absolute beauty out of
that was
bad. As well, who has been electric so far on Clubhouse. 5 and 2 as he takes only his second death inside of 4 rounds, but great advantage for King Zero, especially when you're holding onto that basement site as well. You've got KZB up on the top floor. He's going to continue wasting more and more time here. There's nobody up there from Kag to actually challenge him. He can get back to site quickly if he wants to because he's on the score pass. This is really nicely set up for King Zero to win this round.
They want to go for hard kill right now. He's layers on. It's perfect. Playing top main 2. He shouldn't give them this kill at KZB. He's at 9 kitchen hatch 2. He's going to transfer out. Perfect play. Paramoto drop. Oh. Just pop the flame for your team.
This is
that could have been very, very different as the score post dropped down, but Kag continued to find answers. I wanted more from their shield play.
Yo, Aiden, what the fuck?
Stares him down with the shotty! I can't believe King Zero have held on to that. Momo just pure ball there.
So Anna was doing all the looking to make him. He was leaning. He's like, nah, I'm just gonna shotgun you right here, man.
I'm just gonna stand ADS. You do what you want, and I'm gonna win the fight. And we've seen the SAS shotgun actually be really effective against the shields recently. I've noticed it particularly over the last month or two, where they're in those close quarters fights,
and
you only need the slightest of angles, and you're getting a hell of a lot of damage delivered. And he knew that in that position.
That
he got
is
himself
bad.
A few kills from there. Momo,
by the way, if I'm not talking as much, it's because I'm starting to get a little bit tired. I'm not doing a joke. 5 hours watching this straight takes a little bit of an energy from me.
It's going to change the way the main play works because you're such low HP that you can't usually spearhead as much as you want to, so it really does change the way you have to play the round out.
Round 5 then, Kag still going to be happy with the position as it stands. I think, you know, we spoke about this on Chalet and we will again. They've met their benchmark for me on the attack. 3 was their minimum, and they are now looking for those bonus rounds. They're looking to go out there and let's just see what else we can take from them. It's going to be the top 2 floor sites that we will have coming up over round 5 and 6, kicking off with gym and bedroom here in round 5. They've got the mirror, but I'm looking at that Tubarao as well being brought along on top of the clash to Wamai, and this lineup plays perfectly into what I was asking about, those 2 electricity operators being taken off. Look at the utility you're playing into now on the side of the defense, and if Kag can't get around here, can't get this done because of that utility, that's where you start asking about those bans.
Of course, the Tubarao is extremely strong too, just to stall, especially on the cash side with the DMR too, holding the deep garage angle. You just freeze this cache. You can freeze the server wall, slows the garage take. Then you can freeze the cache wall, slows the cache take. And honestly, too, with the clash right now and the Wamai, I'm looking to leave the clash top red if they want to clear through top red. Have him plant shield, have him plant feet, make them clear through. You play it from con, you make them have to go through with the bodies, take fights. Don't give them the space for free.
As it is at the minute, Sunset on the clash is actually inside of construction rather than top red. It's going to be KZB who was holding on to that position, but they've given it up in the face of Anaton on the shield. He's been able to go in and bully himself into that. 1 minute 40, and I just don't feel like King Zero have used their utility to hold on to the top
nice
of the map for long enough there.
Not the most influential operator you want to kill, or like you get away of the like TSP gun.
That's the main walking point. You stop Condor, you have a guy on the bed with the C4. It's great mini plays, but right now they're just giving him a lot of space. This guy on Genesis,
it feels like the operator selection is
they just need to clean this clash and then they can go to plant.
Just setting up a little pre-place Nitro. Keep that one in the back of your mind. You might see it just being effective later in the round, but you've got to remember Momo is on low health as well. Jacuzzi wall will start being opened up. The challenge comes in. Shureep manages to take down the Tubarao. It wasn't much of a fight needed. Fiverr will be there for the trade. 4 versus 3. The clash is trying to get active onto the Blackbeard here.
What the fuck is his Sunset doing?
2v2 as the Goyo canister does take DD down in the midst of all that. 45
like
seconds
team
left
kill
to go.
as well.
Anaton
What the
on
fuck?
the shield has got to do it all alone. Is he going to be challenged from top main here? They're both on main stairs. He's got diffuser in hand, so he could actually go for a plant here.
I like you to just be patient.
Like he was just looking to bait out a little bit of attention.
Yeah,
KZB comes round, finds the kill with the Vector. You feel like I feel like there was a little bit of an opportunity for KAG there to grab that round. But that being said, King Zero certainly not rolling over. They were, you know, happy to absorb that pressure.
I think that was a great mini play too, where they threw the C4, didn't blow it, allowed the clash to swing out, killed the player.
By the way, I do. If I'm looking at this way, it's because I do have the match on both my screens. Because like if I'm sitting watching the same angle, it's just going to be hurting. So if I'm looking at this, it's because I'm looking at the match from this side.
It's what's going to allow you to build back into these games.
King Zero building back in quite nicely at the minute. Managed to get themselves round 4, round 5, and it just looks like having that opportunity to go back, try these again once KAG have shown their hand a little bit, giving them an idea of what they might be facing, has certainly worked wonders for them as we head into round 6. Honestly, I would say if King Zero can get away with a 3-3 here, it's an absolute steal. They've done brilliantly well because KAG have looked like the better team so far. They've been more aggressive, more decisive, but King Zero, again, one of the CNL teams not being rattled. They don't care about the size of the stage. They don't care about the experience that they're up against. They've dug their heel in. Like you said, you know, sometimes you got to put, if your back's to the wall, you've just got to put your foot against it and push back.
Exactly.
And that's exactly what they've done.
And I feel like, too, we saw Chalet. It started the same way, kind of KAG starting out on the upper foot, starting out aggressive, getting these opening kills. And then again, we saw King Zero really start, their team play start to shape in, start to find their way into the game. And that's the biggest thing, making sure that when you do start on the back foot, like you said, you can put your foot against the wall and find a way to get some rounds on the board, because if you do, anything's possible in the attacking half.
And we're just going to have a slight technical issue that we will we'll get resolved just as quickly as we can do, and we'll get back into this one because we don't want to miss a second of this, nor do you, let me tell you that, because this has been an absolute beauty so far. Like you
yeah,
said,
so just because he got disconnected from the host, that we need to
and I just
rehost
love
everything.
What I'm seeing from King Zero always when I'm coming into tournaments like this. You know, there's the teams that we know about. We know what we're going to get out of FaZe. We know what we're going to get out of Dark Zero. We know what the expectations are for Falcons, but I love to look towards these teams like King Zero, and CNL has given us great opportunity to do that because we've had a whole bunch of new teams, All Gamers, Edward Gaming, King Zero, Tyloo, you know, all these teams coming in that we've maybe not heard of before, and we get a chance to see what they can bring. Can they surprise us? And I love a surprise. And right now, I think King Zero, for me, the surprise here is that they are not letting this game get on top of them. I think it helps that they're a map up. Winning Chalet has been great for them because now they're being put under that pressure. I think that just, like, you feel like you've got that safety net a little bit, like, you know, it's their map pick, maybe it goes our way, maybe it doesn't, but the way that they're showing resilience in this and they're not being pushed around by KAG, I absolutely love it.
No, it's something to really take pride in, especially being a new team coming to their first international event. To have this type of composure is extremely impressive.
The question is, can they keep that composure? Can they keep building on it? They've got one more round here. Like I said, the problem for them, despite how well they've played in round 4 and round 5, I feel like there is still a little bit of a problem under the surface for them, and that is the fact that KAG have got that 3 attacking rounds, because KAG are going to be very, very solid on the defense here, and King Zero are going to have to bring something special on the attack if they want to break them down. It's not to say that it's not possible, but it is still a little bit of an incline that they're going up in terms of getting themselves towards the 2-0 victory here. I said that Lair would be absolute chaos if we got there as a decider. I'm going to stick by it. I'm kind of hopeful that we do, because I think what a finish that will be. I always think, you know, it deserves, if you've got a team being eliminated and you can get yourself through to that, right, you know, that map 3, it just feels about the fairest way to do it. So, we will see if that's where we end up. But right now, yeah, I'm very, very impressed with the CNL side.
I just can't stop looking at the key. It's just...
It catches the eye, doesn't it? It really does.
Mine was a tournament right before they introduced the key, so it was just a trophy, but the key crushing, like, and it just adds a whole nother part to taking the soul of your enemies. Like, you just get to crush their key in front of them. It's
It's become such an iconic moment.
Yeah.
I walked through on what day? I'll lose the days when I'm at tournaments. We're on Tuesday now. I walked through. We had rehearsal yesterday, so I walked through for rehearsal, and that was the first time that I'd seen the setup here. And the setup is far beyond anything I've attended before. It's absolutely huge. You've got all these different games everywhere, all these different clubs competing with each other. It's absolutely brilliant. We've got the Team Vitality huge stand right in front of our position, and there's just stuff going on everywhere. It's if you're a fan of esports, whether it be Siege or anything else, it's a phenomenal sight. But yeah, that was one thing that caught my eye walking through. I was like, it's almost like a celebrity in the room is the key crusher that's there, and like the whole process of it is it's brilliant. But seeing them, and they've got they've got all the teams laid out there around the actual cup itself, and it's brilliant. I love the whole trophy process of Esports World Cup. I think it's such a clean idea.
Very special. There's a way to connect the players to it. So seeing here, adjustment, they used the tub entry, they put a Goyo Flame on it to counter the dash of the shield. They're not bringing the Blackbeard though, so they're probably going to use a range breach, or they're going to go for something else. Interesting to see what the Nook does here. Going on Kennel's side. Could be a kitchen hall alert up main or up through the bar side right now. They don't have too much garage rafter clear. Usually a play that I like to do is the oil play, where you have the nades go through oil play, you nade your after player. It's a lot safer than going in lower garage. Right now they don't really have too many nades to clear through rafter, so I feel like it's probably going to have to be a split or a quick play right now.
Construction wall has been opened up, so that's certainly going to apply a little bit of pressure there. There's actually very little coming. There's nothing at all actually coming from CAG. They've got the CCTV wall open. That's been done by the Ace, but it's just phantom pressure at this point. It's just to stop anybody being able to play inside a CCTV. They're doing nothing about the Wamai who's playing out on catwalk. Big J is just being left alone for the time being. I think Sharif is working through to oil to actually try and catch him out, and we just caught a glimpse of his silhouette underneath. We see him there now. He's got himself here on the knock very, very quietly, but I'm just not sure that Big J is going to give him that opportunity to get the kill. But if he keeps his back turned, it could be big trouble, because honestly, if Sharik gets up this ladder and gets away with this, it's going to be absolutely unforgivable. Chibisu does manage to find Momo. That's the entry, surely. They have no idea. He's waiting for his moment, and he finds it! Absolutely brilliant. You said at the beginning of the round, what is the player with the knock? Is that big enough for you?
Yeah.
It's got to be.
It's a great reaction, too, because you usually put the players on the windows, and now the trigger for the garage guy is to drop over and to fight the windows for the player, so that's a beautiful play from CAG.
Yeah, really, really nice teamwork to create that opportunity to find his final man. So, coming into the last minute, it is all shaping up to be a master-sided push now. Sharif is the only one on the other side. He's got himself inside a garage, and he's just kind of holding his position for now.
But they're very split right now, so it's going to be a difficult end. They're trying to go garage with the bomb. Anitune's on the breach. Probably got to sprint in top red. Fiber needs to make a play.
This is going to be hard.
Can't play for
no
Icon.
smokes in the pocket either. That is kind of surprising. Yeah.
Daka gets a kill on the back.
DD is now actually rotated.
It should actually be. It should be a win for
diffuser in from that
CAG,
side as Anaton goes through, manages to find the kill. Headshot onto Sunset, leaves us now effectively in a 3v1 with Sharik down in garage. It's all for Fiber to do. He's trying to hold on. He moves up the stairs, but the problem is they know exactly where he is.
Right in the face.
He's got Anaton right up in his face, and it's going to be another round going to CAG. They take it, and it's 4-2 on the half.
Very smooth rounder right there. They had it's a great idea of what the defense was going to do to their play, the reaction they were going to make. They got the garage kill. They took Rafter without having to use
just
much
going to be standing up a little bit.
They had the Nook cans to open up their Rafter wall to get into the site. It was a very beautiful round. They had the Blitz come through top red, so if they actually are playing close, the Blitz can just flash that guy, deny him from playing there. Great rounds, honestly. I feel like CAG, they really found their attacking shape and really what they want to go for. and just their executes. They were really just in sync and not really lollygagging around very much.
Yeah, the little pocket play from the knock there. Sharif, I said, he's just got to back himself. He's just got to, you know, when he has that idea, he's got to see it through and go with it. And it just opened the round up. And, you know, we saw that little bit of a wobble after the rotate. There was a couple of kills went down, but ultimately against a team like King Zero, they are proving, you know, that they will fight their way back into these rounds. Nothing's going to be just kind of plain sailing, but CAG still got the job done. 4-2 it is on the half then. If we have a look at how things are going so far, Sharif and DD particularly standing out, and I'm really pleased to say that and to see it, because earlier on today, coming into this matchup, I said, you know, I'm looking at Anaton and DD. They were a bit quiet against Fnatic. It meant they were kind of almost playing 3 versus 5 a lot of the time. I think they had 5 kills in the entire match between them, so it was a tough opener for them. So for DD to come in here, you know, and have this big game so far, currently sat 6-3, and just really getting some important kills for his team, really kind of breaking down that spirit. A couple of the kills have come in at moments that there's kind of pivotal moments in the round where King Zero, it's kind of that make or break. It's, you know, we're standing up to you, but if the next kill doesn't go our way, then we're probably not going to, and it's DD that's got a couple of those. So yeah, really impressed with him so far.
DD's always been a solid backbone, especially in this later stint of the roster. Scrumming them, very coordinated player. He's very good, very what you want in a support player, really.
Which you'd expect coming from a coaching position as well, because obviously, you know, he's kind of seen it more from behind the back line, you know, not even on the back line really, you know, so getting that kind of top-down view in his mind and seeing how the game's working and kind of how the cogs are turning is second nature to him.
Yeah, exactly.
We're going to get on back into this for the second half then. Bans will come through. CAG with a very good start. Just as a reminder for you, when we look at their clubhouse performance over the last few months, 5-1 for CAG. The only loss they took was against Team Falcons back on the 11th of May in Salt Lake City. Other than that, they have got a 5-1 record, and the defensive win rate for them, 63.6 if you want the decimal percent. They are on top of this one at the minute. 4-2, we would expect them to be taking another 4-2 half here. They won't need to do that. They only need to get themselves onto 7, of course.
Kind of looks like it's going to be a third map, and it's lair. I do hope and kind of expect as well that CAG should win on lair, but
I feel like that's good though, because
King Zero have not played bad against
you really have to
teams in lair.
Just go to the Ying, because the Ying's really annoying, because the Ying can really put pressure all over spots on club, because you can go Logi Hatch, you can go to the windows, you can go to the tub wall pretty quickly, and you can Ying through single con and Logi like simultaneously, just throwing the Ying and then throwing it into the con. But also too, the Ying shotgun's very overpowered.
Yeah,
it's one of the best shotguns in the game, almost a 1 pump down, so it's a lethal operator.
And we've already seen the power of shotguns so far on this clubhouse map, with Momo giving a little bit of a schooling out when he was playing on Church and Arsenal downstairs himself, but this time
come on guys. Oh, by the way guys, thank you so much for supporting me and stopping by the stream and everything. It helps a lot. We keep up the cooperation, the like
and it is
not the cooperation, but like
not to be
cooperation
together on the roam somewhere.
Either way, like the reason why I can't co-stream as I am right now is all because of you guys. So thank you very much, and I do hope to be able to have you support and still co-streaming those kind of the events. I'm really excited for these events. I really love it. Looking at everything.
I love how aggressive this clearance is, and I judge that by the distance between the player and the drone. If they're right on top of that drone, they're acting
Why
on
are
that
you even?
Obviously, it's a risk reward. The closer you talk to that drone, the less time you've got to react, so the risk goes up. But I absolutely love that from King Zero. They have sent a little bit of a message on that clearance there, and CAG have got nothing out of that top floor roam. They've been forced away. The Zaka is the only one away from sight at the minute, and that is within
Yo, you need to run. You need to run, Zaka.
The blitz gets aggressive as well. Zaka finds himself in a tough spot here in Bar. If he can fight his way out of this, if he can get anything for his team, it's going to be a hell of a turnaround.
Playing as well, though.
Come on, Zaka, you got it, you got it, you got it. Come on.
Dying to him.
Trying to see if they can get the angle through that soft wall from stock through to bar.
Nah.
They will get it done eventually, but Sharif is there with one of the own for CAG. They managed to take down KZP, and it's the book that's gone.
Yeah, it's big.
Yeah.
KZB2, one of their best players, struggling this map right now. Not get his footing in the game here. Sens look like they're gonna do like the old school Sens execute right now. Could bait that. They could go church wall, but actually they can't.
Well, my so played right now is so strong.
That might have been their initial plan, honestly.
Only 80 Tex Kairos pellets as well left, so not a huge amount to deal, you know, with the bottom of Church Wall. If they want to get down there and open something that can be used, they may well get themselves a line of sight, but they're having to use the X-Kairos pellets just to get any verticality above, and it just shows how crucial the loss of that book could be. You don't always get to choose who you find, but I think Chibasu would be more than happy with that. Sharik manages to find one. Nitro goes over, does not find the man inside a motor.
Yo, unlucky DD.
Cannot find the kill. DD taken down. Chibasu onto Big J. 3 versus 2. 15 seconds left to go, and how about that? Sharip on a big swing
unlucky
for
DD there.
And that is going to be CAG holding a super solid first defense. 5-2.
Okay, let's go over the moment we've been waiting for, guys. The moment we've been waiting for. Shopify Rebellion versus Tyloo. And that is going to be quite interesting.
Yeah, that's a lot of time spent on Nighthaven.
So much.
But they don't have a great record, 4-5. Now, this is where things actually get quite kind of good for Tyloo, is that their map pick of Bank, 4th preference, 2-2 record, and a 1-2 record, 7th preference for Shopify Rebellion. So not exactly the kind of map that for SR, they're going to feel as if they're going to be ultra dominant. Then Border as a decider. If we get there, Tyloo's never lost on Border, and a 4-3 record for Shopify Rebellion leaves them on shaky ground. They lost 100 Thieves only 2 months ago. In fact, have only played it that time in the last 2 months. So this is an intriguing map, Vito, that does give Tyloo a sign of life.
Jeez, we're stretching, aren't we? We are really stretching.
Paid the big bucks.
Oh, yeah. Which bucks are you getting paid? Because I need to get on that train. It's time
Not even, not surprising.
This could be a puffing Billy.
But that was Tyloo's pick, though. I'm surprised that Shopify is going bang. That is interesting. Or is it, no, it should, no. It can't be, like, Nighthaven should be their pick.
They are going to steamroll through this game, and I think
this should be
their best bet right now is to show us what they can do inside the server against a giant. We are expecting big things out of Shopify Rebellion. This is Tyloo's free hit.
Yeah, free hit indeed, guys, but I tell you what, as much as we want to try and paint this in a way in which the CNL team against a very high caliber NAL team has a chance, let's be real and let's put the main story out there. Shopify Rebellion should win 2-0. But we add the caveats being, of course, as I've said, the map veto is not quite bad for Tyloo. And this is a team that plays only on LAN in best of 3. So this is not an unfamiliar environment for them, just against a, well, more high-quality opponent.
Yeah, arguably the most challenging match of these Tyloo players' careers up until this point.
Rob! Rob, don't go too far!
No, he's,
oh, no! He's not even turning. He can hear me 100% as well.
He's kicked the feet up. He's long gone.
Oh my god, disconnected again.
To kind of dissect things, and I want to kind of go back a little bit to the second map being Bank. Now, Bank, 2-2 record for Tyloo. That was the pick that they elected to go for. Their losses being against Titans Esports Club, 5-7, and King 0-4-7. They did, though, guys, and this is the big one, beat Edward Gaming 7-5. Now, for those unfamiliar, Edward Gaming are the best team in CNL. So that's actually a pretty good result for them on Bank. And going to Shopify Rebellion, they lost the Team Falcons, they lost the Dark Zero. They did beat G2. So they've only played Bank against really high-quality opposition. But all of that was 3 months ago. Haven't really played it since. Not really been in their wheelhouse. Didn't play it Stage 1. Again, 7th preference. They prefer to ban it. 18 times banned by Shopify Rebellion, 11 times against them. So that second map for me is where the series will get interesting. I'm expecting Nighthaven Labs to go the way of Shopify Rebellion. But once we then get to Bank, if Tyloo could do the impossible, Border is very much a map they could also win. So it's a very intriguing map, Vito.
It is, but I think it is to be taken with a grain of salt, right?
I'm trying here to set this up. You've got to come with me on this journey.
I'll be the realist for a moment. I
Okay.
don't think that the map veto, unless you completely throw it, which Shopify haven't, it really shouldn't be having a major influence in the end result for this matchup. Now, it may result in it being pushed to a third map as opposed to two. I think that's a fair and reasonable argument, but to make a case that any map veto would be strong enough in favor of Tyloo that it tilts in their favor in any significant fashion, I think is a stretch, but that's not really to take away from Tyloo what they've been able to achieve, qualifying for this event, having a bit of a splash, and still, you know, being a shot in terms of being able to make it through. It's more so a testament to Shopify Rebellion, strong team, strong region, stacked team.
Now, of course, Tyloo played earlier on the B stream, so for the A stream viewers, maybe didn't get to catch much of the Tyloo game, so I will go over it during this rehost. They did beat Chiefs Esports 8-6. That was on Fortress, and they started really, really hot. Got out to a 4-2 lead in the first half, eventually then got to a 6-4 lead, but Chiefs were able to send it to overtime, where Tyloo then won both on Dorm's games, actually, funnily enough, attack and defense to close it out 8-6. Now, where they dominated, guys, interestingly enough, was actually in their opening kill department. They only allowed 5 opening kills to the side of Chiefs in a 14-match game, so clearly dominated in that department. They were able to actually get plants down, the only of the two teams that were able to do that on Fortress. And in terms of multi-kills, they had Abe and Jovica that were able to do the most damage there. Abe actually 15-9 was the star. So when we come into this series, he is one to watch. 15-9 from Abe. He went 2-0 on entry for a 123 EPS. But most importantly, it wasn't just him. Duha, Songla, Jovica all got basically double-digit kills. Jackie Wu actually had a very quiet performance, but he's one that can perform well, just very inconsistently.
Yeah, he's a bit of a hot and cold player at times in terms of his performance, but it seems like the rehost is coming to an end, so we can jump back.
Why
into the
is
server.
it taking so
And
long?
which is positive news. Of course, the bans...
Killed that perfectly.
Oh, you did. The bans will carry over from pre-rehost, and so it's Kaid Bandit doubling down by Shopify Rebellion on the side of Tyloo. It's a combination of info and utility with the Ying and the Solid Snake benched. Top floor is expected up first. Tyloo looking to get off to a positive start.
Yeah, and Night Haven Labs, guys, this is where we have to kind of suspend belief in terms of okay, defender sided. But as we've seen over in NAL, attacker sided. CNL, I'm not too sure, to be honest, because we've never covered actually CNL before, so I'm excited for this, as you were alluding to before regarding Tyloo. So let's head into this upper bracket of play-ins. Now, to reiterate as to what this game means, if you win this game, and this is where it gets a little bit tricky, and I would recommend anyone who's not quite sure of the format, go check out Liquipedia. It makes it very easy. You qualify for play-in phase 2, which is what Fnatic have already done by beating MIBR Los. But Shopify Rebellion, if they were to win this, of course, will not play Fnatic. They will play the second seed from Group B. Teams being either MRBR Los, King Zero, or CAG, depending on the results.
And circling back quickly, 54% defense in CNL for Labs. It had 301 rounds played in Stage 1. The second highest was Lair at 237 rounds. So that, again, illustrates just how much this
Not surprised by the bans from Shopify. They have banned Pain and banned it multiple times.
I expect the way that Shopify Rebellion are going to play this. A minute into this round, by the way, and not much really to say about it. It is top floor on Labs. We'll typically play a little bit slower. Canadian on the Monty, so that's been allowed through. We didn't really talk about the bans, but the Monty...
Wow, they're just letting him in?
Operator for Stage 1 of North American League.
Yo.
Kaid Bandit.
Oh, shit!
There's a lot of pressure here onto Canadian. Tyler kind of just peek out rafters, apply this pressure. Canadian's going to go down.
Damn!
At the halfway mark of this opening round, got aggressive, and Shopify Rebellion just didn't have people in position to punish that.
Can't really fault Canadian there. It was good util layering there from the defense.
Yeah, that
he
was
tried
such a
to
good
hit the escape
util.
button, but couldn't get out in time. Spoit aggressors and does find a delayed trade onto Songlot. And so a 4 versus 4, but with the Monty down taking space.
That was interesting, though. That was interesting.
For Shopify Rebellion, Ambi in a position to maybe creep Aqua late. But it's not a great position at the moment for the attack. Spoit and Ambi may look to combine. Oh, a little bait out there from Spoit, but Duha will remain up for now.
They do still have the Nitrocell from Yovika. He'll play towards electrical, so Epox can be controlled. Cuts off quite a lot for the attack, hence why they're going towards blue. Duha opted to go prone, was out of gas babes, and now they can push through this hallway. Bit of a pinch as well through the rafters side.
Nice.
Nothing coming from Connector for Shopify Rebellion. Does not matter. And the star for Tyloo down, courtesy of Ambi. Two-player advantage.
Yeah, 2-ton division. They were not even...
Rebellion have been able to
like,
manage.
Shopify has such a good layering on attacking, so like... So you have one holding there, two pushing there, a third going there, like... They are just dumping that game. Like, usually you will go, like, with a friend in general if you feel like it's going to be hard to push.
But it also meant they had nothing else for the rest
of the push.
And there is perfectly on cue. Canadian falling courtesy of the double smoke layup. Duha was then left in a very exposed position, and Ambi was patient below, waited for Sploit to connect. Had that trade potential, trade not needed, then gave them advantage for the late round, and Shopify Rebellion were pretty brutal in how they were able to finalize that. So I think good insight as to the quality of Siege that we can expect from them here on Labs, at least reflected there in the opening round. And setting the expectation that if Tyloo are to look competitive here in this series, they need to enter the mode of mistake minimization, which is obviously easier said than done when you're under pressure from one of the best teams in the world, but unfortunately that's the stakes that they have to contend with in this matchup.
And I think for Tyloo as well, in a round like that, you deal with the Monty and you think, well, that's a big chess piece taken off the board, isn't it? And then they kind of maybe get lulled into that sense of satisfaction.
They got Magnus Carlsen at the end there.
They certainly did. And honestly as well, looking at that round, Shopify Rebellion's ability to then pivot, the way they went blue side, rather than just trying to put all their eggs into that Rafters basket, and created that pinch. Down to basement for the second round.
Heavy kitchen extension for this round was scouted out though, courtesy of some strong drone work from the attack, and so we'll see whether or not Shopify Rebellion elect to play into that or go for a more avoidance style. Groundwork done pretty easily early on here with the
presence here from Tyloo, by the way. Double stack top floor, got control as well around that first floor. Only Yovika is going to play site. It does mean Shopify Rebellion will go into this clear game. Big for Sploit on the Deimos with the death marks, can look to put pressure on these roaming defenders.
Typically plays that solid snake as we mentioned in the earlier matchup, but banned out here, so forced to pivot into different info gathering.
And a Canadian, by the way, on the Zofia, if he can get into maybe...
Yeah, that's interesting, though. That's very interesting.
Yeah, probably unlikely on this site, but...
In fact, he's good counterplay onto the
wow.
Absolutely.
Wait, they left? That's soft?
That in itself inadvertently means the defenders may elect to go back.
They left that side soft. That part of the side soft.
Surprised there's still second floor presence here from Tyloo. That is a big investment from the defense.
Razor Bloom on to Sploit. He'll be debuffed for a bit halfway through this second round. And as you said, Songwa and Duha are still top floor.
That is interesting.
And it means that this garage control for Shopify Rebellion playing around the hatch, it's not possible right now.
Yeah, it's volatile.
This is a lot of control.
It's a cat and mouse game at the moment. 70 seconds on the clock.
But you also can't go direct because of the gas babes from Jackie Wu, and then caught headshot with the SMG 11
yeah, that
from
was
distance.
Nice.
And Jackie Wu then pushes up close with a shotgun.
That was nicely done.
Sploit caught by a bay. The Tyloo trap so far working.
That's been sprung. And the plan C now to be actioned here by Shopify Rebellion.
Ambi clued on, has the intel. Canadian though falls to Duha. That's top floor still controlled for Tyloo. They're going to go direct, but Tyloo have got Burt. Ambi's going to go for the plant. Cover's going to come from Surf. It's going to force out these defenders. The plant looks like it will be successful. Now this is a little bit of an error on the side of Tyloo. Pop up from Surf, headshot onto a base. Sports the second, but the third is still there for Tyloo. And Songla managing the headshot onto Surf. Leaves Ambi by himself, 1v3 post plant, but not an awful position.
Here's the drop. Needs to try and isolate these positions up close.
He wins the first battle against Yovika, expecting a pinch. So far, Ambi playing this perfectly. He's locked in. He's got the intel. What a swing from Duha. He gets onto the kit, and Tyloo will even it up.
Nicely tried, nicely tried.
They got a little dicey, and while the plant was successful, Tyloo had numbers, had vert, and had the ability to get to site.
That was nicely tried, but
Yeah, certainly don't hate the macro there of going for a retake, but I will say, going for plant, they still had players positioned second floor, so seemingly a little bit of a disconnect then. It left them in a vulnerable position late, but still able to clean up in the end. Great start to the round from Jackie Wu, being able to flush out Rexon. Exploit fell elsewhere, Surf was under pressure then from Vert. Ambi tried to isolate as many picks as he possibly could, but not quite enough in the end. So a solid round from Tyloo.
I mean, this is the thing with the CNL teams. They play so much Siege throughout their stages. For the viewers at home that don't get to follow CNL, they're not going to come into these events like the old APAC teams, where they're just going to be running and gunning. They've got good strategies, they've got good fundamentals, they know how to play the game at a high level, and even the way that they played that round, I haven't seen a team play basement like that so far this stage. With that setup, the double stack controlling towards Garage, teams maybe have tried to do it, but they executed that perfectly.
Yeah.
But they also had the second option covered as well, with the smoke drop back to watch the main breach, expecting Shopify Rebellion to think, okay, well, we'll circumnavigate.
This map is like familiar territory.
Exactly.
It's as familiar as the back of their hand. It's the most played in CNL. They themselves have played it a ton.
And control storage here, looking at this lineup for Shopify Rebellion, does sort of indicate that it should be an IT clear focus, rather than a potential rush attempt, which is sometimes that you see with storage. I think one of the benefits, though, for Shopify Rebellion is they're not the kind of team that will panic. They're happy to play slow if they need to. Rexon knows there's going to be pressure. Rafters Surf with the exothermic to open up IT. That's a big checklist item for Shopify Rebellion. Next step is probably clearing out Songla.
Bit of util layering direct here, courtesy of Canadian's drone just prior to that, so maybe considering a direct approach towards the latter portion of the round, but we'll hinge on some control above to mitigate Vert. And that will come courtesy of IT wall being opened up and Songla being potentially pinched above here, but does have a decent amount of utility to play off courtesy of the keepers.
And they've got Jackie Wu as well, by the way, playing Garage first floor. He has been pinged out. He's going up the stairs, but Rexon can't really punish that because of the position of Songla. And then into the air chat, but it's going to catch them both.
The
ends up
stalemate.
being neutral. Rexon happy to just throw the flash and then fall away. Ambi into IT. This is looking very messy all of a sudden now for both teams.
A lot of back and forth. It's still a stalemate, but Jackie Wu does fall. Yovika as well. Shopify Rebellion spring into action as Canadian goes for the plant.
Well, Songla's got to try and disrupt this IT push, but as you said, Canadian plant down will be successful inside of storage, and eventually Songla will fall. It won't be flawless, but Shopify Rebellion, again, like the first round, able to navigate on the attack of Labs.
I feel like they're having a harder time against the Tyloo team versus Alula
pretty clear,
team.
right? Early in the round, we see Canadian drone side. They clear the utility on the objective to open up plant potential, but they had to get Vert control up above. And Tyloo, especially
it's
without
not
the Bandit
as easy.
or the Kaid, IT wall always going to be opened up. You have to play ultra aggressive above to retain that control. That's kind of what we saw with some of the util placement and the positional placement. It almost worked. Just needed a couple of those key fights, key moments to go their way, and then it would have been a lot more challenging for Shopify Rebellion to get into site, get plant down safely, etc., etc. So close one, decent effort from Tyloo, but Shopify Rebellion were able to find a bit of peace in that round when the chaos was starting to form, and that's a good sign that this team is in good form at the moment. 2-1 lead. Additional bans to be.
So CAG won against King Zero on Clubhouse, and now they are going on the third map. So they won 7-2 on this one. So now they're on there, so it's going to be interesting to see how that works.
In their opening game back on Fortress, where it was available, played it twice. Once in the first half and then once in overtime.
It's just walled up.
Yeah,
it's just a triple down.
So we go top floor. successfully won by Shopify Rebellion back in the opening round.
5 seconds remaining.
A decent start to this game, though. It's been lively. It's been
My
really fun
nose
to
got
watch.
itchy.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I know nothing about surpassing others. I only know how
It really
to
feels like, so
outdo
you kind of look at the time of opening kill, usually as a metric of what's the pacing like. Now, the first minute is almost a feel out from both teams. Then you look at a minute and a half, a minute 10, and a minute 10 being the opening kills for the next round. But every single time that we see at around that minute mark, it just doesn't stop. There's not really then that kind of fallback, eye of the storm, everyone kind of calms down. Once the action starts, it doesn't really stop. And that's where Tyler's got to be a bit more prepared. Big change up too for Shopify Rebellion on this top floor. They're going to drop the Monty. Actually, it's pretty much a full swap except for Rexon on the Nomad.
Keeper deployed. We have some time.
And it's the exact same lineup for Tyloo. No adjustment.
Yeah, playing a lot of this as Army over the course of the first half, so Shopify Rebellion respond with the Floras. Capital for crowd control if required as well to dislodge those positions. It's aggressive IT side, but Jackie Wu clued on, ready to go.
Third opening kill for Jackie Wu so far in this half. He switched on. We know he can perform to a high level.
Well,
every 3-4 games.
Yeah, it was quiet earlier today. I think bottom performer for the team, but doing well here so far.
Breaching activated. And that's the impact of it as well. You get rid of Surf on the Grim, so no Quan Hive launcher, less information gained for Shopify Rebellion. Deep position rafters for Spoit acquired. Rexon, though, inside of IT. And a little moment for things to calm down. Rexon wanting to creep and maybe catch out Duha, but no damage applied.
Oh, this is a high-risk position.
Oh, he could get swung. Damage onto Duha. They know that he is sitting inside of IT. Rexon able to fall back. They lose Canadian to the Nitrocell of Yovica. And under a minute remaining, Tyloo have an opportunity to once again tie the scoreboard. Rexon needs to get aggressive towards rafters. He's going to go and get a free kill onto Duha, and even then a chance on the Songla, but couldn't follow up. 6-1 start for Rexon. And now they go connector.
Yeah, courtesy of the Selmas, they'll have a route towards site. Still, though, largely hinges on Rexon finding value. Over towards IT side, and he's looking sharp at the moment. 2 in the round.
He is switched on. 7-1. The Razor Bloom will calm him down a little bit. Ambi wins his battle towards Electrical, and suddenly Shopify Rebellion doing again what they did in the opening round. Rexon's got up to 8 kills, 3 in this round alone. Spoit to finish it. Well, that was a comeback round win for Shopify Rebellion. Tyloo started hot again. But the North American team are just navigating the stormy waters. 3-1 lead.
Yeah, so close yet so far for Tyloo. Positive start to the round. Dealt with early aggression from Surf. Great Nitro onto Canadian. Got caught in Electrical 3 versus 5. 50 seconds on the clock. But then the air jab catches one rafted. Rexon looks sharp IT. Wasn't dealt with when there was a window of opportunity probably for a potential double swing from Tyloo. They opted not to. Proved costly late. Spoit Ambi. We're able to switch. And even though Ambi hit the deck, Spoit claimed that kill for himself.
What is that?
Pausing the action now after that round is Tyloo called there. Tactical time out. Only 20 seconds remain. It's a short period to try and make some big adjustments.
Yeah, it is, but I don't mind this tactical timeout if I'm Tyloo. Now, of course, we don't know what's being spoken, but in this scenario, it'd be, for me, a positive outlook. The rounds haven't been awful from Tyloo. In fact, they've dominated the opening kills in the first 4 rounds. 3, all courtesy of Jackie Wu. Just got to find a way to capitalize on these early advantages. That round too, 3 versus 5. It came down to a big round from Rexon. He was the difference maker, and he's done that back-to-back rounds now. 4 kills in round 3, 3 kills there in round 4, and currently 8-1. Ahead of the timeout for Tyloo, 2 rounds to go in this opening half. Again, reminder, best of 3 here in the upper bracket of play-ins. It is double elimination, so this is not an elimination game. It is a qualification game, though, for playing Phase 2 tomorrow. Which, if you win that game, you are into group stage and you join the top teams. But, yeah, so far, so good if you're Shopify Rebellion.
10 seconds left before insertion.
It's kind of got that feel of Tyloo are playing well, but Shopify Rebellion are able to just play a little bit better. How long can Tyloo keep this up? Because
Will the damn wall break? I think
that's the thing.
kind of
It feels a bit damn wall, doesn't it?
that there's cracks forming. Totally holding firm for now, but we'll see if that lasts for too much longer. Shopify Rebellion positive start on attack. The Jackal in play alongside the Deimos for information here in the 5th round, which is a rarity. Maybe looking to just expedite this process, and that's a great catch from Ambi.
We don't see the Jackal often these days, but Ambi puts it to good use. Wonderful clear, and again, that's the ability then to adapt and change. We've played slow in this opening half. Have Shopify Rebellion. Minute and a half to about a minute roughly has been those opening kill margin. Bang, quick entry, quick kill. And we know they like to play that top floor. So the information gained earlier in the 2nd round, they used that here in the 5th. Now Tyler has to play from behind, but lovely play from Jackie Wu in storage, plays the vert, gets rid of Ambi. Songler overly aggressive, ends up taking himself out with his own impact and re-establishes the extra player for Shopify Rebellion.
To be fair, I think he was probably dead either way. If he jumps out, he gets shot. So it is what it is.
Surf is low, but yo, the call by said Surf.
Is the damn wall falling? Are we watching it in slow motion?
Down to Jackie Wu and Debay for Tai Lu. Can they get a clutch? Can they keep this alive? Out of the timeout.
Jackie Wu trying to be positive here. Unfortunately, though, he's now in a 1v4.
That damn wall from cracks now to the foundations falling apart. Jackie Wu will try as he may, but Shopify Rebellion with a minute on the clock and not just going to rush into him. And Rexen cuts him off back towards the side. 4-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. Well, they know at this event they've got bigger fish to fry. And so far they're just trying to do what they've got to do to get to that group stage and haven't put a foot wrong to begin with.
No, they haven't. Good tempo switch up there in the last round with quick entry con side. Ambi catching Duhar off guard, and
this was nice.
That was nice from Jackie Wu. Unfortunately, Songler got caught up above. Again, would have died irrespective of the impact. Tyler then trying to remain positive for the remainder of the round, but so low in terms of player count, and Shopify Rebellion positionally were basically on point. 4-1 lead, final round of this first half, and unfortunately it's not really been a case of a match so far where we look to the second half for Tyloo to be able to form a comeback, and especially going onto the attacking side, which again from CNL, defender side of the map, unlikely that there's a comeback brewing.
But again, NAL, attacker side of map.
Yeah, true.
Sorry, we're not talking, guys. Starting to get a little bit tired.
5 seconds left before insertion.
I did change my sub goal here, so it's easier to see. Like, you sell like money, but it was. I just wanted to have a combine with bits and everything. So.
From Tyloo. Instead, they'll bring the Clash, so a bit of additional protection and maneuverability on site. And the introduction of the Wamai for catch, likely to protect these armor.
I think the biggest takeaway for me in this opening half is Shopify Rebellion have been in control for the vast majority of the time. But even when they haven't been in control, they've had the ability to then get themselves back into a position where they can then control the remainder of the game therefore. Whereas Tyler haven't really at any point been able to really control what Shopify Rebellion are doing.
Nah, they have not.
Play the way that they want them to play.
I haven't been like, they haven't done enough Tyloo actually.
Tyloo, and I think that's a reason why they're 1-4 down.
Going for a drive.
I mean, I don't mind the clash pick here if you're Tyloo. That probably is a sign, though, of desperate measures.
I mean, they're probably looking to try and defend this IT side. It's been a vulnerability for them so far, despite good presence rafters typically. So maybe this additional pressure from the clash can aid, but Surf's already.
They can't see it without cam.
And he caught elsewhere though.
It's been the one element of this half though for Tyloo that's been successful. His opening kills have been
4-2 in the first half.
Not just is that going to work out? No, Surf able to avoid it as he got killed onto the Clash of Abay. A very, very difficult half for Abay. 1-6 after he was the start back in the earlier match
unlucky for Jacku.
And again, Shopify Rebellion have the advantage.
Surf is down now, so
will get brought back up and a free
Yo, Canadian, what the fuck?
Just walking in the middle of Garage, and he gets caught from Songler.
That was
maybe a miscom. Rexon, though, get through to do. Well, he's been the star in this half. Goes double digit. 60 seconds remaining. Songla and Yovika need to hold on. They need this second round.
There's been a miscom on that shit.
Decent positions, but the pulse with shotgun may limit playability. It's up to Songla to make this play rafters.
Yeah, you overpeaked.
Ill-advised swing.
And Surf will punish
Yeah.
Yovika by himself. And it seems like 5-1 is almost inevitable. Barring a colossal throw. Maybe as the 1v1 opportunity, but the way Rexon's playing, you're not beating him even in the 1v1. He goes to 11-1. A dominant half from Rexon. Even more so dominant from his team. 5-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. And they go on defense. Their map pick looking solid.
Yeah, Shopify Rebellion have just been dominant over the course of this first half. As I said, Rexon up to 11, look like a Terminator inside of the server, getting good calls and info and being able to mop up. And for a map that Tai Lu and by extension CNL have played so frequently, and it's a comfort map, etc., etc., Shopify Rebellion did their best to make that not look the case over the course of the last 6 rounds. An opportunity now for both teams to assess the situation. Couple of minutes to discuss the plan for the remainder of this first map. But as I look over my shoulder to Shopify Rebellion, it doesn't look like there's a ton of discussion taking place. I mean, Sipper's in a pretty chill position. He's probably feeling pretty positive about their current spot. And they also have the added benefit of still having that tactical timeout. So in worst case scenario, if Tai Lu mounts a little bit of combat, they can have a chat. Tai Lu did burn theirs in the first half, so they don't have that to fall back on.
Well, they're getting a good combination of two things. Number one, Rexon's clearly playing a very high-level individual game, the way he's hitting shots. The best reference would probably be back in round 4, which was the 5v3 lead for Tai Lu. But Rexon's ability to win and control IT gets them that round win. So he's playing individually at a high level, but then the team is also in sync. The way that they're not panicking in certain situations, they're clearly all on the same page. Obviously into the halftime scheduled timeout. 20 seconds to go on that. But the way this match is going, I don't think we're going to be here much longer.
Might be
Labs.
Yeah, another 20 seconds and the game might be over.
Bank's going to be the interesting one. So this is what I was kind of getting at in the pre-match discussion. The Nighthaven Labs may be a map, of course, Tyler have played a lot, but it's a very, very good map for Shopify Rebellion. Bank and Border will be more different compared to Nighthaven Labs. Or at least that's the hope if you're Tai Lu.
You're just a lot
back underway in the second half and into the bans.
Yeah, I'll see what kind of direction Tai Lu specifically want to go with for bans. Is it wall denial like we saw from Shopify Rebellion in that first half, or do they go for a little bit of an alternate angle? Seems like they are going to go wall denial. Kai first, Bandit likely to follow, and then from the side of Shopify Rebellion, the Capital out first. And the Nomad as well, which we saw quite a bit of playtime of on that first half. So some of the crowd control dealt with, so no huge surprises there. Does leave IT wall, of course, naturally very vulnerable. One of the key walls to be dealt with by the attack, where a lot of those attacks are spearheaded from. Second floor up first, and Shopify Rebellion will be looking to get this one done quickly.
Yeah, but it's one of those kind of things where, when it comes to like IT wall, whether it's vulnerable or not, when you know it's obviously going to be vulnerable, you're going to defend it very differently anyway. So it's almost irrelevant. You know that they're going to be putting pressure through IT. You know that's going to be an entry. And so you're going to position and play with that information in mind. Canadian onto the clash. And Rexon having the mirror. I mean, and this is the other thing as well, by the way. So, okay, Kaid Bandit banned out. Guess what? Now you've got Clash. Now you've got Mirror. Now you've got Izami. You've got all these other operators that you don't care. IT's probably going to get opened up anyway. Especially even if you have the Bandit. Yeah, it's not that difficult to go storage, deal with the shockwave batteries. And so you're giving them quite strong operators to deal with later on. Whereas on the flip side, losing the Capital makes Rafters clear a little bit more difficult.
And Rexon will mirror check the wall as well. So.
I mean, it's not going to be easy for Tai Lu in this second half, that's for sure.
No, it won't
yeah,
be,
it is easy. Like, yeah, I don't feel like they are going to be winning, I guess.
Maybe a little bit of tempo heading into Bank, which is still going to be a super structure-heavy map and be very reliant.
Yeah, Fnatic and Shopify is going to be the ones that is moving through.
If we get there.
Let's see this hard breach battle, though, with the mirror trick deployed. Hole in the wall. May make things a little more complex here for Arby, but it won't be the end of the world. Good impact trick, though, from Canadian. Will ensure that
just delays, really.
Some of the X-Turrets are delayed.
I don't think he's going to stop this one.
Also not an entry point just yet. These ones need to land. These are the last 4, I believe. And tricks. So with the mirror up,
he's got 2 more, but that's
so
not
here's the thing. They're kind of stupid
ideal.
for not banning Clash on the Canadian on lately, like even.
No, salvage it
Because
just,
he's
but
one
a
of the
little
few
close for comfort.
players that knows how to play the shield beautifully on this map.
The tight squeeze, and either way, they've spent what, a minute and a half? They've spent half the round on just this little mini game. And that's, funnily enough, with no guy even banned it.
Yeah. That's the power of the mirror. Spite was the 3rd ban back in the first half.
Flashbang. Yeah, this is seemingly going to be quite difficult. Either way, entry made. Jackie were able to feed his way through. So at least into IT, but they do need to open up other avenues.
It's a one-dimensional setup here from Tyler.
Very, very simple. Canadian can then bring the Clash over. Although he's actually just going to fall back a little bit more towards the site. This means Shopify Rebellion can kind of fall a little out of sight. You can play electrical, you can play blue hallway for Surf. So they're almost enabling Tyloo to push through, but that does mean Duha, with that Rafters control, does get the headshot onto Spoit. How aggressive do they want to be off this? May as well, at this point, flood into the site, as there's only 30 seconds left. The Nitrous Elf from Rexon will not connect. Can Canadian get into a position to at least block them off with that Clash Shield? As Rexon will sit inside of electrical, allows the first cross, now expecting to peek. Rexon, though, loses the battle. Really, the first one he's lost all day. Jackie Wu gives Tyloo a 5v3 advantage, 15 seconds left.
Yeah, Diffuser on the roof, only just collected now. Can Tyloo go for kills?
Might just need to do just that. Canadian still up along with Surf. Canadian the double. Surf then combines 2. A base going for the plant. Canadian and Envy both down, so it's only Surf. He does connect onto a bay, but it's a post plant, and Songla hits the shot as Tyloo get their second round on Night Haven Labs.
I would say that Shopify actually
that got real dicey
gave
at the end
that
there.
round.
I thought there was maybe a world in which Tyloo just go for flood, go for kills. I was looking off to our second monitor and I saw the Diffuser was stranded on the roof. I was like, wow, are they going to realize? And they did, late 15 seconds.
They just gave them the round. There was a lot of...
1 versus 1. I mean, good fight from Tyloo.
Rexon overpeaked and...
for an extended period of time. They still committed to the play, and whilst the initial shape-up was a little one-dimensional, they were able to fight their way through, and Songla with some good composure there to just give Tyloo a little in here for the second half.
And not just for the second half, but the series. But this being a best of 3, you want that form momentum. You want to be able to play well, carry that into the next map. Just what Tyloo ordered. A nice clutch round win here in the 7th round. A 1v3 technically for Songla on a technicality basis, but not really.
10 seconds to go.
And again, they got the opening kill. Like that, 7 rounds played, a 5-2 split in their favor. That's a good sign. They've got the ability to win gunfights. I think where they've probably, well, so far being down 5-2, lost this at the moment, has been the more structured gameplay, the experience of Shopify Rebellion, as a rehost will be called, so we're going to get a little bit more time here. And the 8th round will be voided. This will be a rehost.
Well, hopefully it's not a rehost if hitting escape actually fixes it, but
again,
that will not be the case. Rehost confirmed.
Well,
pausing the action.
Yeah, I mean, technically, even if it had fixed it, once the rehost is called, I'm pretty... Yeah. And obviously within, as it was, within the guidelines, I think at that point it's just a rehost, but it does give us a little bit of a moment to sort of sit back, reflect, look at this series now, 5-2. That was a big round win for Tyloo. Does it kind of give you some thoughts for the remainder of the series that, from what we've seen so far, they've got any kind of chance going into Bank? Will play incredibly different to Night Haven Labs.
I certainly view it as a positive. I think there's there's glimpses, but the harsh reality is when you're versing Shopify Rebellion, glimpses and positivity and around here or there is great, but it's never going to win you a series, right? So I think so far this map has illustrated the rift between these two teams. And whilst there was discussion before about will the damn wall break and the Shopify Rebellion end up walking away with like a 7-1 in this series, almost felt like that was going to be the case. And so they've been able to at least put the brakes on that. Can maybe look to rebuild that dam for now and see if it will hold for a little while longer. But I think it is a case of an inevitability that the first map, unfortunately, will go against them. And the second map being structurally somewhat similar gives the vibe that a 2-0. I don't think that storyline has really changed all that much so far.
Well, I mean, if I want to find the positive spin on it, it definitely is their ability in the gunfights. When you're winning opening kills 5-2, that's quite successful.
I don't understand why there's such amount of disconnection. Like, is the PC that bad?
A single round where someone from Tyloo's gone and got a multi-kill.
Also, by the way, for those that do not know, so you know that you can like play on like 4K on your screen and stuff. But on tournaments, you can't play it. You're stuck on playing it on 1080 at all times. So for me, I like playing it on my 4K like screen in general. But on tournaments, you're always stuck on 1080.
Now 1-7, a huge turnaround.
So if you're a comp player,
I'm looking across at the lobby and I see 10 faces.
You need to go for the 1080.
So hopefully we'll be able to jump back in shortly.
That's the problem.
It was a game bug. I doubt we'll be waiting around for too long.
Well, it was a game bug.
The reason why it is like that is because the screens are so expensive. 4K monitors are expensive, so there's not a lot of tournaments that can hold that amount of money for it.
From the earlier point of
usually it is like the Ultra HD screens that has higher hertz on instead of the 4K monitors with a lot of hertz.
That's going to be the big thing, because like even if they go on and lose this, let's say 7-3, if they
I don't think a lot of people knew that,
to win
actually.
Multiple rounds consecutively.
It's kind of interesting.
That's going to definitely put them in good stead going into their map pick of Bank. Again, a reminder in terms of the statistics going into Bank. Shopify Rebellion, a 1-2 record, 7th preference. They ban it more often themselves than their opponents to them. Tyloo, just a 2-2 record, but 4th preference pick. So they actually ban it less themselves. And Border the decider if required. Tyloo undefeated this year, 2-0. One of those actually being also against All Gamers, which is that's a pretty decent win. All Gamers being kind of the 1B of the 1A, 1B of Edward Gaming and All Gamers in CNL. And just a 4-3 record on that final match for Shopify Rebellion as we return to Nighthaven Labs.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I'm reloading.
Are we actually going kitchen?
Yeah, I'll go kitchen.
Oh, hang on a second.
It hurts me every time, Jake.
Let me stand up here. So we've got kitchen cafeteria, which I don't have the stats in front of me. I don't need the stats in front of me. Globally, this is so attacker-sided, it's not even funny.
In fact, I'm pretty sure, I feel like every time we've checked, typically,
it's like 100%.
It's the worst site in the game.
Globally. I'm excited for this. The only time you see a team pick this is hopefully if they actually know what they're doing.
It's CNL for a point of reference. As I said before, most played in the league, 301 rounds, 9 rounds on this side. And what's even funnier, 56% defensive win rate.
Oh boy, well, let's see what Shopify Rebellion are cooking here in the kitchen on Nighthaven Labs. They've got, again, Canadian on the clash, but he gets taken down so well immediately.
The Dokkaebi call into the spam with the little shield break, it actually almost worked. Totally cooked. Unfortunately, though, Canadian's still alive.
They put some work into Canadian on this match. He's had a tough time on the shields.
The shields haven't really been the main problem.
Best FPS, and if you only got
big night result from Ambi though on to do
screen, you won't tell a difference unless you see them by side by side. It's more like it will not skip the frames. That's the reason why you're having the 1920 by 10 it is. So it will be less likely to skip.
Can no longer be called as he ate the last.
That's true, and that's a big factor now. Obviously still low on health means he does need to be careful with his positioning. And a rare opening kill for Shopify Rebellion heading into the final minute. This is a site that really Tyler need to be winning. They've been afforded the opportunity. But down a player early. Duggar payload call going out onto Ambi.
Oh, more cash.
Active, so much cash. Well, hang on a second. Shield goes down. Canadian falls to a bay. And with Jackie Wu fighting that kill onto Sploit, it's a 4 versus 3 advantage now for Tai Lu. Jackie Wu, bit of information as well on the radar of the Solid Snake. And going back, Envy did eat that Jugger payload call from Songla. Can't be called again. But Surf and Rexon still in the sightlines. In fact, Surf may be up next. The Songla does have a charge still available. 30 seconds left.
Come on, Rebellion, come on.
Hold down Kitchen,
thank you for watching that. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
25 seconds on the clock.
As I was saying, one of the reasons why they're having 180 as well, 19 by 180, is because the frames will not skip as well.
Very winnable now for the defense of Shopify Rebellion. Tyler's just gonna have to flood in and hit the kills. They do though, straight away, bang, just like that. A quick double and a third round for Tyler. They go back to back, and we're not done.
So that's
yet.
one of the
Here
reasons as well. So.
No Kitchen, no more.
No,
never, please. Every time.
I had to double check. I saw it in game and I saw it on our STP tracker, and I still didn't believe it.
Look, credit to Tyloo. Laid a
Okay,
lot of
don't go back to Kitchen.
Clash. It was a great little combo there with the payload and shots fired. It meant that Canadian was in a very compromised position late, and despite Shopify Rebellion stacking so much catch on his position,
I would not lie, it doesn't feel that I've been watching for like 6 hours right now, but like,
one landed,
I started to feel a little bit tired, but I did not prep like really well today, so like, so I'm the type of person that if I sit too long and not doing anything, I will get restless, I need to do something, or I will get tired, or stuff like that, so. So that's one of the things that is kind of annoying.
Yeah, a little bit pivotal because you go 5-1 up, totally in control.
Hence why I don't like when they have tournaments where it's like, especially on the finals, you have 5 maps.
Only one defensive round win
Who watches all 5 maps?
So far, that might be enough.
It's like way too long, in my opinion.
Storage control then for the 9th. See for the additional bands get introduced, as you mentioned. Glaz selected here by Tai Lu.
Oh, the timing. Rexon holding that window angle to able to cross. But they haven't gone into this Glaz and saying that's the way we're going to win the round. They haven't brought any smokes alongside it, so it's only a bay with his own
smokes. Now Songla needs to decide on where he needs to use his last ace charge, because is not the greatest.
Elects not to for now and can retain that for elsewhere.
Hello JT, welcome back.
Currently watching the defense, not the attack. That's surfed with a hacked drone, hence Jackie Wu trying his best to clear it. Back on to the Solid Snake for this round once more, and we'll play the lurk role for the round.
Yeah, so interesting drones right now. Songla droning towards top floor, same with the bay, but then Yovika towards first floor. It clearly, at the moment, for Tyloo, looks like they're trying to just
shoot the default gap!
Oh, that's the default.
A gap in the defense. Default camera up.
You stupid! Oh my god, that is so stupid!
It's just even funnier.
Oh boy, well, it has been dealt with.
Oh, that's so dumb.
Team, of course, not entirely sure who's actually on this game, but we have the all-star lineup for this event, of course.
Certainly do.
Holy shit.
Well, I'm a little concerned with the time.
You didn't miss much. Fnatic 1-2-0, as expected. Shopify won their game, first game. Started playing the last game of the day.
Control side hit.
It's a lot
on
of
the first
at
map.
the moment for
Right now,
well, it's too hard.
Kang is playing against King Zero, and it's 1-1 in maps.
What that means is it'll shuffle these defenders around. That too also could open up a gap elsewhere towards, say, storage side, rafters, etc. So Tyloo trying to play off that first kill. 35 seconds doesn't leave them a lot of time. They need to go and do so now. Jackie Wu inside of storage. Canadian.
Oh yeah, that's not good.
leaves it in a 2 versus 2 after a flurry of kills.
No diffuser.
No diffuser, though, has been the common enemy of Tyloo in this half, and it's going to mean Jovica has to go back out and get it. If he can. And no, it's over towards IT. He's not even remotely close. 14 seconds at this point. They need to go for kills.
Yeah,
Canadian is sitting next to the diffuser as well. This seems now very difficult for Tyloo. Canadian just needs to stay alive. Shield dealt with. Swing is important. MP can stay alive as well. Canadian wins his battle. Runs out.
Wow, Tyloo, that is bad.
The Shopify Rebellion with map point.
Well, it finally catches up with them.
Bring the diffuser.
It's been a common trend. In a lot of these rounds, Tyloo
dropping the diffuser very badly, Tyloo. I don't know what they're
positions,
doing.
either willingly or unwillingly, which is probably more of that case.
It just means they've got to be more careful with it in general.
And they've often gotten away with it by either being able to collect it late or transitioning to potential kill win conditions, etc. That round, they didn't have them. They didn't afford themselves that opportunity.
Well, if you have Kit there, then there's not as much of a reason for Canadian to sit IT like that. Brings him a bit more into the fray, and shuffles him around. But also, if you have Kit there, you probably can go for a control plan.
As well played by Canadian, just retaining life there was the
det så svårt att köra den röda?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, really at that point, you have 14 seconds left. You know where the kit is. You know at that point it's either get the kit, which they have to do so in a hurry, which means he can probably get a kill, or they have to go for the kills and he can sit tucked in corner with the shield up, and in the end that proved to be a difference maker. So good heads up play from Canadian and Shopify Rebellion. They have a 3-round lead to close out the opening map of this series. Bank to follow. But again, signs of life from Tyloo here on Labs. Clearly, a lot they need to work on. But the foundations seemingly are there.
They're not getting completely demolished, which no one would fault them in this kind of matchup if they walked away with a super one-sided result. Interestingly, Tyloo electing to take Clash out, not the mirror, so that tool's still available for the IT trick, and we saw that pose some problems last time out. Ultimately, the breach was opened up, courtesy of the Habana. But this round, they actually pivot across to the Thatcher and Thermite combination.
It's interesting they didn't ban the Monty in the first half, but then they banned the Clash in the second half, taking that away from Canadian.
I felt like they dealt with the Clash quite positively so far, so I'm intrigued they didn't go for the mirror instead and triple down.
Duha hoping to kill onto Spoit. They have absolutely rinsed Shopify Rebellion on these entry battles.
I feel like the vast majority...
sorry, my family came in. My son is like practice driving, so he's going to get his driver license. And I asked to buy for energy, also for like Monster, so they bought me a Monster. A Monster, I mean Red Bull, so they bought me 2 for tomorrow.
Pretty comfortable for Obey to open up IT. Actually did so far quicker than last time too.
Slightly faster. A little less painful.
So I bought me some fruits and some drinks I can use for the stream tomorrow, so
used against BPCs and
so I don't like eat a lot of sugar stuff.
They're playing like a team where their fundamentals are at a pretty
gotta have the energy to watch all the matches, you know?
Thrown out from Canadian, that got shot out. Good reaction. And then the death mark onto his position towards Rafters.
Yeah, my son, he's 18, so you can get your driver's license when you're 18 in Sweden. You can start practicing driving when you're 16.
On their toes. You force the mistake out. Good pressure being applied now over towards Connector, so now they're actually bringing pressure from different angles of attack. Can go through electrical as well with this blitz. Yeah, so far liking this round for Tyloo, but it's all about the finish.
Yeah, and can they get Songla in on the action with that Deimos down below? Rexon's back.
Abe can get picked up inside of Connector.
No, he does not. He plays other games.
Songla down below inside a lounge. Can he get
He plays like Roblox, Sunset the Forest, Monster Hunter.
Starting to get a little bit too low. Songla able to just barely stay alive.
My daughter wants to play Siege, but she doesn't have a PC for this.
Jackie Wu. Big kill from Canadian. Trade back though from Duha. Time expiring.
Why is the music coming on?
Here comes Surf Double with the shotgun. And only Songla left on 1 HP. This should be the map. And indeed it will be.
Starting music a little bit
Shopify
earlier.
Rebellion will ward off the CNL team on Nighthaven Labs and go 1-up in the
First
series.
match goes to
Positive start to the
Shopify.
BO3 for Shopify Rebellion. And despite Tyler's comfortability on that map.
Okay, let's move to this. This is match point for Kag, guys. Match point.
Actually move the team around and move himself around where he needs to be to stop the attack. So it's I feel like it's very good.
It's almost like having free camp for the RGL, just to go around and have a little look at what's going on from each different angle. But I think that the problem is for King Zero here, things are going to get a lot more
Match
difficult
point,
because,
come on.
Of course, Kag last time,
I did say Kag should be winning against them, but
see if you're going to leave a gap.
everything
They're
can
not gonna play
happen.
this round in that way. So right now, you know, King Zero, they stood up to the challenge last time. They're going to have a much different challenge facing them now.
And here, I like this lineup a lot. This is one of the best lineups. You have the Grim for the display side. You have the Capita for the Mez clear. You have the Ace breaching. It's amazing. You have the Striker 2, Flashes, Nades, and the Buck below. It's amazing. They have a great lineup right now. Should be able to displace extremely well. Only thing missing maybe is a Sophia for the Clash on the Buck below, but that's all hindsight here.
It's going to be the job of the Capitao then with those asphyxiation arrows. There's a couple of nades on Shibisu as well, you know, that could do the job of moving that Clash around, but good progress straight away. We're seeing that breach come in. They've got the redundancy. We spoke about redundancy of something that, you know, as important as hard breach, and Zach has got that option to be able to use the secondary hard breach as well. Shibisu does manage to take down Big J, so right now everything is coming up. Kag, it is all going in their favour. They're getting some great work done here right now. The one stumbling block that I really see for them is that Clash.
They flame the top Mez, they take Mez. It's beautiful right now. One thing I will say that King Zero could look for on this take 2, it's like when they have this Sky solo display, that should be, he's there, you're powering him. He's on the balcony, you're fighting him with 2 people.
So they gave
alleviating that pressure, and it makes
DD the missile stairs. That is bad. That is really, really bad.
They have Mez control right now. It's gonna be hard. The smoke's dead, no Tachanka. It's on the mirror.
Yeah, that's a big problem for them at the minute. No denial beyond Fiber's C4. That's about all they've got to be able to stop this plant going down. Access has now been gained to that area. KZB's just hard holding this. He's sat on top of it. He tries to escape with the Kiba barricade to block the view, but he can't do it as Anaton
This is not
has
good.
The angle from Ops, manages to find his man. 4 versus 3. Sunset, you wanted to kill, you got it, Dave. He manages to find DD, takes down the Grim. That's going to leave us now 4 versus 3. Kag, 35 seconds left to go.
Come on, Kag, you can do it. Come on.
Extra ground they can't dither here.
Why are you focusing on the C4?
Exactly that. Takes out the Wamai. That's the
Why are you going down? Why are you going down the fucking staircase? That doesn't make any sense.
Down on the ground, they missed the opportunity to take the flank. Shuri manages to find Momo. It's all up to Sunset. 0 and 6 coming in. Will he be 5 and 6 going out? That's the question. Anaton manages to secure the plant.
2 kills.
It's now 1v3.
Oh my god, he's
on
having
the
a
clock.
bad
You've got
match.
to say that it's surely too much, and it
Yeah.
surely will be.
Kag wins.
Shuri manages to find the final kill. Kag survive another day, and King Zero will be the first to be eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, they were playing very well, Kaiser. I would tell you that. They played it very well earlier.
First map you can go down, but they
So,
really did respond
yeah.
well, even though they looked a little bit
Good
dejected
try,
going
good
into map
try.
2. They're actually at that
But I
calm
didn't think they
level,
would
really just
go
able
past everything. I was expecting
see what they did
Kag
wrong
to
in
go
map 1 and really
past.
just iron it out in map 2
And I think
3,
the
and
next
you
team
just
to
saw completely
go
different from them.
Yeah, really
past
impressive stuff
would
from
be
Kag there.
loss.
It certainly answers that question that people might have been asking of, you know, was it just Chalet or was it the performance? But it looks like it was definitely just Chalet. They continue here in phase 1 of the play-ins. They get another opportunity. It's going to be tough for them, but they at least get themselves that first win on the board, those first international maps that we've seen in a good while as well. And Shuri Chibisu really doing the job, the heroes for Kag today.
Yeah, they needed them so much. A big congratulations to...
I am. Okay. Oh.
For ages, CNL is certainly in its inception phase, right? So they need to play the best they have.
There's one match left that we are going to be watching, guys. One match left. And that is going to be not a high tier match, like it's Chiefs versus Alula. Unfortunately, I do not think Alula will win against Chiefs because Chiefs have been playing a little bit better. So.
And this next map is a case of let's just get a 2-0. Let's have an opportunity now to relax and build up for that second game.
This is the thing. So for Fnatic and potentially Shopify Rebellion, the way the series is going, you can go win-win today.
That's match, but like we still have one map left on to Shopify Rebellion against Tyloo, so.
Correct, and that's the thing with the two-phase playing. I actually quite like it because it means that you don't just have to be good for 1 or 2 games. It actually comes down to that third and final game where it does become so important.
You're going to be playing a higher quality opponent. You don't just get to, we got fortunate, we played a Lula club into Tyloo and we're in. No. Yeah. Whoever you're going to be playing tomorrow is likely to be a top-level team as well. So, I mean, I think that when you kind of look at going into Bank now, for Shopify Rebellion, starting on defense, I think that's a good point for them to be at. I think they can control the game really, really better than Tyloo. That's where Nighthaven Labs was lost. Tyloo never was in control. So for Shopify Rebellion starting defense Bank, I think they can control the game pretty nicely.
I hope they can, because right now, look, they are a good team, and you can see, as you said, foundations are so important in Siege. Their foundations, their mechanics are really on point. They look very, very comfortable when they're in that server. And now it's about capitalizing and actually making sure that you can kind of find your ways into what would be a bank. And I think, realistically, if you look to one of the key factors as to why Ty looked so close on that 7-3, I don't think actually accurately assesses how close this entire game was. It's the opening kills where they seem to find so much success. You have a look right now. The scoreline's actually flipped when it comes to the entries. Shopify Rebellion only managed 3 out of the entire 10-round game that we played on Nighthaven Labs. Jackie Wu, phenomenal in the first half. But then, Duhua, that we were talking about, where did that come from? Every single time there seemed to be a fight in the second half, he was there, he was taking it, and he was on his own terms. And I think moving into Bank, like you said, it's going to be important to see how they can manage to control the game. I actually don't think that, when we love to talk about win conditions, I don't think that there is a win condition. I think that condition has to be a snowball. I think that Tyloo have to get control at the start of the rounds and keep the pressure on them slowly. I think that where they started to fumble is when they left it too late. They left it too late in 2 or 3 rounds, Michael, and every single time they either didn't have kit or they just fumbled the ball on an opening pick or an opening engagement in that late rounds.
Generally speaking, the early round was actually pretty positive from Tyloo. Not only just the entry metric, but I think the tempo that they were able to employ, a couple of occasions that they caught Shopify Rebellion off guard, a couple of occasions where maybe they forced a faster play style, which is again atypical. Shopify typically a lot slower and a little more refined in how they go for their approach. So a lot of it is mid to late attack. In terms of diffuser location, some of the positionals, some of the attacks as well, maybe a little more one-dimensional than you would typically require against high-quality opposition. And then defensively, a couple of occasions where they kind of allowed Shopify Rebellion to sneak back into rounds that they should have been closing pretty confidently. So I think for me, I'll be analyzing pretty heavily on Bank the last 45 seconds of the round. I don't foresee massive issues early round. If it plays out similarly to the first map, that could be
I don't think that Tyloo will be able to make an impact on this map.
Right now is early round was great. Let's keep it up. Good information, good execution. Comms were flowing. Late round, though, that's where we need to see some improvement.
But, I mean, that's the credit, though, to Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Shopify had Nighthaven as their pick, and then Tyloo had Bank. But here's the thing, I'm surprised. I would say they should have gone Border, because they haven't lost Border a single time, Tyloo, so kind of surprised, actually.
If we find that opening kill, go. Doesn't matter. Who cares if there's a minute 45 on the clock? Let's just play a little bit more aggressive, up the tempo, and try and catch up.
It's very interesting to see that they are saving the shot at this point.
Yeah, then say Nighthaven.
Well, you were talking about Abe in the first round of the second half, where it was like 1-7. He is
my hair is like, I need to cut my hair.
The last 60 days. And he was 1-7 in that first half. Imagine what happens if you can engage him earlier. If you can actually get him into the game, into the second half, and he has a little bit more of like a ramp rather than like this up and down trajectory. Right now, I do think that Tyloo are looking good. And for everyone at home, we did just talk about Tyloo a lot because I don't think you can really fault anything from Shopify Rebellion. They look like the team they should be.
Same from their first match today. Shopify Rebellion. Again, just did everything they needed to against Al Yula Club. So I think coming into this, it's the same metric.
Yeah, 100%.
Just doing what you got to do.
Yeah, but this is the important part as we get into this second matchup. It is all on Shopify Rebellion. The pressure is entirely on them.
Well, the pressure's a little off now because you
Bang! Mirror? No, I don't think Mirror.
The best team in play-ins, and it's not even close. They are not a play-ins team. They're a backup.
No, Mirror. I'm sticking to Mirror.
Playoffs team.
Clash, okay.
This needs to be convincing for me. I don't think they can leave any doubt in our mind as we get underway with Bank, and I leave you boys to it.
Thank you, Analyst Rob. Doing a great job. Good to have him on the desk. And honestly, I agree with him wholeheartedly. And I think that for Shopify Rebellion, they've actually handled the quote-unquote pressure, if you will, because there is pressure when you're the top team. And you're playing against teams you arguably should be winning. That's almost as pressurized as, say, if it was Shopify Rebellion versus Falcons later on in group stage, for example. The pressure levels would be quite similar, but just for different reasons.
Well, let's jump into it then, as the bands have rolled through. It's double hard breach from Shopify Rebellion, looking to make that a challenge for Tyloo. They respond with the Kaid
update
and
the Stream B result?
You can go ahead, Jake.
It seems like CAG by Varel have also been able to win their series guns 2-1, which was against, I can't remember.
King Zero, I believe.
King Zero? Yeah. That would mean, I believe King Zero have been...
Let's crank up the volume a little bit.
So they will be the first team eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
Okay. Yeah, so King Zero are eliminated, obviously, from this tournament. And if Tyloo loses this, they will also be eliminated from the tournament. No, sorry.
As the Group B 2 seed, which actually could end up
sorry, I need to double check what I'm saying.
This map of Bank, they will be that 1 seed from Group A. Of course, this is
so like whoever loses on the match on B stream, that is Ulla Club or Chief, whoever loses there is going to be eliminated. So.
Over to Bank now. Tyloo on the attack.
Tyloo will have a second chance on playing tomorrow. I guess whoever is winning between Iola or Chiefs. For tomorrow.
Basement to begin, drop down from Ambi. So small amount of pressure as per usual towards staff and open area. Play the drop and so much delay available for the defense.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see how the Fuse is going to integrate into this lineup. Both the Blitz and the Monty were available. Secondary hard breach, though, will benefit here of the Fuse, and so we'll see if that has impact. And indeed it will right on cue. Notably, though, the Grim did have also secondaries, and the Fuse charge at a benefit as well. A bit of U2 clearance onto site, good counter onto the Goyo. We'll see just how much of those canisters end up being cleared. And unfortunately, 3 still standing.
Which is the hope, really, with the cluster charges, is to hopefully deal with most of those. But the fact that there's still 3 up is a concern. Factor in the 3 gas babes available for Rexon, double Nitrocell, then the Shamika launcher.
See if that one lands.
If Tyloo go direct here, which right now is seemingly what they want to do.
Okay, that missed as well.
I don't think this is going to work out well for them. They need to pivot here.
Will this one land?
They cannot expect this to now work.
Nope. Oh no.
What are they doing?
The most ineffective Fuse I have ever seen casting this game.
He does still have 1 cluster charge. You can.
Oh, that could be the golden cluster charge. That could be the one to beat all cluster charges.
I think this round's done. 28 seconds. They're going to need Jakku to twist main and find 3 kills.
Tyloo's just.
Else.
Oh, it worked. It
worked. What are they doing?
A little bit too late. There's 20 seconds. Still 2 gas babes, double Nitrocell, and the Shamika launcher of Surf. There's no way in which
what the fuck are they doing?
And get this round win. Shopify Rebellion have a 99.99% chance to win this round. Jakku, funnily enough, gets the opening kill. It's irrelevant. Duas still has to get this plan. Abe, though, does have the smokes up, coupled with the class. Surely not. Canadian goes down. There has to be a denial. They will not deny. Player will be successful.
What the fuck?
Despite all this utility for Shopify Rebellion, Tyloo through the front door.
Yo, you're selling right now.
99.99.
No way!
They're not retaking this.
I surely don't think. Well, now I will say this is 99% chance. Stylo should win this round. It's a huge flip. Surf does get it down onto Duha, but a 1v3 post plant, 18 seconds. Not happening. Oh, what a round win for Tyler.
What? How the... Like, they were so fucking lucky.
That round had about everything.
I cannot believe they just won that round.
I don't think they can believe it either. Oh, my.
What? Are you fucking joking?
It didn't feel like there was a world in which Tyloo could get that plant down.
Are you kidding me?
They were able to do so. Good coverage from the Thatcher. The lack of flames from Surf.
It was a Hail Mary play once they finally could get into CCTV, which was the smoke layer with the glass. That was it.
Like, what the fuck was Sushaka doing?
At least you didn't say 100%.
I didn't say 100%.
You've learned.
That is stupid.
Really, it was a way of trying to signify how bad a position Tyloo were in with 20 seconds to go. Finally, that golden cluster charge actually won them the round.
Yeah. That was a massive talking point. The Wamai was catching a lot of that util and making it very difficult for Tyloo to set up for that eventual plant. But with the stage set, they were able to secure it. And with that, the opening round is theirs. And that's probably the only round so far for Shopify Rebellion today that we can look towards as a bit of a frustrating one. One where it should have been theirs and it wasn't.
Yeah, that's the first one. Yeah, I agree with that.
Certainly not the first round they've lost, but the
first
in that fashion.
round where they were dominant, they were in control.
And they'd be like, the immediate reaction is, how did we lose?
Well, can Tyloo follow on from that? Yeah, Siege is a game of momentum. You win that round in that fashion. Yeah, the blood's pumping, and you get to kind of celebrate briefly to start this second map. Start off an open area for the second round. Of course, the bands of the Ace and the Hibana mean Kanto wall over towards elevators will not be able to get opened up. No clash available for Canadian. The funniest part out of all that round is the fact that Tyloo again got the opening kill. I don't know how they just keep finding a way to get that.
Been a strength.
So weird.
Slow and steady here in the second round. Almost halfway through it. Yovica with a little bit of direct pressure. And then it's Canadian that pops up, finds the kill. Although Ambi caught at the skylight of Jackie Wu.
That is,
up onto Canadian,
how did...
And suddenly, Tyloo, despite not getting the opening kill, don't have the extra
Like,
player.
seriously?
Well, in classic Tyloo fashion, they don't have the diffuser. Let's see if that poses problems.
They might not need it, though, with Raxon falling to Duha.
Are you kidding me?
Last two up. Surf able to connect onto a bay. Falls back open over at the bomb chassis. Answering the Jugger payload. Spoit now low. Could be susceptible to that. Well, no, I guess he won't. Jackie Wu, by the way, is planting, and that is going to be an easy plant. No way to deny that one. Lovely shot, though, from Spoit.
And Song was all the way over towards Lone.
Jackie Wu.
Oh, timing.
Oh, they know he's here as well because they had the cross covered. They knew he was still over at the plant. Here comes Songler, catches out Surf, but Spoit's just sticking. Songler has no idea.
No. What is happening? Like, seriously, what is happening?
That was cold from Spoit.
Well, Banker started a little sloppier than Nighthaven Labs. But who does that favor? Maybe Tyloo in the long run.
Yeah, chaotic round, but Shopify Rebellion just able to successfully execute the retake. Sharp shooting from Spoit.
There's a problem with staying there at the default plan too, if your position is known. Because Surf was still playing over towards Staff and Open. He knows, okay, yeah, they popped in, they've got the plant down, but he hasn't left. And we know exactly where he is. So that ends up being an easy clear for Spoit. And then it's a 2 versus 1. Spoit obviously just gets straight on the kit. Songler's not aware of it. He doesn't have the information. Easy counter defuse. you're Shopify Rebellion, you just want to get the round wins. You don't care how.
10 seconds left before insertion.
But far closer rounds to begin here on Bank. We head top floor, CEO and executive for round number 3.
Objective is to defuse a bomb.
Interestingly enough,
Like,
Duhar
seriously,
actually on
this
the
is-
Monty himself. Haven't really seen too much shield play from Tyloo. Did bring the blitz a little bit back in the second half of Nighthaven Labs. Only 2 rounds.
It's looking like heavy repel play again, lobby side from Tyloo. May look to stage an attack on that side of the map.
Interesting.
Especially with the Monty in place, ended up Nana. Go for a play front.
I mean, this has to be a Zofia below to clear out Janitor, right? I mean, that has to be the play. Abay, though, gets rid of Canadian. It's just on the repel.
Well, it could be Jam below or just for the U-tool and the castle barricades. I don't think there's any point getting too fancy now with advantage.
I mean, this Monty's going to go up banana 100%.
Electrosensor active.
Puts Surf under quite a bit of pressure here. He wants to try and retain position and ward off that Monty. And a drop isn't necessarily always the safety from that position either.
I mean, the elevator position's quite volatile. If you don't get help from long desk, and with that shield, but the problem is it's a solo push right now from Duhar. Like the smoke play, they know he's there, they've got the information, but where's the follow-up? So Duhar gets into a good position. This is where you want to be if you're Tyloo. Oh, Songlin's just going to go repel straight down. That's one way in. The Gas Babes, though, from Rexham will delay the push up Banana. Yovika caught by Ambi. They do have Wrexham playing long desk and can provide a little bit of help for Soulfall. In the end, he gets cleared out. Tyloo retain the advantage. And good position as well around front desk.
Good drone. Fundamentals at the moment from Tyloo are really sound.
Yeah, absolutely. That was certainly a point we brought up back on Nighthaven Labs. They're following through here as well on Bank so far. Job's not done. But they do have Ambi already low on health. And they've got good control in towards the site. Good damage from Ambi onto Duhar. Does still have that Nitro Cell. That could be the ticket to get rid of this Monty. Throws it out, but doesn't quite connect. And over towards top main, Rexon almost found an angle. Holding right side. Covered, does get the kill onto Songler, then knows one is up close, took a bit of damage and then goes
That
prone.
is way too close for comfort.
Wu does deal with him.
Yeah.
That's now opened up. Ampy still holding in a good position towards airlock. His position unknown, catches out a bay. Duhar falls and only Jackie Wu left. The duo for Shopify Rebellion on site will hold strong. There's no time for Jackie Wu and once again doesn't have the kit. Runs past it, time expires. Shopify Rebellion, hold on in round 3.
It's a late round breakdown. It's late round breakdown number, I don't know, because we're losing track at this point. Early round, even mid round, pretty good. They got great value from the Monty again. Tyloo positioned pretty sound, had a good chunk of time spare there at the end, but Ambi was allowed to reposition. Spoit was a looming threat stock side as well. And unfortunately for Tyloo, the 1% has come back to bite them once again.
Well, you can have good fundamentals, but you still got to follow through. Glass Castle will be the bans.
Glass?
Yeah, Castle's been a mainstay from Shopify Rebellion, so Tyloo wanted to alleviate.
Interesting. Sorry, I was talking to my
Glass yet to be selected,
teammate.
but a selected but a preemptive ban there from.
It was selected in the first round.
Oh, it was. Pardon me. Excuse me.
We'll
We'll be
them the round.
we'll be returning back down to the basement, presumably.
It's actually
here
a pretty
before.
good ban when you can consider that opening round.
Yes.
Holy
Glass
moly.
In general, too, on Bank is pretty much playable across the board. So into round 4. Been a good contest on Bank. And kind of the way we build it up. Tyloo have followed through. They've been better, but as you said before, the late round issues clearly plaguing them still here on Bank, as was the case on Nighthaven Labs. It's a cruel game, Siege. I mean, for all intents and purposes,
It should be 3-0.
It's almost like
as well.
there's 3 stages. Start, middle, and end. And they're almost 2 out of 3 every round. But it's that final piece that matters the most.
Yeah. They'll bring the Saints for the 4th round, so that's indicative that we'll likely see a hatch drop execute in this round. CCTV, the lineup is well known now at this point. And that will offer some counterplay onto this defensive lineup, which has seen a significant shuffle from Shopify Rebellion, probably a little bit scarred after their failed plant denial attempt last time on basement. Once again, they presence first floor with potential fallback through open.
This is pretty aggressive from Spoit, this position.
Yeah.
Right here. Because if someone does push... Oh my god.
Default again, guy.
Gets rid of the shock drone too. Still up.
Are you kidding me?
That's bad fundamentals.
But this is, again, where in the VOD reviews, they're going to learn quite a lot. This is a round loss based off this default. Easy Nitro cell for Canadian. And if it wasn't going to be that Nitro, it was going to be Spoit anyway.
Like, how do they miss the default cam? It's so stupid.
Jackie Wu is main stairs. Now, it might catch them by surprise. This is a rather deep position. Barbed wire is below, so he can't just push through. A couple of Candelas used as well to clear out first floor.
Yeah, that was a waste.
Small opportunity. This now
that is a waste, guys.
A difficult round for Tai Lu. Gotta reload. Job done from Shopify Rebellion and punishing some really basic fundamental mistakes. As much as we talk about the fundamentals overall, Tai Lu being quite good, they do have
the odd one here or there where it's like big red flag.
Yeah, big red flag moments.
60 seconds on the clock. Can Tai Lu formulate
a
round-winning plan? Tough on this site when you're a player down. They need a hero moment.
Hold on. I have
could come courtesy of the Solid Snake. Jackie Wu's been good in this match. And that's a lot of information gained, but playing off it, whole different story.
Well, you're at the point now where I think server push is not going to work, so it's going to be elevator drop, main stairs.
Garage work, yeah. I don't mind this plan.
Hold it. Enemy nearby.
Get some information from the radar as well with this positioning. Helps out that push towards Garage, but Yoviko loses it anyway despite getting that called out from Jackie Wu. You would imagine, the timing.
Yo.
Nice push from Canadian. Well, this is probably the most dominant round that we may have seen.
Seriously,
this
is bad.
Some big issues.
Yeah, I think like in the Chinese league, I think they need a year or something, maybe two, to develop better teams. I feel like as it is right now, they are not there.
Yeah, they do.
They are not there yet, and it's kind of the same with APAC. It took them a couple of years before they could even get their feet in to it, so...
Tai Lu trying to now reset. They called their tactical timeout for this map. Unfortunately, the 4th round, it was poor from the start. Default camera
it would take them at least like 1 to 2 years before they even develop a good team right now.
Electrical and open.
I kind of don't understand why.
Spoit to play in advanced position. Allowed Canadian to get a Nitro over towards Printer. And then evolved into a situation where Tai Lu will play it down, having to go for the plan B, plan C.
It's kind of sad. They have like
of a back hit plus a
good
garage
teams.
Log, and even with the Solid Snake information, that too also didn't go their way. A 50-55 garage was their best way in which they could have potentially opened the round, didn't go in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, again, you can, if you want to find the positive angle, like if you were a coach or an analyst for Tai Lu and you're walking away from this event, there's so much that you can actually look at on paper and say, we can fix this.
Yeah.
We can fix getting rid of default. we can fix our late round execute. Yeah, there's a lot to work with. So that's going to be the positive spin on it for a region as a whole, let alone the team that's still new in this department. And a 3-1 lead, though, for Shopify Rebellion. Should, again, remind, in terms of the format, this is not an elimination game.
Correct.
Provided Tai Lu are the team to go on and lose this series, they will drop to the lower bracket, where they will play the winner of Al-Ula Club and Chiefs, which is happening right now on the B stream. I don't believe they've started just yet, though.
5 seconds remaining.
Tellers and archives for the 5th round.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
I think for me, the way I would frame the remainder of this match is, do we see a Shopify Rebellion now that can kind of put a foot to the throat?
Yeah.
Can they be ruthless from this point onward?
Show
Can
it
they
people in the early portion of the round.
Exactly. Can they put Tyler in an even more uncomfortable position? Early round has been the biggest strength for Tyler over the course of this series.
But it's
Shopify Rebellion to sharpen that a
But
little.
also, it's Shopify Rebellion are winning in the way they want to be winning here. Better fundamentals, better late round. They don't need to just run around and click heads. Like, if this were Weibo versus Tyler, Weibo are spawn peeking, they're rushing, they're just, you know, they know they can beat them in the straight-up gunfights. And while Shopify Rebellion know that as well, they're still just sticking to a play style that's going to serve them in good stead for the remainder of the tournament.
Playing a more gentlemanly game of Siege.
Oh, love that from Spoit, though, onto Duha.
Damn.
That is one thing, by the way, here on Bank. Has now got the opening kill advantage, 3-2. They've got decimated there on Nighthaven Labs.
Spoit as well, having a much better map too. Noting back on Labs a couple of key moments where he was getting caught out, put in uncomfortable positions, but
that's his first opening kill of the series. He was 0-2 up until that point. Which
Not his primary, not his primary
no,
role.
No.
There's more so the mid to late where there were some weaknesses.
Ooh, Yevika, cool. Okay, things starting to unravel for Tai Lu. You know, you called it, you wanted to see Shopify Rebellion put the foot on the throat, and it seems like in this 5th round we're getting a glimpse of that. I think at this point now, Tai Lu, while they're not waving the white flag, I do wonder if they're sensing this might be a task too difficult to complete from this position. They won't give up on the round.
I like this lurk.
But they're searching. They're digging deep. And when that starts to happen, your fundamentals then fall away.
Abe is going to get called out.
Have been largely good in the series. I don't think they've got the ability to offset. Now, Jackie Wu does go down at the same time as Abe slipping into Archives, catching out Surf. 3 versus 2. Abe pushing over towards Admin.
Yeah, that was so
able
bad.
to get out of the way. As Songler is eliminated, it's only Abe left who does at least win the battle against Spoit.
That was
He
lucky.
does have 45 seconds in a 1v2.
That was so fucking lucky. If anything, that was
But
pure
Ambi will
luck.
hold top floor on the Solus, and he is the full trump card here. There's even if Ambi goes, gets kit, and tries to plant, Ambi has got him covered. And Rexon, though, has Abe covered up close. 4 straight for Shopify Rebellion.
What the fuck?
3 rounds away from securing that place.
Yeah, I'm not
in
even
play-in
scared
phase 2
for
tomorrow.
Shopify. I never were. Like,
Yeah, is this now too far gone for Tai Lu? Game of 2 halves, of course, it must be said. And Bank sometimes can be favorable for defense, but it does feel like there's some breakdowns now for
it feels
Tai
like
Lu.
they are like a
Early round,
T3
back
team at
timeout,
most, like
not as
T4,
good as we've
T,
come to expect
not
over the course
T4.
of this
I
series
was
so
about to say
far.
T2
Abe with a bit of fight
teams.
shown,
Like,
but needed some support in Jackie.
it's not
I mean, that round, to me,
probably team so far. Tyler.
into
They're doing
I'm
a
just gonna
lot
let
of
push.
horizontal.
Are you okay, Michael?
I'm great, how are you?
You just look a little staggered there for a moment.
Oh, it's been a long day, hard work. Might not be too much longer though with Shopify Rebellion firing.
No, but there will be the halftime break after this, and as you said, game of 2 halves. Still, if Tyler can win this round, get a second.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think so.
I mean, the good
I
news
really
technically
don't
for
think
this,
they will
because
win
it's not an
that.
elimination game. You don't want to be in a position where you hang your head and think, this is too much. You've still got every reason to just keep fighing
Exactly,
here.
you're not going home if you lose,
Who knows
right?
what can happen?
Yeah. Tyloo have shown enough over the course of the last hour or so to still remain competitive here on Bank. This is not a complete foregone conclusion. Unfortunately, though, the last couple of rounds, we're seeing the standard slip. They need to regain a bit of confidence and go back to that previous form that we saw glimpses of on Labs. Again, the sense to be deployed here, final round of the half for the top floor hit. Yokai is once again in play here from Shopify Rebellion, but a perfect counter pick from Abe on the IQ.
I think Tyloo, final round, do you just try and slow the pace down, deal with the util, play into your IQ. You look at the opening kills, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes in the last 3 rounds. A far cry to what we saw back on Nighthaven Labs, where it was far more around that 1 minute mark. So the pace in this map of Bank is expected being a very different map, playstyle-wise, to Nighthaven Labs, has increased. And with that, they just haven't really been as successful in the opening engagements. A 3-1 advantage to Shopify Rebellion in the last 4 rounds, signifying that. But this now being a round that's actually going to play out very slow. Essentially the slowest round since the opening round, which, funnily enough, Tyloo won.
Well, Spoit's been active here on Bank. Sensing an opportunity here in round 6, but Jackie Wu pounces.
Yeah, well, I mean, I thought Spoit had him.
So did
I. and Jackie Wu very clean with the pre-fire.
Damn.
Jackie Wu the GOAT.
Well, is that going to be enough for Tyloo? You've still got a minute, so the time is pretty good. Spoit has been
Please don't
very,
whiff this now. Don't whiff this. Come on.
Good pressure on the Canadian. He was basically trapped. Even if he had have walked away from that nade, he's dead anyway. A 2-player advantage for Tyloo, seeking their second round on Bank. Now it's within their sights. Surf, though, holding strong towards Talers. Nitrocell, is that good enough? Yes, it is!
Oh my god.
Surf hits the high waves on the Songler and a Bay, and with Rexing getting rid of Duha, they've flipped this round again. And only now Jackie Wu left. He probably cannot believe from 5 versus 3, he's now the solo.
God, this is crazy.
What a play from Surf. I don't even know if he was going for the second kill. I think he was just going for the confirmation. 20 seconds on the clock. Could Jackie Wu present something special? No.
Nah,
and Shopify Rebellion 5.
That is crazy.
At the halftime break.
Unbelievable play from Surf.
That is so fucked up.
Lead for the Rebellion.
That was so fucked
So
up, guys.
clinical, so
Literally.
dominant.
I did not even believe that.
I mean, there's not much else to really say to it. As much as we want to try and sing the praises of Tyloo, find the positives, it all just circles back to there is a huge gap between these two teams, as expected.
Yeah, exactly. Now, it's a testament to North America, right? Shopify Rebellion is still so deadly, irrespective of how they've been seeded for this event, right?
The lowest seeded North American team who also happened to play in the most recent Major Grand Final. It's a very strong region at the moment. Some may argue the strongest at the moment. As a collective.
Are you one of those some?
I'm in that, yeah. I'm in that camp. Hand up. I think NAL as a region collectively right now is number 1.
I don't think that's that hot of a take.
No, it's not. but that in itself, you know, if you got 24 months ago, would have been an incredibly hot take.
Well, it would have just been flat out wrong. Yeah, replay package of the first half, of course, playing through Tyloo. Their one and only round coming off the back of some extraordinary circumstances down below on that basement site where they were able to clutch up and get a plant on the ground. But outside of that, Shopify Rebellion have been largely in control. And whilst Tyloo, in some instances, have looked good early round, I think that narrative has shifted a little bit here on Bank, where Shopify Rebellion have refined things a little bit. There's been some gleaming issues and mistakes as well from Tyloo, and Shopify Rebellion, to their credit, have capitalized.
Well, we've got 25 seconds left of the halftime break. 5-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. Let's put our thinking cap on for a split second. MRBR Los are playing CAG by Varel tomorrow. One of those are going to then play Shopify Rebellion. Who has the better chance of those two, realistically, against SR?
Well, before you even pose the question, I was just going to say Shopify Rebellion just flat out win against either of them. So, in terms of who has the better chance,
has to be
it's
MIBR.
A tough question. Probably MIBR Los. As much as I would love to make an argument for CAG by Varel. But
And I'll ask you the second question. MIBR Los versus CAG, who have you got?
Probably MIBR Los. But I expect that to actually be a pretty competitive 3-mapper.
So back underway into the second half. Don't imagine we're going to be here on Bank for much longer. But with that is good news when we've got a whole nother series still to be played on the B stream.
Yeah,
so there will be more Siege action still to be played for
and that
day
is
number 1 here at the Esports World Cup.
Allure Club, I believe. Yep. And that is an elimination matchup as well, of course, over on the B stream.
Yeah.
Big stakes for the Aussie boys in the MENA qualifier.
I think at this point in the series, this is now where I kind of look at this and think this one's mine. 7-3 on Labs.
Is this a 99.99% chance?
That was quite funny. Quite funny. Hilarious, some would say. But since then, they haven't won a single round, unfortunately. They probably should have won the second as well.
Yeah. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
Not surprised by the ban either. Shopify banning Kaid and Wamai. Like it's a Wamai is so strong where it's getting banned. He is almost getting more banned than Asami right now. Like Asami is the one that has the least amount of ban right now.
First appearance at this level of Siege on this stage, right? So
like,
I think they've done a decent.
Let's
and
check
again,
this
most
stats a little
against
bit.
The quality of opponent. This is what you gain from this: the ability to scrim these teams from North America, SAL, EML. Songler falls to Ambi. This one, well, the sting's out of it now. Shopify Rebellion have been the better team, no doubt about it.
Time right now.
They'll continue to play it on their terms. Nothing
Right
silly.
now,
Fundamentals
100%
will
cost
remain in
is spoiled, but it's going to be dropping now in this match. That
So
shot
well,
on
and
entry,
get this job done. Move on to
best
the next
rating
one.
player is Rexon.
Build up a good solid foundation going into group stage.
KD
provided
is
they get
Wizard,
there and
Plants
win
is
their series tomorrow.
Sunset. Okay.
But that's the thing, you lose tomorrow and you're out. So
Exactly, yeah.
They have to kind of keep this same focus.
Can't get too far ahead of themselves.
Exactly.
Exploit being lit up by the
Kaid has
Tachenko.
been banned 60%
And
of
Jackie
the
Wu falls
time.
Back down to lockers. Advantage for
Yeah,
the attack. And still 90 seconds in
Asami
this
is the
action phase
fifth
for Shopify Rebellion to
most
manipulate.
banned operator. Still on a 5th place. That
We'll
is
see an
crazy.
advanced position over towards blue stairs for Tai Lu. Shotgun in the hands of Duha.
That
Can
is
he
so interesting.
inflict damage? He could potentially bring this round back for Tai Lu, but likely hinges on him finding two.
He's pretty much going to have to play live unless he gets a good timing, which maybe he might, depending on the way they're watching Square.
He's all in.
Yeah, he's definitely committed. A little bit of damage into Canadian, a little late with the Razor Bloom. Canadian able to get the pistol shot. This is all too easy for the Rebellion.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing there,
Only
but
2 remain now for Tyler on the defense. A bit of a shield swap now for Abay. Knowing that pressure is going to be direct to the side. Still the Shamika launcher available for Jackie Wu. Flash into the face. Shopify Rebellion going for the plant. Free kill onto Jackie Wu from Surf. And the drop down. That's Ambi that gets the kill. Would have been
What the
Surf
fuck
anyway.
is...
Flawless and
What are
6
they
squad lead.
thinking? What are they thinking?
And I'm looking across at Tai Lu on screen now, and they look pretty
I think
muted.
this is where it's strange because 7-3 and almost shaping up to be 7-1. So on paper, you walk away from this series. For those who maybe didn't watch the game and they just look at the scores and think, yep, complete dead rubber, big stomp. But there were so many elements that I think the scoreline doesn't really pay dividends to what we've seen.
No,
Tai Lu dominated the early portions on all of the rounds in labs, basically. Had good moments here on Bank. Yet they've only got the 1 round win. It's just the difference in experience is the most damning thing from this series, the biggest takeaway. And now it's, as you said, you kind of look over and I think they realize we've fought hard, we've tried, and while the scoreboard maybe doesn't reflect the overall play that they put into this,
there's not much gas in the tank. They're running on fumes.
I think they've run out of the gas in the tank.
Yeah.
And on a better day, in terms of if they had, let's say, played this 6 months or 12 months into the future, and on a better day, they could have done a bit more damage on the scoreboard. But you're leaving defaults up. Yeah, you're forgetting kit. So while the overall fundamentals have been good, they've also, as you said before, I think the best thing you said, the red flags have been hugely still there for Tai Lu.
But again, not elements of their gameplay that can't be fixed pretty quickly.
No.
They're not that structural or that difficult to rectify even over the course of overnight.
Gold free, nice, JT, nice.
As a team, it's hard to fix someone's aim and their ability to play the game.
Or larger macro issues.
You can fix team issues like, hey, you guys are leaving default up. Deal with that.
Nicely done.
You can fix the way that you play around the kit.
As long as they're receptive to that feedback.
Oh, yeah, you would hope.
If it was you, I'd be a bit more questionable.
I don't.
Okay.
I lost
Yo,
course.
Surf.
Lost course.
What you doing?
As the Xenox Coast Pro Series was clearly able to provide the evidence.
So 2 minutes remaining then in what may be the final round of this series. The Kali to be deployed here from Canadian. BPC to counter some of the utility from the attack, namely that shock drone, which has been shot out in response. Surf will send the second over towards top square in search of additional utility, namely the Denari tripwires. So good utilization of the shock drone.
That is kind of funny.
Carly as well, chipping away at that castle utility, making life uncomfortable for the defense. And be up close. Sound. Oh.
Yo, Ambi.
In the end, 2 half falls. And that is an element of the game that has broken for Tai Lu. The early round here, as this match has
that
gone
was
on,
almost
has
a
gotten
whiff.
a little weaker.
Surf
Is
now
just
very
allowed
much
to do that.
wanting to end things quickly. Good kill onto Jackie Wu. And Songla wanting to provide some kind of a last dance, but no, it's only overkill left. 1 versus 4. Nice little pistol shot onto MB. You'll take that as an individual. Good little play. But this is going to be 7-1 territory. A little bit of a tussle in the first half, but Shopify Rebellion far too good in the series as a whole. 7-3, 7-1. They book their place into the second phase of play-ins. They will be Group A.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. GG, Shopify, GG.
Which will be either MIBR Los or CIG by Varel.
Yeah, it was an entertaining tussle, but Shopify Rebellion clearly, so far today, I think, proving that they are the best team.
Off. I hate it when it does that. I hate it when it does that. I so hate it when it does that. Okay, where is it? There it is. And we have the commercials. Oh yeah. I have to do the commercials. Oh my god. Come on. Come on. Oh.
Are already out, they need to be dealt with separately. Something like a smoke off the board would really help Alula here, just to give them that little bit of extra space. And Gear does manage to take down Lunchbox. That's going to be the mirror gone, a little bit more utility along with
last
them in the
match
pocket
of
as
the
well.
day
So 4
is
versus
this
3
one right
as
now.
Alula can start to push forward and claim a little bit more ground.
Only, what, 1 Toxic Babe still left from Jake, so he's got to use this wisely. Crazy is in the bomb site, ready to go for a plant. Here comes that Toxic Babe, starts to get a little bit of space and push Crazy back.
Alula
to be
did
careful. There's
choose
a lot of
Fortress,
trying to aim him down, and
she
the ADS goes down to Neptune.
So...
Yeah, certainly not ideal there for Alula, because it's also put the diffuser down in no man's land, and we're effectively now in a 1v2. This is very winnable for Relays, though. Takes 1 fight. He's concerned about somebody on the opposite side who isn't there. Emma Gear manages to find the kill, and that's going to be Alula managing to finish off the round. It's 1-1, and I'll tell you what. I don't know if you can hear that, but the volume is getting up already. I can hear it.
Yeah,
the volume is getting up already.
That's some energy coming out of the Alula side, and that's exactly what you want to see after a big round win like that. It wasn't an easy round, Tim. It wasn't one that came simply for them. They had to fight for that, but what they did a really good job of is just holding their angles and waiting for those opportunities. Unlike in the first round, Chiefs, they were willing to go for a couple of swings, even in the man count advantage. You saw it when the Denari tried to get a little bit over-aggressive, then Lunchbox ends up with a bit of a swing. They're really willing to get in and take these scrappy gunfights, and in the end, it really was Mahagar who ended up being a massive part of that push. A 4K coming in just the second round, a massive one to put him on the board for Alula.
Yeah, it was, for Chiefs, I mean, they had a lot of utility to play behind there. They had the Denari, they had the smoke, they had the Warden, they had the mirror, and that's something that Alula have dealt with really, really well inside of that round. They've not been bogged down by it, they've got that shield working, and they've managed to find the gaps for the kills as well. This time, round 3, they're going to be attacking downstairs, but we can already see the intentions here. We don't get too many rounds or too many teams that will come in here and take this site completely vertically. Yeah. Get a little bit occasionally, but it tends to be much more horizontal. But looking at this lineup, we've got We've got the ramp. We've got the fuse. Straight away, it screams that they're going to be looking for the top floor. Use that fuse to open the... Oh, I was going to say open the hatch, but he's brought the smokes instead. So it's going to be down to the Sens to open the hatch. I think probably use those light screens to create a little bit of space along with the smokes. Maybe go for a hatch drop. That's kind of what I'm expecting.
Yeah, it's funny. Chiefs ran this exact strategy with the fuse and the ram in their last game when they played up against Tai Lu. So they should be very familiar with how to counter this strategy because it's something that they themselves do like to run with the vert play. So I'm excited to see how they want to run with this. It's only one roamer on the top floor. That's going to be Relays, and he's quite far from the bomb site at the moment, all the way on the north side in New Tower. So he's got quite a ways before he can try to come through and have some impact on the flank. Once they realize this on the side of Alula, they can really start to work the verticality. There is not much stopping them from just getting the vert in.
Yo, Chiefs, what the fuck are you doing? You can't be standing there.
That's a little bit worse than it looks. Often with, you know, you've lost the entry kill, not the end of the world. But that's really out of that entire lineup I'm looking. That's the critical utility. You can live without the fuse. You can live without the ram. You know, it can kind of do bits of the jobs themselves. But losing that sense would have been absolutely catastrophic. As it is, MK manages to just crawl himself into safety. Does get collected, so light screen's still on the board, and could be a close call for Alala.
Yeah, you got to be careful still, right? There is going to be that flank potential from Relays and even a Nitro Cell from Player, which could come through and take out that low HP player with the defuse kit. So you've got opportunities here to make a move, but you still have to actually work yourself into that man advantage. Here's Relays coming in for the flank.
It's really good in a 5v5 to be going for this flank because who's watching the drones? Nobody can watch the drones. So we'll see whether he has any success. Opens up the wall. The man's just hidden behind the chair. He doesn't quite see him. He's going to peek around the corner now. Doesn't need to see much of it. Manages to find the headshot. Valentino onto lunchbox. Fight continues
that
out
is
on
so
the flank.
Interesting.
45 seconds left, and it's very dangerous here for Alala to be losing their attention like this and having to deal with a Roma that hasn't been picked up earlier in the round. You can forgive being the vigil, but it means the focus is taken completely away from the site.
Yeah, and they really took a little bit too much time hunting for him and didn't get that pick back, so they always have to watch their back. The timing on this is going to be really tight for the side of Alula. They have to just ignore him at this point. You've got to be able to set for that flank drone up, be able to watch for him, but you can't get too distracted.
Beautiful shot from Player as he manages to dip down into Bazooka, finds the headshot. Relays is staying above. He knows the power of the verticality here, and Alula have no choice but to just try and Hail Mary this, throw it in and see what sticks. Relays manages to find Valentino. Player with a double, and Chiefs hit round 3.
Lost that.
What a defense coming out from them, and Relays all the impact in the world with that roam game.
They
not only flanking
that?
getting that pick, but then using those ram drones against the attackers. He had such amazing verticality because of all the utility that was used by Alula earlier in the round.
I'm surprised that no one was holding verticality. That was
trying to waste some time before flooding back, but he said, no, I understand how this strat works because I played this strat just a few hours ago. I'm going to let you take the top floor control. I'm going to let you make all that verticality, and then I'm going to steal it to use it against you. That was really well played by Relays. He timed it really nicely with the rest of his team as well. It wasn't a solo flank. Of course, he had that pressure coming up from the main stairs as well, so I believe that was from Lunchbox. So you had a couple different angles to that flank. Relays was the only one who really found success, but still, it's that team play coming together for Chiefs. It's that util game that's going their way, and it definitely feels like they know what they're doing on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it just shows exactly the kind of scale of what they're going to be up against with that kind of coordination. As you say, Relays and Lunchbox just timing that to perfection. So we go through into the second quarter, if we want to call it that. It's going to be the second half of Chiefs' defense. I know you're more than familiar with your North American sports, Jesse, your quarters, your periods. You're going to be happy with all of that. Chiefs are going to take a ban onto Snake. No surprise with Sin Snake being brought along, because they actually killed him in 3 rounds as the entry.
They did.
So they've not had to deal too much with it, but they don't want it. They've maybe thought, you know what, that was nice not having to play against him, so we're just going to ban him and guarantee it. And then we've got the Azami taken on the other side.
Yeah, that Azami being played by Neptune a couple of those rounds. He really does like to run that operator on the top floor bomb sites in particular, so you'll take that tool away from him. He's going to flex over to this Warden instead. Still plenty of opportunities to shut things down, but it's a whole new strategy from Chiefs. It's not just the Warden that's new, it's the Kaid, it's the Clash, it's all of this util that's being brought out by Chiefs. So giving Alula another look, giving them a bit of a different approach, and the fact that you've got this Clash going up against the Monty is going to make things really difficult, because oftentimes if that Clash is just zapping away your shield. You're forced to put it on your back, or you're forced to just make a play elsewhere on the map. It can be really difficult to recover.
Tune on to Valentino, so that is another. That's the 4th in a row, by the way. Entry kill that goes in favour of Chiefs, really dominating these early rounds against Alula. And
that's an interesting softball, to be honest.
Because, you know, we don't want to see them playing 4v5. We want to see them going in there and getting control of a couple of rounds. Maybe a bit more competitive at the beginning of the rounds would be a big play for them. Right now, as it is, though, gonna have Joza just trying to peek around with that Dokkaebi, create a little bit of space, but it's going to be the Monty that is the focus, as always. Crazy looking to move in, get aggressive and force this clash back, but there's no reason right now for Relays to move. There's no Sophia, there's nothing that can really take that shield away from him. The Thatcher can prevent the electricity, but that's about it.
And I think with 90 seconds off the board, they will concede briefing. They said, all right, fine, we can't zap you anymore with that Thatcher EMP, so we'll let you take this space. There's more layering,
did you not
though.
see
There's
that?
still going to be walls that they have to get through, and this Kaid play has been really devastating.
And we've just seen a Selma charge dumped onto an electrified wall. Just a little bit of poor time in there from Alola, and they will be punished with that loss of utility.
Minute left,
Whether
I
they're
have
able
not
to
opened
still
the
get
key
the
wall.
access that they wanted, time will tell. They are going to manage to get briefing wall opened up. I think there's a hole. No, there's not. They've got the outside
Why are
of
they
it open,
rotating?
just the soft surface on the top of it, so that's a big loss for Alola.
They have to completely rotate.
Why
off
are
that
they
push, and now
rotating?
they're
I don't
all trying to
understand
come in
that.
through Horse. They've got really little dimension to this push, so they're all stacked up. You see him here, and this is just heaven for Jake. He'll smoke them out. The Clash has moved over to this position as well. Perfect response from Chiefs. I don't know how Alula break this.
Just out there with the shotgun. Misses one. I'll take another. Jakena manages to find the Thatcher. Takes him down. Sends out the Toxic Babe canister as well. No more left in pocket, so there's going to be an opportunity for Alula to try and move forward and take a bit of space, but Chiefs have got every angle locked down here. They're aware of Eagle. Relays manages to find one onto Horse, though. Neptune with the final. That's crazy taken down. And again, Alula unable to really get themselves established in those key positions beyond Dorms, beyond Horse. As soon as they get to that next phase, that next step to go forward, they just start to stall out.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things that I've been really enjoying from Chiefs so far in this game, Ace. The first is, of course, the utility. We saw it moving those Kaid claws around, making it really difficult for that breach to come through from Alula. It started with a hold inside a briefing, and then they layer back. They give up that ground so that they can then eventually get a trick out onto the Ace charge on the other briefing wall straight towards site. Once that angle was closed, they perfectly read the movements. Everybody on the defense left the briefing side and moved over towards Horse. They perfectly expected that that was what Alula were going to try to push. We eventually saw Joza try to push up the white stairs, and I like that, but it had to be 20-30 seconds earlier so that he can coordinate with that Horse push coming in from his team. Unfortunately, it was a little bit off-timed, and it's going to be Chiefs that close that one down. 3-1 now, defending on Fortress.
I like the way that Alula are playing, in that they're playing with kind of these like micro teams. You've got 2 or 3 taking games and Dorms. You've got 2 taking Horse. I feel like the problem is the connection between the two of them. It's like they're not working completely as solos. They're working in 2s and 3s, but then, like you said, they're not really connected and they're not really in sync with what the other one is trying to do and maybe when the best times to push are. But at the minute, they will continue on the attack for 2 more rounds. Chiefs looking pretty comfortable at the minute. They're going to be over onto the Dorm side for round 5.
And it's another Kaid strat to come through. It's interesting we didn't see this at all through the first 3 rounds, but now we're seeing it twice in rounds 4 and 5. A lot of teams will ban Kaid on this map because it's so powerful to keep those walls closed. He's probably the most banned defender in all of Rainbow Six. Certainly not a mandatory ban on Fortress like it is on maps like Clubhouse and Nighthaven, but even still, we're seeing really good value out of this operator from Chiefs, and I think they're purposely waiting until that final ban comes through so that they can play it for these final 3 rounds, play it in overtime if they need to as well. Alula, it'll be up to them to be able to find a way past these Kaid claws. They've got good tools for it, right? They've got the Twitch drones, even the Flores drones, depending on where it's placed. You can get that value, but it's another step, it's another layer of utility, and Alula have struggled with clearing it so far.
Yeah, topside clearance being set up by Alula at the minute, looking at Courtyard, looking at Eagle, trying to get themselves in and then sweep down towards the south. But right now, they're struggling to get inside of the map realistically. Jesse, we look, and we've only got Joza who is in there, and even then he's just on tower stairs. It's not like a big entrance that he's got there. Player manages to take down the Flores, who was the other player getting inside of the map. So right now, again, Alula just a little bit of a concern there that they're just stalling out. They're not really finding an easy entry here. And Chiefs just seem to grow in confidence as this one goes on. Neptune steps out, slams Valentino with a headshot player onto Bazooka as well. 5 versus 2. It's another round that looks like it could be going over to Chiefs, but Joseph manages to fight back.
Player in Neptune, a great roam to start things off. It's put Alula in a really difficult position. It's great they finally get the trade back onto player, but I mean, is it too little too late? It certainly feels that way. 70 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, it is too late. There's a minute left.
They're not really going to be able to get pressure inside of briefing. Again, this wall is completely electrified. They've got one of them unreinforced, but if you try to vault through that, you're certainly going to die. So this makes it really awkward for them to try to push this 2v4.
I think the problem for Alula is they're losing the utility that they need too early in the round. The Twitch, the Dockerby with the secondary EMPs. So now you're at Kaid's mercy. There's nothing that you can do about it, and they've got to make sure that they are recognizing who are the critical operators here and protecting them better into the round. Crazy does manage to take down Kaid. He's going to be able to open up that long angle as well. Needs to be careful. Trick connectors.
Idiot.
One, misses the other. There was one right across his feet there, so will take a little bit of damage and the slowing effect as well. Loses the fight.
I did not see that.
Around the corner. That's going to be Chiefs cruising to 4-1. Could be a 5-1 half.
Yeah, I mean, I never like attack timeout after round 5, but I almost feel like it's necessary in this position because it's not just that the things aren't going right for Alula, but it's really the mental that seems to be getting away from them. They popped off after winning in round number 2, and they've been kind of all over the place since then. We'll see it being called here. Alula do use their tackle timeout from their head coach. So we're going to hopefully see things change around for them, but I really just think it comes down to, like, understanding what the defense are trying to do and then coordinate to clear it out, because a lot of the fights that we're seeing in that last round, they're individual 1v1s against aggressive players who don't have a lot of utility to support them. You know, they're swinging on doorways, they're playing confidently, they're taking these 1v1 gunfights with excellent weaponry, and if there's just somebody a little bit closer to trade, if there's a little bit more utility to give yourself the advantage,
they
in
need
that opening
to
duel,
present something different. Like,
in that
even
round,
if it would like be a little bit tasteless, copy some of the other Pro League teams that their strats. Like, it is okay to copy it a little bit and see what you can do with it, because sometimes that can be a better alternative than your own strat, because you need to have some of fallback
dominating and dictating that early phase.
in general. You need to really have something to fall back. And if you can't do that on your own strats, you need to have to copy a little bit of someone else's strat a little bit.
For any of them, but
like,
they need to find themselves this round, and I think I agree with you. I like the timing of that tactical timeout. I'd normally say the same as you. Coming into 6, it's a little bit late, but I think for this one, if they can come away with a 2-4 half on the attack, it's actually not the end of the world. I know it seems like they've been beaten up here, but it's a bit of a steal if they can grab
it's
the 2-4.
Interesting that they are opening up the hatch, holding that hard above, because if you like go for the medical pressure too much, they would just take that area, go in and plant, and then it's going to be a hard retake.
But they do need 6.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, for Chiefs, it was their attacks that really struggled on this map earlier today versus Tai Lu. They really were not putting together the executes that they needed to win that game. So that's where the weak point is for Alula. They'll know that coming into this map, that the first half is going to be the hardest of the 2 halves. So it's really just about getting past this. The 4-2 split is oh so critical. And already Bazooka in quite deep here for this bottom floor push.
Not really looking like we're going to have a top floor presence here. There's no verticality there. We've got the gridlock, which screams to me falls off the staircases, so they can't flank us from above. They can't come down there. So just try and control things horizontally. If they want to play top floor, that gives us one less to deal with on site. But as you say, they really need to come in here and get their first entry kill. If they're able to get that first kill, and, you know, that's really not great from their perspective.
And this is another similar defense Chiefs were running earlier today, where they've actually got quite a lot of top floor presence. They're just leaving player alone in the basement, or on the main floor, I should say, and then all other of those defenders are roaming up above. Specifically, the one you got to watch out for is Jake. He's playing on that Solus. He's going to be able to watch the defuse kit as it goes down, and depending on where they plant, if they try to go from the medical side, it's going to be really easy for Jake Kenna to be able to deny that plant. So that's why you're seeing a lot of this early pressure kind of come from the west side, kind of come from Hammam, and maybe try to plant on that side of the map, which is a lot less susceptible to verticality.
Yeah.
Which is, of course, one of the reasons that we don't see too much verticality from the attackers a lot of the times, because the defenders will just drop back into that area. You can't really get the angles onto them, and they can get the angle onto the Solus. So they know he's there. You've got to win that fight. You can't let him get away here. Back upstairs, and that critical gadget that could be a huge win condition come the end of this round has just run away from you.
Yeah, that's really devastating that you do lose that. And now we're actually seeing the attackers move over towards the medical side of things. So Lunchbox will have a lot on his plate. He's got to be able to stop this push from coming in. But even if they get site control, they might get denied from the verts.
Damn.
A couple of kills come in play with the shotgun on the close angle. Lunchbot one as well. MG manages to find one back in response. That's the warden taken down.
Don't you see him?
It's a little bit of important utility taken off the board, but it's effectively now a 1 versus 3. I said but not even he can
what are you doing, Ola?
Against Chiefs, who
that
took
was
a 5-1
bad.
half, and you got to say it's well deserved. I understand why they took them to Fortress, but right now, Ola might be wishing that they hadn't.
Listen, I haven't been this impressed by a Lunchbox spread since probably 5th grade, so it's good to see Lunchbox having some big moves here.
What was your go-to, Jesse? What was the go-to?
Oh, pack of goldfish, and I'm already set. Maybe some Oreos, and then peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Ideal.
Not something we do in the UK.
Really?
Yeah, the PB&J. Not something that we really do.
I was arguing with Laxing backstage over whether peanut butter was a great condiment, which it is, or whether it's disgusting, which Laxing, for some reason, thinks so, which, I don't know, man. I'm trusting him less and less every day.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, is peanut butter savoury? I was going to say it's like the sweet savoury kind of, but it's not.
It's salty.
It's salty.
Yeah.
It's down that road. I think it's in that family. I'm not sure if it's like, I'm sure somebody's going to be correct.
By the way, the reason why they're talking right now, the coaches, is because it's half
you
time.
Call jelly, we call jam.
I think,
but yeah, it's not really something that we do. It's
not, it's not half time.
We call it jam too. I only ever say
time
jelly
out.
in the reference of PB and jelly. Yeah, that's the only time I've ever said that word.
I mean, it sounds like a cracking lunchbox. Just like Lunchbox has been inside of the server so far. A beautiful link that you found for us there, Jesse. Currently 5-3, but we can't overlook relays. We can't, to be honest, we can't overlook most of the Chiefs side. I'm gonna say Jaken has been a little bit quiet, but don't come for me. He's been quiet because everybody else is getting all the kills. There's not really many to go around. We've got Neptune 6-1. We've got relays 8-2. We've got player 6-4. He's fighting for scraps at this point.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, it is half time. I'm so stupid. I'm so fucking stupid.
Good.
It is half time.
He's got a 2.0 KD ratio. I mean, that's ideal. That's the best in the lobby. So he's taken 3 gunfights. He's come on top on the majority of them. I think that's all you can really ask for him in a domination match like this. And you're right. It's been a different person stepping up from round to round. In that final round, it was Lunchbox inside of Medical, but it kind of comes as a whole team effort, right? From start to finish in most of these rounds, the overall strategy from Chiefs has been sound, and there's never really been a break in it. And a lot of those defenses, Alula weren't really able to disrupt the game plan to find a gap to try to make Chiefs move and do something that they weren't expecting to on the defensive side. It felt like they were always able to play their game, and now needing just 2 attacks here on Fortress. That's how many they got against Tai Lu. If they can do it again, that's enough.
Just need that third choice side. If you can get that 5 on your defensive half, it's such a power move inside of Siege. With the way the scoring system works, you can almost, you're not going to give them up, but you can almost give up those first, the 2 first choice sites, and then you just pick up the downstairs in this case, which is what it'll be. And that's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Alola to hold on to that site. And Chiefs, I think, seriously in the driving seat.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not even about giving up some of those sites, but if you're Chiefs, you can play some crazy strats. You can go for a rush. You can try something to catch your opponent off guard. And listen, I may not be the Chiefs expert, but if I know anything about OCE, I know they love a little bit of a cheeky rush. They can go for something crazy in it. So I'm really excited to see what Chiefs try to do with this lead. Do they get kind of messy with it? Do they go for a bit of an aggressive play just to start things off in these first couple rounds? Or do they just say, let's play our best strategy, let's close this game out 7-1, take our opponent's map pick, and take firm control of the series?
I get the feeling with the way Chiefs have played that it'll be the latter. I feel like they are meaning business so far today. They are not playing around here. They've really come in. They've locked in. They're laser focused, and as you said, just been able to find that one player popping off each time. And Alula I don't feel like they've been able to take anything more than what they've been given. Round to round, it's been the case. They've maybe taken games and domes, but only after we've seen Chiefs drop away from it, maybe after getting a kill. They've maybe taken a little bit of horse control, but it's only after it's been given up. So right now, disruption is the key, absolutely, and they're going to try and do that behind the Blackbeard shield. In front of the Blackbeard shield. They're going to have to deal with that. They've no clash on the side, so could be a tough one.
And so what I really want to see from Alula here is I want them to force Chiefs to execute. Don't give them a bunch of early round gunfights, because that's what Tyloo were doing, was they were forcing executes out of Chiefs, and they weren't finding success. If Alula can do the same thing, waste down that clock, play behind utility, make it a 5v5 or even a 4v4, that could be the key.
I just got the gold.
Unfortunate
no
lack of utility there. They're going to lose the mirror window that looks straight into Horse. That would have been a massive advantage for Alula to have. But
just got
Crazy,
gold,
a little bit
no
asleep with the wheel there on the cams. It'll happen. They still need to be able to play behind their utility. They have to stack it up inside the site.
What's that?
Valentino and Mahagar are the two roamers off site, but I expect them to come back relatively quickly. Only really player around here looking to maybe cut them off.
Yeah, no push coming whatsoever from Old Tower at the minute. It's all looking to be kind of eagle-sided and trying to get this breach into the top side of site rather than going from the bottom as we would often see. I'm going to have the push coming up Eagle stairs now. It's going to be the Blackbeard going up into the face of Crazy, should he still be there, but he's not. He's dropped his way back to office. So again, Chiefs doing what Alula did. They're going in and taking the ground that they've been offered very quickly.
Yeah, I think that's the big difference, right? They gave up this ground really early. It was like a minute 50 when Alula were reinforcing that books wall. So
I already have everything
on
that space
to work with on the side of Chiefs. They've got plenty of time on the clock to try to build up their executes. It's going to come down to the coordination, but with an opening pick on the bazooka, that's exactly how you want to start it.
Yeah, really is fine.
I would say damage should be,
mirror. Lots of utility when you've got flashes and smokes left on the board. Just one smoke, in fact, so not necessarily the end of the world, but that second kill could be. It's going to be the Bandit taken off as well. 5 versus 3 now, still got the capability to hard breach, so we're going to see this site get opened up like Swiss cheese, I would imagine, as they try to push on in. Joseph manages to find relays, takes down the ace, but
why do you have 2 nades left? Toss that shit!
As soon as that Blackbeard finds space.
Yeah, they've got to find some way to retake into this office bomb site. They've got lots of players in Master, lots of players in Bathroom, but nobody can actually stop this plant from their position. Crazy goes for a swing, but he's done down, and so
what are you doing?
Everybody else on the side of Alula. It's a perfect plant-focused execute, and we are 1 round away from Chiefs taking their opponent's pick.
I think that answers the question that we were asking about. What are we going to see from Chiefs? Are we going to see something crazy, or are we just going to see them locked in, laser-focused and professional? And it is definitely the latter. What a great push from them that was. Not only was it about taking the space, but it was recognizing it. You know what? You've got 2 roamers in games and dorms. That's fine. You sit out there, because we're not going to challenge you. Instead, we're going to come from Eagle side. There's one guy on stairs. We can bully him with the shield. We can take that ground, and we can just walk on into sight. And it was just really well recognized from Chiefs, and they took full advantage of it. Really impressed with that.
One thing I've noticed in this game, Tim, from the attacking side to the defending side through almost all 7 rounds, is it really feel like Chiefs are dictating when and where those opening gunfights happen. When they were on the defense, it was because they were going for roams, they were extending, they were getting some swings when they had to, but also layering really nicely to not take gunfights before they wanted to. And on the attack, it's like they don't engage with the roamers. They take the spaces given to them for free, and I'm not seeing Alula do anything crazy, do anything unexpected, do anything to disrupt that push as it's coming in. It feels like Chiefs just have a really good read on how the early game is meant to be played out by Alula, and down 6-1 at this point, I mean, they have to dig deep to find some answer for it. This is their map pick. This is the one that we said they had to win if they wanted to take home the series. It feels so far away from them now.
Yeah, it really does. You know, a little bit, you got to look back to that Shopify Rebellion game and think, you know, maybe we said they were the best, but maybe Chiefs are going to beat them quicker. So does that mean Chiefs are better? I don't know. Well, I don't know how that works. I'm sure we'll find out in the next day or two.
Of course.
Courtyard door will be opened up straight away. It's going to be the Dockerbit of lunch. But, I mean, they're just piling the pressure on now, aren't they? The 6-1 up, you've got Dockerbit, you've got Damos, you've got Blackbeard. I don't want to play against that lineup. You've also got an opener, by the way. Alula have not yet picked up an opening kill. It has not been easy for them, but that is going to put them on the back foot once again.
Bazooka has 0 kills. That is
really
not
rough
good.
Spot to be in 4v5. Bazooka also yet to get on the board with the frag, so if he's not able to find any kills in this game, that's a 3v5 effectively for Chiefs. They've got to find some way to get all 5 of their players active on the side of Alula. I want to just see them get aggressive, just try something, make some kind of a play. That's what Valentino's trying to do here on the main stairs. He almost found the angle right on the relays, but instead he gets a little flustered, he gets flashed out, he's hard punished by player.
You feel like flustered is the word. He maybe just needs that little bit more confidence there to back himself in the gunfight. I imagine Shaiko in that position, he's not moving. He's not backing down the stairs. He's going to take it. He's going to win it. 5 versus 1.
Now you're being
and
a bit
Lunchbox
too
managed to get
aggressive.
another one apiece, and the Deimos trackers, they are just absolutely no mercy at this point. The Deimos track, is it going to be a Dokkaebi goal next? Who knows? It's a tough one here for Bazooka as he tries to do something for his team. It's going to have to be 1v5. Cut down by Lunchbox. Instead of the Dokkaebi call, it's the Dokkaebi kill, and that is going to be
I'm
Chiefs
not
taking
surprised.
that one in quick fashion.
Just pure dominations coming out from the team down under.
Yeah.
They do get the victory over our amateur team here, and what a victory.
I'm not surprised at all. Like I said earlier, it kind of shows that like they are like a T2 team, lower T2 team, I would say. Like, if unlucky, like a T3, but like they're definitely not up there yet.
I was saying this when the map veto came up, but it does seem like Chiefs have learned from their matchup earlier today. With that loss in overtime, things are way cleaner here on the side as well. I feel like a big point that you're making as well is that Alula never seemed to be on the same side with each other. It felt like Valentina was very vocal to them the entire time, talk about things that were going wrong. Players, of course, not having a great time, but from Chiefs, what a start in the matchup here to keep themselves alive.
Yeah, I mean, that's got to be the energy that they wanted to bring, right? They must have been so disappointed after losing to Tai Lu. That's a game they probably came in expecting to win. Now another game you're expecting to win, and you crush your opponents.
It feels a little bit like Tai Lu have kind of hit a hornet's nest with a stick and then said, no, we're going to let Alula deal with that. We're just going to move off over here. And Alula, unfortunately, have been left hold of the hornet's nest, and Chiefs have stung them big time.
Yeah, it's rough when players like Bazooka can't get into the game. Jozo as well, not having the greatest time either. We talk about Crazy as well as one of the most of like the only positive rated player really in that first matchup of today. But again, it seems like they can't really get anything going here for themselves. And I think from this point on, moving on to Chiefs' map pick, it's only going to get worse for them.
Yeah, if I'm remembering the map veto correctly as well, Alula, they get side choice, of course, on this opponent's map pick, and they chose attack. So they just won a single attack out of 6 attempts. Now they've got to go right back to that side and try to make the offensive work once more. The only weaknesses we've seen from Chiefs today have been on their offensive side. And I got to think maybe it's a bit of a mistake in the map veto to not force them to start on the attack in all 3 of these maps.
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to get any easier for them because on top of everything else we've discussed, they're now facing elimination as well.
Yeah.
One more map, and it's, you know, the first time that they're going to face elimination. You know, I'm sure that they've been in tournaments before where there's been an elimination and a possibility of it for them, but not on an international stage like this. Not at the Esports World Cup. Here in Paris, you know, huge event, huge occasion, and now you're facing that key being crushed, second one of the day.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big ask for them to come back into it.
Especially as our only MENA representation, you do want to see them making it further into the tournament, but right now it seems like things are incredibly rough. I mean, we have the experience on the side of Valentino, who's played those international tournaments before. We already talked about him getting vocal towards his team, but is that really going to be the only thing you can rely on going into map 2?
I think they need to find some way to reset the mental, get that immediately out of your brain, like that game didn't even happen. And you've got to be playing together in the early game. They were just getting picked apart. They had so many man disadvantages. I believe they lost every single entry duel. I mean, that can't be happening at this level. It doesn't matter who you're up against. It doesn't matter if this is the biggest game you've ever played as a team. Like, you have to be able to step up and win some advantages throughout the game. The fact that they couldn't do that, even trading back kills, I think is something that they'll be looking at between these 2 maps and hopefully can be addressed.
Trading is, you know, particularly important. It's such a fundamental of Siege. They need to be. The thing is, I'm not even being critical of them not playing together because they were. We often saw them go into the map in 2s and 3s, but they just weren't getting the trade. They weren't always creating that situation. So that's something that they can do to improve. But, you know, looking at the positives, it's got to be Chiefs. The takeaway there is they looked absolutely electric. You know, like I say, you can only play what's in front of you, and they've done that brilliantly.
And there's more positive things, right? We're talking about relays, we're talking about player. There's improvement. They won a map. That's a difference to what we see from the last time of them attending EWC last year. The question is, can they win 2 to keep themselves alive in the competition? We're going to find out after the break.
We're not like, don't like, the pause. Let's see. Ay, ay, ay. Let's see. Too long. Am I looking tired, guys? Am I looking tired? Yeah, I'm fucking tired. But I want to see it until then. I kind of like use this sometimes, so I add guasha, so like doing this. But you kind of do when I have some oil, so I don't use it too much. But like sometimes like very soft, like just brushing.
Welcome back to the B stream for our
They
final
will
match of the day. It is just one
help me a little bit.
between Alula and their elimination from the tournament on the very first day, and the odds keep stacking up against them. They're gonna have to go for their opponent's map pick, their picked attack as well, and even if we look at the match history for Chiefs on this map in particular, it's looking even more off.
Yeah, there's a reason Chiefs picked this map. They are 3-0 undefeated here on the second map of Lair. It's going to be really tough, I think, for them to lose it for the first time against Alula. There's some footage for sure. There's a couple of odds that they can go back and watch, but I mean, this is a map that they really do run in the OCE League. They'll be very comfortable playing on Lair, and they should be feeling quite confident in this series.
I think it's a difficult map to go to as a newer team on the circuit as well, because it's one of those strat-heavy maps. It's a big map. There's a lot of space to play in, a lot of corners to check, a lot of places for roamers to hide. We saw it relays, we saw it lunge. You know, we're going to get more of that, I think. And look, I think, you know, sometimes I'll say this, when you've got maybe a little bit of a mismatch in terms of experience, it can be easier to go to a border or somewhere like that where it's dead simple, gunfights, there's not too much map to fight over. So yeah, I think it is stacked up. Is it unlikely? Yes. Is it impossible? Absolutely not.
Quickly chatted about what we want to see from Alula going into this map. It is a mental reset. They had about 5 minutes in total to do that before they have to start on the attacking side here on Lair. This map, they lose it. They're out of the competition. Their key gets crushed if they win it. We're going to the decider, but let's see how this map plays out.
Thank you, Anne.
Yeah, Lair is going to be interesting.
From Alula again, I can confirm as we load into the map, the energy is high. They believe that they can do this. They believe that they can come back in. You can see that from the attitude of the players. The bans will start coming through. Kaid, Monte, Clash, Blackbeard will be
interesting.
No major surprises there.
Yeah, really focusing on those shields coming through for Alula. They don't want to see any of that shenanigans coming forward into this game. We saw Crazy playing a bit of shields back on that first map. Of course, he loves the shields and will instantly lock the blitz for our first round. Could change off of it, but it's clear that's the game plan that Chiefs want to avoid, and it's the game plan that Alula will be bringing at least at the start of this series before the blitz gets banned out. The Kaid Clash ban makes a lot of sense as well. Just very standard bans here on Lair. Not operators that we typically see Chiefs bring. These ops often get banned against them, so it's not a huge surprise to see them taken off the board, but keeping it simple for Alula. Not 100% sure their history on this map, how comfortable they are on it, because they do play all 9 maps down in the Middle Eastern region, but it's not always against the top-tier opponents, you know?
Let's see, we're about to find out. That much is for sure. Round one's going to take us up to the top floor. No major surprises there. Looking at the lineup for Chiefs. Oof, that's an awful lot of utility that Alula are going to have to try and work their way through. You've got the Razor Blooms of Thorn. You've got the Keebers of Azami. You've got the Gashmots of Ella. You've got the Black Mirrors. You've got the smoke canisters. It's going to be an absolute nightmare here. Twitch, Joza, you got your work cut out.
Joza's really going to have to do it all here up against the Mira windows, up against the Yellow Mines, the Thorn Gadgets. There's so much to be able to find, and of course, this defense from Chiefs, it's going to be relatively standard. We did start with a little bit of aggression coming out. I know Neptune was down on that bottom floor. Relays playing towards the bottom of Missile Stairs as well. Kind of an interesting Mira setup here as well going on just in towards Ops. So they've got a couple different looks that they're pushing towards Alula. And on the other side of things, we're starting to see Alula look around towards what might be the easiest push. They've got a couple of players here towards the Skybridge side of things, so they can maybe go for more of a north-focused push. And player, you'll have just noticed on your HUD, is putting down his second Mira window quite late. That might be in a reaction to where they're seeing some of those early drones come in from Alula.
You see the aggressive push onto the breach there. The Selma Charger's first detonation will allow the angle for it to be taken off on the second detonation. His army's going to be playing in behind this mirror window. Needs to be careful though because it is soft underneath. Nitro comes out, not really going to connect there. Crazy takes no damage. I'm going to have his army targeted out by the Deimos as well. Will need to dip back because they were stood on top of that soft surface in Ops corridor. So just playing a little bit deeper now.
A little surprised while we're seeing Mahagar on the Maverick. I mean, it's not really an operator that is countering a whole lot on this defensive side of things. Mira being brought, no bandit, but regardless, it's an opening pick for Alula. Their first of the series, as they didn't find even one back on Fortress, so already off to a better start here on their opponent's pick. They've still got a lot of map control to work for, but they've got ops control, and they're starting to pressure on the rocket stairs too.
Not only have they picked up the entry,
no,
they
they
haven't
just
suffered
left
a trade
that.
on the back of it, so they now can cement that man advantage that they've got and start working forward. The Deimos trying to find a little bit of something from underneath. The tracks come out, but not able to do any damage. Crazy needs to be careful as well. Half health at this point and looking to push towards an Azami that doesn't have impact, so not too much of a worry for him in that sense. Neptune bringing along the barbed wire instead. Relays does manage to find Joza. That's going to be the Twitch taken down. 4 versus 4 time starting to tick away for Alula.
I mean, surely they can just get a plant down here. There's really no denial as that toxic waves have all been used over
why
towards the
is
main
he
stairs.
like
There
cracking
is one
Asami?
trap
Because
still in the pocket of
Asami's like
Lunchbox. He's gonna be
behind
trying
there.
to use that to deny this plant, but with the Azami going down
Neptune.
as well, this should be an objective-focused round for Alula.
Working in underneath, finding the shotgun, just forcing them back. 4 versus 3 as Crazy now manages to find Neptune. Valentino still got diffuser in hand and only 15 seconds to decide where and when it is going to go down. He's going to give it another try. Are they able to deny from beneath again? I don't think they will. Relays manages to find the Maverick, but the trade is there. Valentino wants to and all of a sudden Alula look far more competitive here on Lair than they did on Fortress.
Okay.
And they take round 1 and they let us know about it.
With the way that they are exploding after these round wins, Tim, you'd think they're about to win the tournament, but every step is important. They're yelling across this stage at their opponents. A massive 1-0 lead coming through here now on their opponent's pick of Lair. And, you know, it's not a crazy push. They take ops control. They plant after a little bit of disruption from down below, they change things up and plant a bit deeper in towards the site. But you know what? They dealt with the problems that were facing them. They got past that mirror window really nicely. I love the vert play from down below to try to apply pressure onto the Azami, apply pressure onto the Mira. Really good attempt from Relays. Not only does he get that early pick over on the bathroom side, comes back for another pick, stops that plant from going on down below. It just didn't feel like any of the other guys, Lunchbox, Jkenna, were able to have much of an impact. They spent a lot of that round over on the R6 side of the map. Nobody ever pushed them over there, and by the time they tried to come in and stop the plant, it was too little, too late.
Okay then, let's get into round 2 and see if Chiefs can stand up a little bit taller than they were able to in round 1. They're going to take us down to the basement this time around. Just having a look at the vertical possibilities coming in from Alula and actually seeing them switched away. Crazy. He's going to move off the Ram and onto the Nomad. There is no real verticality here. Just having a look when we load in. Are there any soft breach charges? No, there are not. Snake is going to be your only option to gather up a couple of those soft breaches, but I just really don't think that's going to be the play. It looks like this one's going to be mostly horizontal.
Yeah, I don't mind that on this bomb site, right? You take that garage control, you definitely can try to work a plant without having the full vert. There's just so many different plant spots you can do. If you can overwhelm that basement site, can be huge for you, but immediately the opening pick comes out, and it's the F2 coming through to take down Lunchbox. That's a nice early pick from the Snake, from Joza, to be able to get that first frag. This is a very standard defense from Chiefs. They really like running Jake on this Echo, having the smoke from Neptune. This is basically the only strat they have on this bomb site, so being read well by Alula, and it gets them that opening pick.
2 in a row. It's unheard of so far in this game for them, but this is where they need to start them putting rounds on the board, just totting things up. Player does manage to take down Valentino. That levels things up. A lot of utility loss with the striker going as well, of course, having the
come on, Chiefs. You got this. Come on.
So that's going to be a little bit of a blow for Alola.
Yeah, it's also the only player that was really pressuring that west side of the map who was coming in through Supply Closet. Everybody else is trying to push this east side in through Garage, so it makes the push a lot more one-dimensional now that that one player is gone. Joza might try to rotate himself into a better position now that their one player is gone, try to add that second dimension back into the push, but that's a really good pick if they were going to get anybody.
Player manages to use that DMR, found another. It's going to be crazy taken down. Expect the air jabs to already be out there. Twitch drone will get some work done, but will be taken out as well. A little bit of a peek around the corner. And right now, Relays doesn't want to overcommit to this, doesn't want to leave any space for them to push on him.
No, look on the other side. Look at the door. Come on.
Some lines of sight. The Toxic Babes go down too, but Relays is able to find that frag onto Mahagar. There goes another one from Jay Kenna and leaves it all up to Bazooka.
Nice.
He didn't find any kills in the first map. He'll need a 4K to be able to close out this second round on the second map.
Bazooka just takes a little peek around the corner. Hits Relays with a beauty. Was already low health, so just needed the one shot from the DMR. Will surely no. I think he takes a little bit of damage from that Toxic Babe, but it's down to about 60 health now and needs to be careful about any engagements he's getting into. I'm looking particularly at Player here with the DMR. It's going to be 2 shots clean. One will do it as he manages to pick up that final kill. Chiefs, 1-1.
Brilliant little triple kill coming out from Player. I thought he held down the Toxin side of the map really nicely. Player's a guy who has been dominating throughout stage 1 of the OCE League. He had a +6-7 KD. That's a real stat back in the regional league.
Giving me a little smirk there, Jesse, at the .67.
We're too old for this, I know, Tim, but we can still.
I think it's done now. I don't think it's even a thing anymore. I think the fact that we're even mentioning it like it is shows our age, Jesse.
It's a bit of a problem, but listen, that's his positive KD differential coming through from the stage. He comes into this game as their highest rated player, and he's really just been the difference maker, I think, from Chiefs all season long. Made his international debut last year at the Esports World Cup. It's been to a couple of lands since then, of course, on that Enterprise roster, now on Chiefs as well, finding huge value for his team, so it's good to see players step up like that.
Yeah, it really is. That's what we want in here on a stage as big as the Esports World Cup, is to see those players delivering their absolute best. And I'm sure that they will.
Hello there! Missed me?
In the round, going to be looking for a few more. He's going to be defending the mid floor this time around, just having a look at how many are being committed up to the top floor. At the minute, it's 3 out of 5. Quite often, we will see 4. We do have Neptune up there. We saw Chibisu in our earlier game with a massive clutch 1v2 on the Solis from above, showing the power of that operator up there. So, and had actually started inside. So I'm really glad to see Neptune up there on the top floor.
I'm really interested to see how Alula want to take this push, because a lot of the time on this site, you'll see disruption operators on the top floor, like Capitao, like Ying, and then you'll see usually maybe a Capitao, and also, of course, the Sens doing their best to try and break things open. Was going for the can opener. He gets it now after throwing the nade at the wall, but that's a huge mistake from Crazy. Player just pops the mirror window and gets his 4th kill in 2 rounds. Does a really good job of finding
I don't know what Aula is doing, to be honest.
From Alula. That's not what Crazy wanted to do with it, and
that is
it's really risky making that gamble. You don't even punch the mirror window. I guess was hoping that there would just be nobody on the other side of it, because there are so many roamers on the top floor, but you got.
This is what I'm saying. Unfortunately, Aula is likely like T3. High T3 you may low T2
because a lot of people
they're not up there in pro
league. If you're struggling with a shield running at you, and you can pop one of those extinguishers,
or at least
it will
T2
actually,
in general. But like,
so always got to be careful when you're
making a lot of mistakes. Now shooting default cams,
because it can be your
doing like that. Maybe it's like nerves that is playing in a little bit of international nerves, because it is their first time on the international stage.
On that contrast, Aula are actually putting them under
like
a lot of pressure here. There's a lot of utility being burned early in the round. Quite often you like to use those smokes for the plant denial on this side, you know, in conjunction with the Solis, but just not possible here.
Yeah, I actually like the lunchboxes using these early, because the win con for Alula is to get top floor control, and if you can delay that top control, if you can stop that blitz from taking the space, it's absolutely worth it. He will find Neptune, so that's in 4v4 coming through now, as he has been downed with it. Big swing from the smoke, but Lunchbox doesn't get punished as they miss a couple of fights on the side of Joza, and it all goes sideways. Jake with the the shotgun comes in for 2, and a massive disadvantage now.
He's allowed to do that.
Jake just slithers on his belly into a position to cause a problem. Really jams him down there on the ground.
I'm sorry, don't want to be
It's Chiefs 2-1. And I'll be honest, after that first round and a half, I was looking at Alula thinking, okay, I see why you picked attack. I see what's going on here. But Chiefs have dug deep. They've really put their foot against the wall. They've pushed back, and they've got themselves, back into this in a big way now, 2-1.
I think a big part of it is just Chiefs understanding where their opponents are trying to get in and what the win cons are for a lot of these bomb sites. I mean, that mid-floor site that we just witnessed in particular, such a nice defense from Chiefs where they do everything to counter the blitz. They stall him out on the display side of things. They force him to rotate over to the hallway in the north, and they've just got a brilliant crossfire set up for him and waiting for that blitz to make a misplay. They did exactly what they had to. Again, there are maybe some mistakes on the side of Alula with the breach that was happening down on that mirror window side of things. That can be cleaned up quite nicely for the second quarter, but for me, it's going to be all about how they can, again, find those opening picks and now start to convert them, because they've gotten past their first issue on the first map. They're finding entries. They're just not really able to convert some of them.
They need to continue with that early pressure here. You feel they've got to basically find every advantage that they can against this Chiefs side, because with their backs against the wall and knowing that they could be eliminated should they take a loss here, Chiefs are certainly stepping up and answering their critics, any that they had after that first map against Tyloo. It also kind of gives a little bit of an insight, really, as to maybe the quality that we've seen come out of Tyloo. I've spoken up the CNL a couple of times so far today, and I will continue to do so. I am continually impressed by how quickly we are seeing these Chinese teams get up to speed, particularly. You got to remember, a lot of these players are 9-10 years behind when it comes to playing, especially at this sort of level, and we are seeing them turn up at Salt Lake City, we're seeing them turn up here and be competitive against those international teams, and the way that Chiefs are playing here really pays a little bit of tribute to that Tyloo were able to get that win.
Totally. No, I mean, the CNL teams have really shown up. Even King Zero, who didn't find a victory and went home today, I thought they played really well. They did win a map in their best of 3. You know, they had some big moments for sure, so I really was impressed by everything that we've seen coming out from the CNL teams. Even in such a short period of time, they've made a lot of progress, but for now, we'll keep all eyes focused on Chiefs versus Alula. There's a gunfight happening down below the bomb site as Bazooka is trying to find some of these roamers.
Yeah, Kenna does not want to be giving his life up there with the Solace. Again, going to be particularly important utility.
Right, that's a very right decision to fall back.
Him active underneath for that denial. He's got an impact left in hand. Should the plant start going down, he's able to then have an impact on it. We're going to see Ops Wall getting opened up. The entry has
so like for Jake, it's very important for him to stay alive because he's the plant denier basically.
To do a little bit of work on Mask Wall.
I don't know why he's swinging that shit.
If that's the case, it's going to mean Valentino rotating. Takes time, takes organisation to get him in position to open that external wall. I think the Maverick had actually done some work already because I'm seeing a Kiba barricade on that external Mask Wall. So I think, yes, there we go. We've already got it opened up. So not a problem. We don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, the hard breach has been done. That's not going to be the issue coming through from Alula. This man disadvantage is still tough. They spent a lot of that early game chasing demons down on the bottom floors, and all they found was a death with it. It was a really nice play from Joza, actually, to get the down to the lunchbox, and then he threw out the Twitch drone. I was kind of wondering, is he going to try to finish that off with the zap, but lunchbox is up a little bit too quickly. So with this utility in hand, you're looking at Alula to go for the call and try to make this plant happen inside a mask.
Just takes a little spray on the long angle, not really going to do any noticeable damage to Neptune on the Azami. Pressure coming towards bathroom, not something that we see too often lately, to be honest. The display and bathroom side, as once upon a time, was particularly popular, but just seems to be ignored, but overlooked a little bit sometimes. Crazy manages to find Lunchbot.
Yeah, that is going to be...
onto Joza. 3 versus 2, 2 versus 2. We're in.
Yeah, now it's going to be up to like Solus to deny this.
One after another trade after trade. Bazooka is down inside a site though, finished off by Relays. We're going to have the Razor Bloom going off. That, if nothing else, is going to give away the position of this last attacker. 19 seconds left to go, but Jake Kenner and Relays both super low health. This is very winnable for Valentino here. If only he can find the final 2 players. They gave him the opportunity, but they also
we're lucky.
gave themselves
She was very lucky on that one.
That final kill, Chiefs 3-1.
We're lucky.
That's such a well-played defense coming out from Chiefs. I was really really impressed with the way that they adapted. They lost this site earlier when Alula were able to get that plant down mask wall. So what do they do differently this time? Well, they bring the Tachanka from player to slow that down and force Alula to go deeper in towards the site. They also had the Solus that was playing down below and similarly threatened to deny that.
They did it well, but like,
through.
yeah, they were also kind of like even
they had the man advantage in this instance, but again, they weren't able to convert it just because they weren't able to find some of those gunfights. We saw some early picks coming out again from Relays on the bathroom side, who's been rock solid, even if we haven't caught all of his kills. I feel like he's been such a good smoke player on that top floor defense for Chiefs, and it just makes all the difference in the world. Valentino, he's the off-site player. He's supposed to be pinching. He's supposed to play by himself. That is his role, but when his whole team dies, it certainly looks bad for him. Last alive in the 1v2, miles away from his teammates.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough. Like you say, Relay is doing some real quiet but important work here. We saw him just taking the peek into sight and finishing off Bazooka, who was downed as well. And, you know, you may be forgiven for looking at that and thinking, no, do you need to take the risk? Do you need to go around and, you know, he's chasing the kill, but he's not. Yeah. He's absolutely not. This is something you've got to remember. If, you know, you're at home, you're playing in your ranked game and you're down, you are still a camera. You've got to be active. You've got to be giving that intel. You can still give game-winning calls. Don't be alt-tabbing and checking Google or whatever it is you do. You know, don't be surfing on the mobile. You know, you've got to be doing some work inside the site, even when you're down but not out. And so it was a good play from Relays to make sure that that wasn't possible and that the locations, you know, couldn't be given away too accurately.
Well, once again, Tim, it doesn't look like we're seeing much verticality come through from Alula on this bottom floor attack. They again just want to hit horizontal. They've gotten really fast control of this garage side, recognizing that Chiefs aren't choosing to hold on to it. So I like that play. I also really like the IQ. Again, Jay Kenna runs Echo on this bomb site every single time they play it. This season, he hasn't played a single round on the site without it. So they're going to be able to cause some of those players to panic a little bit and even get that opening frag. Bazooka, 6 kills now as he takes down Relays.
Yep, definitely more competitive here on Lair. Alula getting themselves involved in those entries continually, and that is going to be a bit of a loss there with the mute going by the wayside. That's going to be that Nitro going with him, which is always a nice tool to have when you're being face down with a blitz, with that shield getting up in your face. It's just a good option to back them up sometimes, but Bazooka manages to get a second. The IQ doing
that
work,
is not good for
play.
Chiefs.
That's going to be the Fen
They
race.
need to win this. Come
will
on.
be locked in place, whether they're activated or not. They will not be changing at this point. Is there an opportunity to start creating a bit of space for the plant to go down? The Thermite has it in hand, but will be down 4v2.
Neptune, that was so
Crazy
bad.
gets aggressive, but Lunchbox elsewhere doing work. Joza manages to find the trade. 3 versus 1.
This is going to be really tight for Jake. He's got so much to do at this point inside the site, but they know
Yeah,
where he's
that
at,
was
Tim.
bad.
Valentino will shut him down, and it's a really well-coordinated push on that bottom floor where they're able to spot out some of those players and make that execute happen.
Okay.
Felt like the first
I
time
can
that we
give them
really
that.
got to
I
see
can
the
give them
shield have a
that.
huge impact, Tim. You know, we saw the Monty ban immediately. We saw the Blackbeard ban immediately, and
That's
I thought, okay,
good
now
at
it's
that.
time for the Blitz to shine. Crazy, I feel like, has not been that good with the shield so far today, but that round was the difference maker. Found so much space for his IQ player Bazooka to get that opening 2-piece, then his own frag right onto the smoke as well. It was really impactful to come through from Crazy, and this is what I'm talking about. He's just able to close that gap so perfectly with the shield.
Yeah, I feel like that's something we've seen as a little bit of a trend today. When the Blitz has been brought along, not really aggressive enough on the Blitz. You know, you've got to close that gap down. That is when Blitz is really terrifying, at his most powerful. He's right up in the face of that defender and can get aggressive on the back of it, make sure that they're within flashing distance. And we've seen today quite a little bit, I think, of tentative Blitz plays, just leaving a little bit too much distance. That's your Blackbeard. That's what your Blackbeard should be doing. You know, maybe leaving a little bit of distance, looking to take the fight, get the little peek around the corner for your Blitz. You want to get in there and get, you know, get your hands dirty, get involved in the fight, and see if you can get those flashes up close and personal. But we go into round 6. Chiefs' final defense here, and they're going to be scrapping to get themselves a 4-2 half that I've no doubt they will have wanted when they came into the beginning of this.
Yes, no doubt this is going to be a strong start from Chiefs one way or another. The fact that, again, Alula chose to start on the offense, and now their best case is a 3-3. You have to imagine they were also hoping to go up a little bit higher here on this first half, so it's high stakes for both of these squads. No matter what happens, I think 4-2 defense, like, Alula could definitely come back even if they lose this round, but you'd want to be able to put yourself on the best foot forward, and Crazy has done just that. He takes down Lunchbox, a critical first pick on this top floor.
Yeah, to say that they came from a position, you picked up on it at the beginning of the game, Jesse, in the last map. Not a single entry for Alula on Fortress. This time 4 out of the first 6 rounds have gone in their favour, and you can see on the scoreboard how much of a difference it is making. They are now in a position where they might just be able to grab that 3-3 half to move forward. But given that they chose the attack to begin with, I look at it, I think what's their defence going to be like here on Lair is maybe that's something that they struggle with. I don't know. Time will tell. But right now, Chiefs going to be looking to hold on to points and breathe one last time. Straight away, though, the ace goes in, looking for those top floor breaches so they can start cutting down and thinning out this defense on the top floor.
Yeah, this has gone perfect so far for Alula. They've gotten 2 picks now. All 3 of these defenders still exist on the top floor. They've got great information with the Snake as well to just try pinch on these players in the blitz. Here comes that space that he's making, just forcing these players back. Finally, Neptune goes for a drop, but this is going to be still a tough spot for him to be able to help his teammates. They back off through the green stairs. They will concede the full top floor over to Alula. This might be a mistake. A lot of teams will live or die based on this top floor roam.
And it looks at the minute like Chiefs may well die because they've had to drop away. Not often that we see complete top floor control in the hands of the attackers. The question is, can Alula use it now sufficiently? I don't think they've got the external breach into sight.
I think they had some can openers on it.
Did they? I was going to say, I'm not sure. I think it's maybe if it's just a little one, my eyes deceived me.
There we go.
But here we go, as you say, Nade comes in, just forces them a little bit deeper. 45 seconds left to go. They're shaping up to get ready to execute.
45 seconds. They've done a good job wasting this time so far. Here comes the plant from Bazooka, but immediately gets smoked off, so he's got to fall off, and he's taking a ton of damage. Was at full HP when he started that. Now just a sliver left. Neptune trying to do his best now, 2v5. They will be able to slow this push down, but Tim, it feels like it's too little too late. With 27 seconds, they've just got to find the Solus. They're running the blitz at him. It's a nice impact. Hold on. He's doing his best with the SMG, but finally gets shut down by the ace, and that will be a 3-3 half to start us off.
A little too big of an ask of Neptune there, but I've got to wonder what was going on with the blitz. We're just kind of sat inside of the smoke. We're just ticking down, ticking down, ticking down, unless they were covered on another angle and were just concerned about maybe moving a little bit too quickly and giving themselves away. But ultimately, it doesn't matter. Alula with a nice attack there. The top floor clearance was actually brilliant from them. Really, really solid. You know, getting those players forced out of position. We spoke about disruption on the last map. There was great disruption there. Nobody from Chiefs allowed to play comfortably anywhere up on the top floor. Really like that from the MENA team.
Well, it doesn't get more even this from a first half. Both teams won every bomb site exactly once, so it's nice to see some of that adaptation coming through from the first quarter to the second. We will now, of course, get the halftime tap timeout where these two coaches will get the chance to talk with their players and get ready for the second half. And for me, this is the first actual test of Chiefs throughout the whole series. It was their offense where they struggled earlier against Tai Lu. They got the defense start on Fortress and frankly ran away with that game after a 5-1 half. Now a 3-3 defense start. That's not exactly what they were looking to achieve in that first half. They're going to have to prove that they can put together some good pushes, they can put together some great executes. You look to a couple of these important players like Relays, like Player, who have been some of these big guys, big names on the side of Chiefs in the past. I want to see them getting more active. I want to see them working together as a unit to coordinate some of these clears, because that's been the biggest thing for me that we haven't seen so far from them in any of their matches today.
Well, I mean, this is it. We were so complimentary in that last map about, you know, the way a couple of players stepped up, particularly, you know, Relays was involved and Lunchbox and Player had his moments. And so, yeah, they just need that little bit of, you know, that little bit of impetus, I think, to get them going here. But, you know, looking at the last few times that they've played on Lair, it doesn't get any easier for Alula. They've done fantastically well in that first half, but out of the last 16 attacking rounds that we have seen from this Chiefs side on Lair, they've won 12 of them. They've got a 75% attacking win rate. So the danger has not passed. It's not a case of, right, we're onto the defense now, we can kind of, you know, just push this one over the finish line. This is still going to be extremely difficult.
That's a very true stat, Tim, and you're absolutely correct, but they also had a 75% win rate on their defense side on this map, and it resulted in a 3-3 split.
Defense is gone, Jesse.
It's gone.
Bye.
We'll look ahead. Alula, they can't worry about the numbers at this point, right? They've got to just look ahead and try to figure out some way to close out these defenses, get this victory over Chiefs, force us into a third map, and extend the night. That's the goal here in Paris, and it'll be a standard electricity ban. Kaid and Bandit both being taken off the board, as we often do see 60% of the time here on Lair, and then, of course, that Deimos and Monty being removed from the board as well.
So it's Bazooka that's particularly loud. I was just looking, yeah, because obviously, I mean, you know, a lot of the teams, if we've seen them before, we know who the players are. But I don't know each of the Alola players until we've seen them playing today. So I was just like quickly, because I knew who it was, so I was quickly racing through the player cams to see who it was, and it's Bazooka. I was hoping that it was none of them are, but it would have been hilarious if it was somebody like 0 and 6. I love a bit of that 0 and 6 and straight in the old chat. Yeah, GG's, love it. But no, it's not. It's Bazooka. He's doing pretty well.
Okay, well, we'll get to see Bazooka getting more active again. He was the one player that didn't find a single kill back in map number 1, so it's huge to see him getting active, leading his team as the top frag, tied with Valentino here with 7 apiece. They've been big, important pieces for this attacking side here on Lair, and now they're going to have to bounce back and do it on the defensive side once again. I'm looking at this clash, Tim, and there's always going to be an operator that draws our eye when it shows up on the board. Hogger's going to be running this one and was hiding it throughout most of the prep phase. I think hoping to bait out a shield. He's done just that. Lunchbox, the primary shield player coming in from Chiefs, is not going to like that when he finds out there's a clash on the board.
Yeah, I love a clash pick for the top floor of Lair here. I think there's a couple of really valuable locations, particularly you can get out towards our 6 room, try and shut down that corridor and the push that can come from that side. Alternatively, you can be positioned in ops, a little bit of a transition through display sometimes, so plenty of use that you can find out of that shield. Basically, wherever you hear the chunk, chunk, chunk of that blitz approaching, you just scream for the Clash's support.
They're going to have that rotation available no matter where they choose to push from. And it does look like early this is going to be some work done on the outer mask wall. They've got a lot of players pushing in through Skybridge, though. That might be a bit of a fake, Tim, because as this push has been really addressed over on this north side, that opening breach might just end up being a bit of a fake. It's being read by Alula now, though. We can see this rotation coming in from the Clash.
Yeah, they're reading that really well, though.
I'm
really
impressed. Things down. And of course,
that
they read
in
that position with the smoke. One of the most powerful spots on this top floor is just slowing things down with the Toxic Babes inside the hallway. So they've got good tools to stall this push from Chiefs. They want to be able to work a pick now, too.
I really like the way they've just dealt with that clash. They might not have anything to kind of deal with it directly, but they have gone underneath, opened up the floor, and just prevented them holding that power position.
Honey.
Continues to get those kills for his team, manages to pick up another, puts himself on 8 and 5. Another entry as well, by the way. 5 out of 7 now going in favour of Alola, and they really do feel like they are starting to accelerate through this map here. Chiefs back to the drawing board. A minute 15 left on the clock. The Book has done some serious work below, but still, they are not finding much space.
I want to see Player get some kills. He's the backstab at this point. He's not the brunt of the push, so he's not really going to be focused upon. A lot of these defenders will be looking at Lunchbox on the shield. They'll be looking at relays to back him up. This might be an opportunity for Players to work himself into a cheeky pick.
I think they know about his position, given that he's just shot out that default cam. Lunchbox does manage to, even as the focus, find a kill. Relays onto Bazooka. 45 seconds left to go. Crazy picks up Player. 3v3. How about that for a Nitro? Valentino finds his target, takes down the shield. That could be the round-winning moment for Alola as we find ourselves now 3 versus 2. To the drawing board again for Chiefs. 30 seconds left on the clock, and they've got to think about exactly how they get in.
Why did you even? Oh my God, I don't even understand why they are waiting on that
the shield becomes more and more powerful with Jaws are able to hide behind it before popping out and getting that kill using the utility available. Brilliant.
Yeah, that is not good for Chiefs. Come on.
It's going to be Alola taking another round, 4-3, and they find themselves in the lead.
A nice little defense to come through from Alula. Again, it's the execute from Chiefs where they really do find those struggles. It's an unfortunate early death going down to the smoke in the R6 room hall coming out from Jay Kenna. That's really an angle where you're just hoping to waste out those Toxic Babes and then push together as a team. It's those extra dimensions that we always talk about that were needed to find value coming in through from Chiefs. They had the buck down below, right? Didn't feel like Neptune was getting a whole lot of value in that round. You had the ace of Player pushing in from Ops. Didn't feel like he was able to get much value either. Maybe a bit of a distraction so that their main push could come in through the R6 hall and find a couple of picks that way, but it just wasn't quite enough on the side of Chiefs. So that push, not going to work out for them this time around. It is your first attack. You expect that to go the way of the defenders, but they've got to be careful. They cannot let this game spiral out of control.
And they are, it feels like, on the edge of that happening at the minute, to be honest with you. Alola starting to, like I said, I saw them play against Shopify Rebellion earlier, and I really like what I saw out of Crazy and a couple of the other players. And then, I've seen them here. It was a tough map for them on Fortress, but it didn't it doesn't feel like they're playing terribly. It's, you know, they're winning the gunfights at times. They're hitting some nice shots, and it felt like maybe they just needed that little bit of confidence, that little bit of a foundation to start building themselves into it, as we often see from new teams, and that's exactly what they're getting now. And they're really showing Chiefs that they are able to deliver more than they've shown us so far in this matchup. So 4-3 it stands on the scoreboard in favour of Al Ula right now, and we could find ourselves going to a decider if this continues.
We see the big change up in attacking philosophy between these two teams, right? Where we saw Alula fully focus on that horizontal, try to get in through the garage and make something happen with a couple different dimensions. This time from Chiefs, we're seeing a full top floor clear, and there isn't really a heavy roam game to try to contest them. We do have Crazy and Bazooka playing on this mid floor over towards Armory and Blue, but for now it doesn't feel like they're super interested in contesting where these roam clears are coming from, right? Chiefs can start to work this vert play. They can start to use their boogie drones on the ram to start opening up the floorboards and make some space for their teammates. At the same time, Jay Kenna, the other shield player coming in for Chiefs, is going to be able to start working his way in through the garage. He's got the defuse kit. He has to stay alive, low HP, but he'll be a menace in the late round if he can do so.
It's about managing his health at this point. Bazooka going to take a ton of damage from those verticals that's been opened up, forces him to relocate. So important work being done by Chiefs here. It might not seem like much, it might seem like chip damage here and there, but what they're doing is creating space. They're creating an area that Alula as defenders are not able to play inside of, and that's where you just hold on to those doorways then, and you give them something to think about. You start putting the diffuser down, they have to force their way back in, and you look for kills as they do, but we're still just a little bit of time away from that happening at the minute.
I'm a little surprised we're not seeing Amity go for a flank. Crazy is in a position where he could do so up those blue stairs, but it's really up to him when he wants to make that play happen. With the Nomad on the board, it might not be advisable, but they've got to find some way to slow this push coming through from Chiefs. They've already got themselves full control of lockers, full control of garage. They are inches away from the bomb site. If they start to get the plant down under the cover of the shield with full vert control, it's going to be really tough to deny that, even with the echo that's being played by Mahagar. So I want to see them try to get a little bit more aggressive on the side of Alula. They have the tools to stop this push.
Going to have player holding on to drum door as Jakenna just tries to move around onto missile door, but with no throwables left to send through that barricade, there is nothing that the Blackbeard can do. So low health, it's not going to be possible for them to go through the laser gate without somebody else burning it for them, which is what will happen. Can start progressing now. 25 seconds left to go, and this is where it's all going to happen.
What are you doing, Jake? What the fuck?
Blackbeard Valentino able to
that is so stupid.
Relays manages to get to though. The Ram doing serious work from Toxin. Lunchbot manages to get another. It's 10 seconds left to go though. It's 1 versus 4, but it's the one that you'd want. It's the Echo. Can the drone be decisive as we've seen so many times? No. We're going to have to go to the gun instead. Neptune able to find the kill, and Chiefs level things up 4-4.
What a round from Chiefs. That was not an easy one to win coming in from the garage side. It was a really nice crossfire being held between Valentino and Joza. Valentino gets that opening pick onto the shield. You mentioned it. Just too low HP coming in from Jake. But then after he dies, Relays recognizes, hey, I need to step in, get this trade, and make this happen for my team. Otherwise, we are screwed in the round. So Jake Hanna does exactly that. Relays, does exactly that. Steps in with the Ram, finds that opening from the team. And then even with low time in this round, with less than 10 seconds to go, they've got their head on their shoulders. They say, let's find this yokai cam before we commit to the plans. We cannot let that exist on the board if we want to win this by the objective. Really good recognizing the situation they were in on the side of Chiefs, and a really good job bailing themselves out after their Blackbeard took so much early damage.
Whilst the score might not be definitive after this, one team is only going to lead by 1 round. It's not a huge margin, but for me, this is actually a really important round. It's one of those swing rounds.
For sure.
If it's 4-4, I wouldn't normally call round 9 that, but the reason that I say that is Chiefs have just won an attack down in basement, and they've now got an attack opportunity on the tertiary
Come on,
side.
Chiefs.
There's a real chance for them here to grab those 2 attacks that they need and then rinse and repeat. So Alula, if you're going to step up, this really is the time that you need to do it. For me, this is probably the biggest round that they could win. If they get this, they go on to 5, and then all they've got to do is lock down top floor and basement. At least they've got
all
their 2
they gotta
primary
do.
choice sites
Okay,
to go
all all they gotta
get
do.
this one done and over the line. They could well get it 7-4, but it is all going to start or maybe end here in Bunks and Briefing.
No, I agree 100%. If Chiefs win this round, it gets really scary for the underdogs. Alula will have to do something incredible in that fourth quarter to be able to pull things back. They'll have to go flawless through 3 straight rounds or win in overtime. Otherwise, that's going to be them going home last place here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard.
Plenty to play for here on Bunks and Briefing. And just as usual, we've got a very heavy roam here up on the top floor. It's a bit more of a focus towards green stairs. Sometimes you'll see this. Bazooka's kind of on that side of the map rather than playing directly up above the bomb site with the rest of his teammates. And because of that, Alula Chiefs, I should say, are maybe looking at a bit of a different option for this push. They haven't really brought much to try to pressure that top floor, and instead they've got the blitz.
Are they doing a horizontal push and not a vertical push?
To play around with.
Are they doing a vertical push? What the fuck? They don't have anything to open up the floorboard with, so...
Look at the utility pouring in here,
yeah,
and somehow
yeah, they have
manages to
sledge.
wriggle his way clear. 2 nades and a
but that's
shield
kind of
chasing
it,
him
though.
down. And he's going to manage to escape. Brilliant stuff from the Azami just to burn a little bit more time. They keep eating their way inch by inch across this top floor of the Chiefs, but right now, Alula Club, they are holding fast.
But you're okay with this if you're Chiefs, right? Like, you've taken green stairs control. That was the goal. It would have been great to get a pick back, but it's still 5v5, and you've got the map control that you need to go for the plant. Again, my question is, with the Sens walls and with the blitz, can you actually put the diffuser on the ground when there's still toxic babes above you and there's still that Solus up there too?
Yeah, I don't like how they're doing.
Spoken about at length today, and will no doubt continue to after this round is done. What have they done? This is a massive misplay
what the fuck?
coming in from
Alula.
You cannot allow that plant to go down unchallenged with the toxic babes, with the Solus.
That is...
They had no idea. 4 versus 3.
That
As Chiefs now hold on to the post plant, but the fight back is on. Valentino, he's got to get it done here after that misplay with the scanner.
I can't believe they just went in and got that plant down. Now it's very difficult to retake. Great shot from Neptune, takes down the smoke. This defuse kit not even being watched by the defenders. They're not close enough to it. The pistol is beautiful. Neptune will get it. And one more. Why not? Beautifully played by the Sens there to close things out. And Chiefs in a dominating
I'm sorry,
really good from Chiefs. What you didn't
that
see
round was purely by Alula's mistakes. They had everything they could to deny the plant. Everything.
Had the vertical down onto that diffuser. There was no way that Alula were going to be able to successfully retake there, and that is a big mistake coming in from the Solus. Valentino just switching off. He was in the scanner, but just didn't have the angle, didn't have the intel. There was a lot of clutter on his screen. There was a lot of other electronics that were showing up from the Sens particularly, and I think it just, you can see it. It's just, you know, it just masked on his screen. We've brought it up here. You've got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 8 electronics on his screen showing up in the scanner. We've got to forgive him for it, but it is the misplay that's allowed it to go down.
Well, there's a couple of big problems in that round, right? Number one is just how early Chiefs went for the execute. They started planting at 60 seconds. That's really early, probably earlier than Alula were expecting. Then it was the clutter with the Sens play up above. I mean, they just didn't know that plant was going down, and it was until it was too little too late. And then Mahogger as well, he tossed a toxic babe, but it got caught on the beams. It got caught on the floorboards. If it goes down, it might be positioned correctly to stop that plant, and maybe it's a whole different round, but unfortunately it's a couple of unfortunate situations, a couple of small mistakes that spiral into a big one.
I really like, I don't know if it was a purposeful technique. I really like that as a technique from now on. Just literally dump all the light screens within a circle, get as many of those sensors down in one place as you can, and then plant in the middle of it. And it is so difficult to see on the Solus scanner because you've just got so much clutter on the screen to be confident of which one to ping the correct one. Everything else that needs to happen, really tough. So maybe it's something that we're going to see more people trying to use against that Solus play up on the top floor. But right now, as we said, coming into round 10, that gives Chiefs a really nice advantage here. They have got a 2-1 quarter on the attack there. So Alula, you got to do something different here. You got to make a move.
The bright side for Alula, they get to go back to the bomb site they won. They were successful here on the top floor back in round number 7. They can run this back and try to play a similar strat, or play a completely different strat, get aggressive with the mirror window, and get a free pick onto player because of it. They had no idea what that setup was looking like.
There's just no intel there whatsoever. They've not bothered to look. That's just go and open the main wall.
Because who does that?
Yeah,
Who puts an open mirror window
I'm
there,
just
right?
going to open the main wall. I'll just go on the repair, and it's that they've not even looked at that main wall to know that.
And then he reinforces off. So now you don't even have the free soft wall to go blow it open. They've still got the value to fully reinforcing that wall. It's a brilliant play from Alula.
I said they needed to make a move, and make a move they have. Get themselves a nice entry. Their dominance on entry continues, by the way. This is 7-3 they are now on the entry.
Yo,
Nitro
what the
comes out
fuck?
crazy onto relays. Bazooka
Why are they throwing that shit away? No, they're just throwing the run away.
Manages to find something with that thermal scope. Picks up about the only hotspot Chiefs have seen in this round so far. 5-4 they lead on the scoreboard, but it looks like that will be leveled up by Alula.
Really tough spot to be able to get things back. The Fuse gets dropped inside of storage, nowhere near where these attackers are at, so they're really just going to have to play for kills.
Yeah, I
no
just
utility
don't
really
know.
to speak of either. They've got one smoke grenade on Jake, but they have to know that there's a Glaz at this point. They've already gotten into a gunfight with him, so this is going to be awkward. If they play smart, Alula shouldn't lose this.
Nicely popped around the corner there from Jose. I don't know whether he's aware that there was another one coming in from there or not, but he manages to get the one, and that's all he really needed to do, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Jake Henner's just going to have a little look, but Bazooka, who else? He gets a little bit noisy after that kill as well, running out of the door and finding his mum.
Good to see the players getting active after a round like that. If we head to overtime, Tim, and I'm not saying we necessarily will, but if we do and we see Alula defend that top floor side again, I want to see Chiefs go for something different. Go for a different strategy on that push. Both times they try to force that blitz in through the storage hall, try to get in towards the site, and it just really feels like they're getting stalled out over and over again. That bomb site maybe needs to be rethought a little bit from Chiefs, but the good news is they don't have to play it again at least until overtime. The regulation, it will be locked for the rest of the game. So as they call their attack timeout, as Chiefs decide to talk with their coach, take a moment to breathe, take a moment to reset, they could just be 2 rounds away from winning this game, sending Alula out of the tournament, moving on to tomorrow. At the same time, they're 2 rounds away from map 3.
The thing is, for Chiefs here, I think it's a good time for the tactical timeout, because they are recognising the weight and the importance of this round 11, because this is, for me, the hinge. This is the one that defines where this is going to go, because I would expect Chiefs to be winning that third choice side as it stands based on what we saw last time. So this is the one. If you want to win this here and now, 2-0, you've got to be taking basement.
Come
again.
on,
They did well
Chiefs,
last
you need
time
to win
around,
this.
but, you know, I asked for a move. Alula delivered a move. And, you know, are they going to have something different to show us here on basement? I think they probably do.
Yeah, and I hope to see that as well, because although Chiefs won the last time they attacked in this site, it was looking kind of sketch for them, right? I mean, their Blackbeard push from Jake in through Garage just really fell flat. It was up to Relays to step up and get a massive 2K, exploding into the bomb site and finding those kills before it really started looking good for Chiefs. So they can't just rely on one individual stepping up and getting a multi-kill. They have to be able to put together a good push. And I guess for Chiefs in this round, putting together a good push means the double shield, as both Lunchbox and Jay Kenna will jump on the blitz in the Blackbeard.
Whatever gets it done, Jesse. Whatever gets it done and over the line. I am not against cheesing around. I am not against it. We're going to see then how much impact that has from these two. Straight away, we're going to have that external wall being opened up in towards warehouse. And again, straight away, window barricades taken down. I would hope for a little bit more droning maybe than we had last time around. And no surprise early deaths to unsuspected utility. However, instead it's a run out. Crazy manages to pick up relays, and that's well. I actually give real credit to Alula over the last few rounds as well. It takes nerve to do that when you're in this situation. You're facing your
come on, Chiefs. Like they're making a lot of mistakes right now. I don't like it.
On day one, and you're throwing yourself out of a door and you're getting the kill, or you're playing the half soft wall next to a mirror. They've been willing to take chances, and I like that. They should be rewarded for that.
Yeah, and it's especially valuable here after the attack timeout, because you have to imagine the coach of Chiefs, Nate, just put together a really important strategy, something really great that requires all 10 players, and now you've just taken one off the board. How does that change the strat from Chiefs? How will they have to adapt past their coach's advice? That's the task that now stands in front of them. just about that halfway point here through the round. There's already been a lot of action, and it looks like it might be a fast execute. Lunchbox already threatening the site.
Yeah, there's no verticality possible for them. I think they feel like they've spotted a bit of a gap here, and maybe they have 3 versus 3.
Did
but
you
no, the
almost
Azami above manages
miss to
find
kill him?
Neptune. They've not got control of the hatch, and that's going to be a big problem. Impact Nade will open up yet another angle. 2 versus 3. Lunchbox and Player
Why
have
are you
got it
still...
all to do. 1:15, and Lunchbox is way ahead of his teammate here, Jesse.
Yeah.
Yeah, this might be a disaster. They're so spread out. Players honestly being flanked from behind. He's nowhere
What
near
the
his
fuck are
teammate,
they
and because of
doing?
it, they're both going to end up falling. It is
Please,
map point for Alula.
don't not do a third map. Chiefs, you're not...
A critical round win for them there. It was, again, a really good defense from them. I think a little bit of a mistake from Chiefs there. They felt like they'd spotted a gap. They took advantage of that, they thought, and they rushed on in, tried to take that space, but they lost too many bodies. As they did, they hadn't dealt with the player above who was playing on the hatch. That was a free kill for the Azami, and that was the downfall, because at that point you're left with an ace and a blitz who are about 5 nautical miles apart from each other, trying to have some sort of an impact on each other's deaths, and they couldn't.
And I don't want to put too much flame onto Player, the ace there, because he was quite separated from his teammates, but he was trying to recover the defuse kit, which was dropped miles outside the building. We didn't catch it on the cam, but I was watching the top-down feed. It was being held by Jay Kenna, and he was outside of garage, got swung on by Valentino, dropped it outside the building, and forced that late rotation
I don't know
to
what
come
they
out
are
from
doing,
Chiefs. So
literally.
it was just a real big issue in coordination when it came down to that execute.
It was all on the back of that attempt to get aggressive and rush on in, because the blitz is already in the middle of site. So what else can Lunchbox do? You've got an ace who's outside trying to recover a diffuser, and you've got Lunchbox like, I'm inside. You know, all you can really do is try to fight the fight at that point. But yeah, it fell apart for them in that one. So we move on. It's going to be round 12. The best that Chiefs can hope for here is overtime. Alula will be looking to take their first map here at the EWC and send us to Consulate. One more round will do it, but it's that third choice site. It was a tough one for them last time out. Chiefs won it confidently.
It's already getting warmer as Consulate draws nearer and nearer in this series. Chiefs desperate to avoid it. They're going to have to put together a good attack here on the mid-floor. They did a great job with it last time, and they brought many of the same tools. They've still got Jay Kenna on the blitz. They've still got Neptune on the sends. They've still got Lunchbox on the gridlock. If they want to, they can go for the exact same push where they enter in through the sky bridge, they take control of green stairs, and they go for their execute even in a 5v5 situation. But you have to imagine if it's the exact same game plan, Alula will be ready for it. They'll be expecting it, and they will be able to respond. So what's the extra dimension? What's the surprise factor coming in from Chiefs? That's my biggest question, Tim, because if there isn't one, I really fear for them in this round.
I'll have to see how they shape up, because like you, I look across the operators that they've got on the board, and I don't see anything that is going to provide that surprise factor for them. They've got that green stairs control again. Look, maybe they just thought that, you know, it played out so well, it worked so beautifully last time, they're not going to have a chance of stopping it this time. Utility going to be taken out by the blitz. It's time to get that wall open, start thinking about getting the light screens in to maybe create that confusion that they're hoping for, but the only confusion here is on the part of Neptune, as Crazy manages to find the kill. Realize is there with the trade, 4 versus 4, 1:15, but Alula still in strong and confident control of the top floor.
Yeah, that's devastating. Without Neptune on the sends, how do you ever go for this execute? That's the whole game plan that just fell out of potential for Chiefs. I mean, they don't really have the ability to go for a plant without the sends wall up, so
yeah, you need to go for the vertical play.
Floor, but they don't feel like they have time for that, so instead they're going to try to force some kind of a plant. They've got a couple of smokes to plant under, but there's Toxic Babes up above, Valentino on the Solus, a Nitrocell from the Two-Brow as well. This feels so difficult.
Yeah, they know exactly where the plant is going down this time. There will be no clutter, there will be no surprises, but there will be
I'm missing that shit.
Dick is going to be downed. It's Valentino on 2 relays. Manages to find the kill, confirm onto the blitz. 3 versus 2. It's Alula fighting back. They want a map 3. They want a little bit more. 1 versus 2 though. Will they get it? Jesse, it's become a 1 versus 1 as Player manages to grab a double. Bazooka is up above. The plant is going to start to go down. Can he find the angle onto him? Player looks to move around. He's trying to take the fight. 12 seconds left to go. This is absolutely anybody's in this situation. Bazooka's in the wrong place. Player is able to stick it. And now the fortune switches. And this might just be Chiefs round.
Oh my god, he might have just done it. That's the play that he needed to make. Player in the post plant now can play this passive. He calls for the
Oh my god. Oh my god!
We sure are, Tim.
You're not done. You're not done. You're not done, guys. You're not done.
To come through, the kid from Sydney, Australia, gets the job done. We're going to overtime, Tim. And
you're not done. Okay, you're not done.
And the big question now: who starts on which side? Who is going to have the advantage? And I can tell you that it's Alula starting on the attack.
Yes. And listen, we've had 2-3-3 splits. Obviously, the earlier map in this series was quite defender-sided, but you have to imagine this could go either way. I don't think, no matter the side, I'd want to be Alula with how they just tossed that round. I mean, that should have been everything.
Are you kidding?
Neptune died. After one kill in this round, that should have been GG over.
Yeah.
Chiefs don't have a choice, but
Valentina sold that shit.
Himself in the building. He plays that absolutely perfectly. He could not make any mistakes if he wanted to win that round, and he didn't.
He was the Trojan horse. He was just stood inside a site, just waiting for his moment, and then he exploded forth and took the round. So we're going to get 3 more. And right now, I'd watch another 10. I'd watch another 30 of this because it's been an absolutely brilliant game on Lair. Both teams not leaving a single thing out.
Come
there.
on,
They are
Chiefs.
just
Come on.
Absolutely everything to this game at the minute. And we love to see Siege like this. Chiefs, they are going down to the bottom floor to start things off on the defense.
Valentino 16-6, by the way. We haven't even really talked about him too much, Tim, but it feels like he has been just taking over this game. It felt like that was going to be a career performance coming out from him to end things against the Chiefs 7-5, force us on to Consulate. But no, we're going to have to reset and see what he can do in overtime. From the top-down POV, you can see it. This push from Alula is going to be focused horizontal. It's going to be focused on the garage. It's the same push that we've seen from them twice before where they don't take that vertical control. You have to imagine Chiefs will be ready for the same push again.
Warehouse wall gets opened up and straight away Bazooka moves in on the IQ, just seeing that the path is clear, is able to take that ground. Needs to make sure he doesn't get ahead of himself. I think he's just been joined by his teammate Crazy on the blitz as well. Also, we've got the Thermite in there, going to be opening up missile wall. So player knows that he's going to be coming under pressure pretty soon. And I tell you
Wait,
what, Alula are not messing
what the
about
fuck?
here. They are looking for a little bit of retribution after that last round, and they're getting aggressive towards site here. Chiefs, they need to step up and find themselves an opening kill.
This is going to be a messy round, Tim, because there's obviously this push coming in horizontally, but there are a couple of players aggressing themselves up on the top floor as well. Crazy was up there trying to hold the flank. You've got players like Relays and Neptune who could go for a flank, but as I say this, a lot of those garage players will actually concede that space. They've taken it, but they've completely given it up and are now focusing on clearing these top floor roamers.
Yep, obviously recognising the severity of the problem. How about that? Relays manages to spray down Josa and will just drop away on the back of that fight, and I like that. He's not overcommitting to it. He's not giving his life up. He's burning more and more time.
Uses that pipe again to just delay more of the time,
Come
waste the
on.
time for the attackers, make sure that Alula don't work themselves into an advantage. That's the name of the game right now. Stay alive, burn this clock, because they've got a lot to play with on the side of Alula. And if they just went for an execute there, I mean, there's a world where they walk away with the win. It'll be tough facing up against the smoke and the echo, but they've made their play. They now retake in towards lockers. They can start to breach this main wall to get in towards the site and work themselves in for an execute. Crazy at the same time, pressuring in from missile. This is going to be a two-pronged attack coming in from the south.
We see the deployable shield just dealt with by the grenade. I think a Gujamot mine might have been put out here just to prevent Crazy moving in. I'm not sure if Lunchbox had one in pocket. I just saw a glimpse of what I thought was Ella throwing out a little bit of utility at the end there. Spray comes around, 30 seconds left to go. We don't even have an entry kill yet. 2 minutes 30 into the round. It will come. It will come in the shape of a double. A triple for Alula as they find themselves 5 versus 2 coming onto this
dead as well.
You thought that maybe the defenders would have the advantage, but not
Why are you so far
The Blitz
behind?
manages to find another Bazookas, putting the diffuser down. Relays
What?
makes his way back, but he will not be the hero this time. Chiefs take the loss. Alula managed to get themselves one more round. It's 7-6.
And I gotta say it, Tim, that's the best execute we've seen from Alula all day. What a push from them. They're inside of sight with full control in a 5v5, but unlike most teams, they don't start holding F. They don't rush the plant. They wait for the swings to come out. They keep all of their guns alive, and even Mahogger, I mean, he's got the defuse kit, but he's gun up and he gets a kill in the midst of that chaos. He starts things off with the opening pick straight onto Lunchbox. So as we see Chiefs Chiefs collapse in on that push. They're thinking the plant's going down, but they don't use their utility. They aren't able to use that Echo drone to stop it. Instead, they take those gunfights, and it all goes the way of Alula. They played so well together, balling up inside the site and making things really awkward for Chiefs. I don't think they were able to read that push the way that they needed to, and because of it, they now have everything on the line with 2 straight rounds needed for a victory.
Last time around when they defended this site, we saw them, of course, picking up that nice, cheap early kill. They're not going to try it again this time, but I don't think they will be getting away with it again this time. So they do have the mirror brought along. Crazy is going to be playing that, but like I said, I think they will just play that a little bit less aggressively this time. We can see all of Mask both reinforced off fully, so there won't be any cheap kills onto Chiefs, or they certainly won't from that angle. I can't promise there won't be one from another angle. Chiefs, well, they need to learn their lesson from that. They need to make sure that they are switched on from second one coming in here.
Well, I said it earlier, Tim, if we see this site again, and here we are once more with Alula defending the top floor, I do not want to see Chiefs just stand behind a blitz and try to take storage control running in through those hallways. It's just been too much of a problem with Bazooka playing there on the smoke. And what are we seeing? We're seeing changes coming out from Chiefs. They are not bringing the blitz. Instead, it's going to be Lunchbox on this Ying. It's going to be Neptune on the Zofia from down below. They've got different ways to force players out of position. It doesn't require a shield. So up against the Suzami inside of Ops, it's a tough task to try to clear this guy out. He's got a mirror winner to fall back to too, but if you can use your utility, get a free pick onto this guy, maybe work yourself into some kind of an advantage, there is a win con here for Chiefs.
10-3 on the entry. It stands at the minute in the favour of Alula Club. They have been able to just retain complete domination of that element of the game, and it's just such an advantage for them regularly, taking some utility off the board and having that man advantage inside of almost every round. Neptune is underneath, not in the right place at the minute, but with a little bit of intel, maybe he can find his man. I think he's just trying to determine at the minute exactly where the location is. We know that the triple explosive canister out of the Zofia will gain a kill pretty quickly and pretty free, but he's got to get the location right.
Yeah, I'd like to see him focus the Azami Mahagar playing just back behind the desk. There's nobody going for a bandit trick or anything like that, so the free kills won't go his way. Instead, the free kill goes the way of Lunchbox as he finds Valentino in the hallway and starts to work up the stairs.
Just looking around the corner, just manages to create that little bit of smoke from the ingredient. Lunchbox manages to take out the Azami as well. 5 versus 3.
Where's Zofia now? Zofia needs to come up and support. Like, this is not good.
And nobody can hold anything. Zofia still lurking around underneath.
This
not
is
going to
not
be in the right position if they're looking to get a kill, though. Nobody is really near them in a position to be taken out. But Lunchbox manages to find Bazooka, finds a triple in the round now, starts working on that Kiba barricade. Down.
Are you fucking kidding me with a C4?
That might just be the key that changes this game, but he's going to have to ace. Tim, this is going to be tough in the 1v3. The downed player can't do much, so he swings on the open breach. It's the perfect timing. He just gets completely slammed on the angle, and player will win it out. What a round to come through and force us deep into 15.
Nice adaptation from Chiefs.
We are witnessing here the last game of the day here on B Street, and they are treating us to the business, Jesse. They are giving us absolutely everything.
Tim, can I say it? That was a peanut butter jelly round. That was a massive one from Lunchbox to come through and get those picks to be able to work his team into that huge advantage. And here we'll see the replays. I mean, Lunchbox, these are not easy picks to get. He gets 3 kills. That third one into Bazooka, probably the most important, because the smoke around the corner, that's what will deny your plant. That's what makes that push really difficult and scary to come through from Chiefs. But after losing that bomb site over and over and over again, they finally find the answer in the Ying. They finally find their answer in Lunchbox. And now, one defense rounds separates them from moving on the tournament.
As we said, when Chiefs were on the defense, it was just perfectly evenly split. It was perfectly balanced. There was absolutely, quite literally, even in terms of the sites. So both teams won 3 sites once each. So there's absolutely nothing to be gleaned from those earlier rounds. This time, rather than the basement, Chiefs are going to try and take things up to the top floor. Relays brings along the bandits, so they're going to try and hold on to Mask Wall for a little bit, but the Maverick is on the side of Alula. Last time we saw them taken out, we didn't really see Hagar be able to really use that utility too much, so let's see whether it has a little bit more impact inside of this round. Zofia is on board, didn't see the impact of it last time, but maybe this time could be the one.
Yeah, and I really like the Zofia coming in response to relays on the bandit. He was not playing this operator the last 2 times they showed up on the site. Instead, he was on the smoke. Now it's going to be JKenna who jumps on that operator instead. So we're changing things around on the side of Chiefs, and there's no doubt about it.
Gotta go have fun. Yeah, this is the last match for today, so I'm going to go off after this. But thank you so much for being here, JT. I really appreciate that.
Tricky for him to
Thank
get
you.
value out of that gadget. But the question still becomes for Alula.
It's the last round here, so we will see who we win.
On the blitz, and they could go for a very similar push that we were seeing from Chiefs, where they just run through that Skybridge hallway, try to get a plant down from the storage side of things. That was not working very well for the Australians. So if that is the game plan, I'm a little bit worried that we might see it stall out at the behest of JKenna.
Use of the Maverick is going to be good. Manages to get Mask Wall open nice and easily inside of that first minute, pretty much.
Bye-bye.
A second or two, we'll let you off for that. But good timing, good
yeah,
pacing.
this is going to be scary stuff.
Chiefs are going to have a lot of pressure to absorb here, and it's not going to be for 30 seconds. It's going to be more like a minute and a half.
Are you fucking joking?
Managed to get that play from underneath. It was something Chiefs wanted to achieve but couldn't. And Alula say, you know what? We'll show you how it's done. They managed to get themselves a freebie, and look who they've taken out.
Why are you making so many mistakes now?
Neptune down on the Azami. You couldn't have asked for 2 better operators to take out.
No, this is devastating for Chiefs. They've got to find some way back in this game, but now you've completely lost ops control. You've got to get desperate on the side of Lunchbox. You can see him fishing for these picks, but he finds it. He takes down the Mavericks. Got to leave the building for it, but he does it just early enough that this other mask wall isn't going to be opened up. He doesn't have the best utility to stall this out. He's got to continue to play aggressive to win this round, but he's at least given his team a chance with 60 seconds to go.
Yeah, the shield is going to make it particularly difficult. Valentino able to just peek over the top of the blitz there to find the kill. Relays taken.
GG's on that. Like we are going to a fucking third map.
Opportunity to get in and put the diffuser down if they need to, but it looks like it's not going to be the case. They've committed to the kill here. They've forced JKenna out of the site. Josa does get taken down, but Crazy with the final kill. The cheers come in from Alula, and they will take us all the way to Consulate.
And what a power-up we've seen throughout this series from Alula. They start by getting rocked.
Holy fuck, I didn't want that to be like a fucking overtime.
Honestly, start a little slow as well, Tim, but
holy fucking Marooney. I want a shift to close this out.
To be able to close things out in round 15 as well. It was so well coordinated. They used the Zofia perfectly from down below to get themselves that advantage. They're holding the cutoffs to extend that lead to a 5v3, and they really do all they needed to win that round. Super impressive stuff from Alula.
Yeah, they've grown into the game brilliantly, and the tournament as well. They might well just keep themselves alive at the Esports World Cup yet.
Yeah, Alula get loud, not just with their voices, but inside this map as well, to push us all the way to a decider. Concert will determine who gets to stay inside this competition. I had goosebumps when we were going into overtime. Not sure if that was because it's so cold in here or because the incredible seats that we're seeing in front of us. I agree with what you're saying, A-Tag. Give me 30 more rounds of this. The chaos. We're seeing mistakes from either side, but the other team is able to capitalize off of it so well. We're talking about that round with Chiefs where they, get the plant out with all the sensor stuff going on. We're talking about the situations from Alula where they managed to get a wall open in round 15 despite having like a bandit and stuff against them. It comes down to such tiny details inside this game, and that shows why it's went all the way to round 15 as well.
Yeah, I really was impressed with how they built from it again. Like, early on, they were making so many of those kind of critical errors.
I'm surprised that I'm really annoyed with Chiefs because they tried to do the same thing underneath and you are standing there as well. Like, I don't understand why.
Standard siege inside the site behind their utility, and like this is a good example of the mistakes. Like, sometimes earlier in the round, we would see Alula go for some really questionable plays, but I thought as this game evolved, they became a way better team. They evolved with the match.
That's definitely the story of it for me. You look at the beginning of the game, it was maybe a couple of rounds being lost here and there by teams, but by the time we got to the end, it was all about them winning the rounds. It wasn't about the mistakes anymore. It wasn't about the gaps. It was about teams going in and having special moments like we just saw the 1v3 from Player there. Taking full advantage of that situation. A mistake's only a mistake if it gets punished. Otherwise, you never see it. It goes under the radar. And so for me, those last 5 rounds, rounds at least were just on the back of teams coming out and just having big moments, either, you know, with flawless executes or with superstar moments like player, you know, all sorts of stuff going on to enjoying that one.
Yeah, and again, some cool strategies like that play on the mirror window, like so smart, so creative to be able to catch that. And like, yeah, it's a mistake from Chiefs, I guess, but who does that, you know? Like, those are mistakes that anybody would make. Here's the incredible 1v3 clutch from player. I mean, I truly have no idea how he pulled this off.
That was incredible. I mean, just looked at it again. It is peak Siege. You think it's done there. You think we're going to about 3 there at that point, but then we get 3 more rounds of this action here as well. And one player that we need to talk about, we need to give him his flowers, Valentino. Absolutely popping off. You know, you saw the confidence, I think, as well, in not just his eyes, but the way he was moving in those final few rounds as well. He was like, okay, either we get sent home here, but I'm going to force this all the way into a third map.
For sure. I think Valentino plays a really difficult role on this team, especially in the attack, where he's usually not surrounded by teammates. He's often off on his own, pushing a side angle, trying to get that pinch pressure in towards the execute. And it's a tough spot to play, because if he goes down, that really hurts the push, and they become a lot more one-dimensional. So his ability to play safe with his body, but also find value and get those kills was really cool to see.
Yeah, very nearly a 20-kill game as well, by the way. 19 he finished on there on Lair. So I don't know what he is overall for the series. We'll have a check before we go into map 3, make sure we're not in record territory. I don't think we're quite there for Valentino, but look, who knows, with a big last map, could go anywhere.
I think obviously that has to come down to the 7-1 that she said on map 1 as well, which will make it difficult for him to come into like record territory. That also means there are going to be some implications in regards of starting sites on our decider. We'll talk all about that and talk about the final map after the break.
Yeah, I don't know what. I don't have to wait. Holy moly. Yeah, this is going to be taking a long time. Okay, let me just jump in and check something. He's dancing, okay. Okay, let's let me fix the stuff for tomorrow.
What an incredible series this has been so far. We need one more map to determine whose key gets crossed here as a second key at EWC 2026. Our decider is going to be Consulate. Now, if any map where it is really important to get the starting side pick, it might be Consulate with how defender favorite we've seen this map be sometimes. Chiefs have the round differential advantage going into this one due to the 7-1 on map 1. And shock, horror, surprise, they pick defense.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's Consulate, most defender side of map that we have in the pool. What else would they pick, especially with how good they've been on the defense today?
Well, yes, I would agree. But looking at that last matchup, you know, we thought that it was going to be a bit more defender-sided than it was. It was 3-3 in the halves, and then they lost it on the defense in overtime. So, honestly, all bets
It's
are
going to
off,
be
you know.
tough on the casters because they are casting plus doing an analyzation on the match, like talking, and that is, it is a lot. Like, it's a lot for them because their throats would be like very strained after that because it's such an intensive talking with almost zero like pause.
But if they come out and play the way they did in the final 4 or 5 rounds of what we just saw in Lair, I don't think Chiefs can win it, to be honest.
I'd agree. They're going to be very difficult to stop. I enjoyed what I saw. They were the more dynamic of the two teams, particularly towards the end. And it's a funny old thing when you've got that momentum we often talk about in the best of 3. Whoever wins map 2 often carries an advantage forward because they can just keep things rolling. I genuinely think I still favour Chiefs because of the experience, but I just look at Alula and I think they could win this easily.
Yep.
It would be crazy to see our only MENA representation make it through in the tournament over. Once again, we'll have to mention our Aussie boys. They'll be so upset to see one of their teams be knocked out from the tournament here. And to stop that from happening, what is it that Chiefs need to do? How do they need to overcome like this mental hurdle after losing this map here?
I feel like they've got to be able to find some way to strike back and strike first on the defense. You know, a couple of those rounds, there were really strong executes to come out from Alula. What you have to do to counter that is you have to disrupt the execute before it comes out. Don't let them push into you 5v5 or 4v4. Get scrappy in the early round. Force this team to adapt with a lower man count than they were expecting. If Chiefs can do that, it'll maybe force those pushes from Alula to be a little bit scrappier than they would have liked, and it might give the edge back over to Chiefs.
I think entry is going to be wildly important. I didn't catch the last 2 rounds, but it was certainly 10-3 in favour of Alula after 13. I got a little bit too excited after that, and I'll have to check once we get into the map to see how 14 and 15 went. But Alula absolutely dominated them on the entry, and I feel like, yes, with a less experienced team, if you can get on top of them in those rounds early, force them to play the 4v5s, we haven't really seen, I'll have a look back again and check the numbers, we haven't seen them convert too many rounds where they've lost the entry kills. So I think that is definitely the avenue for Chiefs here.
Well, it all comes down to this map. Who gets to stay in the competition? Who will see their key get crushed here? Consulate will give us all the answers.
Thank you very much, and there will be a crushing one way or another. It could be Alula, it could be Chiefs. Whoever wins this takes it all. We have seen 2 elimination games today, both of them heading into that third map. Chiefs take the choice side because they had the better round differential. Of course, that's 7-1 on Fortress, setting them up for success maybe here on Consulate, giving them the defensive start.
It sets them up for success in that they have the easier side start, but it also sets them up with the highest risk to begin here, right, Tim? Because, yeah, Chiefs are on the defense. We expect them to walk away with a decisive first half here, maybe a 4-2. But if this ends up being a 3-3, or this even goes the favor of Alula, if they can get more good attacks like what we just saw in Lair, that blessing that they got choosing to start this first side might end up being a bit of a curse, because you could really screw yourself early in this game. If you're not on point immediately in these first 3 or 4 rounds, this game can spiral out of control much faster for Chiefs than it can for Alula.
Yeah, it certainly does increase the pressure because you've put that expectation on yourself. You know, you think sometimes maybe if I come in and take the offside, I can look at it and think, well, a couple of first rounds haven't really gone my way, but as long as I get 2, I'm fine. Yeah. And then you go from there. You know, if you do come out with a 3 or 4, then you're fantastic. And that's the position Alula find themselves in. I feel like they can come in here and play really freely. They've just had a really good 4 or 5 rounds on Lair at the end of things. The whole map was decent, but the last 4 or 5 rounds was fantastic. There's no expectation on them. Like I said, they're the mystery team coming into the tournament. We don't know a lot about them, and so, you know, if they get eliminated, nobody's really going to bat an eye at it. It's going to be like, okay, no problem. They've come in and played well, but yeah, I think there's a real opportunity for them, but that's not an ideal start to the opportunity. We're going to see the Zofia being taken down, of all operators down, but not out. Will very probably be collected, I think, to safety, but yeah, they're going to have to learn a couple of those angles.
Yeah, you could maybe commit a Toxic Babe to try to get the secure. It's not going to be possible at this point. Already so deep Bazooka. He just walks up the Visa stairs, I imagine, to get into that gunfight. He finds a bit of a gap, but he gets hard punished for it. Lunchbox is ready for that play, so a little chaotic on that opening gunfight. Zofia does get picked up in the midst of this, but a chaotic first round, and it's really just gone all the way for Chiefs so far, Tim.
Yeah, I just think maybe Alula getting a little bit ahead of themselves. There's confidence, and then there's like, let's not go chasing up Visa stairs on your own and just running into an entry death. Entry was, as I said, coming into this, an area that Alula absolutely thrived on layer. Coming in there and giving that away is not what you want to do. You want to make life as difficult as you can for Chiefs.
All eyes are on Neptune, hiding behind his vending machine. He did lose his shield that was destroyed by that Flores drone earlier, so he's got these Kiba barriers as a backup, but if they can force him out of this position, it could be really powerful. So far, just delaying time with those Goyo canisters, the magnets catching good utility as well. If you don't have the proper tools to force him out of this position, it could be devastating, but finally the Flores drone comes out, he's forced to retreat, and that's a good piece of map control gained by Alula.
I've been able to look at the numbers, and so far today, when Alula have lost that entry death, they've only won one round, and that was the one on Fortress that they won. Granted, there wasn't a lot of rounds where they lost the entry in that last map, but still, there's only one where they've had that conversion.
Yo,
so
what the fuck was that?
They just
Yo!
Get themselves a double 5v1 as Lunchbox. He's been playing fantastically well for the last hour or two, by the way. He should never get up from this computer. Just keep playing forever because it's working for him. Right now, Joza manages to get 2, takes down Lunchbox, takes down Neptune, but 1v5 becomes a 1v3, still very unlikely.
Yo, what the fuck are you doing?
Though I tell you what, 1v2, we've seen those one before.
No way. I mean, he's using the flashbangs well, but doesn't know the player position. That's going to be a nice shot coming out from the SMG-11 to finish off what Lunchbox started.
That is
Crisis averted if you're Chiefs and you get your first defense win on the board. I like the wording you were using there, Tim. Lunchbox, he can't get out of his seat because of how well he's playing. Back in the OCE League, he is known for getting out of his seat after every single round, getting up and taking a bit of a lap. Can't do that on LAN, unfortunately. Has been stuck in that chair for a little while now, but still, you're seeing that movement, you're seeing that momentum come through from this team, and Lunchbox, a great first round to start on Consulate.
I was talking to Iconic earlier, and during one of the breaks, one of the halftime breaks that we had, I asked him about, the kind of as a player, do you get that little bit of fog sometimes when the stress sets in, and maybe you do things that you think afterwards, what on earth was my thought process there, like why have I done that? And it's just because you're not thinking in a normal basis. And he actually gave such a good insight as to the mentality of being a player in that kind of situation. And he said, one way that he learned to avoid it over time was by keeping things the same, by making sure nothing changed, by making his environment as similar as he could to when he was always playing. So yeah, I think Lunchbox, don't move, don't move. If your feet are crossed, don't uncross it. Whatever's going on right now, just keep it identical.
Well, it's maybe a bit scrappier than they would have liked. It got a little chaotic, but all in all, that's a round win for Chiefs, and a decisive one at that, barring the close comeback that we almost saw from Joza. Now we're going to see them try to hold down this second bomb site down inside the basement. It's another kill coming through from Lunchbox. It's not quite 4 straight, but another opening pick. He will not complain about that.
You've got to wonder at what point do Alula start to feel the pressure. I said coming on in, they're on the attack on console. You kind of hope for 2 rounds, maybe 3. Not the end of the world, but at what point do you start thinking, hang on a minute, this could be 5-1, this could be 6-0, and that pressure then starts to creep back in again because you start feeling like things are getting a little bit close to the edge. They've managed now to find themselves on the wrong end of the entry once again. As I said, only 1 round so far tonight has been converted by them when they've taken that first death. So they're going to have to double that number if they want to come out here with anything other than a 2-0. Chiefs, it's too easy. They're wandering on in. They've no idea. Player gets a double. Yes, they get the trade, but the damage is already done. Neptune takes crazy in a trade there. That's the Monty off the board. We're not even halfway through the round, and it's 1v3.
Player, the best player on Chiefs, has been so important for them this stage and will continue to be important in this series up against Alula. Just excellent sight play coming out from him. It stops that aggressive move to come out from Alula, where it really felt like they had maybe caught Chiefs with their pants down a little bit. Didn't really recognize what was going on in that push, but player was ready for it. He was watching for those guys to walk straight into his sights, knew that that was an option, and now Valentino in the 1v3. Very difficult to pull this one off. They know exactly where he's at.
That's the problem for him. Chiefs aren't going to overpeak this. There's absolutely no need to. The Solus gets out of the way of that, and it just dips a little bit deeper to take that cover further back into kitchen area there, but is going to then peek around. Neptune manages to get that final kill with the SMG. Valentino taken down 2-0 Chiefs, and I feel like Alula just need to go back to what was working for them on the lair, and that was actually really clean executes. That was by disrupting exactly what Chiefs wanted to do on the defense and taking ground from them and using it against them. Whereas now we've kind of gone back to this, let's just, there might be a gap, let's run into sight. I feel like, take it back to that fundamental siege. You were playing it so well.
It's gotten almost a little cheesy, you know, where it's like, it's not cheese operators necessarily, but they're finding these gaps and they're thinking, hey, maybe I can make a play and single-handedly win the round for my team, rather than working as a unit, rather than droning things out, using their utility, forcing man advantage fights. That's what was really finding success for them back on that second map. So I agree with you 100%, Tim. It feels like Alula are getting a little bit loose with this. What absolutely cannot happen is we cannot see a return to lair, where it was every opening duel favoring Chiefs. It was an early lead coming out from them on their stronger side, and then we just saw Alula fall apart. We saw them crumble. Their mental disappeared on that first map, and even after attack timeout from their coach, they weren't able to pull things together. So we can't see that happening again. They have to recognize that this is not a side where they're favored, even though they're down 0-2. If they let this mental slip away from them, they're going to be kicking themselves on the whole flight home.
Yeah, they absolutely are, because I think it is one of those that you would look back and think that was winnable. That was, you know, after the, or at least we could have been more competitive if it continues in this vein. Player again comes out. You said he's such an important player for this team, and he continues to deliver. 4-1 so far. 2-0 Chiefs on the scoreboard. 5-4 in terms of the man count. They've got that entry again. That's now 3 in a row, and I will keep coming back to that start. Alula not good at converting the 4v5 rounds.
Player's just been so critical. He's willing to play late round, but he's also so good on the aggressive moves as well. Like, no matter where you put him, he is going to find big value. Now, the push coming in from Alula, they might be pressuring in towards top spiral. Valentino gets his way in, but just hops on drone trying to get a bit of information. The bomb site, don't forget, is piano. So with that, Crazy's actually going to rotate over to the yellow stairs. They think they have another gap, Tim.
Bazooka does manage to find something at least. Headshot onto player. You couldn't ask to take anybody better out of the round at the minute. Lunchbox does have similar stats though, so he's got to be the next target really. Crazy going to start to bully forward with the Monty. Do they know that there's one behind? Jkenna just needs to be careful here that he doesn't expose himself to the peak from behind the shield. Neptune taking a ton of damage along the way. I will feel like they've just settled down a little bit. They've stopped the cheesiness. They're just now using the utility, they're using that shield, they're creating the space, and they're taking advantage of it as Valentino manages to pick up the castle. That's going to be the last of the HP removed from him. 1 minute 15 left to go, and Alula looking much more comfortable than they have so far.
Another one for Valentino. He's one of the best solo players that we have here in the tournament. Does a really good job working these picks all by himself. Finally traded, but the damage is done, and there's the counter trade from Crazy on the pistol. Takes him down and can start working this plant. Jacob above. 2 toxic babes. 60 seconds on the clock. This should deny the plants, but there's going to be a lot more time to stall out. Never mind.
Jaws are up above. Manages to get the kill. As soon as, I think that's absolutely the right play coming in from Alula there. As soon as they're in a 3v1 and they know that one's above, you send somebody upstairs. You know that you can do it. You send 2 upstairs, to be honest with you. You keep somebody planted.
We're making a lot of mistakes now, Chiefs.
Win the fight. So really good from Alula. They've just doubled their ability to convert those 4v5 rounds when they've lost the entry. So that's really good.
Can I be a little bit more?
It gives them something to work from. I think if Chiefs get that round and go 3-0, I'm not going to say catastrophic, but it's a huge blow for Alula at that point. So I think that was, you know, really important. It's always important that you get one of those first 3 rounds on the board, and then you're only 1 behind. You're still in touching distance.
Well, after losing to the Monty push, Chiefs will immediately choose to take it off the board. I think that's the right call. We saw the value was getting over towards yellow stairs. It made it really difficult to try to stop that push from coming in, and the plants went down very successfully under the watchful eyes of the Monty as well. So, I like the ban coming through from Chiefs, the bandit also being taken out by Alula. Again, we kind of go back to some of this play style that we're seeing from Alula, and once they slow things down and start to play their game, they seem like a much more put-together team. Valentino, in particular, I think has to be the one to crack this game wide open on the attacking side for me. He's always playing by himself. He's not really pushing with the rest of his squad, so whether he wins or loses that gunfight can make a world of difference on how the push goes as a whole, because he is that entire second dimension on a lot of these executes. In that round, he gets a big double kill, and even when he dies, his death gets traded out immediately. immediately. So these are the kind of plays that we're watching out for on the side of Alula. If Chiefs can shut him down, they might have a good chance of winning this game, even with Alula slowing things down and not playing as gap heavy.
Valentino currently 24 and 17 across all 3 maps, so we don't need, I was getting carried away, we don't need to worry about record territory, but still an excellent performance, as you say. You know, some really great rounds from him that have, you know, got it over the line for his team and are exactly why they are still in the position they are. Out of interest player, 24 and 16. He's just one death better. He's always got to keep himself ahead. And we're going to get on into round 4. Extra bands come out, as you've said, Bandit and Monty. And we will have a Nitro going out. Beautiful stuff.
Oh, that's exactly what you want to see out of Neptune. A gift from the sea straight through the window, and you couldn't have cleaned up a better operator, right? Crazy on the Blackbeard. He was supposed to be that spearhead opening things up, but with him off the board now, it's going to be difficult for them to try to take that space. Neptune, I believe, does walk through a bit of a Goyo canister to get back to safety, back with his teammates, but that's okay. You'll take a half damage for a full damage any day of the week. You're still up with those 5 guns, so that's going to be what's important, and you really read this push from Alula as well. All of these players are trying to come in from the admin side. Relays below is reading all of this pressure as well, so the information is flowing on the side of Chiefs.
Yeah, it really is. We know how valuable the pulse can be on Consulate. Just going to take a little peek around the corner. Nobody there to challenge him for the time being. And a little bit of a relocation for Joza coming in here as he decides to get himself around to main door instead. Open that one up. And just try and get something where I don't know too much what he's going to do from underneath. He is attacking up onto top floor. He's on the ace, so the verticality is going to be a little bit limited. I think it's more about chasing this pulse down for the time being, but I love how Relays is playing this. He's just leaving him chasing shadows at the minute.
Absolutely. They've committed a lot of bodies to try to hunt down this pulse and force him out of position. They know going for an admin take with him down there is disaster, so instead they hunt him. They get the frag, but Tim, that took almost 2 full minutes, and they still really aren't in the top floor.
And all it's done is level things
yeah,
up.
that
it's
is
not even
not
got the
good for
it brings it back to 4 versus 4, but like you said, there's so much utility for them yet to play through. There's Goyo canisters. If none of those have been detonated, that's the rest of the round that can be burnt out, depending where they're located.
Make this fast and painless.
You've got smoke canisters. There's so much to work their way through.
That's the big problem. These Toxic Babes are now just being used by player, which is going to make it really awkward to get through this vending hallway. This is the goal, right, to be able to get in towards the site, but you're playing close with the shotgun. Instead, it's going to have to be this push in from the north side, and it starts off well with that first frag on Neptune.
That's really good from the Sen. Steps around and just creates a little bit of space, but they don't know about player on the shotgun. The trade is there, though, as the Sen steps in. Big round from Haggard, just so far to really keep his team in this, but he will be taken down now by Jay Kenner. 15 seconds left to go. He's in a bad spot. He manages to rescue it with a pistol, and
Yo, you're kidding me.
Chiefs grabbing that one from the
Damn, that was lucky as hell. It would have been Ayola's
until the very last second.
Alula's win.
Round. Usually you can tell it's a big advantage for this team, a big advantage for that team. Certainly it was a big advantage for Chiefs, but I love the way they used the Sens on Alula to get deep in towards the site. They weren't just trying to cheese a plant in through the doorway inside of meeting to get that one down. There was a shotgun close from players, so they couldn't have gone for that play anyways. Instead, they split apart their players. They had one pushing the balcony, one pushing in from spiral, one getting deep with the Sens wall, and then one playing close on that meeting wall. They took 4 different dimensions to that push, and even after it started off so poorly for them, they put themselves in a really good position. In the end, I think Jake made some really good moves. I cannot believe he won that second gunfight. He should have been traded out, but it just came down to a couple of really tight fights that could have gone either direction. Alula so close to tying the game, but instead it's Chiefs 3-1.
We need to close it out, Chiefs. Come on.
Kill from Jacana. Just that's
Master
the
Chiefs.
one that wins the round effectively, and it is these marginal differences that will get you over the line. 3-1 then for Chiefs. They are going to be going back down to the basement. We saw it in round 2. We saw them get the win. How will Alula go about taking this without the Monty this time? Obviously, that's been the focal point for the first few rounds, particularly the second. They didn't get the win. They tried to get that space. If you remember, they walked in. There was a double kill from player on the mirror. They just tried to kind of opportunity spot. I'd like to see them take it. I'm not going to say more seriously because it's everything they're doing is serious, but I'd like to see that kind of, you know, more of a strategic round of siege. You know, come in and do your basics, do your fundamentals, tick your checklist, and make sure that you're making life difficult for Chiefs. I want to see what their, you know, proper attack is here on basement.
Well, again, it's tough to put together a proper attack when you instantly lose your Blackbeard Blackbeard like they did in the last round. I think for the cards they were dealt,
no,
that was probably the best they could have managed. But again, it's an opening duel.
Why you run? Okay,
Chiefs.
you guys, you gotta stop running out in the open like that.
You lost such an important operator in that Deimos falling from Bazooka.
Nitro's going to go out of the window. Oh, I thought it might find its mark. It does not. Got a little bit of damage on Jaws on the ace. I'm not sure if that was done by Neptune on the Solus before
that was done by
or whether
Neptune.
It was indeed the Nitro that caused that.
I would have waited a little bit
into
more.
The round, and this has been action-packed so far. And absolutely trading blows backwards and forwards. Right now, nobody really has a strong advantage. I like this, just a nice little bit of patience there, knowing that there's a shield in front of the face of the Fuse.
Why the fuck are you looking away?
He manages to get the kill. I think Jay's going to learn a little lesson there.
Yeah, maybe played that punch roll a little too long. The shield is staring at him. The drone's staring at him. Crazy on this Fuse shield, by the way. Hasn't used the cluster charges. Could be on the Blackbeard instead, I suppose. But feels like there might be some value to be had with this Fuse instead. So already picking up a good pick for himself. This push has been really focused on the backside. There's been a lot of pressure server. There have been a lot of players who've been trying to push in through Visa. They do have a bit of a breach in the main wall. Valentino is alone in that position, as he so often is. But this push from Alula, it's going to mostly be coming in from the back, so I want to see Chiefs react to this. I want to see them get aggressive.
I'm not sure that the breach on the main wall is vaultable at this point, so there's an opportunity there for Chiefs to possibly ignore that. They can't ignore Valentino getting a kill through it, to be fair, but player does manage to trade it out, so that's going to be the second best thing. I love the use of the shotgun there. Needs to be careful.
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, you got re-peeked that shit 3 times.
It looked like it was a lot closer than that. And then in the last 20 seconds, it kind of just went on a downhill if you're in the Aola camp, and ultimately Chiefs able to get the win there. So they go 4-1, and they're looking in comfortable control of Consulate at the minute.
Yeah, a strong spot from Chiefs, no doubt. Relay's a big round coming through there. I said I wanted to see them get aggressive. Just as I say it, he pushes up those spiral stairs and gets himself a pick. So that's the initiative that needs to be taken from Chiefs in a position like that, where you know the attackers have a bit of an advantage. They're pushing in from the back. They read it really perfectly. Valentino goes 1 for 1. That's fine, really, but I just don't know if they got a whole lot of value out of the Fuse shield other than that free pick they got onto Jake. And even that one, you probably could have got on any operator. So not getting so much out of the shield in that round is going to be a 4-1 lead for Chiefs. Again, 4-1 lead, defense Consulate, that's not that bad. You can absolutely still come back and win this game if you're Alula, but a 5-1 split's going to make it a whole lot harder.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think round 6 just became particularly important. It's another one of them where I'd forgiven the end of round 5, beginning of round 6 tactical timeout had they chosen to take it. You know, it is that important a round. I would agree with you. I think if Chiefs win this, you are looking at a serious problem if you're on the side of Alola. And just to remind everybody of the stakes here that we're playing for, you can see up at the top of your screen 2 of those little EWC keys, I guess they are almost up there at the top. You can see they're coloured in 1 on each side because we've got 1 map apiece here in a best of 3. So whoever loses this one will see their key being quite literally crushed in the key crusher after this game. They will be eliminated.
Oh, it's so fun, Tim. One of my favorite parts of the tournament. Do stick around after the game because we'll get to see all the crushing action here on the stream. So keep your eyes open. But for now, of course, we've got to figure out which of those keys will survive. And to do so, Chiefs, for their final defense, will move back over towards the piano bomb site. This was a site where they were able to find some success on the side of Alula. You'll recall that they had that really good push towards yellow back behind the Monty. It's been banned out now by Chiefs, though, so a different strategy has to come to play. Crazy again, running this Fuse. I believe he's still on the shield as well. I don't know how much I love this when the Blackbeard is up on the board. If they get top floor control and they can use those cluster charges, great. But they weren't able to do so last time they went for this push, and I can't imagine it's going to be simple to take that control this time either.
I love the effort from player there. 7 and 3 on the Solus, spots the man outside on the drone and doing everything he could to try and get an angle onto it, but will not be successful. Right now, top floor still very much in the possession of Chiefs, though. I will need to get up there and start clearing it out. They've got Joza over on yellow. Stairs not really supported by anybody at the minute. Valentino's trying to get his way up there. Does get caught by a Razor Bloom, so he's also going to have limited movement for a little time, as well as the damage that comes along with it. Are Chiefs ready for this push, though? They better be if they want to remain in control of this top floor.
You can see Chiefs making a ton of vert. They're not expecting to get cleared on this top floor. They expect it to be a similar direct take from Alula, where they don't really go for the top floor clear and instead just try to sneak that plant down. That probably is still the game plan. Of course, there will be pressure on both floors of the map when they go for that execute, so they've got to be really careful on the side of Chiefs. They can both stop this plant from going down and win the fights on the top floor.
Relays has just taken a ton of damage inside of Piano. Going to need to be especially careful for the remainder of this. The pressure starts mounting on that top floor. Flash comes in. The Warden will be able to at least use the glasses, but others will not. Goyo sprayed down by Josra. He's been waiting the longest time at the top of yellow stairs there and gets his reward. Neptune manages to get up on the top of that desk though. Finds the kill onto Valentino. Clears it, finishes off Relays. He's been low health for the longest time. 20 seconds left to go and the diffuser's going down, but they've gone below. They've got the angle. They've got the kill. That puts the diffuser down cold. 3 versus 3 now. It's up to Chiefs to try and hold on. Bazooka has been able to grab that diffuser. He takes it to a new location, tries to put it down. The Solus is not in position to do anything about it, but they come off for some reason and then go back on. They've given them the opportunity to go.
Yo! Why did the second guy go bottom floor? I just don't get it.
Those are the shakes. Those are the mistakes. That's how you lose games at the highest level of Rainbow Six. He had the plant. He just had to hold F, but unfortunately, he doesn't commit to it. He gets a little bit scared, Tim, and rightfully so. I mean, player down below, that's a massive threat, but little did Bazooka know that player wasn't in position. He was going for a flank yellow stairs. By the time he realized it was another plant, it was too little too late, but
nicely done, nicely done.
Pulling off that diffuse kit.
I
Player,
like that.
An incredible round. Boosts him to double digits, now 10-3 in this game. He has been a massive difference maker for the Chiefs, but you got to imagine if it's not that small mistake from Bazooka, he doesn't get those last 2 kills, and we're at a 4-2 half.
Yeah, exactly that. Player has really grabbed this one by the scruff of the neck for his team, and he's looking to drag it over the line and make sure they get there. Don't get me wrong, there's a couple of, supporting characters in that lineup that are certainly putting the work in as well, but he's just, you can see he's itching for it. Like I commented on the way he was looking out that window, just trying to get any sliver of an angle that he could do. Any opportunity that is there in front of it, he's looking to take it. Alula, they are going to use this half-time tactical timeout to try and turn things around here. It's 5-1 at the minute. They've got to at least return a 5-1.
Yeah.
When they're on the defense, 6-0 if they want to win this outright. You got to say it's a big hill to climb now.
We've seen this before, Tim. Back on map number 1, it was Chiefs starting on the stronger side. It was their opponent's map pick, but they went up at 5-1 at the half. And frankly, Alula crumbled, okay? Even at the latter half of that first half, the latter quarter, I should say, they were struggling to get picks. They weren't really close to converting rounds, and they really didn't show up to the second half of that first map. We need to see something different out of Alula here on Consulate. They are moving onto a much more powerful side. They can bring things back with the momentum. We saw how they powered up on Lair. We have to see the Alula from map number 2 if there is any hope of pulling this map back. If they crumble once again, they're just going to be kicking themselves. They don't want to go out without a fight. They know they're better than the Siege they've played on map 1 and so far through map 3.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, we're looking, it's back to that entry discussion again. We came into this saying this could be won or lost on the entry, where Alula had great entry on Lair. They were able to get the round wins. They were able to overturn it. And then we look at it here, it's 5-1. It's 5-1. It doesn't perfectly line up. They have overturned a round where they did lose the entry kill. Right. But on the whole, yeah, the massive advantage is there for Chiefs. They're playing a lot of these rounds 5v4, and they're taking full advantage of the space that gains them. They move on to the attack now. This is going to change things up a little bit. Round 7, I'd say round 7 and 8 are essential wins for Alula here. They need to get it back to 5-3 minimum. 5-4 would be ideal, but it's the next 2 that are going to be critical.
We had a conversation after halftime in map number 1, Tim, where we asked about how Chiefs are going to approach this second half. Are they going to play with their lead? Are they going to try to get something cheeky off? Are they going to go fast, try to sneak something under the nose of Alula? Or are they going to play their standard Siege, try to lock things down with a dominant 7-1? In the end, that's what they went for on Fortress. They slowed things down. They went for a standard play, and it worked for them. They crushed that 7-1. This time, I was wondering if we might have seen something crazy. I was staring at that Finka from J. Kenna, but Of course, they will pull off it. They've still got the Sens. They've got the Grim, the Zofia. Like, there is potential to go for something fast and cheeky here just behind those Sens walls, but it's going to be a lot more difficult, I think, without that Finka to lean back on.
I think given what we've seen, you know, Chiefs are the better team on the attack, so I think they just need to lean into that. They don't need to do anything special here. Their priority is going to be staying in the Esports World Cup. It's a huge tournament. There's a lot of money on the line. They just want to get this done. They're not bothered about how they look doing it. It doesn't matter that, you know, this style on them and get a little rush or this. They don't care. You know, they're just going to grind this out and get it done, and I think that's the mentality that they need to have. Just lock in. That's not really a lock in. It's a great entry kill, to be fair, for the Pulse. Beautiful use of the scanner there, just catching relays.
That is not a good start.
That's a taste of his own medicine, too. It was relays that was on the Pulse back in round 4, playing in this exact same position in the exact same bomb sites. And while he didn't get a Nitro Cell kill, he wasted a lot of good time and was a big factor in his team winning that round. So now he'll know the sting of that Pulse playing down below inside of Visa. He's going to have to find some other way to support his teammates on the cams. This push from Chiefs definitely looks like it's focused on the admin side clear. This is where most pro teams want to take their push these days. It's certainly where Alula were looking to push on both of their attacks, and certainly it's a bit of a step-by-step process, but it's a good start coming through, taking this admin space even after losing relays. Plenty of bodies still to work through towards the site, though.
You could be forgiven for thinking that the drone there was taken out with the trip connectors, but it wasn't. It was shot out just before it got to them, I think. So that actually kept them in position. They refreshed pretty quickly anyway, to be honest. So it wouldn't have been the end of the world for the defenders, but they did manage to keep them alive throughout. Prox Alarm is just going to give away the presence of Lunchbox here, but given his play so far, I wouldn't be wanting to peek into him at the minute if I was one of these defenders. Two playing on long desk at the minute, which Chiefs are now aware of as the drone goes in and sees them.
Du brukar alltid säga till, och jag trodde bara var stora nog att kunna säga till och säga att det är något.
What have you sold it for? If you're sending it in there,
you're selling it. Have you got anything for it? Det är som så, jag har inte haft någon anledning att gå och titta.
Player down. That's going to be a really big loss.
Jag har inte hamnat i det läget där det var tomt på rulle, om man säger så då.
He had good information on Bazooka's position when he hit that air jab earlier in the round, but after he escaped from it, it just felt like everything was falling apart for the Chiefs. Now desperate to swing into sight and get a pick. There's the swing late from Bazooka to be able to shut that one down. An excellent round being played on the defense for Alula. Exactly what they needed.
Yeah, it is. It's the platform that starts them going. Like I said, round 7 and 8 are absolutely essential. 9 would be brilliant if they can get themselves 3 in a row, bring it back to within 1 round, then maybe Chiefs have a little bit of a wobble mentally. It starts getting in there. Are we going to lose this? Are we going to be eliminated? Is this going to be another shock defeat? At the minute, though, I would still back Chiefs at this point. There's still a lot of work for Alula to do. I feel like they opened that up well. I'm not taking away from that kill, but you cannot rely on getting a Pulse Nitro Cell kill as an entry. An absolute freebie like that, round after round after round. They're going to have to start winning gunfights at the beginning of the round.
Sim, I think everything you're saying is smart and correct, but there's a part of me that just feels like Alula, they might have exactly what it takes. They're a team that power up as the map goes longer. They're on the stronger side. Chiefs, frankly, choked away that second map. They were in such a good position and couldn't win when the going got really tough. It came down to the final moments. I think Chiefs have played a great game of Siege here today, and I'd love to be proven wrong, but this is still a very difficult task for them. 2 rounds attacking on Consulate is still a difficult task to achieve.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
On we go, and it's going to be the split site.
Yeah.
Interestingly, coming in from Alula here. I think it's a tough site to defend at the best of times. You've really got to figure out early on what you're going to be facing from the attackers. It's not like a number of sites where your setup is your setup and they have to play into it. This way, you can set everything up and you can think, right, we're going to try and cover off as much of the vertical as we can, and all of a sudden they're pushing horizontally from garage or vice versa. Very, very difficult site to defend at times. So I think it's a bold move from Alula. It's one of those, if they come away with a win, they're going to be geniuses. Of course. If not, you're going to question the site choice.
Yeah, I will say it's not one that they see much play down in OCE. Chiefs have yet to attack this site this stage, so it's obviously a map that a strat that they will be ready to have practiced, that they'll have played a couple of times in scrims, but it might not be something they have as many game day reps on. So that can make a difference at this level if you're not so prepared to push on some of these bomb sites. So far, the task is just get into the building, and that's been plenty difficult for Chiefs, as this admin hold has been really tough to break through. A lot of punch holes being played, lots of drones being shot so far, but Relays has a gap here onside the balcony. We've got pressure in towards admin as Jay Kenna swings in too, so the map control is starting to be gained by Chiefs.
Blackbeard is just going to work across, as you say, try and play in behind. They can't suffer it again.
Are you kidding me?
Suffer it again. They do, and it's going to be the Blackbeard. It might be an opportunity to pick him up to safety here, but they need to be really careful in doing so. Crazy underneath does not realise the opportunity that might just have been in front of him to get the double. But Jay Kenna back on his feet, but a lot of damage.
It's crazy how they are getting away with that shit.
How much that can be influential when you're trying to work your way in with those shields.
I love the Dokkaebi call from player, just forcing that pulse to go back so we can't do something crazy while that pickup is in action. That's good coordination coming through from Chiefs and stopping a bad situation from turning so much worse. But Valentino, he has been a menace in this game. He was a star player back in map number 2, and roaming on this top floor, you can tell he wants to get active.
At the minute, you're just concerned if you're a Chiefs fan because it doesn't feel like they're having too much impact in this round. I look at Alula and I say, have they been bothered inside a site? Have they been disrupted? Had they had to move around? And the answer at the minute is no.
Holy shit, there's not a lot left.
Kills and how difficult it has been for Alula to fight their way back into those rounds, but they do exactly that. Kaid managing to pick up relays on the ace. Any hard breaching that hasn't been done won't be done. Joza manages to find the Dokkaebi as well. Another big pickup, 4 versus 3 right now, but Lunchbox is there with one onto the Kaid. But the big problem here facing Chiefs is the time. 10 seconds left to go. They need to get explosive. They need to find an opportunity to put the diffuser down. They're going to go for it now. It's going to start getting put on the floor. They're just spraying through, hoping beyond hope here. There's the kill from above. Valentino has probably just won the round. Lunchbox grabs the diffuser, has to go for it, but Valentino takes it down from above.
He really is the heart and soul of this team, is he not? Valentino, the veteran who's been to these international events in the past, back here now with a very young squad, has found all the momentum in the world. He was such an important player in map number 2, and his persistence up on that top floor here in round 8 was the difference maker. Tim, I thought he was going to play aggressive. You know, I called it that, hey, he's looking to take some fights. There's some pressure from Chiefs up here, but instead, he just fell back to admin. I mean, he was really passive. He played over towards the CEO side, then came over towards admin, was always up above, and because Chiefs never managed to take that full control of the top floor, I think they thought he had maybe fallen back to site, so they all gave it up and went back down towards the executes. It just gets really messy in the end there. There's nothing they can do except press F and pray because they didn't have time to re-clear Valentino up above. It is perfect positioning coming out from the veteran on Alula, and because of it, they've done what you said they had to. 7 and 8 are in the books.
Yeah, I think it's just such a smart play from Valentino. He's recognized that about the minute mark, I'd say there, he's recognized Chiefs have got nowhere near enough done so far in this round. So what does that mean? It means they're going to have to rush. And as soon as they have to rush, there's going to be an opportunity for me to move across on the top floor because they are not going to come and clear me out. So he's happy to sit up there because he knows if they do come and clear him out, they lose the round because they'll run out of time. If they don't, he's going to go across and have the impact that he thinks that he should have. Looking to get aggressive on the windows.
Come on.
This is the Alula that we love to see. You said they might power up just like they did back on Lair, and power up they have. 2 rounds in a row, 7 and 8. I said 9 would be ideal. This would bring them back within touching distance, and it also really sends. I think if they lose this, we see Chiefs go for a tactical timeout.
I 100% agree, Tim. It feels like things get out of control if they can't win this attack, but already we're seeing Alula get up to their old tricks. Crazy playing up to his name with that spawn peek here on the pulse. It doesn't really go his way, but he's not hard punished for it, so he will escape with the majority of his HP still intact and can go play down below the bomb site as well. That was what was really impressive from Player when they defended this site, Tim, was they had that vert down below that really foiled the plans of Alula going for the plant just inside of X position, but this time around, it will be known. You saw the pulse really early, so Chiefs should be aware that that might be a threat later on in the round. For now, they're more focused on pressuring these top floor players. They've got Jay Kenna just outside of that spiral stairs. They've got Neptune hunting in from down below on Zulu. Plenty of opportunities to try to work yourself in for a pick.
This is just going to be praying a little bit. I think that they managed to get themselves the round here. The entry, of course, would be a great start. Just moving up with that scanner knows that they are close, but it's going to be Joza who manages to pick up the first, and what a loss of utility there with the Capitao going. That's going to be smoke bolts, asphyxiation arrows, all gone with him, but the plant could be on here. The Blitzer's got shield on the back and putting it down, but going to have to come off as players around him continue dying. 2 versus 3.
I feel like Jkenna maybe could have stuck that, Tim. I mean, there weren't players directly pressuring him. He could have maybe gotten that plant, forced to a post plant, but feels like he has to help his teammates.
Why are you hesitating?
He's got a player next to him trying to work their way.
What the fuck is Jake hesitating?
Control still by Alula is going to make this plant really difficult to still pull off.
Yeah, it's they're short of time again here at Chiefs. Again, Alula recognise that and is just confident that they can hold this from above. It's going to be about getting into a spot where they can't see you. Jkenna thinks that he's managed to find something. The cover needs to be there from player. He actually takes the attention that's going to allow the plant to go down. Gets a kill on the other side, but it's now all up to him. It's going to have to be a triple at the end. He manages to get one. Could be an ace to win this one. 30 seconds left for the last man to do something about it, and I love this rotation from Chiefs. Player getting up above. Has Bazooka moved quickly enough? He got hit by the air jab. He's going to go for the defuse. I'm not sure they're aware of this. Player's not moving quickly enough. Bazooka! Surely he should have stuck it. That's the second time.
My God! Why did he go off that?
The opportunity to fight his way back in. Can he find the ace? Yes, he can.
Oh my God!
This kid is inevitable.
Wow!
Impossible situations. Player.
Why did he go off that? I think he would have won if he stuck on it.
In these positions where it should be so favorable for Alula, it should be so favorable for Bazooka to just stick on the disable, stick on the plant, and he can't seem to do it. Player is having these insane mind games. 21 years old, playing like a veteran here at the Esports World Cup. A massive statement to get Chiefs onto series point.
I know how difficult it is from Bazooka's position there.
Yeah.
You don't know what's going on. There's not a clear readout for you. You're hearing noise. You're hearing those footsteps. I just feel like if you're down to a second and a half, that kind of
He's
time
sitting
range,
on 15 kills. Oh my God.
Just got to see it through at that point. You've already invested 5.5 seconds in there. Just get it done.
I mean, both on that round and the piano round where he was planting, there's really no correct call, right? Because you have to read your opponent and figure out, are they rushing me or are they playing time? And ultimately, that's a 50-50. You know, that's a vibe check. Do you know what your opponent's going to do? And it's just so unfortunate Bazooka has been off the wrong end of it twice now, and player has gotten some ridiculous round wins because of both of those. If those rounds go the other way, if player's not able to clutch up those couple of rounds, all of a sudden, this is what, 5-4 favoring for Alula defending on Consulate? We would be talking about Chiefs as if they were doomed and had no hope from this point of view, point of the game, but now, because of the heroics of one man, Chiefs have put themselves into a dominating position with just 3 minutes separating themselves from moving on today.
An ace and a 1v3, absolutely beautiful stuff from him. What a tough day.
Oh boy.
We thought Alula were getting loud. Player gets in on the action there. Chiefs looking like they could be doing this. One more
shit,
round.
I just saw on the camera. It kind of looks like I was sniffing my armpits. What? I was stretching everything.
That key crushed. Their right to continue removed. And it will be the end of things for them. Look, they've... Whichever way this goes, they've fought valiantly. We've seen some great performances. Joza, Crazy, Valentino have particularly stood out across this series.
Agreed.
You know, and they did put up a little bit of resistance against Shopify Rebellion. Maybe not as much as they might have liked, but they got themselves a couple of rounds and they've done a lot that they can be proud of. But there is more that they can find yet to be proud of, I'm sure. 3 rounds in a row is needed. That's the target.
Alula have impressed me a lot this series. You know, there have been a lot of moments where in my head, I kind of counted them out. I didn't think they'd be able to pull things back. They've every time surprised me and be able to pull things back and kept themselves competitive in this game.
Kills.
If they do it again, if they come back from the 6-3 deficit after the round that they just lost, that will be the most impressive moment of all. This is where the tension gets the most dangerous. This is where the stakes are the highest. You've got to be perfect. There's no more second chances for Alula. 3 straight and then winning overtime is a very tall task, even when you're on the favorite side of the map. But one round at a time, Tim. They can't be thinking about the pressure. They can't be thinking about the odds. They just have to find a way to stop this push coming in admin side.
Come on, Chiefs, you got it.
Might be the clash that is going to be the point of this defense that they hope to sit behind and cause a problem. The Snake tries to work the way up Visa stairs, but now they can manage to find the trip connector, so that gives them a little bit of freedom there. They now maybe pressure and move up, but particularly for the Blackbeard to push forward and look to challenge. But they need to be careful because it's the Clash that is in that position and can force that shield break.
Already quite deep. I mean, just hitting the 60 to 90-second mark now in the round, and we saw a lunchbox kind of petering towards the site. Not quite going to be in just yet, of course. They're still trying to get past this vending hallway. They just destroyed the Clash shield, if I saw that correctly from the top-down POV. So that's a massive piece of utility that just got taken down. Mahager is now just going to have to play with this SMG. He's got no more utility to speak of.
Just waiting on this skinny angle, waiting for somebody to give him absolutely anything. At the minute we see the light screens going out, the damage is coming into the Blackbeard, but how about that player peeks around the corner? Who else takes down the Clash? It's going to be Jay Kenner managing to get one. A flurry of kills in both directions. Leave us now in a 3
Come on, Chiefs, my battery's getting low.
Jose's done so much to keep his team alive in this round, but the defuse kit's still held by Jay Kenner. There's hold on. The player who had been doing so much in terms of these late rounds, not able to clutch things up. Now it's a 1v3 from player. He's been in some difficult spots, but this could be the one. A 1v3 turned 1v2. There's no way, right?
Right. 30 seconds left to go. You know when players alive, there is always a way. 17 and 5, but low health at the minute. But neither Jose or Crazy
Why are you going around
are
like
on
that?
full health at the minute. This is possible.
Okay.
He needs to stop thinking about the diffuser. I think at this point it's going to have to be kills or nothing. He's going to circle back round to the meeting door. A little bit of indecision creeping in. They know that they're playing this safe. Alola, they've got themselves one in closet, one inside a CEO. Peek around the corner, and that's going to be the round. Alola, keep fighting. 6-4.
They closed down that disaster. Could you imagine if player clutches up from the position that he was in? But it was really smartly played by Alula. They gave him no opportunities to get into sight. And
I think there was a very strong comm at some point, I would guess, saying, do not fight him.
Yeah, and honestly, there's a good chance that was Valentino as well. After we saw Bazooka step up and get those 2 massive kills, putting player in the 1v3, I think that calm absolutely came through. You see this chaos. I think Joza did so much work flanking up these Visa stairs. The fact that he gets the second on a Neptune is unreal. I can't believe he finds those frags the way they did. The Visa stairs were so important for Alula to win that round. They played around them perfectly. Bazooka redeems himself. He doubles his kill count in this map from 2 up to 4. And right, he might be the bottom frag for his team, but those kills were hugely impactful. And if he can have a couple more of those, Alula still very much in this game.
Yeah, overall on the day, you know, Bazooka's playing pretty well. Not, you know, amazing, but he's middle of the pack for his team. And like you say, it's more about those pivotal moments. And we saw quite a few of them on there for him as well, where he just really turned around on its head. And he continued to do so. 6-4 then, it stands for Chiefs. We head into round 11. It's going to be another series point opportunity here for the OCE team. This time they're going to be attacking onto basement. They will get at least 2 more chances, this one and the next round, but if it goes into overtime, who knows what's going to happen.
Starting to get scary here for both teams, starting to get real, but again, 1 round at a time has to be the mentality for both of these squads. Something that Iconic was talking about earlier on the cast is like, while it might be pressure for Alula with their backs against the walls, it's also pressure for Chiefs to finish this game and stop things from spiraling out of control, because it can be just as difficult sometimes to make this play happen when you're in the lead up 6-3. That final round can often be the most difficult one. And when you lose your best player to a brilliant Nitro Cell from Bazooka, finally some revenge coming back from the player who has been dominated by player all throughout this matchup. That could be a tilt factor for sure.
And it was a brilliant Nitro, because a lot of the time that Nitro gets thrown when players are approaching the wall. You hear those footsteps and out it goes, and everybody expects that. By allowing them up to the breach, allowing them to get the breach, you just create that little bit of a sense of security there. And then bang, he hits him with it on the way back. Absolutely beautiful stuff from the Tubarão, and that gives them the end trait that they so desperately need in these rounds. We've seen them struggle when they are 4 versus 5, but 5 versus 4, they're actually very, very solid, Alula. And this time, it's also going to be a lot of utility that goes with that opening kill, with the striker being taken out.
This is a really tough push. You know, they don't have control of that top floor. It's still being locked down by Alula, so they're just trying to send this in through server, trying to make plays happen with relays on the blitz. It's all they really have to play for at the moment, but it's not going their way. Jay Kenna will
Why are they so desperate? Yo, what the fuck is going on? You're leaving the guy on top floor.
This is going to be a flawless round win,
Like, this is so stupid. You
Neptune,
saw him
that
and then
kills
you
two
just
little
fucking
too late.
left?
6-5 seems to be the scoreline unless a miracle can come through from Neptune.
I love the use of those auto canisters to slow down the blitz there as well. It was really beautiful stuff out of the Tubarao. We've said Bazooka has had some pivotal moments and he continues to do so. Talking of pivotal though, Neptune goes from a 1v5 to a 1v3, managing to get 2 kills, but surely he cannot get any more. He does though. 1v2, it would have to be an ace clutch. He's got the Soliton radar to give him a little bit of intel, and he will take it gladly.
We've had some ridiculous clutches in this series, Tim. If Neptune wins the 1v5, it's not just clutch of the series, it'd be clutch of the tournament.
Almost certainly. He's looking to push forward in towards security. He doesn't know that Valentino's up on the desk. He had an idea that he was there, but it was just the elevation that caught him
Come
off guard.
on! This is getting too much, guys. It's getting too much. They need to win this shit.
Which I think a lot of people at home will not have expected us to see.
And you saw Valentino there in the player cam. One more. That's what he said to his teammates. One more to get it into overtime. He had a brilliant angle.
Not one more. Come on.
That potential clutch from Neptune. You could see things getting away from them, right? Look to Alula, a younger team, somewhat inexperienced. They have been tossing some of their bodies in these advantage states. They have been playing maybe a little bit more loose than they should be, but Valentino, the veteran, is the one to slow things down, to stop it for his team. It will be a tactical timeout called by Chiefs. One more round separates us from overtime, and it'll be the Aussies that call their attack.
It certainly feels like they're taking a little bit of a chance here. We've always got to remember that a tactical timeout is not just for your team. Alula are benefiting from this as well. The reward for Chiefs does not come without risk, and that is they are giving the opportunity to Alula to lay themselves out a blueprint for exactly how they're going to play round 12. Yes, Chiefs are backing their coach. They're backing themselves to be able to get more value out of that tactical timeout and get themselves over the line here and now. Honestly, if this goes to overtime, I have got absolutely no idea which way it is going to fall. Right now, Chiefs have lost a lot of their attacks so far. They've only been successful once. It's got to be improved. It's got to be a second.
It's about 7:30 a.m. on the east coast of Australia. To any of the Chiefs fans who are just waking up and deciding, oh, I'll check out the Esports World Cup, let me tell you, you have missed an incredible game between these two teams of Chiefs and Alula. Definitely go back and watch it if you haven't, but Player has been phenomenal. Lunchbox has had some huge moments. Neptune almost just made history with the most ridiculous clutch we've ever seen, but it's got to be on everybody. There's not one player that can step up and win a game for a team. It's got to be a full team effort. Alula Club, they've been playing a lot better than people gave them credit for. I think some of their attacks back on map 2 were so well put together. Now on these defenses, they're not losing their cool even when down by a massive round count. They have pulled this game back into the realm of possibility, and now they may even look likely this rush play could be fast from Chiefs.
It should have been slower. Valentino takes down relays. Bazooka onto Neptune. It's falling apart quickly. Valentino with the second in the round. 5 versus 2. The work is cut out. Lunchbox starts doing it though. Manages to take down the smoke. He's got the shield in front of his face. Just trying to create a little bit of safety.
I don't know why.
They're looking to get aggressive onto him here. Absolutely no breathing
Overtime.
Space.
Like, they're just giving it around. Stop using the fucking blitz at this point. Blitz is not working for you. They're forcing the shield play when it's not working.
Vibes on the stage right now, Tim. On one side, you've got
so
screams
stupid.
louder than you can imagine, and I just turned to look at the Chiefs players right when that round ended. Every single arm went up above the heads. They are stressed after they risk everything on a Finca blitz rush, and it gets slammed shut. That attack there on the top floor of Consulate, it just does not go their way. And now, what was supposed to be an advantage, choosing the start side here on Consulate, has turned against them, as Al Ula Club will have the decision on where they wanted to start in overtime, and no prizes for whoever can predict this. They have chosen to start on the defense. This is a bad spot for Chiefs.
Yeah, it really is. This could be, you know, a serious upset on the day. Like we said, you know, that's not to write Al Ula Club off whatsoever. They have shown us very, very capably that they can play Siege. They were just the mystery team coming in that we didn't know too much about. We've not seen them at this international level, but what a story they are building at the minute. Like I said, coming in here, they follow in, you know, some big footsteps ahead of them, with teams like Twisted Minds coming out of their region, some big old names in there as well that have made their impact on World Siege, and these guys are really showing that they're in the position to do maybe just the same in the future, because this has been brilliant so far. The resolve that they have shown repeatedly to fight their way back in. They've gone 5-1 on the defense in response to Chiefs opening things up like that. That is unbelievable for a new team at this level.
It's incredible. I mean, they weren't even supposed to be here, Tim. This is not a Tier 1 team that plays in the official circuit. They came in through the meta qualifier, and basically everyone wrote them off. Now here they are, about to upset Chiefs. They still got to win in this overtime, but again, Consulate, we've seen 2 5-1 defense favored halves. Chiefs will have to attack twice here in OT. They'll have their first attempt now on the top floor. This bomb site has been a real menace for the attackers to try to break through so far in this game. Al Ula have had some really strong defenses. They've played around the Clash. They've played around the Denari, which is being brought here on this round as well. Chiefs will be slow. They'll start things off just as they have consistently on the admin side. There's no threats down below, no pulse roaming like there was previously, so I like seeing Al Ula not relying on the same tricks to win rounds, but instead they're going to have to find some other way to slow down this push on the admin side.
Chiefs need to be careful that they don't start playing scared, though. They've, you know, lost a lot of rounds there. They continue on the attack. If they play a little bit scared, they cut their time down. It takes them longer to do things, and we might just see them having to rush.
I'm glad that they are dumping the shields, because shields for Chiefs has not been a success at all.
And make sure that they've got
I really don't understand that.
It's going to be a slow burn from Chiefs. I don't see anybody going for crazy plays. They don't have anybody down below trying to pressure these attackers inside the site. They have relays on the Snake, but he's really just looking to walk up these spiral stairs and prevent any defenders who might want to flank down below. So far, that's not the game plan from Al Ula either. They're biding their time. They're using these toxic babes. They've still got some nitros to deny these plants as well. They've got some really good opportunities to just slow down this game and make things happen. Crazy is now going for the flank in through Piano, and he might have timed this perfectly if he can find relays.
Valentino just takes a little bit of damage from below. Bazooka takes more, though, as Lunchbox manages to
gotta have seen this, Snake. Yo, Snake, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? You not seeing the guy in Piano?
Spiral is in the control of Chiefs now. They are starting to overwhelm Al a little bit. They're being forced deeper into sight. The plant is going down. I'm not sure there's anything that Al can do to stop this, but there is a flank coming from Crazy. Kills come in on the side of Chiefs.
Thank God.
They couldn't attack.
Crazy could have done, could have stopped something.
He finds the kills that he needs to. I said it'd be a slow burn and maybe a bit too slow on the side of Al Ula. We saw the flank creeping up from the bandit on spiral stairs. It felt like Crazy was going to be the one that cracks that round wide open,
like I thought so as well.
It's a simple push into sight after they kill Bazooka on the smoke. That opens the door for a plant. Simple default defuse kit down on the meeting door. The most common execute that we see on the top floor of Consulate. And Al Ula, they just don't respond to it. If they'd kept their bandit down below, that's an easy nitro to deny the plant. If instead they flanked a little bit faster, that might cause some more disruption to get the execute going. But instead, this push from Crazy was too little, too late, and Relays had already blown open the defense.
I think the problem, aside from the defensive superiority so far in this game, the problem that Al Ula face now, you commented coming into it, Jesse, the guys on Chiefs looked stressed when this went to overtime. All the hands were on their heads, everything else. I looked a couple of the faces there as that round win went in, and it was like a weight was lifted. You could see the cheeks were puffed out like, right, we've got away with it. We've got the attack that we needed. Now we can just get this finished off. And so that one round has just completely flipped the pressure in this game on its head.
Chiefs did the impossible. They won an attack on Consulate here, just the third of the game, so Al Ula must respond with the same result. Otherwise, this is going to be their tournament coming to a close on day one, dead last at the Esports World Cup. with how they've played, they don't deserve dead last. Neither of these teams do, but somebody's got to lose at the end of the day. Alula fighting for their lives here on the offensive side. And I'm curious if this might be a CEO take, Tim, because while there is admin pressure, we see the ace over here. Josie's starting to open up some of these walls. There are a lot of players kind of on the other side of the map as well, poking around for Alula, and we didn't see that the last 2 times they went for an admin push.
Nitro goes out, and it's a brilliant start from
Nicely
Chiefs.
done, that's
Absolutely
ace as well.
fantastic.
That is
Flo
going to
just
be
gets the timing
huge.
perfect as well to take Josa down. That's going to be the ace gone. There will be no more hard breaching. We've got Bazooka.
That is going to be hard for Alula to get into sight.
Time Neptune has gotten a Nitrocell kill on that very window outside an admin. Previously, it was the Blackbeard that he got the pick on. This time, it's the ace. 2 critical operators to remove from the game. Crazy retrieves that diffuser, but it's taken so much time, and despite the cutoff attempt, they're not able to punish Lunchbox as he attempts to go back towards the site and play closer to his teammates. So now the task gets more difficult for Alula. They've got control of admin. They've got a bit of map control under their belt, but this is only because they've conceded on the side of Chiefs. They're happy to play the hallway. They're happy to play behind all this utility.
Okay, they don't have any C4s left on...
You can see the Goyo canister ahead of the deployable shield on top of the laser gate with 3 Wamile magnets surrounding it. It's going to take an awful lot for Alula to move their way through their time and utility spend.
He's ready to use... okay, this could actually hurt Chiefs.
They get it done again, Chiefs. They were punished on Lair. They're punished exactly the same on Consulate.
The push is starting to come together from Alula. They've managed to push that player outside of meeting. They got past the vending player with a really nice Flores drone from Crazy. Now a plant goes into position, but players still got those toxic babes. Look at the time, though. Almost a full minute on the clock and only 1 more toxic babe in the pocket of player. They're not going to be able to win this on time. Chiefs will have to step up and take a gunfight if they don't want to see round 50.
Valentino just moving his way through long desk. Everything now going in the favor of Alula, it feels. Chiefs just being pushed deeper and deeper. Like you say, they need that hero moment. They need somebody to step up. The plant is going to be started here. Crazy taken down player. Tries to be that man for his team again. He does get the planter, but there's an immediate trade there. Bazooka grabs the diffuser. Will confirm it this time around.
Nah, I knew it.
In the angle, manages to find the kill. Relay's taken down. 2 versus 3. Chiefs, they're going to have to fight back from behind if they want to do this here. And now, there is the opportunity, but you feel it's missed. There's only about 25 seconds left for them to take action here. There's going to be surely no opportunity. Jekenna manages to find one. Nade comes in, forces him out into the Claymore that was put down by Crazy. We're going all the way to 15 on map 3 to decide this in just 1 round.
You could not have written a better script for this game, Tim. At all costs, it feels like the improbable has come up and has happened for the underdogs. This time it's Alula who put together a brilliant attack, and you know what? I gotta say it, those nerves came back at the worst time for Chiefs. Because in the 4v4, when they're going for the plant, 1 player steps up and swings the planter and gets a pick. It's player. He makes that thing happen. He makes that man count go back towards an even, and he stalls that push. Then Chiefs, they kind of just stall. I mean, Alula get right back into a plant position. It's a 3v3, and everyone on Chiefs is just sitting, waiting as the plant goes down. They finally push up and start to pressure it, but it's being held on the angle. It's really calm, cool, collected push coming out from Alula where they're ready for those swings to come forward. And man, that might be a heartbreaker for Chiefs, no matter who loses at this point. It's a brutal one,
come on.
Tim, it's anybody's game.
I love, absolutely adore that play at the end with the nade to push the player out into the Claymore. Just beautiful stuff. You know, we saw the nades changed so long ago to prevent the up nading or whatever you want to call it, and now they work on a basis where they have a 4-second fuse after they hit a surface, so they are much more effective at just moving somebody out of a position, and the function was just used to perfection there. Love to see it. It's always nice when it comes together. So we go into round 15. It's going to be Chiefs on the attack this time. They've only been able to win 2 so far out of 7 attempts. So you would have to say that the momentum has swung once more, and it sits with Alula at the minute. This all comes down to 1 round. Elimination from the Esports World Cup. The key being crushed or making it through to compete more tomorrow. All rides on the outcome of this 1 round.
Moments like these where heroes start to reveal themselves. I mean, Player has been so incredible in this matchup, winning some impossible rounds, but he's the first person to die. If Chiefs are going to be able to close this one out, it will have to be somebody else that carries the flag. Valentino's been big for Alula. We've seen so many good players pop off from this Middle Eastern team, but now with the man advantage, they don't need to get any more aggressive. They've seen Joza be able to get aggressive and find that first frag onto Player. They can concede the admin control and sit inside their bomb site. They're feeling comfy.
Not only is it the 20-kill player who's been taken out, it's also the Sense, who's always going to be a critical part of any execution. If you're bringing that utility along, it's because you need it to put that diffuser down. So now Chiefs are scrambling. They're going to have to find an alternative. We look across, and there are just big numbers everywhere. 20 for Player, 11 for Neptune, 15 for Joza, 12 for Valentino. So many players making a name for themselves and stepping up.
You see 3 players on the admin side. The one that's missing is, of course, Relays on the Thermite, who's moved over towards the roof. He's thinking about going Spiral side.
Throw it, so we don't have a C4 left. Come on, Chiefs, you need to win this.
Through so many of these previous rounds, it's going to be read by Alula. Somebody else has to be able to step up and provide some other dimension.
In comes the utility. We can see the fire burning out as the Nitro went over and detonated. The Goyo canister as well. 2 kills come in from Joza. 1 more from the Azami onto Lunchbox. It's 5 versus 1. Surely
no!
Yes, it is. Cheers erupt from
holy fuck.
Managed to continue here at Esports World Cup.
Holy fuck. Okay, they did well. They did well.
Team will continue. Chiefs, their key will be crushed.
A devastating result, but you cannot count out Alula. They got 7-1 on their own map pick to start this series. It looked like this was going to be over in an hour and a half. It felt like this would be the fastest series of the day, and yet somehow it became the most competitive.
That was nicely done. That was nicely done.
Alula have proven so many people wrong today.
Yeah, this is it. You know, I called them the mystery team coming in. We didn't know what to expect, but I tell you what, boy, am I excited to watch them tomorrow.
Oh, what a crazy game we have seen. The only meta representation lives to see yet another day.
Yeah, that is crazy.
All the way around 15. A very defensive first half for both these teams, and all of a sudden they both know how to attack in overtime. I don't know what I was watching during this game. Incredible stuff though from the side of Alula.
That is crazy, guys. That is absolute bonkers. That is absolutely bonkers, to say the least. Okay, so for everyone in YouTube, thank you so much for being here and watching the entire show. Like, we are on the 10 hours mark, so that is going to be a long first day. I will be back tomorrow, and it's going to be a little bit of a 2-split stream, so the part 1, part 2, because I do have a scrim with my team in the middle of this day tomorrow, so it's going to be a 2-part stream for tomorrow. Otherwise, for everyone in Twitch, stick around, and we're going to be raiding someone in a minute, and for everyone on YouTube, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for liking and subscribing in the channel. And yeah, thank you so much, and I will see you guys tomorrow.